Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching.
Chapter 361. No, then whatever, silence filled the library. None of them could easily start to speak. 1,000 years. Just thinking about the flow of events for that long period of time was giving them headaches. Bud and Cal were looking at each other. Heh. Bud let out a short laugh. I need some booze. He then plopped down on the ground. He was feeling frustrated. It was a hypothesis. It was a hypothesis that the White Star might be the first mercenary king. He needed to verify if this hypothesis was true. However, he had an odd feeling that this was indeed the case. Damn it. Bud grabbed his hair with both hands. It was hard for him to suppress the anger and frustration building up inside him. Damn it. Nobody could say anything while watching him. It was at that moment. Ha! Someone was breathing heavily. Young Master Nim. Ran, who was supporting Cal, looked at Cal's face. Cal's face was red from overheating, his body was covered in sweat, and his breathing was heavy. Ran looked at how Cal's wet red hair was stuck on Cal's face and handed him over to his son, Beacrux. Beacrux helped Cal slowly sit down on the ground. He then leaned his back toward a bookshelf. Human. No. Rayan and Hung approached Cal. On was already near Cal's leg and looking up at him. Cal's eyes were half closed as he breathed in and out. He looked extremely weak. This is driving me nuts. Bud brushed his face with both hands after seeing Cal's condition. He had not checked on Cal's condition because he was so shocked by the hypothesis. No, he could have just ignored Cal's condition because the story he shared was so important. Iruhaben wet a towel and handed it to Ran, who carefully wiped the sweat off of Cal's forehead. Ha ha. Cal continued to breathe while feeling the cool towel on his cheek. It was hot, damn it. Kim Rock-Soo, Grade 1 ability user. Record was the most well-known of his abilities. His entire body, starting from his head, heated up every time he used this ability. However, his mind was clear. The side effects were mild compared to the other abilities that clouded a person's mind from overuse. He closed his eyes. He needed to organize the information gathered in his mind. Calnim, I will take you outside. Choi Han approached Cal, who had his eyes closed. Yes, let's finish the rest outside. Iruhaben agreed with Choi Han. Choi Han tried to carry Cal, who was quietly sitting there. Beacrux grabbed Cal's shoulders to help Choi Han. Shoot. Bud, who was watching this, had a smile on his face as he cursed. He had no choice because these people who were most definitely more frustrated than he was were moving with the next steps in mind. Bud stood back up as well. He could not just sit here right now. He approached Cal's group and started to speak. Let's just use magic to leave since it is fine if we get caught. It was important to use this facility without being noticed, however. A person's life was more important. Then I, the great and mighty dragon, will use teleportation magic. It'll help too. Rayan seemed to agree with Bud as he moved his front paws forward as if he was getting ready to cast a spell. Bud walked up next to him. Rayan Nim, I will give you the coordinates. All right, go ahead. Tell me the coordinates, alcohol-loving mercenary king. Yes, sir, the coordinates are it was at that moment. There's no need. It was a low voice that came along with a quiet breathing sound. It was Cal. Bud subconsciously started to raise his voice. Hey, look at your condition before it's hot. Cal ignored Bud and continued to speak. Cal's actions that followed made Bud anxious. What are you doing? Bud asked, but Cal ignored him. It was annoying to respond. Cal's shaking hands slowly started to move. He then started to undo the buttons of his shirt one by one. He needed to get rid of this heat in his body. It's hot. Cal was mumbling that it was hot as he continued to undo his buttons. Beep, beep, a sharp alarm rang inside the library at that moment. Bud turned away from Cal. Human, the black dragon's paws that looked ready to cast teleportation magic, suddenly had a video communication device instead. It was glowing red. Human, it's the Crown Prince. Cal's personal video communication device only glowed red when Crown Prince Albaru Crossman was calling. Rayan peeked at Cal's condition before continuing to speak. Human, the Crown Prince is calling. Should I tell him to call back later? Bud also peeked toward Cal before starting to speak. I'm fine even if you connect the call. We already decided to use magic anyway. But your condition is... Cal did not seem to be in a condition to accept a call right now. However, Cal petted Rayan on and hung on the head before starting to speak. Connect him. Cal actually had something to say to the Crown Prince as well. Young Master Nim. I will help you, Cal Nim. There's no need. I'm almost done. Cal shook his head toward Ran and Choi Han. Damn it. He was getting annoyed because he was hot. However, Cal was quite relieved as he undid his buttons. He could not undo his buttons nor pull up his sleeves in front of his subordinates when he was Kim Raksu, no matter how hot and sweaty he became. He didn't want to show them the scars on his body. It's not like they were anything to be proud about. It would just scare the people who were doing the same jobs as him. Cal looked down at his body that was now visible and started to think. This is nice. This body did not have any scars. Even if it did, the vitality of the heart would quickly get rid of them. That was good. Scars were records as well. Terrible records. It was better if those disappeared. It would only cause pain to those watching and those nearby as well. Human, I connected him. Cal, who was undoing his buttons, looked forward after hearing Rayan's voice. He could see the video communication device and the screen floating above it. A familiar face appeared on the screen. Naturally, it was Crown Prince Albaru Crossman. Albaru, who was wearing a more majestic outfit than usual, started to speak. What are you doing? His tone was extremely casual. Albaru's majestic-looking face started to frown. Have you been drinking? His expression seemed to be saying that Cal was doing all sorts of crap now. It could not be helped. The Crown Prince had never had anybody answer his call with a red face while unbuttoning their shirt. That was only possible for someone who was so drunk that they didn't care about respect or etiquette. Did you just decide to return to your old alcoholic trash days? How much did you drink that your face turned so red and your head is full of swee? He suddenly stopped talking. He then started to frown for a different reason. What did you do this time? Albaru could see all of Cal's group members. They looked fine. He could see that only Cal was extremely red. Did you use an ancient power? And who is that person wearing glasses? Is that the mercenary king? Bud and Albaru made eye contact through the screen. Bud immediately understood who this was as soon as Rayan said, "It's the Crown Prince. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, your highness. My name is Bud Elise. I am the mercenary king." His tone was respectful, but he was standing tall. Although he did not have any territory of his own, he was the representative of one of the top factions on the Eastern continent. The mercenary king did not easily bow toward the kings of the Eastern continent either. Nice to meet you. I am Albaru Crossman. Albaru's self-introduction was short. He believed that it was enough to just reveal his name. His name should be known by the power players in both the Eastern and Western continents. He heard Cal's voice at that moment. I am currently going through the Mercenaries Guild's directory. The directory? Why? Albaru was confused for a moment before his eyes clouded over. He saw Iruhaben's better complexion and immediately answered his own question. Looks like you went to find information on the White Star. This was why Cal found it easy to deal with Albaru. There was no need to explain things in detail to him. You are correct, Your Highness. I went through the records in the directory. Cal then calmly explained everything he learned by going through the records. And that is it. The hypothesis that the White Star might be the first mercenary king. The hypothesis that the directory might really be a record of ancient powers. Albarus' expression looked heavy after hearing all of that. Cal Henitus. His eyes headed toward the tired Cal. So, what is it that you need? The corners of Cal's lips slowly went up. This was why it was fun to work with the Crown Prince. 7 days and approximately 889 record books. Cal closed his eyes. His eyelids were shaking. What is that? That is how many books I read. What? Albaru finally managed to see the bookshelf Cal was leaning against, as well as the numerous bookshelves behind him. He continued in a cold and emotionless voice. I acquired information from 889 of 45, 788 total books. Cal still had his eyes closed. However, numerous records were going through his mind like pages in a book. There were a total of 31 people with ancient powers in those 889 records. 29 of them are determined to have passed away. 4 of them had water attributes, 9 had wind attributes, 6 had fire attributes, 1 had wood attribute, and 11 had other attributes. Mercenary King Bud subconsciously gulped. Cal was the only one who could talk right now. The first record of someone using an ancient power was about Lysander, an archer, born approximately 962 years ago in the northern part of the eastern continent. Died 901 years ago at the age of 61. He had a wind attribute ancient power. It's hot. Cal was feeling hot. However, he did not stop talking. Second, Charu, a swordsman, born 954 years ago on a southern island. Died 930 years ago at the age of 24. She had a water attribute ancient power. And the third, Bud brushed the back of his hand. The 17th person, Elsran, a spearman, born 781 years ago in a free city. Died 740 years ago at the age of 41. He had a fire attribute ancient power. The 18th, he had goosebumps all over his body. Cal was bringing up every person within the 889 books he read who had an ancient power. Cal's confident voice that continued without any hesitation made him believe Cal was not bluffing. The 31st person, Inkter, a fighter. Year of death, unknown. Water attribute ancient power. Cal looked toward Albaru after mentioning the final ancient power wielder before seeing Albaru start to speak without any hesitation. I will gather records of people with ancient powers on the western continent. The corners of Cal's lips started to go up again. The crown prince looked full of disbelief. However, he too had goosebumps all over his body like Bud. He read 889 books and memorized all of the information. Crazy bastard. A totally crazy bastard was in front of him. That was why the crown prince bluntly added on. What's so funny? The crown prince also felt that it was easy to work with Cal. I need to gather information on ancient powers, but it looks like you guys need to do the opposite. Bud's body flinched at that moment. Cal looked toward Bud's sigh. Bud let out a sigh before starting to speak. It looks like, if the White Star was the first mercenary king, it was very likely that he had stealthily infiltrated this place many times. That was why he needed to make up his mind. Damn it, Albaru flinched. It was not because the mercenary king suddenly shouted. He understood why Bud would feel that frustrated. There was a different reason he flinched. Damn it, I can't say it while I'm sober. Click. He opened a bottle of alcohol. The mercenary king then started to chug. Cal understood the look Albaru was giving him. Where did you find such a person? That seemed to be what Albarus' gaze was saying. Ca. Bud one shotted a whole bottle before starting to speak. This place, this place. Yes, this place. He seemed to be shouting to himself. We will blow it up. Bud looked toward Cal and continued to shout. Well, make it so the White Star can't come here. We will move the directory and blow this place up. Ka. Then he won't be able to find the directory in the future, even if he wants to do so. Ka. He was laughing in a refreshing manner. Ka. Blow it up. Destroy everything. Cal looked away from Bud with a stoic expression. Bud was not wrong. If the White Star really was the first mercenary king, then it was a good direction to move the directory and blow this place up. Zub, it doesn't make sense that I, the mercenary king, am going to destroy the first mercenaries guild building and this records storage place, Saab. But I have to do it. Bud then looked toward Cal and continued to speak. Who will do it if I don't? The White Star knew about the powers of Cal's group. He especially knew about Cal's ancient powers, as well as the strengths of the main strong individuals such as Choi Han and Aruhaben who showed themselves in the past war. He would quickly realize that Cal was in the eastern continent if he saw the slightest traces of their group. He needed to avoid that. Bud had mixed feelings about destroying this mercenaries guild building with his own hands, but he had no choice. It was at that moment, I will destroy it. Cal flinched. There was a person putting a cold towel in Cal's hand and looking at him. Cal wiped the sweat off of his arms with the towel before starting to speak. Ran, his servant. Ran was the one who was stepping up to destroy the mercenaries guild building and this records storage place. Young Masternim. He smiled toward Cal. I've never been in the front lines. Would there be anybody who knows of me? Ran and Beakrux had never fought in the front lines during the Western Continent's war. Plus, aren't all of the ARM members who realized I was a servant dead? The members of ARM who realized his identity and made him lose his arm had all died during the combined battle with the whales. He was only known as Cal's servant to those who do not know Cal well. Young Masternim. Ran had not just been playing around in the eastern continent during this time. He trained himself over and over during this time. He didn't just sharpen his sword instead, he had sharpened and trained himself to strike his enemies' hearts. I think this is a good time to do it. It was finally time. It was time for him to step into the front lines and help Cal. In addition, I think it is a good time to reveal the return of the Marlan household. It was time to use the fire inside of him that Cal had helped reignite. Most of the Eastern continent knew about Arm's battle against the Mercenaries Guild. But what if an unexpected variable appeared? There didn't need to be many variables. All that was needed was a small but sharp dagger that nobody expected. Marlan, Arm, and the Mercenaries Guild. The Marlan household would be the dagger. Let's make this a three-way battle. They would help shake up the balance of power in the Eastern continent. Ron continued to look at Cal as he added on. Son, am I right? Beacrox responded back with a stoic expression. Yes, you are, father. Cal could see that the benign smile had disappeared from the old man's face to reveal a cold smile. The eyes on the face that was full of wrinkles and the head full of white hair was burning passionately. He agrees with me, young Masternim. His voice was warm. Cal smiled back. This vicious but smart old man. He could clearly tell that one of the reasons that Ran had stepped up was for Cal and the others. Ran was the one who Cal could trust more than anybody else right now. Ran, wasn't your duty to remain next to me? That is what I am doing. Cal started to laugh at Ran's response. Similar people have gathered together. Albaru started to grumble. Crown Prince, you're smiling like that again. You have a wicked smile on your face. Let's show it to the White Star. Albaru slowly stopped smiling after hearing Rayan's shout. Chapter 362. No, then whatever, for, hey, Crown Prince, why'd you stop smiling? Rayan Muru the Great and Mighty will learn that smile as well. Then I will show it to the White Star. Rayan twitched the corners of his lips while trying to mimic Cal and Crown Prince Albarus' smiles. However, neither wickedness nor a majestic aura came from his twitching his lips underneath those chubby cheeks of his. He just looked cute. Ahum! The corners of the Crown Prince's lips went completely down. It was because he saw the ancient dragon looking at him with an odd expression from behind Rayan. There was a voice that broke the odd silence at that moment. By the way, it was Bud Illy's. He had taken out and chugged another bottle before starting to smile. We used magic. Bud pointed toward the video communication device. I'm pretty sure the Mercenaries Guild's central headquarters is a chaotic mess right now. He seemed to be leisurely talking about it as if it was someone else's business. The Mercenary King isn't there. The highest grade mage isn't there either. They also know that ARMS members are currently hiding and watching the central headquarters. In the middle of all that, gulp, a gulp of alcohol disappeared into Bud's body. In the middle of all that, they get informed that magic was detected in here. And it's not even in the middle of the tunnel headed toward this location. No. Instead, he pointed both arms to point to the library. Magic was detected right at the center of the library. An infiltration like this has never happened in the history of the Mercenaries Guild. It is a very urgent situation. Clack. The bottle was placed on the ground. Bud turned his gaze toward Cal. Friend, what would you do if you were the Mercenaries Guild members? Cal calmly responded back. They would go crazy and charge in here. They'll bring everyone they can. They will grab any and every weapon they could find. Albaru chimed in at that moment. Was that somewhere you couldn't use magic? Albaru could see the drunk-looking Bud smiling and nodding his head. Yes, your highness, that is the case. They will all soon charge in here soon. Ka. Why, you see, you crazy bastard. Albaru could not say that out loud as he had to maintain his demeanor as a crown prince and just thought that in his mind. If it was the full force from the Mercenaries Guild's central headquarters, you could consider them to be the best of what the Mercenaries Guild had to offer. And all of them were going to be shocked and come here. The smile slowly disappeared from the nervous Albarus' face, but he casually commented about the situation. Then I guess it can start now. His gaze headed toward one side. The three-way battle you mentioned. Ran smiled and made eye contact with the Crown Prince. You are right, Your Highness. It is a great moment to announce the return of the Marlen household. I'm certain ARMS members would notice the Mercenaries Guild's central forces moving and follow behind them. Bud looked toward Ran and started to laugh even louder. Kehe. Everybody is so calm even after I said that they will charge in after 15 minutes. I can't tell whether I'm the only normal one or if all of you are abnormal. Although both of those options meant that everyone other than him was abnormal, nobody was paying attention to what Bud was saying. Everybody was being too calm. Cal was the one who was the calmest. He had confirmed that his body was cooling down and was rebuttoning his shirt. Beacrox let go of Cal and started to speak. But didn't you say that only the mercenary king knows how to get here? Heh. Beacrox could see the mercenary king looking at him and laughing. Did he go crazy? That was what he was thinking while looking at the laughing Bud. The mercenary king didn't care and said what he needed to say. Don't you know where we crawled under? Ah. Beacrox realized that there was no need to ask any more. The first Mercenaries Guild branch, the three-storied wooden building, was above this large library. Bud had also said something else while introducing this place. And that area will explode if someone tries to infiltrate it using any type of power. Beacrox's gaze headed toward his father Ron and Cal. Cal stood up and started to speak. Then will they come in about 10, no, 5 minutes now. To be specific, they won't be able to charge into this area. They will be guarding the shack with the tunnel entrance or be stationed above this location. That is what I told the chiefs to do in the past. To be more specific, most of the Mercenaries Guild members will be heading toward the first guild branch building. They would purposely lead the armed members there. As for the remaining members, the strongest individuals at the central headquarters other than the mercenary king and the highest grade mage will avoid the armed members and stealthily head to the shack with the tunnel entrance. Wonderful. Ron put on a satisfied smile. He walked over to Bud, who was laying on the ground next to his bottle of alcohol, and offered his hand. Don't worry about it and just leave it to me. Bud grabbed Ron's arm and stood up. He heard a voice as warm as the wind during the sunset on a spring day at that moment. I will destroy it properly. Ooh. A groan came out of Bud's mouth. He started to mumble at the same time. How will we move all of these records? Although he seemed to be talking to himself, his eyes were focused on one location. Cal chuckled after seeing where Bud's eyes were looking. He's quirky but smart. Cal's gaze followed Bud's to the same spot. The ancient dragon with white gold hair at the end of their gazes slowly started to speak. You want me to move it to my spatial dimension? Tens of thousands of books. The ancient dragon could easily move them to his spatial dimension or anywhere he wanted in a short span of time. I will do half of it. The great and mighty Rayan Muru's spatial dimension is wide. There's plenty of room in there even with all of my apple pies. Rayan fluttered his wings and made his presence known. It was at that moment. Wee-eyeing the ceiling. Everybody looked up. The sound was not coming from the library. The alarm was coming from above the thick ceiling. That alarm slowly spread into the library. They're here. Everybody focused their gazes on Bud. It looks like the guild members are here. There was no way that the alarm would go off when the Mercenaries Guild members had arrived. An alarm goes off, and it notifies this location if there are people entering the area around the wooden building without permission. Entering without permission. There was only one answer. Looks like the guild members properly brought the ARM members here. ARM. It meant that ARM came with the guild members. Bud started to smile. His smile became the signal. Ooh-wong. Uwoon black mana started to fluctuate around Rayan. White gold particles were quietly shining next to Iruhaben. Cal looked at the two of them before picking up the video communication device in front of him and looking around. Choi Han on and Hung stood behind and next to Cal. Will you blow it up right away? Cal looked down at Alberu in the screen and answered back. Of course. He gave the simple answer before asking a question. By the way, Your Highness. What is it? I don't know whether I should be asking this question when we are this busy. Cal's calm voice continued. Why did you contact me? Ha! Alberu let out a deep sigh. He could not believe that this punk had finally asked about what he needed. The rest of the Roan Kingdom's nobles answered his calls with either fear or with anticipation. However, this punk in front of him seemed to consider Alberu as an annoying next-door neighbor. However, Alberu still said what he needed to say. His voice was calm. A revolt might appear in the Margaru Empire. Cal started to speak after a few seconds of silence. Excuse me, what did he say? What might happen where? The Empire has quite a bit of territory. Some of the remaining members of the royal family are supposedly strengthening their forces along with nobles who follow them. Looks like 3 or 4 factions might be created. The current Margaru Empire's emperor and imperial prince were in prison, leaving the crown open for the taking. Sir Rex, Saint Jack, and the Sword Master Hannah. The three of them were in the Empire's capital at the palace, and were trying to slowly increase their influence. However, there was no way the remaining royalty would just sit back and allow them to do as they pleased. Crown Prince Alberu looked toward Cal with an odd smile. Why are you pretending to be shocked? Didn't you expect all of this to happen? Alberu could see Cal starting to smile. He answered back without any hesitation. It took too long. He didn't know they would take so long to build up their factions. It looks like I will need to visit the Empire. Correct. It looks like you need to go there and help Sir Rex. Cal and Alberu. The two of them looked at each other and started to smile more. Sir Rex, the Sun Guard twins, Cal and Alberu had been waiting for this moment. Otherwise, why would they have only focused on settling the issues at the Empire? I will contact you after destroying everything here, Your Highness. All right, have fun destroying things. Cal and Alberu did not care about mercenary King Budiles, who was looking at them with a bewildered expression on his face. I will do half. I am great and mighty and can do all of it, but I will let you do the other half, Gramps. Ooh, Wong. The air around Rayan continued to fluctuate until the black mana left Rayan's side and shot out toward the books. You say some funny things, little kid. Snap! The ancient dragon snapped his fingers and the white gold lights disappeared. And as a result, oh, Bud could only see the empty bookshelves now. He looked at the others who were not shocked at all with even more shock. Cal didn't care as he asked Rayan to do something. Please turn us invisible. I got it, human. Rayan's magic headed toward Cal, On, Hung, and Choi Han. Cal saw himself turning invisible starting from his feet and started to speak. I will call you back, Your Highness. Whatever. By the way, Your Highness. The Crown Prince who was about to end the call looked toward Cal. Why are you dressed like that today? There aren't any official events today, are there? Ah, the Crown Prince looked at his clothes before answering the question. The central nobles have slowly been trying to crawl up lately. I guess life has become bearable again. Cal could see Alberu smiling the smile that Rayan called wicked. I need to do some cleaning. Cal did not ask what that cleaning entailed. He had a feeling that he shouldn't ask. His instincts were correct on this one. Yes, sir, please work hard. Well, I don't plan to harm or kill them. Click. The call ended. As usual, Alberu was the one to end it. Damn it. Cal tried to push Alberus' last words to a corner of his mind. There were people who walked past him as he did that. They were Ran and Beacrox. Father. Ran turned toward his son after hearing his voice. His son Beacrox, who had come to the Western continent at a young age, had not learned any assassin skills from him. Ran had not taught them to Beacrox on purpose. This had been the case in the Eastern continent before the massacre of the Marlen household. He should have taught his son assassin skills right away if he planned on passing the Marlen household over to him. However, Ran had told his son that training his body came first and taught him greatsword arts. I must have known. Ran thought that he had finally figured out why he had acted that way. He didn't want to do it. He didn't want to pass on the assassin household to his son. Now, his son used his greatsword arts more than his assassin skills or torture skills, but he cooked more than anything else. Ran was thinking that was a relief. That was why Ran looked at his son, who was a healthy young man, unlike his old self, with concern, and started to speak. These days, it would be good to have a bad guy who only beats up bad guys. Beacrox started to smile. I think it is fitting. It is fitting for the Marlen household. Both of their tones and smiles seemed similar. That was why they were family. Rayan Nim. Ran called out to Rayan and pointed to the ceiling. That was the beginning. This is driving me nuts. Be quiet. One of the members of the Mercenaries Guild's most talented individuals team shut up after hearing his leader's comment. The leader looked at him and started to speak. You brought the tale properly, right? Yes, sir, they followed quite well. The leader calmed down a bit after hearing that the armed members had followed them properly. However, his heart was beating wildly. They weren't here. The mercenary king and the highest grade mage were not here. The two people who could be called the heads of the Mercenaries Guild were not here. Someone was invading the Mercenaries Guild's directory at such a time. The old three-storied wooden building. The first branch location of the Mercenaries Guild. The Mercenaries Guild members surrounding that building were extremely nervous. Leader, do you think it was Arm? Don't make any rash assumptions. The leader made the member not spread any rumors. Is it Arm? But Arm was busy keeping an eye on us. Who could it be? Although he had shut the member up, the leader's mind was a mess. He had already been thinking that Arm and the Mercenaries Guild would start fighting soon enough, but the Directory was infiltrated at such a time. It was a terrible situation. Leader, he turned around after hearing his subordinate calling him. Reinforcements. The core members had rushed over as soon as they heard the alarm. They could now see other members running over. All of the mercenaries in Resting City seemed to have appeared, as many people were running over along with their weapons. It will be much better once they get here. The leader had an anxious expression on his face as he gave an order. Everybody remain alert and strengthen the pyramid, however, he could not finish his sentence. Wuong, he lowered his head. He looked at the ground. It was shaking. The ground was shaking. And the cause of that shaking was, damn it. The leader could see the 3-story wooden building. He started to shout. Everybody move back. Underneath the wooden building. The directory was stored tens of meters underground. He was certain that the shaking was starting from there. However, that shaking was coming through that large distance and causing the ground to shake. Move away right now. The leader shouted at the top of his lungs and pulled back 2 subordinates right next to him. He was not the only one to do this. Dodge it. There were people in black outfits running out of the wooden building. These were the Arm members who had followed the Mercenaries Guild's core members and stealthily hid inside the building. The Mercenaries Guild and Arm. It happened as both groups of people started to run for their lives. Bararang. A large explosion shook the area. Then they saw it. They saw 2 people shooting up from the ground and nimbly landing on the crumbling wooden building's roof. It was a man with white hair and a man with a large greatsword in his hand. Chapter 363. When night comes, 1. Who are they? The people around the first Mercenaries Guild building were confused by the people suddenly shooting up from underground. However, the reaction from the Mercenaries Guild's core members was different than the others. No, how can this be? How could something like this happen? Their eyes started to fill with astonishment and chaos. It was breaking down. The secret location of the Directory, the most precious cultural heritage in the Mercenaries Guild, no, possibly the entire Eastern continent, that important location was breaking down. Leader. The leader of the Mercenaries Guild's core members could not react to his subordinate who was desperately calling for him. Does this make any sense? It was because of the question in his mind. They're destroying this place. They had rushed here knowing that people had infiltrated the location. However, they never expected someone to destroy this place. There was a simple reason for it. They're going to bury the directory like this. They're going to get rid of it. These people, why? The directory was a cultural heritage with significant value, something that could give anyone in possession of it a large amount of power and influence. The Mercenaries Guild was always wary of someone aiming for the directory. In fact, there were many people who wanted to steal it. However, they had never worried about it being lost. What kind of crazy lunatic would destroy close to 10 years of records? And all of it at that. Leader, the directory is the directory going to disappear, but crazy lunatics like that had appeared. No. The assistant leader vigorously shook his head. However, his eyes' pupils were shaking in fear as he did that. I am certain they moved them to a different location before destroying the building. The assistant leader's gaze headed toward the leader. Ah, right. However, the response came from someone else. It would take at least half a year now, a full year to carefully move all of those books. Although only the mercenary king knew the path to the directory, the leaders of the Mercenaries Guild had some vague knowledge of the location and pathway there. The Mercenaries Guild was somewhere where strength equaled influence. The core members were part of the leadership. Either that or they moved it with magic. However, we only detected 4 spells being cast. There is nobody in this world who can teleport or move all of those books into a spatial dimension with just 4 spells. That was the thought on the minds of all of the core members here. That was why their eyes were full of astonishment and chaos. The Mercenaries Guild's people were not the only ones in a state of chaos. Squad leader Nim, shouldn't we figure out what is going on? A member of Arm's second battle brigade cautiously asked his superior, Atchers Pof. The squad member moved away from the Mercenaries Guild's forces while observing the area non-stop. The first Mercenaries Guild building is crumbling. He was looking at the Mercenaries Guild members who were looking at the crumbling building with astonishment and disbelief with an odd gaze. Both the core members and the mercenaries who came later all stopped and blankly stared at the building that had been a symbol of their organization. It was at that moment he heard his superior, Atcher's Pof, start to speak. "How is that person here?" Squad leader him, Atcher's Pof. He was a talented assassin who used to hold a high position in the Pof household, one of the former 5 assassin households in the eastern continent. The squad member heard Atcher's Pof being anxious for the first time in over 10 years. No, he's not anxious. He sounded scared. That cold and cruel squad leader Nim is scared. He subconsciously turned his head toward where Atcher's Pof was looking. Atcher's was not the only one who was looking in that direction. All of the forces around this area were looking at the crumbling wooden building and the 2 individuals. First was a middle-aged to senior old man whose hair was white. Next to him was a man with a greatsword who seemed to be in his 30s. I can at least tell they are not on our side. The squad member continued to look around. They are not on the Mercenaries Guild's side either. That meant that these 2 men were part of a different faction, who would be able to so confidently reveal themselves after destroying the Mercenaries Guild's original branch. It was at that moment his squad leader, Atcher's Pof, started to speak. At the same time, Croc, the leader of the Mercenaries Guild's core members, started to speak as well. Both of their voices were shaking. Marlin. Both of them just said one word. Atcher's was in his late 40s, while Croc was in his early 30s. There was no way that the 2 of them did not know about these 2 individuals. The atmosphere in the area became different the moment the 2 of them said that word. "Excuse me, Marlin." The younger people sounded confused. "Marlin? Is it really Ron Marlin?" On the other hand, the people who had been here for over 10 years could not hide their astonishment as they focused their gazes on the older man. It was at that moment. Gasp. Step back. The 2 men on the roof shot up into the air. Step back. Retreat. Both Croc and Atchers started to shout. However, the others were already moving before they said anything. It could not be helped. Boo-boo-boo-boom, a loud explosion shook the area. Ah, gee, get down. What the? The ground was shaking. The people in the rear quickly ducked. The ones who had retreated gulped in shock. Boo-oo-oom, it was being gobbled up. Yes, it looked as if the original base was being gobbled up by the ground. It was not just being destroyed. The Mercenaries Guild had been slowly buying the land around the original Mercenaries Guild base. That was how they prevented other buildings from coming into the area and left the area around the Mercenaries Guild empty. Leader Nim, I don't think there is a reason to go any farther back. Croc could not say anything back to his subordinate as he continued to look forward. The wooden building and the empty area around it. That area created a large circle and crumbled down. Ha! One of ARM's members looked inside that large circle before he flinched. Furniture, a desk. He was looking at least 10 meters down. He could see dirt, rocks, and the debris from the wooden building. He could also see hundreds of large pieces of furniture, such as desks, in there as well. This new ditch showed everything under the sun without hiding anything. That was the reason for it. Perhaps, squad leader Nim. The ARM member had a good idea about the true identity of this location. I see. Squad leader Atchers, whom the squad member was looking at, nodded his head. That was where they kept the directory. That was why the Mercenaries Guild people had been rushing, and that was why they were all extremely shocked right now. Atcher's Pof's gaze started to move. Ron Marlin, the squad member who also turned his gaze, started to shake. When a portion of the 2nd Battle Brigade that had come with Atchers had stepped back to this location to dodge the crumbling ground. There was an average-looking house located here, and on top of that house's roof, a man with white hair was looking down at the ARM members from this house that was not very far away from them. Patriarch Nim, you are still just as stealthy. Squad leader Atchers started to speak to the man who was in his 60s in a friendly manner. However, his demeanor changed as the old man stared at him without saying anything. Your stealthiness must have been what let you escape back then, just like a damn rat. 15 years ago. That was when the majority of the Marlin household was killed. They were only unable to find the bodies of Ron Marlin, the patriarch, and his son, Becrox Marlin. You ran away so well that we couldn't find you. Atchers started to sneer. I thought you were scared and hiding. What wind brought you here? Are you tired of living? Tap. Someone jumped across some roofs and landed behind Ron. Atchers looked at him and continued to speak. Your son still seems to have a long life in front of him. Long time no see. I went to visit your place a few times when you were young. Do you remember this, uncle? Atchers smiled brightly with his teeth showing. He heard a benign voice at that moment. Yes, Atchers. Is that why you killed all of your own family members? The smile disappeared from Atcher's face. Atchers Pof. He had once been someone from the Pof household, one of the 5 assassin households. He was the one who took charge in killing the mercenary king's friend, Glenn Pof's family. You have no response. Atchers could see the benign smile on Ran's face. However, Ran's cold eyes did not look benign at all. Those cold eyes looked toward Atchers, who was down below looking up at him. It looks like you are the scared rat bastard, not me. It was at that moment. Ran let out a quiet chuckle. His hand then moved. Ah, a small groan soon followed. Atchers's gaze started to move. Squad leader in him. It was the person Atchers had with him on this operation in place of his assistant squad leader. There was a small dagger right in front of that person's foot. He had been stealthily moving toward the building where Ran was located. Atchers could see the shocked squad member as he heard Ran's soft laughter in his ear. Your subordinates seem even more like damn rats. Atchers bit down on his lips. He noticed it the moment he saw Ran. No, he noticed it the moment he saw Ran's body. Ran's body was healthy even though he was in his 60s. He was also giving off a sharp presence. It was a presence that only someone who had honed their skills without letting go of the tension in their body for even a moment could have. Atchers, don't you agree? That was why Atchers could not charge toward Ran as soon as he saw him. A rat who has no brain. How can you have such squad members with you? Atcher's gaze headed back toward Ran. Ran was smiling, but his eyes were cold. It's fine if all of you want to come at me at once. A portion of arms members looked toward Atchers. However, Atchers did not dare to move even after Ran's provocation. This was the same for his subordinates who had been with him for at least 15 years. Ran Marlin. Who was he? He was someone with enough skills to get rid of the 5 assassin households and create just one household. That was why he was able to escape from Arm's formidable attack that even the White Star helped out with. He had done so even with his son, a young boy who had not learned anything about assassination nor stealth. That person had returned. He had returned to say the following: if you can catch me, come at me if you can catch me, and you'll have to be ready. However, the moment you try to fight me, we will come to gift you with death when night comes. They would have to feel fear every night. We will get all of you without missing a single one. Cruel things were coming out of the old man's mouth. However, what concerned Atchers was not that. When night comes, will we. That word was concerning to Atchers. No, it was making him anxious. As question mark, that question came out of his mouth and got a gentle response back. 15 years, that was not time for just all of you. Atcher's back became cold as he subconsciously opened his mouth to shout. However, he did not have a chance to say anything. Ran Marlin. Ran turned his head. There were people charging toward them with veins visible on their faces. They were, of course, the Mercenaries Guild's core members. Leader Krok's mind was an emotional roller coaster as he charged toward Ran. Long time no see, little kid. Krok started to frown after hearing what Ran said to him. He was the leader of the core members now, however. 16 years ago, he was just a child lamenting each day in a back alley. There was someone who had taught that boy how to use a sword. Long time. Krok could see Krok's motion at him with his head. This was someone whom he had learned with for a year. Krok clenched onto his hand that was holding his greatsword. He had heard greatsword techniques for 1 year before entering the Mercenaries Guild as the lowest-ranking member. That was why he was able to evade that terrible situation 15 years ago. He heard a cold voice. You somehow managed to reach the leader position. The voice was so cold that anybody hearing it would get the chills. However, the person speaking was Ran Marlin. Krok knew that this was the real Ran. However, Krok still pointed his greatsword toward Ran. He was currently the person who needed to protect the guild as the mercenary king was not here. Ran Marlin, are you the one who destroyed the original branch building? He asked Ran a question. Krok's actions would change based on his response. His hand that was clenching onto the greatsword did not shake at all. 15 years had turned Krok into a reliable adult who knew the importance of responsibility and duty. Haha, he could see Ran starting to laugh. Ran was older, but he was still the same. He still gave off the presence of a cold dagger. Ran looked at Atchers, Krok, and the people following the two of them before slowly opening his arms. He then calmly started to speak. Destroyed. People turned toward Beacrox at that moment. However, Ran continued to speak. It's not fully destroyed yet. People's jaws dropped. Beecrox Marlin. They could see the magic bombs in Beecrox's hands. No way. Tea that. Ron heard a cute voice in his mind as the flustered people looked at him. Lemonade, Gramps. The human says to throw the magic bombs when he gives the signal. The human said we need to make sure that not even the slightest traces remain if we're going to do it. I agree with him, and so do the rest of our family members. Rayan's excited voice filled Ron's mind. Of course, I will create a shield so that nobody else gets hurt. Just trust the great and mighty Rayan Muru. Got it good, Gramps. The corners of Ron's lips started to go up. He had a cold smile that was far from being benign. We will destroy everything. Just trust me. Ron looked toward the people looking up at him and started to speak. It's time for the Marlins to start again. The massacred Marlin household. This situation was quite amazing to create their new beginning. Chapter 364. When night comes too, you're going to throw magic bombs. Ron looked toward the person who asked that question. It was someone he did not know. However, Ron still warmly responded back. The first branch building and the directory storage facility will disappear from the world today. Ron then took a step back. Bang! The sound of the roof breaking down could be heard. You've gotten better. Ah! Croc started to frown after seeing Ron leisurely dodge his sudden attack with a single step and then give him a compliment. However, his greatsword headed for Ron once again. Archers aim for Ron Marlin and Beecrox Marlin's arms. There should be a mage on their side nearby. Find them now. Croc shouted the orders as loudly as he could. Yes, sir. Yes, leader. The archers immediately pulled their bowstrings back, living up to the reputation of being part of the core members. However, they did not make any rash movements, just prevent them from moving. It was because they could not afford to accidentally hit the magic bombs or make the Marlins feel a sense of danger. The mercenaries' guild mages started to search the nearby area at the same time. A mage needed to be nearby for a magic bomb to go off. We will retreat. Squad leader Nim, we will retreat. Do not make me have to repeat myself again. Atchers chose to retreat. He coldly responded to the confused expressions on his squad members' faces. Do not forget our main mission. Their main mission. Find the whereabouts of the mercenary king. They needed to find the traces of the mercenary king who disappeared from Liban City. The squad members tried to retreat as their leader ordered. Who said you could go? They could see a person looking down at them and smiling with a greatsword on his back at that moment. Beecrox was smirking with one corner of his lips up with his arms full of magic bombs. Beecrox's gaze as he looked down at the armed members was cold. It could not be helped. 15 years ago, back when he could still be called a young boy, he still remembered how his house had burnt down, his family members had died, and how his mother had stood in front of him while swinging her sword. Just like his father, Beecrox had a lot of anger about that situation as well. In fact, he had even more anger about it than his father. That was the reason the young boy who had been told he looked like his mother had lost his smile and had to become an adult with a cold expression like his father. He recalled a moment from the past. Choi Han had come to find him in the rear garden to say something when they were at the Super Rock Villa. You seem to be more talented in stealth techniques and throwing knives arts than greatsword arts. Choi Han then threw a throwing knife to Beecrox. Beecrox ignored how Choi Han had disrespectfully called him, you, as he caught the throwing knife and threw it toward a tree. The throwing knife accurately landed at the center of the target. Beecrox looked back at Choi Han and responded, none of your business. That was the only response he could give. He still remembered it. He had seen how his house had been covered in fire. He remembered how the fire seemed to grow taller with every scream from his family members. Beecrox, wait here. Your father will come soon. Beecrox had still been short and weak at that time. Beecrox could not forget about the greatsword in his mother's hands as she stood in front of him. His father wanted Beecrox to use a greatsword as well. But most importantly, Beecrox himself chose to use a greatsword. He too knew about his talents. He was talented in torture arts and stealth arts. Just seeing his father from the side made him think that he could easily do it if he practiced a bit. The others in Cal's group were getting stronger at extreme speeds. Even before the sword master, a high-grade mage, and a necromancer had appeared, Beecrox's growth had been stunted in comparison. It would probably be difficult for him to reach the sword master level with his greatsword arts. It was not because he was focused on cooking. He had reached his limits with the greatsword, however, he could not give up the greatsword. Beacrux Marlin. Beacrux could see Atcher's Pof staring at him. He could also feel many other gazes focused on him. He took one step forward. He heard his father's voice by his ear at that moment. Let's get started. That was enough. No, Croc charged toward Ran at max speed after hearing the comment. However, Ran had already shot up into the air. Beacrux then took out his greatsword. Clang! The large sword shined from the sunlight. However, nobody could look at Beacrux' sword. Shoot! He was holding the greatsword with both hands. The things that had been in Beacrux' hands prior to this were thrown into the air. All of the magic bombs were thrown high into the air. See, catch them, dodge, avoid the bombs. It was right before the situation turned to hell. In that desperate situation, Beacrux also kicked off the roof and jumped into the air as his greatsword started to create a large arc. Beacrux could see Croc and Atchers at that moment. Croc looked anxious while Atchers looked shocked. Beacrux smiled as he swung his greatsword. No, someone started to shout. Bang! And the face of the greatsword hit the side of the magic bomb. Bang! It was not just one. Bang! Bang! The greatsword created a few more large arcs and slammed into the magic bombs. The magic bombs that were hit started to shake as they were all slammed in the same direction. How could this be? One mercenary started to pull on his hair. Boom! Boom! The magic bombs slammed down while making some loud noises. They all slammed down into the pit where the original Mercenaries Guild building used to stand. I should move mine as well. Plop! Plop! The magic bombs in Ran's hands gently fell into the pit as well. Ran then landed on another roof and opened his arms. Now then, clap. Ran clapped his hands and said a word in a low voice. Explode. That was all. Bang. The people started to cover their ears and flatten themselves against the ground. Bang, bang. The explosion seemed to never end. The people on the ground could feel their bodies shaking from the ground shaking. They finally looked up after the explosion stopped only to see a tall pillar of fire. It seemed to be shooting up into the air. The underground area where the Eastern continent's greatest and oldest records had been located. A large pillar of fire shot up from the debris of that pit. It was a red fire that seemed to want to burn everything up. Some of them turned their heads. It was because they heard Ran's voice. Now the records, the history, has disappeared. The mercenaries, members of ARM, and even the nearby residents who were hiding and watching everything. All of them could not hide their shock at his words. That meant that the directory was burning inside of this pillar of fire. Beacrux, who was next to Ran, had taken out a teleportation magic scroll at some point. Get them. We must get them. Croc jumped up and started to run toward the Marlin father-son duo. The mercenaries who came back to their senses also started to charge. Croc gave another order as he did that. Mages, put out that fire right away. He then picked up his greatsword to throw toward Ran. However, he hesitated for a moment, and the greatsword ended up being thrown, not at Ran, but right in front of Ran. You're still the same. Croc could see Ran giving him a cold smile before completely ripping apart the magic scroll. Reep. The Marlin duo's body slowly started to turn transparent. Bang. Croc's greatsword then landed one step in front of Ran. Damn it. Croc stopped running and plopped down on the ground. He slammed down on the ground with his fist. They were gone. Ran and Beacrux. The two of them had instantly teleported away. Croc started to frown. 15 years. Their reunion after 15 years had been such a terrible situation. However, he could not hide his shaking pupils after hearing the mage's report. Leadernim, we cannot use water magic. What are you talking about? We must put the fire out. Otherwise, everything will be lost. Croc raised his voice and was about to chastise the mage before shutting up after seeing what was going on behind the mage. What the? He finally had time to look around. A large explosion had occurred. These magic bombs had rumbled with enough shock to destroy the outskirts of this free city. The noise it made showed that it was that strong as well. However, things were fine. Nothing was breaking down from the shaking and no homes were burning. The explosion did not destroy anything either. Everything remained the same. Leadernim. It's a barrier, a shield. He could see a large white shield. The shield was not protecting the people. We can't put the fire out because of that shield. We can only wait for it to go out on its own. The shield was surrounding the large pillar of fire. That was why the pillar of fire could not come out beyond the area, however. It also meant that nobody could put the fire out either. One of the mercenaries looked around and started to speak. 1,000 years' worth of records is gone. They all burned up. He then started to frown and mumbled to himself. Marlan, that forgotten name had returned to the world once again. That appearance was more destructive and explosive than any other organization. And the Mercenaries Guild. The messengers for both groups quickly and stealthily started to move. They would return to their respective headquarters and inform them of the situation. This was the same for the others who were watching as well. Oh my goodness. Things are getting really weird. The Mercenaries Guild and the Marlan household. There were a lot of thoughts in the minds of the people who were mumbling as they left. It was possible that an unexpected faction was about to appear. Hey, should we inform the crown about this? Of course. This is the first time one of the households destroyed by Arm has returned. Especially like this. Do you know what this means? The informant for the crown leaned in to hear his friend's urgent but quiet voice. His friend quickly continued to speak. This is the beginning. I'm sure there are people from the 5 assassin households who are still alive. Either that or people who were harmed by Arm. They might come out. Especially now that the Marlan household has shown their strength and revealed themselves once again. The person talking started to frown as he said that. Hey, the Marlan household was originally one that only appeared during the night. Yet they showed themselves in the middle of the day out in the open. Can't you figure out what the meaning behind that is? He was someone who knew about Ran Marlan. It means that Ran Marlan has prepared enough to touch the Mercenaries Guild and fight in the open. The Mercenaries Guild. Although they were currently fighting against Arm for power, it was still one of the top factions on the eastern continent. Do you think he would be stepping forward like this if there were only 1 or 2 of them? I'm certain that the Marlan household has at least a couple hundred, no, a couple thousand people with them. Of course, they didn't know that all Ran had with him were a few bandits who were working at Cal's inn. A small but sharp dagger. These people who had not figured out the identity of that small dagger were thinking that this was a large faction that they had not known about. This is a serious issue. All of the informants with serious expressions split up to go to their respective places. That was how the power players and strong individuals on the eastern continent heard about the revival of the Marlan household. Furthermore, the people of the eastern continent heard that the Mercenaries Guild's directory had disappeared. Pat. Cal arrived somewhere with a flash of light. Looks like we arrived at the right spot. He looked around after hearing the ancient dragon's voice. Human, it's all white here. It looks like a desert. But all of the sand is white. That tree is white. Everything is white. It's also cold. Plop, plop. Cal raised his head. White snow was falling and landing on his cheeks. The ground around them was covered in white pebbles that looked like the sand of the desert. White snow was also falling in such a place. There were also many white trees growing as well. This place didn't seem to be real. It seemed as if the laws of nature had disappeared from this place. Cal. Cal looked toward Iruhaben. Cal's group had teleported along with Ran and Beacrox. They had teleported from the first Mercenaries Guild branch building to somewhere completely different. The ancient dragon pointed behind him and started to speak. This is where the Castle of Light is located, a place where everything was white. It is the coldest place on the eastern continent. The Castle of Light, one of the 3 restricted areas. In addition, this place, Cal heard a voice in his mind. It was the scary giant Cobblestone. That child, the child that the Super Rock was talking about, was the child he protected, the first dragon slayer. I'm certain that child would have built his village here, the first dragon slayer. The village that he built, it was at that moment. Cal's body bent forward. Human, what's wrong? Calnim. He raised his hand toward the others to show them he was okay before moving his other hand. And finally, Uwuang, a white crown appeared in his hand. It was the crown that once belonged to the dragon slayer. It was the crown that likes dragon blood. That white crown was screeching. Parat. A strand of white light cut through the air. The light had come out from the crown. That light became a line and pointed in a direction. Cal looked at the strand of light for a moment before turning his gaze. He started to speak as soon as he made eye contact with the ancient dragon. Let's go, Dragon Slayer. The village that he built. He felt as if following this light would lead him to that village. That was why Cal, as well as the others who were focused on that light, could not hear the quiet mumbling. Something is weird. Something is weird. Rayan was looking around and tilting his head in confusion. The quietly mumbling Rayan scrunched up his nose and patted his heart with his chubby front paw. Boom, boom, boom. Rayan's heart was beating wildly for some reason. Chapter 365. When night comes, 3, Rayan continued to tilt his head. Boom, boom, boom. His heart was beating wildly. It was not painful. Nervousness, fear, joy. Rayan could not figure out why his heart was beating like this. What are you doing? Rayan could see Cal, who grabbed his front paw that was pounding his chest. Youngest, I want to know why you are doing that. Hang had walked up underneath the floating Rayan and was looking up as well. Rayan started to smile. It's nothing. My heart is just beating really fast. It must be because I am the great and mighty Rayan Muru. Rayan could see Cal's suspicious gaze at that moment. Is it a cold again? That question made Rayan recall how he had got a cold when they went to visit the whale tribe village a long time ago. He was a great and mighty dragon, but he had still caught a cold. Rayan puffed up his chest and responded back. No, I am not sick. It is not a cold. I am great and mighty, so I will never catch a cold again. Egu. Cal started to shake his head. Rayan used temperature management magic on Hang, himself, and the rest. Oh, it's not cold at all. I am great and mighty. Rayan and Hang were running through the white pebbles or in the sky even with the snow falling on them. Cal then turned his gaze. MMPH. He then flinched. Eruhaben Nim. Eruhaben was standing right next to him. However, Eruhaben was not looking at Cal. He was looking at Rayan with an odd gaze before turning toward Cal and casually making a comment. Something is weird. Excuse me, weird. Cal knew that Eruhaben's gaze had been on Rayan just now and quickly started to speak. Are you talking about Rayan? No, you. Excuse me. The ancient dragon sternly responded back to Cal, who blankly asked in confusion. That crown in your hand. Mercenary King Bud Elise chimed in at that moment. He had left his highest-grade mage friend, Glenn Pofe, to deal with the issues and accompanied Cal's group here. I think that something is weird about the thing in your hand, as Eruhaben Nim mentioned. What is it? Bud's eyes were sparkling with curiosity. Cal unexpectedly responded the way he wanted to respond after seeing the look on Bud's face. I don't want to tell you. Seeing those sparkling eyes made him not want to answer. Smirk. Bud smirked as he answered back. Then don't tell me. This weird bastard. Cal could not figure Bud out. Bud didn't care as he started to speak again. The others gathered around him. Honestly speaking, we came here because you said the Dragon Slayer village might be here, right? Isn't that the case, Eruhaben Nim? Correct. Bud seemed more excited after hearing Eruhaben's response and raised the tension as he continued to speak. This place. He picked up some white pebbles in both hands. The pebbles just fell out through the gap between his hands. There is nothing here. What? Cal's gaze headed toward Bud's eyes. This is a place where only these white sand pebbles, white trees, and the white snow exists. Ran chimed in as well. This is somewhere that life cannot grow. The thought of dead mana crossed Cal's mind. It is not because of dead mana. However, Ran's explanation made him push that aside and question the reason. Why can't life grow here? Ran and Bud both responded to that question. I do not know, young Master Nim. No idea. Bud shrugged his shoulders as Cal's expression turned stoic. That's why it's one of the 3 restricted areas. Someone who walks in here will most likely die of starvation from losing their way. Bud pointed toward Cal's crown. That is why I find this item that is showing you a way to be quite interesting. Is there really something here in this land of nothing? A curious set of eyes were thoroughly observing the crown. Cal felt iffy about those eyes and debated whether he should find a bottle somewhere to give to Bud. There's also something else that is not here. Cal looked toward the ancient dragon and could see where his finger was pointing. Ah! Cal immediately understood what Eruhaben was trying to say. The ancient dragon's finger was pointed at the sky. Cal's expression turned odd after looking up. It was snowing. There were a lot of clouds and a thick fog. He could not see the sun because of that. He heard Eruhaben's voice once again. There are no nights nor days here. Swoosh, they heard a swoosh as wind wrapped around the group. The ancient dragon's wind magic was delivered to the group. Eruhaben kicked off the ground with a white gold-colored wind at the tip of his feet. He moved forward and started to speak to Cal and the others. Follow me. I know the path here. The direction he was heading toward was the same as the direction that the white crown was showing. He looked around and casually commented, The path to the last dragon lord's grave and the path that the crown is showing are the same. The last dragon lord. Those words made Bud, Ran, Choi Han, and Beakrox start to follow the ancient dragon, the castle of light. I will show you the truth about that place. Iruhaben turned back around and started to move. Cal opened to Rayan and hung to quickly follow them. The two of them started to move with excitement as well. He then lowered his body. He picked up On, who had a complicated expression on her face. What's wrong? On had been quiet earlier when Rayan and Hung were happily playing around. She had only looked up at the sky. Nothing. It's nothing much. On shook her head and jumped out of Cal's arms and started to run. Cal ran next to her. He heard On's mumblings as they ran. Something is weird. Cal just quietly continued on. However, he clearly remembered it. Rayan and On. Both children said something was weird as soon as they entered this area. Cal trusted the two children's words quite a bit. His reddish-brown eyes quickly started to look around. He also looked at something else that was weird. Uwuang, the white crown, had been shaking since earlier. Cal's expression turned odd as he looked at the crown. It was crying. I will kill him. Cal heard the crying and comments in his mind. I will definitely kill the bastard who took away all my precious things. I will definitely kill him. The voice was familiar. Why? The dominating aura. It was the same as the voice who had told Cal that this bluffing power was great for scamming people. Cal followed behind the group and brought the crown up to his mouth. He then whispered to it, Shut up, otherwise I will break you. The crown became quiet. Cal then increased his speed with a satisfied expression. He didn't care what the crown had to say. This crown had become a useless item he needed to destroy at some point from the moment it had aimed for Rayan. Sharara. A cool breeze brushed past his face as he flew through the air. They moved like that for a whole hour. The group finally arrived at the spot where the crown's strand of light ended. Iruhaben stopped once he got to that location. There's nothing here. Bud looked around with a confused expression. Choi Han and Beakrox also turned their heads and looked around. All they could still see were the white pebbles, the snow, and the white trees. It was at that moment, that's what it seems like. Iruhaben was laughing. He brushed back his hair and glanced around. Dragons return to nature once they die. They become a part of nature and leave no traces. He pointed to himself. I will probably turn to dust and be dispersed into this world after I die. That is the death I wish for. You still have a long way to go before you die. You are going to live for a long time. The red kitten Hung peeked around before sharing his opinion. Ahem. Iruhaben let out a fake cough before continuing to speak. Dragons consider those kinds of deaths as the most beautiful deaths. This was the reason dragons became upset and angry about dragons who were murdered, forcing their dead corpse to remain in the world without even being able to rot away to return to nature. However, a corner of his lips started to go up. It was a cold smile. In front of our eyes is a dragon who died and was unable to return to nature. Choi Han asked a question. Is that dragon the last dragon lord? Bud, who was standing there with an odd expression, also asked a question. ... in front of our eyes. Iruhaben nodded his head and gave a short response back. Yes, in front of our eyes. Can't you all see it? Iruhaben reached his hand out. The white pebbles flew into his palm. Iruhaben clenched onto those pebbles. They spilled out through the gaps between his fingers. The last dragon lord. Iruhaben's eyes headed toward the black dragon. The little kid's round eyes were focused on him. That white dragon's attribute is something that dragons have known about for generations. The last dragon lord was a white dragon. It was very famous. All dragons have some sort of natural attribute. Iruhaben's was dust, while Rayan's was the present. The white dragon created this castle of light, this white ground and the white snow. Everything here are traces of that dragon. His foot moved up before pushing back down again. Boom! A loud vibration started with Iruhaben at the center. Ah! Bud's body started to shake. Choi Han was already regaining his balance with On and Hung in his arms. Even Ran and Beakrax slightly stumbled. They could see a large white-gold whirlwind coming out of Iruhaben. The white-gold dust particles were roaring and creating a whirlwind. Boom! Iruhaben stomped his foot once more. Ha! Both Bud and Beakrax gasped. Swoosh! The white-gold whirlwind started to disappear. It ran into something before it disappeared, and in place of the whirlwind, the group could see a large shield. No, it was a castle gate. It was a large white castle gate in the shape of a shield. They could also see the scenery past the castle gate. The last Dragon Lord's attribute was protection. Eruhaben laughed as he continued to speak. Can you see the shield? His hand pointed to the gate. He then pointed beyond the gate. You can see that tall and beautiful castle as well, right? A white castle that was sparkling appeared in front of the group. The Castle of Light. Bud mumbled the name of this location. He thought he could finally understand why it was called the Castle of Light. A beautiful and holy-looking white castle. The traces that the last Dragon Lord left behind. Bud was so absorbed in its beauty that he subconsciously started to walk toward the white castle. However, he had no choice but to stop. The large gate prevented him from going any farther. You cannot go in. Bud turned his head. All living dragons tried to enter that castle once the Dragon Lord died. That was because the next generation's Dragon Lord had not been decided. Eruhaben thought about the ancient dragon who had told him about the situation at that time. The information about what happened had been passed down orally from dragon to dragon for generations. It could not be helped. However, that castle did not open its gates for any dragon. The castle gates did not open. No dragon could destroy the castle gate either. The Dragon Lord's strength was that strong. The dragons had realized something after having all of this information. Inside that castle, it is currently protecting something. The Dragon Lord was definitely protecting something. The last Dragon Lord created this castle to protect something. They created a castle that nobody could enter. It has been that way even after the Dragon Lord's death. Numerous dragons had tried to destroy this castle of light for ages. However, nobody could enter. They could not even get past this shield. The last lord killed themselves. They then left this castle of light behind. It was at that moment. Cal Nim, youngest, Choi Han on, and Hung's voices cut through the group. The rest of the group quickly turned their heads toward Cal and Rayan. Ah! Cal's left hand was shaking. He was frowning while trying to get rid of the shaking. However, he couldn't help but be angry. This damn crown. He grabbed his left hand with his right hand. However, Cal's left hand with the crown was trying to move on its own accord against Cal's will. The white crown was trying to control his left hand. It was at that moment. Cal heard two voices in his mind. It was the dominating aura and the white crown. Open the castle gate. I need to keep my close friend's last request. The dominating aura was the first to speak. Then came the white crown. Open the castle gate. The voice continued in a sad tone. There will be nothing inside there. Cal's left hand could no longer be controlled and slowly headed toward his head. The crown was about to land on his head. It was at that moment. Youngest, Rayan. Cal heard Hung and On's shouts and quickly turned his head. He could see Rayan. Ooh, ooh, ooh. He could see Rayan struggling with his paw on his chest. Rayan, pow. Cal smacked his left hand with his right hand. He then started to walk toward Rayan. Everybody stopped moving at that moment. Screech, an unexpected sound could be heard. It was a sound that nobody here had expected. The group turned their heads. The gate was opening, the castle of light. The large gate was opening. Cal could then see it. There was someone inside the castle gate. This existence was half transparent. It was a small white dragon about Rayan's size. The dragon with dark blue eyes started to speak. Welcome, my child. Welcome, the person who has carried on my close friend's will. The young white dragon's eyes were looking toward Cal and Rayan. Chapter 366. When night comes, Rayan blinked his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. His wildly beating heart now calmed down. His heart wasn't going crazy anymore. Even the pain that was making him struggle had disappeared. I don't understand. However, Rayan was finding it difficult to understand this situation. Rayan could see a white dragon that was the same size as him looking at him and smiling. Welcome, my child. Those words seeped into Rayan's heart. My child. She said, my child. Although his heart understood, Rayan's mind could not comprehend it. The half-transparent white dragon in front of him was small. Rayan's mind blanked out, and he subconsciously started to speak. I am Rayan Muro. My name is Rayan Muro. Rayan had etched this name deep in his heart. He had an odd feeling that he should tell his name to this small white dragon in front of him. I see. The white dragon started to smile. Your name is Rayan Muro. It's a great name. Boom, boom, boom. Rayan could feel his heart starting to beat wildly again. The words that he slowly started to take in were delivering the message to his heart and mind. That was why Rayan turned his head to look at my human. What are you doing? He could see Cal, who was casually asking him a question. His left hand was slightly shaking with the crown and slumped down on his side. Starting from there, Rayan could see the others looking anxious as well. Even Aruhaben had shock and anxiety on his face. A stoic voice made Rayan turn his head. Come here. He could see Cal approaching him through the ground that was full of white pebbles. Rayan Muru. Rayan's wings started to flutter. Come here. Rayan quickly flew over to Cal after hearing him call for him once more. Cal moved Rayan behind his back. Rayan's two front paws touched Cal's back. Cal then changed directions and started to walk a little faster. Dot, 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 Calnim. Choi Han quickly followed behind him. Will you enter right away? Choi Han was looking at the white castle. His eyes were taking in the tall castle walls around the castle, the open castle gate, and the half-transparent white dragon inside the gate. He could also see the majestic white castle that was shining behind the dragon as well. Iruhaben had said that this was somewhere that no dragons had been able to enter, but the white dragon that appeared there was inviting Cal and Rayan inside. Will they be safe? Choi Han could not tell what dangers might be waiting for them inside. In addition, Cal had said something else about this place as well. He said that the Dragon Slayer village, the White Star's hometown, might be somewhere here. They needed to be careful and be even more careful. He then heard Cal's light chuckle. Choi Han could see Cal's expression. Do I have a choice? What else can I do? Choi Han was at a loss for words after seeing the message Cal's gaze was conveying. You heard her too. Choi Han then remembered how the white dragon had called Rayan my child. He realized that Cal understood the dangers of this place as well. However, he also understood why Cal was starting to move. Yes, I did. Yes, then we must go. Choi Han did not say anything else and moved to stand behind Rayan. Human. Cal patted Rayan with his right hand and started to walk. He could feel Rayan's two paws shaking on his back. The great and mighty Rayan was still only 6 years old. The young dragon then suddenly heard someone say, my child. How could someone suddenly appear and say something so shocking? How shocked would a child be? Cal could not understand why anyone would do that to a child. That was why he had to step up as Rayan's guardian. Isn't that what the law says you should do? Well, he didn't know if this world's laws worked the same way, but Cal decided to act according to his own philosophy. Trash never cared about the laws and did whatever they pleased anyway. Who? The white dragon looked at Cal, who was walking toward her with a presence not fitting his small physique with interest. She then casually made a comment. You have no fear. That statement made Choi Han flinch. It made mercenary King Bud come back to his senses as well. The white dragon. Although she was small, this dragon was most likely the owner of this white castle, the last dragon lord. That dragon was telling Cal that he had no fear. Cal's response showed he really was not afraid. What are you? Another voice quickly chimed in as Bud flinched after hearing Cal's question. Dot, 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 it's an illusion. I know because I am great and mighty. That is magic. It is not real, Rayan was shouting. Ah, Bud finally realized that the half-transparent dragon was made from magic. It had happened so suddenly that he had not noticed it. Pat, pat. Cal patted the shouting Rayan's body once again. It was because Rayan's voice was shaking a lot. Cal had realized that the dragon was an illusion even before Rayan. It could not be helped. This white castle was the last trace that the dragon lord left behind. It was the lord's grave. Cal started to speak. Are you the lord? Huang. The crown was still weakly vibrating. Yes. Something happened the moment the small white dragon responded. A strand of wind surrounded the white dragon's body. Open it. That was all she said. The wind left the white dragon and started to move. Bang. Cal frowned after hearing the bang. The main entrance to the white castle opened wide. That was the first. Bang, bang, bang. After that, the door behind that door. All of the doors started to open one by one. These doors that were in a row slammed opened one by one. The wind that brushed past the white dragon opened all of these doors that had been closed shut. Bang. And once the final door opened, Cal could hear Iruhaben's shocked voice. What the? Cal didn't even have time to look at the ancient dragon. The last dragon lord was said to have been protecting something inside the large castle. However, the inside of the castle that became more visible with each opened door was very different than what they expected. It was destroyed and broken. The internal walls of the castle, the floor, everything was destroyed or broken. The outside was shining, but the inside was in ruins. Squeeze. Cal could feel Rayan's paws squeezing his clothes. He made eye contact with the white dragon at that moment. The former owner of your power did that. What? Cal could see the white dragon's pupils slowly turn vertical and sharp. Boom, boom, boom. Cal's heart started to beat wildly. The dominating aura. That power suddenly started to roar inside of him. However, before he could even realize what was going on, I have something to show you. The white dragon said that before causing a gust of wind. Sharara, the white snow mixed in with the wind and covered Cal's face. Ah! Cal blinked at the sudden small blizzard. Once he opened his eyes again, less than 5 seconds must have passed. Gasp, this place. Cal heard the shocked voices of the others as he looked around. He looked behind him. He could see the open doors and a path heading out of the castle. The moment the blizzard hit them, Cal and the others were teleported into the castle, the Emperor of Magic. Cal recalled the nickname for the Dragon Lord. However, he had no time to pay attention to that. The place he was teleported to was the last room they saw once the doors opened. It was the center of the White Castle. Cal started to frown. Oh my. Iruhaben brushed his face with one hand. It was a small room. The room had high ceilings, but it was small. There were many items inside the room. A carpet, books, toys. There were a lot of items. The beds were very small beds. They could see a carpet with cute pictures on it, as well as many books. There was even a book on learning the continent's common language. There were many toys as well. All of them were broken. This room was for birth to 1 year old. They heard the white dragon's voice. The next room is until 2 years old. The clear and calm voice pointed to the path heading out of the castle. You needed to pass through many doors to get out. The next room is until 5 years old, and the room after that is until 50 years old. Rooms like that exist until the first growth phase room. The first room was the smallest, and the rooms grew bigger as you headed toward the exit. The rooms became larger and larger, similar to how someone's world would continue to grow. I wanted this castle of light that was far from the sun, moon, and everything in the world to be the shield to protect them until the end of their second growth phase. The umbrella to block the snow and rain, the fire to keep them warm. The white dragon headed behind Cal's back. That was my hope when I created this. Rayan looked at the half-transparent white dragon that was the same size as him. He looked at that illusion. The two of them made eye contact. The white dragon continued to speak. I then made me. Her voice was calm, so that they wouldn't be lonely. She had a bright smile and a warm gaze. It was because a beautiful death didn't matter to me. I cared more about the life to come. Iruhaben brushed his eyes with his hands again. The life to come. He was certain that the life the white dragon was talking about was not her own. She had made the decision to forego a beautiful death for the new life that would appear in the world. The ancient dragon bit down on his lips and spoke to Cal using magic. Cal, I think Rayan really might be the last Dragon Lord's child. He found it hard to believe even as he said that. Of course, I can't believe that it took over 9 0 years for an egg to hatch. The last Dragon Lord was born at the end of ancient times. The ancient times were 10 0 years ago. That meant that Rayan must have stayed as an egg for a minimum of 9 0 years. He wondered if something like that was possible. Dragons were stronger the longer they took to hatch. That was why Iruhaben had expected that Rayan would have spent a long time inside his egg. However, Rayan was not strong enough for him to have expected close to 10 0 years. It looks like we need to chat with the white dragon some more. The white star seems to be the one who destroyed this place. It was obvious. Cal assumed it was the white star's doing as soon as the white dragon said that the former owner of your power had caused the damage. Don't you think it would be better to discuss after sending Rayan out, however? Iruhaben had to stop speaking to Cal. Human. It was because Rayan started to mumble. Rayan turned away from the white dragon and squished his face on Cal's back as he continued to speak. Human, I don't think I am smart. Human, I am great and mighty, but I don't think I can look. Iruhaben found these words and actions to be odd. The others felt the same way. Why is he acting like this? It was at that moment. The white dragon watched as Cal moved Rayan from his back and hugged him in front and then looked at her. Rayan squished his face on Cal's chest this time. Cal started to speak. I don't know magic, so I can only ask out loud like this. Cal asked in a slightly sad voice. He knew why Rayan was acting like this. Why are there two beds? There were two small beds in this small room. The second bed was probably not for the white dragon. There were two of every book, two of every toy. There were two of everything in the room. Cal could see the white dragon start to frown. The illusion made of magic looked at the back of Rayan's head that was buried in Cal's chest and continued to speak. One black egg. And Aruhaben cut the white dragon off at that moment. He had not planned to do it. He was just so shocked that he subconsciously started to shout. Unbelievable. Dragons can only lay only one egg at a time. That was the law of nature. However, Cal could see the white dragon start to smile again and continue to speak. And one red egg. Cal looked down at his left hand. The crown was shaking weakly and not trying to suck Rayan's blood out even though they were touching. Wang, that crown started to shake vigorously again. Dragon! The crown was full of fear and anger as it continued to speak. Dragon half-blood. Dragon half-blood. Cal flinched after hearing the crown look for an unexpected person. The information about the dragon half-blood gathered in his mind at the same time. He thought about how they first met in the Karo Kingdom and fought against him. He went all the way up to that piece of information. He recalled something that the dragon half-blood said during that battle. This is really weird. What is this odd scent of a lord? The dragon half-blood clearly had said lord. Are you a dragon? You're a dragon, Are you a dragon that came out to play? Is it you? Or is it that thing next to you? In the end, he had mistakenly believed Cal was a dragon half-blood. Cal just put those memories in the back of his mind. However, he got the chills after thinking about something else the dragon half-blood had said. He clearly remembered what the dragon half-blood had said. I smell a lord. That power from earlier was definitely a dragon lord. I know it was. I've smelled it before. He had said that he had smelled the lord's scent before. How could the dragon half-blood, who had lived for about 900 years, have smelled the scent of the dragon lord who had disappeared for at least 90 years? How? Cal subconsciously hugged Rayan a little tighter. Chapter 367. When night comes. 5. The dragon half-blood. How many dragon hearts did that bastard say that he ate? His reddish-brown eyes sunk down as he looked somewhere. However, Cal's mind was going through his sea of records more than ever before. Cal finally found the record he was looking for. It was something that the dragon half-blood had said about himself. However, reaching the second growth phase in 900 years was my limit because I was a created being. I ate a total of 4 dragon hearts until I reached my second growth phase. If you count the original dragon's heart within my heart, I was made with the lives of 5 dragons. The lives of 5 dragons and their hearts. Boom, boom, boom. Cal lowered his head. He could feel a heart beating louder than usual. It was not his heart, but Rayan's. Cal could tell that Rayan was anxious and flustered based on how his heart was beating. That was what helped him return to his senses. Pat, pat. Cal patted Rayan's back. He continued to hear the white dragon's voice as he did that. There were 2 children, one black egg and one red egg. One was very big and gave off a strong presence. He was so strong that he could affect all of the mana around him, even while in his egg. The white dragon made eye contact with Cal. It was as if he was born with both of the dragon's presences in one. A faint smile appeared on the white dragon's face. And the other child was small. The size of his egg was smaller than normal too. That egg was very weak. The white dragon's short front paws gathered together. It was as if she had something precious on top of her 2 paws. I could feel just how small and weak the child inside the egg was. The atmosphere around the white dragon, who was looking down at her empty paws, instantly changed. Squeeze. Choi Han subconsciously placed his hand on his scabbard. The cold presence was giving him a sense of danger. However, the white dragon continued on as if she did not notice. I realized something at that moment. Pat, pat. Rayan was listening carefully as Cal continued to pat his back. What did the white dragon, what did this illusion figure out? Because one child was too weak, and one child was too strong. I realized that it would take them both a long time to break out of their eggs and come out into the world. One child was too weak to be called a dragon. The other child was even stronger than the Lord when she was young. Regardless of the reason, the only thing she could tell was that both of them would take a very long time to hatch. I only had about 200 years left of my lifespan at that point. Flinch. Rayan's body started to shake. Rayan clenched his eyes closed even though his face was already buried up against Cal. The white dragon watched Rayan's back with a sad expression on his face. She had to say as much as she could because she did not have much time left. It would be great if they would be born within 200 years, but I had to prepare for their futures just in case they didn't. The white dragon's wings started to move. She flew toward Cal until the child could break out of the egg and hatch. I needed a strong spell that would be able to stand a long period of time. The white dragon put her front paw on top of Rayan's back. She then started to whisper. I needed to make it so that the children could live happily without lacking anything whenever they hatched. Rayan opened his eyes. He then turned his head. The white dragon looked young, but her eyes seemed to show traces of her long life. The white dragon started to smile brightly once she made eye contact with Rayan. The white dragon continued to speak. That weak and small child is in front of me now. The black egg. The child who was born extremely weak in comparison to the red egg. The small child she had been worried would disappear without even being able to hatch. Although she was just an illusion, the white dragon who held all of her memories could not help but smile. It was because she could not cry. She felt it as soon as she saw him. This is my child. That was an emotion that even a dragon could not explain, however. She was certain about it. The white dragon continued to smile brightly toward the clear dark blue eyes that were looking at her. Rayan turned his head back into Cal's chest. Cal could feel his chest starting to get wet. He heard a calm and low voice ask a question. How did your castle end up like this, Mom? It was Iruhaben. Cal had never heard Iruhaben speaking respectfully to anyone before. Although he was being respectful, he was still going to ask what was on his mind. The destroyed castle interior. However, the real meaning behind the question was not about the destroyed castle. How did you lose Rayan and the red egg? The white dragon, who realized the hidden meaning, had a peculiar smile on her face. It was because I trusted too much. The white dragon had been close friends, or practically family, with every generation of the dragon slayers. This was a relationship that started with the first dragon slayer and continued with the second, fourth, 10th, and the generations after that. I asked my close friend, the dragon slayer of that generation, for a favor before I died. I asked if they could protect this castle generation after generation. The white dragon had left this castle in the protection of that generation's dragon slayer before she died. Of course, she didn't mean physically protecting it. Her powers were enough to protect it from external enemies. What the white dragon needed them to do was maintain the items in the castle just in case the preservation spells did not work properly. She also asked the dragon slayer to be close friends with her children, showing them the joy of living together with others. That dragon slayer swore an oath that they would keep that promise generation after generation. That generation's dragon slayer had accepted the request happily without any hesitation. The white dragon's front paw pointed toward the white crown in Cal's hand. That crown was an item that belonged to the dragon slayers. The door to this castle would open if someone had that crown and a different power. Only someone with both the crown and a different power could come into the castle. And they kept that promise until 10 years ago. The ancient dragon, Choi Han and Ran started to frown. 10 years ago. That was right around when the White Star was first born. The dragon slayer from 10 years ago broke that oath, and the castle ended up like this. That dragon slayer would be the White Star. Someone started to speak at that moment. Why, it was Choi Han. Choi Han looked toward Rayan in Cal's arms before asking the white dragon the rest of the question with a stiff expression. Why did you let the White Star, that dragon slayer, do this? Choi Han looked toward the white dragon with a gaze full of sorrow. He was thinking more about the fact that White Dragon might have just sat by and watched the White Star than the fact that she was the Dragon Lord. You were strong. You were strong enough, so why, however, he was cut off. The White Dragon's voice echoed in the room. I was a sealed existence until I met my children. Choi Han could not say anything. The White Dragon started to frown. Choi Han had a thought as he looked at that expression. The White Dragon looked to be the same age as Rayan. Seeing that white dragon's frowning face made him think that Rayan would also look like this when he was extremely sad, angry, or full of despair. This was the first time Choi Han had thought that it was good that Rayan's face was in Cal's chest. The white dragon's voice was calm and cautious, unlike her expression. This illusion is an existence that grows along with the children's growth speed. It was created so that the children would not be lonely and have a chance to learn. That was because this illusion had no need to worry about any external dangers. The protection of the Lord was that strong. And only this castle is my territory. I cannot do anything if I leave the castle. Her eyes and ears were open even though she was sealed. That was how she had seen everything. However, the white dragon did not tell them what had happened 10 years ago. It was because, although she could only see his back, she could tell that the black dragon was crying. The white dragon felt as if her heart that had been ripped apart once was ripping apart once again. However, she calmly continued to speak. My seal was removed once this child appeared in front of the castle. Rayan was the reason the white dragon could appear in the world in this half-transparent state. Because I wanted this to be the children's hometown. That was why I wanted to create a space they could always return to rest even if they left. The thing that the white dragon wanted even more than to return to nature with a beautiful death was to let her children know that they had a family and a home to return to whenever they wanted. That was why the castle gate opened, and I appeared now that my child had returned. The white dragon then raised her paws that were as small as Rayan's and patted Rayan's back. Although Rayan probably could not feel it properly because she was half transparent, the white dragon continued to pat and caress Rayan's back. Choi Han just watched as he did not know what to say. Ran was frowning. He was the only one here who had raised a child. That was why he could tell the meaning behind the white dragon's expression as she caressed Rayan's back. Nobody could easily break this silence. On and Hung looked up at Rayan from next to Cal's feet, while Eruhaben and Bud seemed lost in thought. The others were just choosing to be silent. It was at that moment. The silence was broken. Even if you trusted someone, how could you allow free entry into the castle when you didn't know how the future generations would be? It was Bud. Mercenary King Bud was quietly mumbling with a frustrated expression. He had subconsciously said it because he could not hold back his frustration anymore. He seemed to be blaming the white dragon, but nobody could blame him for doing that. It was because he looked extremely sad. Someone else chimed in at that moment. You said that the dragon slayer swore an oath. It was Cal. Rayan flinched at his statement and raised his buried head. The others looked toward Cal as well. However, Cal was only looking at the white dragon. The white dragon had indeed said that. I asked my close friend, the dragon slayer of that generation, for a favor before I died. I asked if they could protect this castle generation after generation. That dragon slayer swore an oath that they would keep that promise generation after generation. She had asked the dragon slayer, who swore an oath to the white dragon, to do so. At first glance, it seemed like a promise between two people based on their trust. But would it really be like that? This was something regarding the children she cherished more than her life and having a beautiful death. Would it just have been a loose promise like that, especially one that involved future generations as well? Cal continued to speak. What was the oath? The white dragon had a sad smile as she responded back. An oath of death. It was an extremely strong oath the white dragon asked the god of death to make. The oath was made with the title of Dragon Slayer. It was a strong and cruel oath that could be continued on to future generations of dragon slayers. She then explained the contents. Do not harm this castle nor anything inside it. Do not get in their way. Do not negatively influence them. Most importantly, do not harm my children in any way. However, you may fight with them if they show you ill will. The dragon slayer, who had been the white dragon's close friend, had accepted the conditions of this oath. The white dragon had been extremely helpful to him and his village. It was also an oath that was not harmful as long as they did not go against it. Cal observed the white dragon's eyes. What would happen if they went against the oath? The white dragon calmly answered back. Her low voice reached everyone's ears. The moment a dragon slayer who breaks this vow appears, an oath of death. The punishment for going against this strong oath. What kind of punishment would the white star have received? Your family, tribe, and anyone precious to you will die. Cal's shoulders slightly flinched. Everyone was looking at the white dragon now. The white dragon just calmly continued on. Their family and anyone precious to them would die. Only you will be left alone in a world without anyone precious to you, in a world where you cannot cherish anything ever again. Left alone in the world where they lost everyone. They would live forever without being able to cherish anything ever again. Anyone or anything. Nothing could be cherished ever again. You will never be able to experience the peace that eternal death has to offer. You will face the most painful death over and over, and feel the pain of living over and over again without being able to rest. Ah, Cal let out a gasp. He felt as if all of his strength was leaving his body. He finally felt like he got it. The White Star, a reincarnator. He understood how the White Star ended up being able to reincarnate over and over. At the same time, a question filled his mind. It was a question that came up because he clearly remembered everything that happened with the dragon half-blood. It was the conversation he had with the Super Rock while walking down the temple corridor on Wind Island to find the Top's whip. The White Star was destroyed on the day I died. 10,000 years ago. The end of ancient times. The Super Rock had said that he had fought against the White Star with other ancient power wielders. That was 10,000 years ago. However, the White Star had only been reincarnating for 10 years. He had said so himself, and it was accurate based on the current situation. In that case, who was the White Star that the Super Rock fought against? The Super Rock had said the following about that person. At that time, that person had all 5 natural attributes, along with the sky attribute. However, the White Star did not have an Earth attribute ancient power right now. He heard the Super Rock's voice in his mind at that moment. Cal. Cal started to frown after hearing what the Super Rock said next. The White Star of ancient times is a different being than the current White Star, even though their names are the same. Their names are the same, but they are different people. The White Star of ancient times had his soul destroyed. The ancient powers in his possession were scattered in the world. I'm certain of it. The White Star of ancient times is different than the current White Star. So then how is it that the two of them are acting so similar? Cal, I think that the current White Star is mimicking the ancient White Star. Those words hit Cal hard. He then heard the White Dragon's voice, the last dragon slayer. The one you call the White Star destroyed this castle and stole the eggs. The White Dragon continued to speak. Cal felt chills throughout his body, but could not look away from the White Dragon. The White Dragon held back the full details for Rayan, but shared a portion of what happened 10 years ago. The bastard who destroyed the inside of the castle and stole the eggs. The oath of death struck down on that bastard. The White Dragon could not forget that moment. The bastard who would lose everything he cherished. The bastard who would never be able to cherish anything ever again. The bastard who would never be able to experience the peace and rest that death has to offer. The bastard who would continue to face the cruelest of deaths and pain while repeating his sad and tiring life. He was smiling. That bastard had been smiling. He said that he was waiting for this. He smiled while saying that he was waiting for this oath. He had smiled extremely brightly after destroying the castle and holding the 2 eggs in his arms. He said this would let him become a stronger existence than the dragons and rule the world. He then laughed out loud. The corners of the White Dragon's lips were slightly shaking. I could only watch all of that in my sealed form. Cal could see the White Dragon who was frowning without laughing nor crying, and once their eyes met, that bastard, he is alive, right? Cal could feel the intense anger buried deep inside the White Dragon's eyes. Chapter 368. Night has arrived. 1. Cal was suddenly at a loss for words. It was not because he was afraid of the White Dragon's gaze. Her eyes seemed to show the quiet cries of a person whose heart was torn into pieces. Squeeze. Cal lowered his head. He could see Rayan's front paws that were clenching onto his clothes and shaking. He could see that Rayan's eyes were full of anger. It was not just the White Dragon. The White Dragon was not the only one who was quietly crying and screaming in this situation. Cal tightly hugged Rayan. He then started to speak. Yes, he is alive. However, Cal's voice was shaking. It was not because of fear or shock. Anger. Cal's insides were burning up with a whirlpool of emotions. It was at that moment, that mother-ducking bastard, he heard an angry shout. Everybody looked toward the source of the shout. Boom, boom. Mercenary King Bud Illies was continuously stomping on the ground, unable to contain his anger. How can a person do something like that on purpose? How can a person know? How can any living thing do something like that? Ha! Bud Illies could not understand the White Star at all. If what this White Dragon was saying was true, the White Star had purposely destroyed the inside of the castle and stolen the eggs in order to break the oath between the first Dragon Slayer and the White Dragon. He did it even though he knew that his family and anybody precious to him would die, and he would have to live with a terrible curse. But he still laughed at the fact that he could reincarnate and live again. He said he was waiting for that curse. Bud made eye contact with Cal and started to shout. I can't understand it at all. My mind can't comprehend it. Why did he need to do all of that? To get stronger? Was being strong that important? Bud could feel himself getting frustrated and angry once again. Bud could see Cal's eyes at that moment. Cal's eyes were bloodshot. A cold voice started to come out of Cal's mouth. There is no need to understand it. His response was as sharp as a sword. The white dragon laughed at Cal's response and chimed in. Yes. There is no need to use a precious emotion like understanding for that bastard. That is a bastard you don't need to understand. Understanding him would not change what that bastard did. Rather, what the white dragon needed now was not understanding the bastard, but understanding the current situation. My view is restricted to this castle. Can you tell me the specific details? It was a cold yet calm voice. However, nobody would question the white dragon's level of anger. I will explain it to you, Mom. Iruhaben, who had been quietly thinking for a while, approached the white dragon. He then caressed Rayan's back. 6 years old. No matter how smart this dragon was, he was still young. It was important to know when to be angry, but he could not get swept in the wrong direction due to his anger. The Lord knows that as well. That is why she is trying to calmly deal with it. Iruhaben understood how the white dragon must be feeling as she did her best to maintain her calm. Iruhaben stood between the half-transparent illusion and Cal as he looked at the white dragon. The things he could not see very well at first were clearly visible now. This illusion is an existence that grows along with the children's growth speed. The white dragon's words were true. The white dragon had a level of strength that was right at Rayan's level. Although he could not tell anything about her attribute, her level of magic was at Rayan's level. Rayan's magic was now around Iruhaben's level. The white dragon's magic was there as well. He had been shocked because of the blizzard that had teleported them into the castle earlier. However, Iruhaben realized that he too could do something like that in his lair. This castle was pretty much the white dragon's lair. My name is Iruhaben. Iruhaben introduced himself to the white dragon. I will explain to you everything that has happened until now. Then he started to cast a spell. I will personally tell you through magic. Rayan needed to calm his emotions. It was also not something children like On, Hang, and Rayan would benefit from hearing. It was at that moment. Iruhaben heard someone laugh. The white dragon was the one who laughed. That's okay. There is no need for you to do it. The white dragon looked toward Iruhaben and asked, Can't you see it? Excuse me. Iruhaben could not tell what he was supposed to be seeing. However, the white dragon did not say anything else to Iruhaben as she approached Cal. Choi Han flinched at her actions. Pat. It was because the white dragon put her front paw on top of Cal's head. She then started to speak in a calm voice. You. Cal's shoulders flinched at what she said next. You have special eyes. Iruhaben had lived a long time, but the white dragon had lived a long time as the dragon lord as well. Furthermore, she had existed for close to 10 years even if she was just a sealed illusion. You also have half of the dragon's slayer powers. The white dragon, who was looking at Cal in amazement, calmly asked a question. Would you like to see my memories? Both her memories as the Lord and as the illusion. From the end of ancient times until now. 10 years worth of memories. The white dragon wanted to pass this on to Cal. She could tell that it was possible as well. You should be able to record it. The reddish-brown eyes were recording the white dragon right now as well. Recorder. I will show you the truth about what happened since ancient times. The village that the dragon slayer created. This white dragon had seen it all. And you will teach me about the present. Cal slowly closed his eyes before opening them back. The last dragon lord's memories. Cal quickly responded back. Sounds great. It was bound to be precious information. He might learn things that they don't know about the ancient battle against the White Star. Each and every one of those memories was probably important. He will remember all of them without missing a single detail. Cal casually added on, I will remember the details and pass it on to Rayan later. The white dragon genuinely smiled at that response. The white dragon looked at Rayan's emotional eyes before responding back. Really? Then I would be even more however, she suddenly stopped talking. The white dragon's gaze quickly turned toward a different direction. Human, shoot. Iruhaben and Rayan raised their voices while Choi Han took out his sword. There was someone who also shouted at that moment. I knew something was weird. It was on. It was rare for her to shout with her fur standing on end. Cal looked at all of them and turned his head. He was looking at the path to the outside of the castle. His eyes managed to go past the castle door, outside the door. On the other side of the open, large castle gate, there were three similar-looking beings over there. What is that? On the other side of the open castle gate, he could see beings on top of the white pebbles covered in fog. There were three of them. It was hard to see them because they were covered by fog. Cal heard Ran's voice at that moment. I didn't notice them. Ran took out a dagger with a serious expression on his face. He could not help but be anxious. I didn't realize they were there. The hand holding the dagger was sweating. Assassins at Ran's level are extremely sensitive and can accurately notice someone approaching. But they had managed to evade his senses and reach the castle gate. In addition, he would not have noticed them if it was not for Rayan, Iruhaben, Choi Han, and On. The three covered in fog could be said to have stealth techniques beyond Ran's level. Ha! I can't believe I let them get so close without noticing them. The ancient dragon Iruhaben let out a sigh. His body then shot forward. Barang! The ground started to shake. He charged out of the castle and caused a gust of wind. As he landed on the ground between the castle wall and the castle, where the white dragon first greeted Cal's group, he started to speak to the three outside who looked like humans but were covered in fog. You must be from the cat tribe. Cal, who used the sound of the wind to follow behind Iruhaben, flinched after hearing cat tribe. Ran quickly stood next to him. The cat tribe. Ran knew a lot about the cat tribe. He had recognized that On and Hung were cats from the beginning. Cats were rare on the Western continent, but they were one of the better-known beast people in the Eastern continent. Their stealth techniques and attacks were considered to be as scary as the tiger tribe and the bear tribe. But it is not to the point that I cannot notice the cat tribe's stealth techniques. Ran was also a talented individual. Most stealth techniques, even ones used by the cats, would normally not be able to evade Ran's senses. But if they are this strong, they could be considered some of the strongest individuals in the cat tribe. That meant that they would not be easy to handle. There was a single reason that the cats were scary. They did not aim for the strong individuals, the weakest person. They stealthily attacked the weakest person who would inflict the most mental damage onto the others. It could be considered dirty, but that was their fighting style. And Ran had more thoughts but looked toward Bekrux, Cal, and the children. Cal looked at the others who were gathering by him one by one before looking forward. The cat tribe. The cat tribe was one of the beast tribes he had not seen up to Volume 5 of The Birth of a Hero. He had learned about the cat tribe after coming to this world. He heard a voice through the fog at that moment. The door opened. Indeed. How shocking. They could not tell who was speaking because of the fog. One of them continued to speak. I didn't expect to see Cal Henitus here. The other two voices chimed in as well. I know, right? How amazing. This is an unexpected situation. Their voices were calm. However, the reaction from Cal's group became even sharper. Clang. Choi Han's sword was pointed toward the three individuals. It could not be helped. Cal started to speak toward the three. How do you know about me? How did cats in the Eastern continent know Cal's name? Who knows? The responding cat seemed to be joking with him. Cal asked another question. Have you been following us? Nah, no way. A voice in the fog responded back with confidence. This is one of our tribe's surveillance areas. It is our turn on patrol duty. We noticed intruders suddenly appear, so we carefully followed behind to see the current situation. The cat responded back to Cal as if he was talking to a child. Is that what you were curious about, Cal Henitus? Cal's mouth slowly opened to respond to the question. However, before he could respond, Rah! Cal's eyes opened wide as he looked down. On had let out the scream. Her fangs and claws appeared as she let out the roar. Uwuan Cal could see the fog coming out of the small, silver kitten's body. Then that fog charged toward the three who were covered in fog. However, Cal didn't have time to focus on that fog. Sob. He could hear someone sobbing. Hung was shaking as he hid behind On. The red kitten curled up his body. Barang. On's fog slammed into the three cats' fog and made a loud noise. Who would ever expect fogs crashing into each other to sound like that? However, something that alarmed Cal more than the explosion could be heard from the three cats. Mutant, the fog surrounding the three cats disappeared. The middle-aged cat standing in the middle started to speak. The trashes are here. Rah! On responded back with a roar. This made Cal think about On and Hung's tribe, the Fog Cat tribe. That was the name of the tribe that On and Hung ran away from. They were originally from the eastern continent. Cal heard the mercenary king's astonished voice at that moment. Are they part of Arm too? With the fog gone, 3 masked individuals in black outfits had appeared. There were crests on their chests, 1 white star and 5 red stars. It was Arm's crest. The cat on the left shrugged his shoulders and responded back to Bud. Well, you can say we are partners rather than a part of Arm, I guess. Why? Are you scared after knowing we are related to Arm? Is that it? That cat couldn't speak anymore. Hey, you trash bastards. Bud flinched. He turned his head to the side. He could see an extremely cold expression on Cal's face. However, Cal was definitely the one who just said, "Hey, you trash bastards," to the 3 cats. Cal then continued to speak. His voice was calm. "Did you report to the White Star?" "Of course." The 3 cats responded to Cal's question with excitement. "How could we not report such a big incident? We contacted him right away." "He's right. We reported it faster than ever before. We reported it before we chased after you. We had to report that we saw Cal Henitus, and the White Castle's gate even opened." The cat in the center continued to speak with confidence. "I'm sure he'll be here soon. Damn it." Iruhaben's face stiffened up. Although they had not noticed the cats until they got close, they could easily take care of them. However, if the White Star comes... Furthermore, would the White Star come alone? He was bound to bring other cats or who knows whom with him. This was not just a city, but the Castle of Light. This was the White Star's hometown. The White Star would not sit back and let Cal find out the truth. Shoot. Iruhaben's eyes quickly looked around. Rosalind and Mary were not with them right now. There were not many people who could launch long-distance attacks. Rayan was an emotional wreck right now, while Choi Han, Ran, and Beecrox, who usually fought head-on, were not as effective against the White Star and the cats. The White Dragon is only at Rayan's level right now. They had the White Dragon, but that White Dragon was only about as strong as Rayan. Will we be able to defeat the White Star and his subordinates? Of course, they could not tell without fighting. However, Iruhaben was certain about one thing. People will get hurt. Many of their group will get seriously hurt. Iruhaben's lifespan would also decrease again if he used a lot of power right now. That was the problem. It would be difficult to end everything in today's battle. They would need to finish all of their preparations and have a final battle against the White Star in the future. Iruhaben came to a conclusion that was best for this situation. Cal, he made eye contact with Cal. Let's run. Let's run away for now. They had found Rayan's roots, but making sure that Rayan and the others did not get hurt was more important. For now, however, he could not finish speaking. Haha, he heard someone laughing. Iruhaben turned his head. The quiet laughter slowly became louder. He looked behind him. He could see someone slowly coming out from the deepest room in the castle. Ha ha ha, it was the White Dragon. The White Dragon was laughing so loud that the area around them was rumbling. The White Dragon, who was laughing so hard that her shoulders were moving and was at the point of tears, looked toward Cal and asked a question. "So what you are saying right now?" Cal's eyes opened wide. "That dragon slayer bastard is coming here right now." Shara. A wind that was carrying the white pebbles was surrounding the White Dragon. Squeeze. Rayan clenched his paws around Cal's closed as his round eyes looked at the white wind. Swoosh. The large wind moved away from the White Dragon and shot up into the air. And once the wind disappeared, "Tell that bastard to hurry on over." A half-transparent woman covered in white mana was smiling brightly. The woman, who looked both beautiful and mischievous, had a large shield in her left hand. Her freckled face looked both innocent and mischievous. It was at that moment. Bang, 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 bang. All of the doors of the White Castle other than the large castle gate started to close. And finally, bang, the large shield in the woman's hand slammed down into the ground. Rayan could see the back of the woman standing in front of him, as well as the large shield. He heard the woman's voice. "Tell that bastard to hurry on over. My Lord Sherritt will take him on alone." The White Castle started to shake. Chapter 369. Night has arrived, too. Cal was also looking at the woman in front of him. Peek. The woman slightly turned her head and made eye contact with Cal. "This is my polymorphed form when I was an adult dragon." Her unique demeanor caught more attention than Iruhaben's beautiful appearance. "Dragon Lord." the one that is known as the strongest of the dragons. That was why it was easy to expect class and dignity from her. However, she seemed more mischievous than anything. She looked more like a villain. What is it? Do I not look very strong? Lord Sherritt laughed as she looked toward Rayan in Cal's arms. Rayan flinched, but still looked right back at her. Sherritt warmly looked at her weak child before starting to speak. That's right. I am weak. I'm a weak dragon. Rayan flinched, and his body started to shake after hearing her say that she was weak. However, Sherritt leisurely continued to speak. I always lost to other dragons whenever I sparred with them, only using our attributes and no magic. I've never won even once. Well, I lost pretty much every spar, even using magic when I was younger. Rayan looked confused. The strongest dragon became the Lord. The Lord needed enough strength and magic abilities for the other dragons to acknowledge them as Lord. But she was weak. She always lost when she sparred. Rayan was confused, but could only move his mouth around as he could not ask. It was at that moment, ooh-ooong, ooh-ooong, he could hear the ground shaking. Cal moved slightly to the side of the shield. He could see what was going on once again. Shoot! Mercenary King Bud Illies let out a gasp. The cats then started to speak. He must have been nearby. He's here faster than I expected. I know, right? Hurry over. There's a lot of fun things here. Ooh-ooong once the ground stopped shaking. Cal could see a bright light as the air fluctuated. Tap, tap, tap. There were people landing on the ground full of white pebbles. A person wearing a mage's robe was in the front with a group of people wearing arms battle uniforms behind them. One mage and more cats. Iruhaben started to frown. There were around 30 cats. Nuna. Cal lowered his head after hearing a voice under him. He could see Hung still shaking behind On. His ears and tails were all lowered, and his body was curled up. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. On was still growling. Chief. Cal's gaze moved at that moment. The 3 cats who were here were calling one of the new cats the chief. He could see someone with silver hair like On. The cat who called out to the chief approached him and started to speak. Chief, those mutants are here, those trash that ran away in the past. The man who seemed to be in his mid-30s looked toward Cal. No, toward On, who was growling with half of her body covered by the shield. On and Hung were said to be part of the chief's bloodline. Did that mean that this chief was related to On and Hung? As Cal's mind started to quickly move. I thought you were dead, but I guess you are still alive. He heard the chief's cold voice. The mage next to the chief started to speak as well. They are the last of that bloodline, so they must have been persistent. But I didn't know they were on Cal Henitus's side. Is that why we didn't find them? The chief took a dagger out of his robe as he continued to speak. That dirty blood needs to disappear from the world. On could see the cold eyes of the man as she looked out from behind the shield. On's front paws on the ground started to shake. However, On just tensed up even more. Nuna. It was because she heard her younger brother's voice. Hung was strong, but he was weak. It was at that moment. What crazy nonsense are they talking about? On felt someone pick her up at the same time. Hung felt someone lift him up as well. On turned her head. She could see Cal looking down at her with a stoic expression. She could also see Rayan, who was now hanging on Cal's back looking at her. On, she heard a stoic voice. Your family, On shouted before Cal could even finish. No, they are not my family. She sounded both shocked and angry. The chief responded as well. Correct. We can't call those impurities a part of our fog cat tribe. On started to frown. It was at that moment. Does that bastard think he can say whatever the duck he wants? On flinched. She turned her head back toward Cal. Cal was definitely the one who just said that, and his voice was extremely cold. However, his face was as stoic as usual. He didn't look like a person who had just said something like that. Hey, you. However, Cal was definitely the one who had just said that. The chief looked toward Cal with an odd smile on his face. He could clearly see Cal, who was standing half a step away from the shield. The chief looked around as well, as Cal started to frown after seeing the chief looking around. Ooh, the ground started to shake again. Pot pad. 2 or 3 cats appeared each time the ground shook. There were close to 50 cats here now. The chief heard the mage's voice in his mind as he stealthily motioned to the other cats with his eyes. Looks like that is all of the enemies. We will surround the castle walls. Sharara. A gust of wind blew by. The approximately 50 cats all dispersed at once. Tap, tap. They lightly kicked off the ground and moved to surround the castle walls. Shoot. Cal, it looks like we need to leave as well. Iruhaben urgently shouted after seeing the cats move, and Choi Han looked ready to run out at any moment. It was the same with the Marlin duo. Mercenary King Bud Illy started to frown as he shouted, "Crazy! Magic bombs!" The approximately 50 cats all had magic bombs in their hands. The one leading them was the mage who was with the cats. It was expected that everyone would look worried. 30 people at once. This mage had teleported that many people at once. He's human. Iruhaben scrunched his eyebrows after seeing this mage, who was a highest-grade mage. No, slightly stronger than a highest-grade mage. This is getting complicated. This mage was stronger than Rosalind, and probably would be as strong as Mary if he was a necromancer. Having such a mage as an enemy was a big headache. In addition, the White Star was not even here yet. The mage made eye contact with Iruhaben at that moment. The mage started to smile as he asked, "What is it? Are human mages not allowed to use magic at the level of dragons? You dragons really are arrogant." The smile quickly disappeared from the mage's face, and his mana started to gather. Ooh-wang, the bombs in the cat's hands, started to rumble as if they were responding to the mana. The chief started to speak at that moment. "Why do you keep looking at me like that?" He was still looking at Cal. The chief looked relaxed and indifferent. He continued to speak to Cal. "You called out to me, so say something." Cal quickly responded back. "You, yes. What is it you wish to say?" The chief motioned with his chin as if he was saying, "Hurry up and speak." He could hear Cal's voice. "Shut your dirty trap. You're too loud." Silence suddenly filled the area. Cal didn't care as he continued to lean on one foot and frown. "Trash, dirty. I may be trash, but even I don't say things like that to children. You're the real trash. Are you out of your mind?" On and Hung blankly looked up at Cal. "He's right. Our human is very right." They could also hear Rayan quietly mumbling. Lord Sherritt was looking at Cal with an odd expression. Cal was just annoyed while the others were moving to deal with the magic bombs. "Ha ha ha ha." Sherritt started to laugh. She could see the corners of her child's lips twitching as he looked at Cal. That made her think of an old memory. The chief nodded his head and responded back, "Sure, I understand." Cal looked at the chief, who was nodding his head as if he was an oddball. Is he a lunatic too? However, Cal could see why the chief said that. The reason Cal, Iruhaben, and the others could not relax started to appear again. Ooh-wong, the ground started to shake. It was much stronger than last time. Then a light started to appear. Ooh, the light started to get bigger. Cal could feel it as soon as he saw the light. "That bastard is here. It's the White Star." The ancient dragon said that as he started to float up. White gold mana started to surround him. Pat. Approximately 100 people appeared once the light flashed. The White Star. Choi Han clenched the handle of his sword. His shining black aura started to grow on his sword. Choi Han could see the White Star walking through the light. He seemed like the main character of this scene, with approximately 100 people behind him. Shoot! The mercenary king started to frown. He could see armed members behind the White Star. There were bears and lions as well. As expected, the White Star brought strong individuals with him and did not come alone. Is he trying to end everything today? The mercenary king realized that the White Star was not planning on making today's battle a small one. There are many familiar faces. The White Star had a fatigued expression as he confidently walked out of the light. Cal and the White Star made eye contact with each other. They quietly observed each other. However, the silence was quickly broken. "Throw them." The ground started to shake once the White Star gave the short order. A large wave surrounded the White Castle. It was blue. The blue mana belonging to the mage, standing by the cats, came toward the White Castle like a wave. The approximately 50 cats shot up into the air. The chief started to shout, "Move as close to the castle wall as possible." Loud shouts shook the ground that was covered in white pebbles as well. "Roo-woo-war. Get revenge for our tribe. Roo-woo-woo-war." The approximately 20 bears turned berserk. The mane-like hair of the lions fluttered in the wind as they kicked off the ground behind them. They were all charging toward the castle walls without fear. "Step back." Iruhaben shouted toward the group on the ground. They know. They know that these castle walls will not break from getting hit by magic bombs. That was why the enemy was coordinating their attack for after the magic bombs explode. Iruhaben got goosebumps on his back at that moment. Rumble, rumble, he heard an ominous sound. He heard what sounded like thunder coming from the sky that was covered in white fog so that they could not see the sun or the moon. Iruhaben's frown became even worse. He shouted someone's name. White Star. The thunderbolts that had struck down on the Empire's capital. It was a portion of the White Star's sky power. Iruhaben was not confident in overcoming this power. No, even if he managed to block them with Rayan and Sheret's help, they would be too tired afterward to be able to fend off the enemies. Magic bombs, the White Star's thunderbolts, then the attack by the bears, lions, cats, the mage, and the other armed members. The White Star was also still alive. Iruhaben wanted to laugh in disbelief the more he thought about it. It could not be helped. The White Star seemed to have been waiting for this moment in order to wipe them out at once. There was someone who was having the same thoughts as Iruhaben at that moment. Cal turned away from the magic bombs in the cat's hands and looked toward the White Star. Were you waiting for this? The White Star started to smile. Isn't it obvious? He pointed to Cal. I noticed something when I fought against you last time. The Margoru Empire. The White Star realized something while fighting against Cal at the Alchemist's Bell Tower. The crown in your possession. Did you think that I didn't know that you had it? You know I am its owner, right? The White Star started to smile brightly. That is why I knew you would come here at some point. The crown would guide you. His gaze went toward Rayan and the mercenary king before looking back at Cal. Of course, I didn't expect you to bring two wonderful gifts for me. His gaze then stopped at Sheret, who was holding the large shield. I also didn't expect to see that illusion, that fake. The White Star raised his hand. No more going easy. This is the end. Snap. He snapped his fingers. That was the signal to start. Go, the mage shouted, and the cats threw the approximately 50 magic bombs into the air. All of them were highest-grade magic bombs. Ooh, they got caught in the mage's wave-like blue mana and slowly headed toward the castle wall. Cal's group did not need to question why they were delivering the bombs slowly. The White Star's subordinates quickly started to move. The close to 150 enemies got into formation before the bombs could explode. The cats started to take daggers out of their chest pockets. The chief quietly gave the order, spread the fog. Shara fog started to spread throughout the area. They then slowly started to disappear into the fog. Choi Han faced forward. A thick fog surrounded the outside of the castle walls as the bombs flew toward the castle. The fog started to hide the lions, bears, and the rest of Arm along with the cats. They would all soon disappear into the fog. However, Choi Han could not charge toward them. He didn't know when the bombs would go off and the White Star's thunderbolts would strike. He couldn't easily move because he needed to protect everyone here. Choi Han heard Ran speaking with urgency for the first time. The weak, we must protect the weak. The cats kill the weak first. That is their strategy. The cat tribe was known for its supreme stealth techniques. They would try to kill the weakest members, or those who make any mistakes, while Cal's group fights against the lions, bears, the mage, and the rest of the White Star's strong subordinates. That frustrated Choi Han, who wanted to protect everyone. He couldn't even imagine how burdensome this battle would be, but surviving inside the castle. How long can we last in there? Should we run away? Then, what about Rayan's mom? Choi Han's mind was turning into a complicated mess. It was at that moment. He heard a relaxed voice. Choi Han turned his head. He could see the Dragon Lord looking at Cal. Sheret was the one who spoke. She calmly asked, even though the bombs would soon hit the castle. You have a shield power, right? Cal flinched and nodded his head. He flinched because he had just made up his mind to use the indestructible shield. However, he didn't have a chance to do it. Take a look. The shield in the ground was lifted by the Lord. Dragons are the most selfish, independent, and violent living creatures. However, I am a mutant. I am different from them. Cal and Sheret made eye contact. Why? She started to laugh as she added on. My attribute is protection. Protection. An attribute that protects something. That is not an attribute that someone who only thinks about themselves can have. Sheret's gaze headed past Cal's shoulder. My child. Rayan looked into Sheret's eyes. Rayan Muro. Sheret called out the child's name. Take a look, Sheret. She knew that she was just an illusion. Her task was to make sure the child was not lonely and to help the child's growth. She was planning on teaching a young child one thing today. I only have the strength of a dragon who has gone through their first growth phase, and I am much weaker than that dragon slayer bastard known as the White Star. There was a simple reason that she was able to become the Dragon Lord. but I will show you how I became the strongest being. She always lost against others. I am terribly weak when I am alone, probably too weak to even be called a dragon. However, there were times when she became strong. Protection. When she needed to protect someone. However, I become strong when there is someone to protect. Rayan could see Sherrit smiling at him. I want you to remember that there are these kinds of powers as well. The moment she finished saying that, the mage shouted out, "Explode!" Cal twisted his body at the same time. Ooh, the ground continued to shake. The air was rumbling as well. He lifted his head up. A shield. He could see a large white shield surrounding the white castle. That shield even surrounded Eruhaben, who was floating in the air. A large shield covered up the whole white castle. Someone was shooting from up above that shield. Lord Sherrit. She could not leave past the castle walls, however. The ground and even the sky within the castle walls were all parts of her territory. Her white hair fluttered with the wind. The shield in her hands slowly started to get bigger. Then, the moment she made eye contact with the white star, the white star's eyes opened wide. The shield that Sherrit threw was heading toward him. She could not leave the castle, but her power could leave the castle. The large shield flew forward, aiming for the white star's neck. The white star made eye contact with Sherrit at that moment. She smiled as she started to speak. The best way to protect your allies is to kill anyone who might become an enemy. The shield almost instantly reached the white star's neck. Bararararararang. Bararararararang. The magic bombs thrown toward the white castle exploded. The shield flying toward the white star's neck exploded. The two explosions shook the white ground. Chapter 370. Night has arrived. 3. The half-transparent shield surrounding the white castle. The numerous magic bombs aiming for the shield. Cal saw the large shield about to hit the white star before the bombs detonated. Ha! The white star scoffed, and a water wall appeared around him. Cal could not see anything after that. Boom! A large sandstorm appeared because of the large explosion. However, Cal still got goosebumps on his arms. There were no changes at all. He could hear explosions, feel the ground shaking, and see the giant sandstorm, however. In this area, surrounded by the half-transparent white shield, nothing outside impacted the white castle at all. Complete protection. Cal could hear Rayan mumbling to himself, protection. He slightly turned his head to see Rayan looking past the white shield with a shocked expression. Rayan continued to mumble in shock. It didn't look like he even knew he was talking. This is Mom's power. Cal and Rayan made eye contact. Rayan's eyes focused again before he quickly closed his mouth in shock. He then hid his face on Cal's shoulder. Cal started to speak. "What are you doing?" she said to Watch. "Take a look." Rayan recalled what the white dragon Sherrit had said. The small dragon's head slowly looked up. Shar, a gust of wind took the debris of the explosion with it. Then the results of the explosions appeared. Ha, 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 the white star started to laugh. How entertaining. He brushed his hand off. It was his left hand that had created the water wall. There were no injuries nor any blood visible on it. However, he repeated closed and opened his fist. His hand was shaking. There had been a strong explosion when the large shield crashed into the water wall. The aftershock of that explosion was making his hand shake a bit. The White Star's entire left arm was shaking from the strength of that first attack. Really? Of the 5 main ancient power attributes, the White Star did not have an Earth attribute power. That was why his body was never in balance. This led to many situations where his insides would twist and make it difficult for him while he was fighting. Yes, there have been many times that happened. However, he had never expected his arm to be numb like this from a single shield explosion. Really, it's been a while since I've experienced something like this. The first attack from ancient dragon Eruhaben had not even strained the White Star. In fact, it had never been like this for the past few hundred years. I guess even as an illusion you are still the Lord. He continued to laugh. This much strength. How entertaining. He was still looking at his shaking hand in amusement. There was someone else who was shocked by this situation. Cal looked toward Rayan, Lord Sherrit. She had said that this illusion grew at Rayan's pace and only had Rayan's level of strength. That statement and the current situation created a question in Cal's mind. Does that mean that Rayan is strong enough to cause this kind of damage to the White Star in a single attack as well? Cal could see Lord Sherrit slowly descending to the ground. She looked fine without any damage. In fact, the smile on her face made her look vicious. Cal could see Rayan looking down at his own paws with a confused expression as well. Is Rayan's hidden potential that high? It was at that moment. Cal, he heard Iruhaben's voice. Don't look toward me. He quickly told Cal not to look toward him. Why? He soon got the answer. Lord Sherritt is putting everything on the line right now. Cal flinched. I'm certain that she must have anticipated that we were not strong enough to win against the White Star's forces without getting seriously injured. Iruhaben had found that to be weird from the beginning. He had confirmed that Lord Sherritt's strength was similar to Rayan. He found it weird that she still chose to fight alone. It was weird because she was a dragon who was once the Lord. The Dragon Lord was someone who was calm and calculated situations more rationally than anyone else. She should have noticed the difference in strength just now. The Lord stepped up even though she knew we would lose or be severely injured. Iruhaben realized what was going on after thinking about it. Lord Sherritt is putting everything on the line right now. The half-transparent woman seemed fine on the outside. I think Rayan probably could injure the White Star like this if he put his life on the line, if he really put his life on the line to fight. There was a difference between saying someone would fight with their life on the line and actually having someone fighting with their life on the line. Iruhaben had no choice but to figure out Sherritt's intentions. He had also planned on preparing with his remaining lifespan to fight with his life on the line against the White Star as well. That was what he planned on using most of this next year doing. She is doing this knowing her existence might disappear as a result. She's fighting with no regard for herself. Sherritt had waited almost 10 years to meet Rayan. How would someone like that act? The reason she is doing this is probably to protect us, to keep us safe and alive. Cal could see Sherritt remove the half-transparent white shield and stand at the boundary of the open castle gate. That was as far as she could go. Cal heard a sound he didn't like as well. Rumble, rumble, it was the sound of thunder. The same thunderbolts that had almost made the Empire's capital disappear. It took Cal's shield, as well as Rayan and everyone else working together in order to barely block it. The thunderbolts could strike down at this white castle at any moment. It would happen whenever the White Star wanted it to happen. Of course, the White Star's body would be in pain afterward like last time. His body was not in balance without the Earth attribute ancient power. However, the White Star currently had over 100 allies. The White Star had something to lean on this time as well. Roo-wumble, the thunder continued to roar. Cal, let's follow the Lord's will for now. Cal could hear Iruhaben trying to be as rational as possible. Iruhaben was saying that they should follow the Lord's will even though he knew that she was fighting with her existence on the line. It was because he cherished these children as much as the Lord did. Iruhaben was thinking that he was next after the Lord. The mana around him was quietly starting to gather together. It was at that moment. I didn't expect to see my benefactor's face. He could hear the White Star's voice. The White Star opened his arms toward Lord Sherritt. I was able to obtain eternal life thanks to you. Should I speak respectfully to you because I respect you? Squeeze. Cal could feel Rayan's paws squeezing his clothes. He could also feel the White Star looking toward them. However, the bright brown eyes visible through the half-mask were not looking at Cal, but at someone else. I never imagined that dragon to be that black egg. He was looking at Rayan. He recalled the black egg he believed to have been broken a long time ago. Did that chimera go against my order? He thought about the child he tried to turn into a dragon. He just ended up a useless dragon half-blood. The White Star found this current situation to be quite entertaining. There had never been so many things outside his expectations like this in close to 10 years. He gently started to speak to Sherritt as if he was very amused. Lord, how does it feel to meet your child after close to 10 years? I'm sure you're relieved. You'll get to die with your child. Clang. Cal could see Beacrox take his greatsword out and glare at the White Star. Everybody else looked ready to strike at any moment as well. However, nobody could move. Ha 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 ha. Laughter filled the area. Sherritt was the one who was laughing. She smiled toward the White Star as she started to speak. She pointed toward the White Star. You can never sleep. You'll feel pain as if your heart is ripping into pieces every day, but you'll never be able to rest. Once you rest, death will visit you once again. The smile on the White Star's face disappeared. What is it? Why aren't you smiling? Lord Sherritt continued to speak to the White Star, who was no longer smiling. Hey, bastard, smile. On the other hand, Sherritt's smile became even bigger. You can't even taste anything when you eat food, right? Cal could slowly understand what the curse from the oath of death entailed. A life where he could not cherish anything. That was not a simple curse. It was not a life that one would say was a bit tiring. You can't feel the change of the seasons, right? You don't even know what is cold and what is hot anymore, right? You don't even remember what temperature is, do you? Sherritt was the only one speaking. She calmly continued to speak. I'm sure you had family members with each reincarnation. However, I'm sure that they all died once you had any sort of positive emotion toward them. Sherritt's dark blue eyes observed the white star's eyes. No matter what it is, as long as it is alive, anything you became attached to would have all died. The dragon who had lost her children, her everything, smiled and asked the man who took it all from her, "Is it bearable?" The white star's gaze slowly lowered. Sherritt laughed even more as if she was enjoying it. "What is it? You chose to have the curse while knowing about all of it." Lord Sherritt had made a deal with the guard of death to make that oath of death happen, giving the dragon slayer and his village something in return. That could be called Sherritt's sacrifice. She asked the human who chose the curse, even after knowing about all of this. It was something she had wanted to ask this human who knew as much about this curse as she did for 10 years. Is it fun? I'm sure your life is very fun. Right. Rumble. Rumble. Cal looked toward the white star after hearing the rumbling grow louder. The smile had disappeared from the white star's face, and an even more tired expression was visible. The emotionless white star started to speak. It's fun. It was the life that the white star had chosen for himself. He confidently started to speak to the existence that was laughing at him. You're just an illusion. Sherritt laughed out loud once more. My illusion life seems more real than your life that is nothing. The white star started to frown. Tusk. He clicked his tongue and then raised his hand. The tens of people in the fog around the castle walls shot up into the air. How impudent. Sherritt raised both of her hands as well. Barang, barang, bang, bang, bang. Loud bangs could be heard around the castle. Ah, gia-ra-ra-ra-ra, this stupid shield. Ah, my arm. Groans were coming out of the mouths of the bears, cats, and arm members around the castle wall. In front of each of them was a shield. The white star quietly observed before starting to speak. Looks like I need to get rid of the castle itself. Rumble, rumble, the sounds coming from the sky became even louder. Cal lifted his head. The sky instantly became dyed black. Will Sherritt be able to block this on her own, if she puts her life on the line? He recalled the ancient dragon's words. Human. Cal could hear Rayan calling him, however he could not respond. He could only see Sherritt, who was still talking to the white star. I'll just need to get rid of you before that. She had a large shield in each hand and aimed them toward the white star. Cal heard a voice in his mind at that moment. I'm sure you're looking for the white star's weakness. Sherritt was speaking into Cal's mind. Cal could not respond and only looked at her back. There is a secret that Bastard does not know, a secret that the white star did not know. This gate is not the only way into the castle. There's another door into this castle. She threw her shields as Cal's pupils started to shake. However, Cal could still hear her voice in his mind. There is a secret passage that will take you to the Dragon Slayer village. It is a path that only the first Dragon Slayer and I know about. Barang, barang. The two shields that flew toward the white star crashed into him. The white star started to smirk. Dot, 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 it's weaker than last time. He blocked the shields with his right arm before looking toward Sherritt. Bang, bang, bang. The cats, bears, and arm members were still fighting against the large number of shields. The white star licked his lips as if he had found a prey before almost whispering to Sherritt. You're not that strong. Sherritt smiled even after hearing that. She then continued to speak to Cal. Go to the secret passage I told you about. Use that to go to the Dragon Slayer village. However, Cal could not see the smile on Sherritt's face. All he could see was her back as she created shield after shield to throw toward the enemies. She could only attack at the edge of the gate as she could not leave the castle. Rumble, rumble, Cal could hear Sherritt's voice louder than the rumbling in the sky now. I'm certain you'll be able to find that bastard's weakness in that village. That bastard can't return to his hometown. That is why that is the safest place for all of you. Step, step. Cal started to move one step at a time. His hometown is somewhere precious to him. That is why someone who cannot have anything precious cannot go there. I am certain about that. He continued to hear Sherritt's voice. Human, he could hear Rayan calling him once again. Hurry up and go. I can defend them here. Hurrah. Cal let out a sigh after hearing Sherritt's statement. However, his steps started to get faster, but he suddenly stopped. I'm sure you were the one who gave a name to my child. Rumble, rumble, white lights started to flash between the dark clouds. The thunderbolts would strike down soon. A gentle yet cautious voice continued in his mind. Thank you very much. Cal started to walk again. Hurry up and go. I will protect this place until you return. What a lie. She's trying to sacrifice herself. Cal reached his hand out. Tap. His hand was placed on the shield in Sherritt's hand. He could see the Lord looking at him. The half-transparent dark blue eyes were staring at him. Cal continued to speak with a frown on his face. But I don't want to. What? Lord Sherritt looked toward Cal with shock. She did not know Cal very well. Cal didn't know the Lord very well either, however. He knew Rayan very well. Rayan. Rayan finally left Cal's back with a bright smile on his face. Uwung Black Mana started to quickly gather around Rayan. His small front paw pointed toward the white star. Once Rayan was ready to battle, On stepped back with Hung. On and Hung left Cal's arms. On moved Hung behind her. But I don't want to. She then started to create a fog. The fog quickly turned red. It was Hung's poison. I don't want to either. Lord Sherritt watched all this with shock. She could see Cal's scowling gaze at that moment. He opened his mouth to speak. Maybe it is because I am famous for being a trash and having a terrible personality, but this was Rayan's hometown, his roots. This was his home. He reached out his hand. I can't sit back and watch someone destroy my house. Even a trash like him did not destroy someone else's house. He did break the human traffickers' homes. However, Cal just feigned ignorance and moved on. It didn't matter because he was trash. Cal then turned toward the front. How could he watch this place and Sherritt get destroyed? He couldn't let that happen. Cal started to smile. Attack. Choi Han, Ran, and Beecrox started to run forward as if they had been waiting for this command. They rushed out past the half-transparent white shield protecting them. The white star could see Cal. Cal looked back at him and started to speak. Burn. Rumble, rumble the sky that had been rumbling endlessly. Bang, bang. The white star raised his head. The black clouds. A rose gold thunderbolt started to roam around the cloud with the white thunderbolts. Chapter 371. Night has arrived. 4. Bang, bang. The white thunderbolts that looked ready to strike down at any moment, and the rose gold thunderbolt right underneath it were causing sparks, as if they were trying to gobble each other up. Crackle, crackle. The two sides continued their attacks as if they wanted to kill each other. Choi Han's shining black aura shot out from his sword down on the ground. Choi Han. Choi Han did not turn his head even after Ran called him. He just pointed his sword toward the sky. Ran continued to speak to him. I will handle the cat tribe. Ran instantly disappeared into the shadow of the castle wall. He looked as if he had completely disappeared. Choi Han did not say anything. He just looked at the white star in front of him and started to run forward. However, the white star was not even looking at Choi Han. But Choi Han did not care. Attack. That command was enough. Shhhhhhhhhhh. A grey fog started to surround him. It must be the cat's fog. His sword shined from within the fog. Choi Han started to smile once his body was completely covered in the fog. This is nice. One of his hands moved away from his sword. Choi Han's hand grabbed the neck of one of the cats. The shining black aura shot out from Choi Han's hand and started to choke the cat. Choi Han saw the cat's eyes roll over and continued to speak. I don't need to show the children this terrible sight. That was why he liked that he was covered by the fog. Ra. Rah. He could hear the sound of the bears going berserk, even though he could not see them because of the fog. Those sounds were slowly getting closer. However, the approaching enemies were not Choi Han's prey. I will take care of them. It was Beecrox. Beecrox ran past Choi Han before his large greatsword swung toward one of the directions of the sounds without any hesitation. Screech. The large greatsword screeched against a bear's sharp claws. Beecrox swung his greatsword again. He could then feel Choi Han moving past him. Choi Han lightly swung his sword. The sword slowly created a horizontal line. How is this possible? One of the cats shouted in shock. The shining black aura cut through the fog. He did not hear anybody scream. It was just the fog that was cut. The fog that was hiding the cats and the others was cut apart and disappeared as if it was made of paper. It was only for a short duration. The fog had only been cut for less than 10 seconds. However, the enemies saw something in that short instant. They saw the cold gaze of the Black Sword Master, who was figuring out their locations through the gap in the fog. Once the fog repaired itself, they could hear Choi Han's calm voice. "You can run, or you can just wait for me." The cat flinched and started to move. He was certain that he made eye contact with Choi Han in that short duration of time. The fear of being killed by that black mana overwhelmed him. Sword masters were strong individuals. However, for this cat who had seen extremely strong individuals such as the White Star and the chiefs of the Cat tribe, Bear tribe, and the Lion tribe, a sword master was just a sword master. However, he still felt fear after looking into the eyes of a human who was only a sword master. It can't continue like this. He retreated backward. The cat's style was to hide and stealthily attack the weakest enemies first. Those trash. The offspring of that loser. He needed to aim for them, especially the younger one that was the weakest. The cat started to move without making any noises. Shhhhhh. He took a step. It was at that moment. Someone covered his mouth. A sharp dagger also pierced through from the back of his neck. The cat moved his eyes. He could see a white-haired man smiling at him. Ran put some strength into the hand that was covering the cat's mouth. Crack. The cat's head turned in an odd direction. The cat's eyes were full of chaos as he died without being able to make a sound. He heard Ran's voice by his ear. The old man whispered to him in a quiet voice. It's the cat tribe's method. The cat could see the cold gaze of the assassin right before he died. You were the weakest one. Ran then disappeared into the fog once again. Although there were only 3 of them, this fog was a good hiding spot for them as well, especially for Ran. Furthermore, they were free. It was because they didn't have to worry about the White Star's attacks. He looked toward the rose-gold thunderbolt that was aiming for the white thunderbolts. At the same time, they looked at Aruhaben, who had been running toward Cal, the mercenary king, as well as the children, and then finally, the Lord. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr clenched their swords and charged forward. There were also people urgently running somewhere. Cal. Iruhaben urgently ran toward Cal and called out his name before closing his mouth. It was because he saw Rayan. He looked at the children before starting to use his magic. Cal could hear the urgency in the voice in his mind. What are you trying to do? Cal pretended not to hear. Defending is one thing, but attacking, we should be running away right now. He could hear the frustration in Iruhaben's voice. At the same time, he heard someone else's shocked and frustrated voice as well. Hey, you're going to fight. It was mercenary King Budiles. He already had his sword out, but had not activated his aura yet. He grabbed Cal's shoulder. He had once planned on fighting against the White Star with or without Cal. However, Bud had heard about the fight against the White Star in the Empire's capital. They were strong enough to defeat the Tower Master of the Alchemist's Bell Tower. However, they needed a stronger force to handle the White Star, who was alone. But he wants to fight when our side is weaker than that battle, while the White Star has reinforcements. Cal Henitus made such a decision. Bud's confused and concerned gaze was looking at Cal. Cal just peeked at Bud before starting to speak. We need to smack that crazy bastard's head at least once before we run, right? Huh? Didn't you hear what that bastard did and what those cat bastards said? That why, yes I did. But you're still going to not do anything. Cal's extremely calm demeanor made Bud just respond with whatever came to his mind. Of course not. Yes, exactly. We can't just sit back and do nothing. Cal needed to do something. Otherwise, he felt as if he would get sick from anger. He could not understand the White Star at all. Honestly speaking, Cal didn't care if someone chose to curse themselves. That is the person's choice with their own life. However, they should not cause harm to innocent people. The White Star's family and relatives, Lord Sherritt's sacrifice, Rayan and his sibling, what did they do to deserve all this? Damn bastard that deserves to be beaten to death. Bud flinched after hearing Cal's voice. He could see the vicious gaze in Cal's eyes. He had never seen this gaze before. Cal then continued to speak. Bastard that is worse than trash. Bang, bang, bang. The white thunderbolts and the rose gold thunderbolt were still battling it out in the black sky. Of course, the white thunderbolts were stronger. However, Cal's rose gold thunderbolt continued to aim toward them. Was it to fight against them? Why would I? Cal. Huh, Cal, did you say something? Iruhaben and the mercenary king looked toward him in confusion, but Cal was looking elsewhere. He let go of Sheret's shield that he was holding. Let's pick the route where we all get to live. Iruhaben's eyes clouded over. Cal continued to speak. Rayan's mother him. Everybody around them flinched. None of them could hide their shock, even in this urgent situation. Me. Lord Sheret was the most shocked. The black mana around Rayan fluctuated vigorously in shock as well. Cal didn't care as he continued to say whatever he wanted to say. Yes, Rayan's mother him. Me. Yes, I am. Sheret nodded her head over and over with a blank expression on her face. It was at that moment. Please open up a path. The look in her eyes changed. A path? Iruhaben asked Cal a question while Bud looked confused. Is there a path? Cal nodded his head and looked toward Lord Sheret as he continued to speak. Rayan. Sheret could see two black shields shoot forward past her. Although the color was different, the shields looked exactly like her own. Bearing. Oh my. The white star blocked the black shield with the water wall before letting out a sigh. Is it the child's turn this time? He pointed to the sky. That fiery thunderbolt can't stop me at all. Ah. The sounds of bears and cats dying could be heard within the fog. However, the white star didn't care about the fog at all. He didn't even care about his subordinates' deaths as he looked toward Rayan. Ooh-wang, Rayan created another shield and sent it flying. Slash! Bang! That shield crashed into the water wall and disappeared. The white star sighed as he continued to speak. You throw an imitation made of magic that isn't even a dragon's attribute at me. You are still so young. Since Rayan didn't have the protection attribute, his shields were just imitations made from magic. Ooh, however, numerous black shields started to appear around Rayan. Sharara. Then those shields started to be surrounded by red fog. It was on, and Hung's fog and poison. Lord Sheret could see the black shields that resembled her own. She slowly turned her head and looked at Cal's eyes. Cal started to smile. He's a bit smart. Rayan quickly chimed in at that moment. No, I am not just a bit smart. I am great and mighty. I can do anything as long as I learn it. Rayan glared at the white star through the gaps between his black shields. It was odd, but Rayan could not use his own attribute, the present. He wanted to use that attribute, but he did not know how to use it. However, it did not matter. He was great and mighty and could do anything he learned. Rayan felt Cal's hand on his back at that moment. Cal's finger started to draw something on Rayan's back. Rayan's eyes clouded over. Cal started to speak to the Lord at the same time. We can't let our house be destroyed. Sheret's shoulders twitched a bit. It is nice to have many houses. It was best to have as many houses as possible. That's right. Human, you're right. Having many houses is best. Rayan suddenly stopped after that. He then glared at the white star before continuing to shout. Our house cannot be destroyed. Sheret couldn't help but let go of the hand that was holding onto the shield. White mana started to surround her as she did that. Ruyumble, Cal raised his head. The rumbling in the sky had reached its peak. Shouldn't we end this now? He could hear the white star's voice. Cal nodded his head as if he agreed. Yes, we need to end it. The white star looked at Cal as if Cal was odd. It's really odd. He could not understand Cal at all. You just need to leave this castle and that illusion behind and teleport away. Why are you trying to protect something that you don't need as well as someone who doesn't exist? The Dragon Lord. This half-transparent being was just an illusion left behind by the Dragon Lord. It was something that could never be real. Weren't the living more important than hanging on to an illusion? Yet Cal was choosing the path where he could get hurt. Wasn't he supposed to be someone who cherished his people above all else? Cal happily answered the White Star's question. This is the path to living a peaceful life as a slacker. You needed to live properly to stay alive like a decent human being. It was the only way to be at peace. You needed to live in a way where you could feel joy when you play and taste the flavor of delicious food. Cal both hated his memories and cherished them the most. The numerous records inside his mind. The majority of them were useless for making money. Just like Lord Sheret's illusion, they were only things that existed in Cal's mind. However, even if they weren't needed to make money, they were needed to live. What? To become a slacker? What kind of response is that? Cal raised his voice after seeing the white star become flustered at his response. Rayan, Iruhaben Nim. All right, Uwang. White gold mana turned into a large arrow and shot toward the white star. The numerous black shields covered in the fog created by Rayan on, and hung shot toward the white star at the same time. Ooh, ooh, Cal stretched his arms out as well. His red hair and clothes started to flutter. The white star could feel the power of nature surrounding Cal. Fire, water, wind, earth, wood. All of those powers seemed to be roaring from Cal. There were also Cal's eyes that were glaring at the white star as if to eat him up. The white star started to laugh. Iruhaben's large white gold arrow and numerous black shields charged toward him. Chhhhhhhh, multiple layers of water walls appeared to block against the dragon's attacks. It was enough to defend against these attacks. He reached his hand toward the sky at the same time. He could see three people quickly retreating at that moment. Choi Han, Gramps, Beacrox. Rayan had called them back as Iruhaben launched his arrow. The human says to come back. They immediately started to run back toward the White Castle as soon as the two dragons started their attacks. The White Star let out a sigh. He had not been interested in these fools anyway. He looked toward Cal past the two dragons' attacks. He was more interested in Cal than the two dragons' attacks. The White Star's eyes started to light up. The moment that the large amount of natural power started to flow out of Cal's body, the White Star's hand moved down. Strike! The White Star started to speak. Cal also started to speak. As all three dragons looked at Cal after feeling the immense natural power coming out of Cal, Cal had said the following: "Help me." The wind elementals responded back. "Sure, of course, just trust us." The golden top's whip was in Cal's left hand. Cal did not stop talking. "Grow." "Got it." The white tree's branches and roots started to grow as soon as the glutton priestess responded. They then quickly headed toward the White Castle. Ran, Choi Han, and Beacrox entered the castle at that moment. "Are you not overdoing it?" The super rock chimed in at that moment. However, Cal just scoffed. "Am I overdoing it? Of course I am overdoing it. But I do not plan on dying. He was different than Lord Sherrit or Iruhaben. I'm going to live. We're going to live no matter what, all of us." Cal continued to speak without stopping. "Shoot it. Break it. All right, sure." The fiery thunderbolt cheapskate and the sky-eating water responded one after the other. And finally, block it. "All right." The super rock responded. The ground started to shake. Boo-woom. The ground split open and large boulders shot up from underground. Boom. Boom. The large boulders started to surround the White Castle and quickly turned into a large dome. The large white tree branches and roots climbed on top of the dome to create another layer of shield. The wind gathered around it as well. They were creating violent whirlwinds similar to the whirlwinds that used to be on Wind Island. Earth, wood. Then a large water wall shot out as well. It followed the boulders that were creating the dome, then the wind protected the water. The rose gold thunderbolt had disappeared. Instead, a pillar of fire appeared outside the whirlwinds. Boom, boom, boom. Cal's heart was going wild. He had never used all 5 attributes at once like this before. He could feel his vitality of the heart working without stopping. However, Cal was smiling, duck fighting, the 5 attributes. All 5 powers followed Cal's will to create a large dome barrier. "We will protect you." As the super rock answered back for all of the ancient powers. Bang! The final boulder was placed on top to finish the large dome. That dome only covered the White Castle. Rayan and Iruhaben changed their spells at that time as well. "Shield, shield," Sherrit shouted as well. "Protect it." Black mana, white gold mana, and white mana shot out from the 3 dragons. Cal started to smile. Although they may lack fighting strength compared to last time, their protecting strength was stronger than ever before. Chapter 372. Night has arrived. 5. It was dark. Everything was black by the White Castle that was covered by the large boulder dome. It was as if night had arrived. "Will it be okay, even though we can't see anything?" The mercenary king had a concerned expression on his face as he asked Cal. Bud was relieved at first as he saw the large dome being created. He became even more relieved after seeing the large tree roots, water, whirlwinds, and wall of fire as well. However, he realized that they could not see anything outside the dome once the dome was completed. "We have no idea what the White Star and the enemies are going to do. Will it be okay?" Bud could see Cal nodding his head. "Yes. We don't need to see to know." It was loud for Cal right now. "The thunderbolt is about to strike." "Ah, so scary. The masked man is looking at our barrier in disbelief." The wind elementals were constantly talking to Cal through the top's whip in his hand. They were explaining the situation outside so that Cal did not need to see anything. Cal. Iruhaben walked up next to him. I will handle the outermost layer. Cal heard a wind elemental's voice at the same time. A white gold shield was created outside the wall of fire. He could hear Rayan's voice as well. I'll do it too. The elementals shared the new development as well. There's a black shield inside the white gold shield as well. From the inside, there's the wall of fire, then the black shield. Beyond that is the white gold shield. I've never seen such a strong barrier in my life. Wow, two dragon nymphs putting up shields. Cal turned his head. The outermost layer is mine. Wow, a white shield was created toward the sky. He could hear Sherrit and the elementals' voices. Cal could see that Lord Sherrit had a complicated expression on her face. Her lips were moving, as if she had more to say to Cal, however. He did not give her the opportunity to say anything. The thunderbolts will soon fall. He opened his mouth to speak as soon as he heard the elementals make that comment. The thunderbolts will fall soon. Everybody looked at him after he said that. We will persist. We will persist as long as possible. He could hear the scared voice of one of the elementals. Sob, sob, thunderbolts are so scary. Scary. Are you an idiot? Are you just going to get hit by it like an idiot and die? Either way, that thing can't get rid of us. It probably could hurt us, though. Cal started to smile. But I can't faint or cough up blood, so we will retreat at the right time as the barrier breaks down. Does that sound good? The three dragons looked toward Cal with expressions that seemed to be saying that they had a lot to say. This was especially true for Aruhaben, who felt as if his insides were twisting as he watched Cal smile. This unlucky bastard. He couldn't help but feel so bitter that the punk who was using 5 ancient powers at once was worrying about others. You. However, he could not speak properly. The white star moved the thunderbolts. It was because Cal urgently shouted after hearing the elemental's comment. It's coming. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, and Cal could feel the large dome starting to rumble. Cal and the three dragons. The others surrounded the 4 of them. It all happened in just a few seconds. Many thoughts passed by the group members' minds during those few seconds. However, none of them curled up in fear. Flap, flap. It was because they could hear Cal's shirt fluttering in the wind. This dark area. In this area that did not seem like the real world, where only the lights from the 3 dragons' manas could be seen. It's coming. The silence ended with that statement. Barang, barang, barang. Loud explosions shook the dome. Ah, Beakrux lost his balance. The ground was shaking. He could feel the strength of the numerous thunderbolts striking down to the ground. He turned his head. His father Ran was holding on and hung in his arms. Bud was looking at the top of the dome that was shaking as much as his pupils. Barang, barang. He could also see Choi Han. Choi Han was only looking at Cal and the 3 dragons. He could also see Rayan, Iruhaben, and Cal. They were only looking at the top of the dome. The white star's white thunderbolts were striking down from the sky in order to destroy them. They experienced this before. Beakrux had only seen the footage of the battle against the White Star because he had been in the eastern continent. It was also the first time Ran, On, and Hung experienced the White Star's attack. Beakrux put some strength into his feet. Stab. His greatsword stabbed into the ground that was covered in white pebbles. He grabbed onto the handle of the greatsword and stood up straight. Barang, barang. He too now only looked at the others as Choi Han was doing. He heard Cal's voice at that moment. Barang, 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 barang. Cal was shouting as loudly as possible through the loud explosions. Sheritnim. At the same time, he heard a quiet groan that he would have missed if he was not focused. Ah! Sherit was the one who groaned. Beakrux could see the half-transparent woman's body start to shake. The illusion that was supposedly made with magic split into 2 for a moment before coming back together as one. The shield is about to break. It'll break soon. But she keeps putting the shield back together. Cal could hear the elementals explain the situation outside. Sherit was constantly putting more power into the breaking shield to handle the white thunderbolts. Cal started to speak again because of the individual who was ready to put her life on the line, continued to put more power into the shield, even as he called out to her. Rayan, stop your mom. It was at that moment. Sherit's half-transparent body that was shaking suddenly flinched. There was a hand that grabbed her shoulder at the same time. Sherit Nim. It was Choi Han. Sherit could see the eyes of the black-haired man, who was neither old nor young. Cal Nim's judgment is correct. She could see Choi Han peeking toward Rayan after saying that. She did not dare to turn her head toward Rayan as well, but she could feel that her child was looking at her. The power gathered in her hands disappeared. Her shaking body returned to normal. Barang, barang. They heard a loud explosion as soon as she did that. The first layer has been breached. The shield is broken. The thunderbolts are still coming. Cal heard the elementals' voices as he looked elsewhere. He could see Iruhaben smiling. Cal started to smile as well. Barang, barang. The white thunderbolts crashed into the white gold shield next. The thunderbolts were slamming onto the white gold shield as if they wanted to turn it into dust. Barang, barang. And then, crack, the white gold shield started to crack as well. The area around the Castle of Light is going to be burned to the ground. Everything else is turning into a mess. The thunderbolts are burning everything. It might even burn us elementals. The white gold shield is about to break too. Cal started to speak, passing the second layer. Ho! Iruhaben let out a scoff. Crack, the group didn't know, but he knew that his shield was breaking. He was debating whether to use more strength and overdo it a bit. However, seeing Cal realize it like a ghost and stopping him made him let his shield go. Crack, bang. The second barrier was destroyed. Rayan, I know, human. Rayan's two front paws were pointed toward the ceiling and not moving. Lord Sherritt blankly watched. Rayan was 6 years old now. His small front paws were stiffly headed toward the sky, as if he was trying to support this large dome. Barang, the dome shook and the ground rumbled. Cal started to speak at that moment. What is the white star doing? Huh, Bud asked back in a stupid voice, but Cal didn't care at all. The white star moved his hand toward the sky once again. He's saying, strike down some more. The thunderbolts, the black sky is crying again. He gave the order to strike down some more. It looks like he's trying to increase the duration of the attack. I think more thunderbolts will strike down. That meant that the thunderbolts would strike longer than they did at the Empire's capital. The White Star said that he would destroy it this time. A lion is telling him not to overdo it, but the White Star responded that this is time to overdo things. Multiple elementals were talking at once. There's a crack on the black shield now. Cal shouted to Rayan. Rayan, I know. Cal heard the voices of the wind elementals along with Rayan's response. The White Star stumbled. He coughed up blood. A cat is supporting him. Cal's eyes clouded over. He coughed up blood. It meant that the White Star's plate was shaking. It was the moment that proved that he had overdone it. The second round of thunderbolts are coming down. Cal looked toward Rayan as the elemental said that. Rayan, that's Eno, however. Cal could not finish the sentence. He heard the voice of the elementals. Ha! The shield that was breaking was restored. Another black shield is being created. There is one on top of the other. It's a 2-layer and no, 3-layer shield. A 3-layer shield. Wow, so amazing. He started to frown after seeing Rayan before he could even respond to the elementals. Rayan did not put down his two front paws. Instead, he flapped his wings and headed toward the ceiling of the dome. He was flying up to the top. Rayan. Rayan continued to fly higher as if he wasn't going to respond to Cal's calling. Rayan's dark blue eyes were sparkling. I know about it too. Rayan knew as well. He knew that the White Star was strong and that he should not overdo it. Black mana surrounded Rayan. He knew all of it. Even though that was the case, he felt it was so unfair. It made him angry. It made him sad. Rayan recalled how Sherritt's body had been shaking. He realized something after seeing that. He knew it was a lie that Sherritt would kill the White Star or defeat him with overwhelming strength. He knew that her confident demeanor was all just an act. Rayan was not so young that he wouldn't realize that. Rayan bit down on his lips. Tap. Rayan's two front paws touched the top of the large boulder dome. It was at that moment. Barara, a larger and stronger attack that was at a different level than earlier poured down. Ah! Rayan bit down on his lips again. Sherritt had said the following. She said that some powers became stronger the more things you had to protect. She wanted him to remember that there were such powers. Honestly speaking, Sherritt did not need to tell Rayan about that. Rayan had seen plenty of powers like that already. In fact, he had learned for a long time that those powers were stronger than others. He had been imprisoned in the cave for 4 years. However, these past 2 years felt so much longer than those 4 years. The experiences he had gone through these past 2 years had taught Rayan which powers were the really strong powers. Those were the powers he had learned. Barang, barang. Rayan's two front paws that were touching the dome started to shake. Rayan could feel that his three-layer shield was breaking. Nonetheless, he persisted. He needed to persist. Because I am great and mighty. I can do it, however. Rayan had no choice but to remove his paws from the ceiling. What are you doing? Rayan turned around after feeling someone pulling him. Cal focused more on Rayan's face and back that were covered in dry sweat rather than Rayan's eyes. He could also see Rayan's front paws that were slightly shaking. Do you want to be scolded? Ha! Rayan's pupils started to shake. This was the first time. This was the first time Cal ever raised his voice like this toward Rayan. However, Rayan soon got away from Cal's hands. Little kid, you need to know your limits. Iruhaben's voice came from nearby. Rayan could feel someone behind him. He raised his head to see that Sherrit was stiffly standing there while hugging him. All of them had followed behind him as soon as he started to fly toward the ceiling. It's cold. The body of the half-transparent illusion was cold. However, Rayan soon started to frown. Egu, little kid, you should have done as that unlucky bastard told you to do. Why did you do that? Rayan hesitated for a bit after hearing Iruhaben's question before putting his head into Sherritt's chest and responding. Need to protect our house. Iruhaben and Sherrit both raised their hands toward the ceiling after hearing that. They heard Cal's voice at that moment. If you're going to create shields, please put them inside the dome. Either that or please get some rest. Iruhaben could not help but shout. What about you? Are you trying to faint again? You are also a little kid to me, you punk. Heh. The ancient dragon could see Cal smiling at him. I won't faint this time. What? Uwang. Iruhaben could see Cal take something out of his pocket. His expression turned odd after seeing the item. It was the white crown that had been in Cal's hand before he put it back in his pocket. Cal's left hand had the top's whip, while his right hand had the white crown. The crown was letting out a white light. Cal looked at the crown with an odd gaze. I wasn't expecting something like this. It happened the moment he used all 5 natural attribute ancient powers after making up his mind to protect this castle, Sherrit, and the others. The crown had started to shine. He had then heard the voice of the crown. You, use this power, protect, my close friends. House. Then an immense amount of strength flowed from the crown into Cal. Cal remembered what Guardian Knight Clope Seca and the fake Dragon Slayer Sarum had told him. This was what Clope had said. The Dragon Slayer needs the Sword of Disasters and something else in order to be complete. That something else was the crown, an ancient artifact that had been passed down generation after generation. The Dragon Slayer needed the crown that drinks dragon blood in order to have a dragon-like body. Then the fake Dragon Slayer Sarum had said the following. This will be useful for you. The crown will be beneficial for you if you have the dominating aura. You know about the crown, right? I will bring that to you. I will also tell you all the secrets about Arm as well. I swear. Cal had planned on taking the power from the crown and then destroying it once the powers in his body were in balance. However, he was crazy busy since gathering all 5 attributes such that he had no time to do anything with the crown. However, the crown's power was flowing into Cal right now. It was an intense tsunami-like power. How could there be such power? Iruhaben could not hide his shock. Barang, barang. The black shield was broken and the white thunderbolts crashed into the wall of fire. Cal started to smile. He could feel the immense power flowing from the crown into his fingertips. But by the way, boom, boom, boom. Cal could feel his heart beating wildly. He could feel his heart beating to gobble up that power. It had not been very visible after combining with the indestructible shield. The vitality of the heart. It was something that was neither a dragon slayer power nor an ancient power of the 5 attributes. It was a power that had belonged to a human who had very good regeneration abilities. That ancient power was trying to gobble up the large amount of power that was flowing into him from the white crown. Boom, boom, boom. Cal's heart was beating wilder than ever before. He could feel that he was alive. His beating heart gave Cal certainty. I can keep this up. I will not be the one to faint. Cal reached out both of his palms. They touched the dome's ceiling. Crack, as a crack appeared on the jewel embedded in the white crown. Ooh, a large amount of natural power came pouring out of Cal's body. That power then started to support the dome. The White Star said the following. He told the thunderbolts to roar. He told his subordinates this was it. All of the thunderbolts will strike down at once. This large dome was covered in fire, wind, water, wood, and earth. Numerous white thunderbolts struck down onto the dome. Bararang, bararang. The world turned white for a moment from the white thunderbolts that gobbled up the dome. Chapter 373. Night has arrived. 6. It was a battle between a spear and a shield. The numerous thunderbolts had gathered together to become a large spear. My liege, quiet. The mage who had been with the cats shut up after hearing the White Star's order. There was a shield around them. They were outside the range of the thunderbolts. However, the shield was there just in case an unexpected assault happened. The White Star wiped the blood off his mouth. He was overdoing it. It was not because of the 3 dragon shields. He was not scared of those dragon shields. Heh! A bright smile appeared on his face. Ah, ah! The armed members and beast people inside the shield covered their eyes. Some of them covered their ears. Some of them even crouched down close to the ground. They were trying to protect themselves from the thunderbolts that shined so bright that the flash might blind them, the explosions that were so loud, and the ground that shook so hard. The White Star could then see everything. Dot, 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 it's that. Bararang. The white thunderbolt spear pierced through the first layer of Cal's shields. The rose-gold wall of fire surrounding the dome started to ripple. The White Star's eyes opened wide. He has all of them, every single one. The large dome was made of all 5 natural attributes. Seeing that made the White Star unable to feel the pain inside his body. He had the sky. He had everything above the earth. Now the only thing left was the earth itself. As long as he got one of those earth attributes, once that happened, keek kahaha, the White Star started to laugh. I'm so curious. I'm extremely curious. Cal Henitus, you have not fully absorbed the ancient powers. However, you have the balance that I lack. The White Star strained himself more than he originally planned after seeing Cal using all of his powers. He needed to know. He needed to know the strength of Cal Henitus's shield. The White Star licked his lips. One more. I just need one more. The contents of the book brushed past the White Star's mind. He had read it tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of times to memorize the contents. He had repeated the contents of the book over and over for the past 10 years. That book had said that only 2 humans had Earth attribute ancient powers. These 2 were the real White Star, who had almost become a god in the final battle, and the person who was the last to die. It was a power that only the 2 of them possessed. The White Star currently did not feel any of the pain and fatigue that he had been plagued with for the past 10 years. The end is near. I am almost complete. He laughed as he started to shout, I'm so curious. Will you be able to keep this up? Ha ha ha, bararang. The white thunderbolts had swallowed all of the light from nearby. However, there was a fire within it that had not lost its color. The owner of that fire was supporting the rock dome. His fists holding the top's whip and the crown were touching the dome. Wow, the White Star is laughing as if he has gone crazy. Of course, a crazy bastard laughs like a lunatic. Shut up with the obvious nonsense. Cal Henitu seems to be struggling. I'm so curious. Will you be able to keep this up? Ha ha ha. That is what the White Star just said. Damn it, these obnoxious elementals. Cal was currently extremely sensitive because of the wind elementals who were loudly chatting away under the guise of reporting the situation. He was full of disbelief as well. This mother-ducking crazy bastard. What? You want to know if I can keep it up? Someone should smack you on the back of the head. One day, I will beat him to death. Fire could be seen in both of Cal's eyes. However, Cal's arms were shaking. He could feel the thunderbolt spear trying to pierce through the wall of fire. Crack. Another crack appeared on the jewel on the white crown. More power flew into Cal's body. Cal. Iruhaben subconsciously started to frown after feeling the movement of that large amount of power. However, he could not easily go toward Cal. Bararang. They heard another loud bang. Boom. The inside of the dome shook vigorously for the first time. Ah! Mercenary King Bud Illies had to catch his balance from the sudden shock. It was so strong that even a sword master like Bud almost lost his balance. However, Bud jerked his head up to see that the dome was still fine. However, Cal let out a quiet groan. Ah! The first layer, the fire, was destroyed. The rose-gold fire disappeared into the air because of the large white thunderbolt spear. Bang, bang, bang. Then came the wind that was helping the fire burn even stronger. Ah, we have to persist. We have to persist. Let's help him help. The whirlwinds started to break apart each time they touched the thunderbolts. The elementals did everything they could, but Cal could feel that they had reached their limits. Next, Cal clenched his fists even tighter. Bararang, the third wall. The water wall was up against the white thunderbolts now. The sharp spear dove into the water. Boom, boom, boom. Cal's heart was going wild. 2 walls had been broken already. 2 ancient powers had been destroyed at the same time. Normally, Cal would have fallen or fainted from the recoil. He would at least be trying his best not to faint. This is driving me nuts. However, Cal did not faint. His bloodshot eyes looked toward the top of the dome. Boom, boom, boom. His heart was running wild. He couldn't hear the voices of the other ancient powers. He couldn't even hear the voices of the wind elementals who ran away from the thunderbolts after reaching their limits. Cal could only hear the loud pounding of his heart. He could feel the strong power that was flowing out of his heart. It was vitality. This power that was trying to save Cal started to reach toward his hands, feet, and every corner of his body. The vitality of the heart. Cal could feel the presence of this power better than any other power for the first time. This power represented life. Cal could clearly feel that he was alive and living in this world. Splash! The water wall crashed into the white thunderbolts. Barang, however, even that water could not get rid of the thunderbolts. The sky-eating water could not eat the sky this time. However, Cal was smiling. Barang, the white spear now charged toward the large tree roots. Cal felt it the moment the thunderbolts reached the trees. Dart, 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 it decreased. It was weaker. The thunderbolts were weaker now. Cal's hands were shaking. The strong power from the crown had left his body, but new power was flowing in. It was power coming from the crown that had sucked the blood of dragons, the strongest existences in the world. Then there were the powers of the 5 attributes that held the power of nature. The human body was very weak in comparison. That was why his body was shaking. However, the smile on his face was only getting bigger. Bang, bang, bang. The large tree roots threw themselves at the thunderbolt. They all burned and disappeared without even leaving ashes behind. In the end, all of the roots disappeared. And finally, the spear from the sky crashed into the shield from the ground. Barang, barang, the thunderbolt shot down toward the large dome surrounding the white castle. Boom. The dome shook once again. Mercenary King Bud Illies looked toward the ceiling. He was inside the dark dome, but he could see Cal supporting the ceiling. Clunk, clunk. He could see pieces of rock falling from the ceiling. The boulders were breaking. The dome was breaking. Crack. Cracks started to appear on the dome as well. The thunderbolts still endlessly struck the dome. Kekek, however, Bud Illies started to laugh. The thunderbolts beating down on the dome were becoming weaker. The large spear was becoming dull and breaking apart after breaking through the 3 dragons' shields, followed by the fire, wind, water, and wood barriers. And finally, clunk, clunk. Bud Illies started to laugh out loud after feeling dust falling on his face. Ah, ha, ha, clunk, clunk. Small pieces of boulder continued to fall from the ceiling, but he was happy. We survived. We survived. He didn't hear any more bangs. He didn't feel any shaking either. It was so quiet that he could hear these small pieces of rock falling on his shoulders. There was no way Bud didn't know the meaning of that silence. The shield did not break in the end. One spear could not get through many shields. Lord Sherritt raised her head. It was dark. The castle that was covered by the boulder barrier was dark. The world that used to only be white was dark. She then heard a quiet voice next to her. "Our house is okay." It was Rayan's voice. Sherritt did not have the confidence to look down at Rayan. She just stared at the dark ceiling and blinked a few times. However, she moved her hand. She could feel the round head in her palm. She started to speak as she continued to stare at the ceiling. "You're smart. I learned from the human. Yes, you learned very well." She approached the center of the dome's ceiling with Rayan still in her arms. Huff, huff. She could see Cal, who was breathing heavily. Iruhaben was already supporting Cal. Human. Cal could see Rayan leaving the Lord's arms and flying toward him. That apple pie. Rayan had an apple pie in his paws once again. The front paws that had been supporting the boulder dome were covered in dirt, but he had a whole apple pie in those dirty paws. Cal let out a sigh. It was at that moment. Crack. Cal lowered his head. He could see another crack appear on the jewel at the center of the crown. The crack cut through about half of the jewel. The jewel looked ready to break with one more crack like that. "Human, you unlucky bastard." Rayan was shouting in front of him, while Eruhaben's sighing voice came from behind him as Cal blinked. Rayan continued to speak with a shocked expression as he approached Cal. Human, you're fine. You look better than I expected. You haven't even fainted yet. Eruhaben added on as well. You're fine this time. Cal shrugged his shoulders. He really was fine this time. He was a bit tired, but it was not enough to make him faint. His body slowly returned to normal. Cal clenched the hand that was holding onto the crown. It was all thanks to the power he had received from the crown. Eruhaben supported Cal and slowly descended to the ground. The Lord and Rayan followed behind them. Calnim, young Master Nim, Mio, the others quickly approached Cal. Why do you all have such expressions? They all seemed shocked. All of them had not expected Cal to be okay like this either. Expressions that seemed happy but confused, relieved but flustered filled the faces of the children averaging 9 years old. It was at that moment. I will show you the way. He heard Lord Sherritt's calm and collected voice, the secret passage to the Dragon Slayer village. Lord Sherritt and Cal made eye contact. Hurry up and go. I will protect this place. The White Star bastard has overdone it, so he shouldn't be able to attack like this for a while. I can handle the Bear tribe and the Lion tribe. Cal quietly listened to Sherritt's calm voice. I cannot go with you, but I can lead you to the passage entrance right now. Sherritt was about to say something else but stopped herself after seeing Cal open his mouth. Lord Nim, do you have a question? Yes, ma'am. What is it? Lord Nim, are you chained to this castle? Lord Sherritt hesitated for a moment, but responded without looking toward Rayan. Yes, I am chained to this castle. Everything inside these castle walls is my territory. So, you are tied to the castle, and the castle walls correct. Correct. The Lord slowly nodded her head at Cal, who asked similar questions twice. She then tried to speak again as she was concerned. She didn't know what kind of attack the enemies would launch next. She needed to quickly send them away. It was at that moment. Cal spoke first before she could say something. Who would you say is the master of this castle now? That is obviously Sherritt paused for a moment before finishing her response. It belongs to my child. It was Rayan's castle. That was why the castle gate would always open wide whenever Rayan visited. Cal nodded his head with a stoic expression, and Sherritt opened her mouth again to speak. However, Cal was faster once again. Rayan. However, he was talking to Rayan and not her. What is it, human? Rayan had flinched after hearing that this was his house before peeking at Lord Sherritt, who was not looking at him, and then responding to Cal. Cal then casually asked Rayan a question. What if we move this castle and the castle walls? Rayan's wings fluttered. The black dragon's eyes clouded over. The dragon jerked his head around and looked toward Eruhaben. Lord Sherritt, whose expression had changed after hearing Cal's statement, and Eruhaben both flinched after seeing the fierce look in the small dragon's eyes. Rayan didn't care as he approached Eruhaben with sparkling eyes and responded to Cal. Human, Cal bluntly asked back. What is it? Human, you are a genius. Cal scoffed. This is nothing. The small dragon's eyes were burning with a strong desire to make it happen. Chapter 374. As your temper dictates. 1. Move this white castle. Eruhaben started to contemplate the words that just came out of Cal's mouth. Lord Sherritt was an illusion chained to this castle. In that case, when we move the castle, the lord who is chained to it would naturally Eruhaben was thinking that she would move with it. He subconsciously wet his lips with his tongue. The White Star would continue to attack now that he knows the location of this castle. He would try to get rid of this castle at all costs. But if it was possible to move this castle during such a time, it would be a good ending for both Rayan and Sherritt. However, there was a big issue with this plan. Eruhaben gulped. This is a castle that the Lord, who was known as the Emperor of Magic, built with all of her strength. Will we be able to move such a thing? Is it even possible? There were bound to be many complicated magic formations in this castle. The castle may break if they touched the wrong thing. Would it be possible to move the whole castle while avoiding such a catastrophe? Eruhaben's mind was becoming complicated. There was a simple reason for it. It seems possible, but it also seems impossible. It was because the possibility was not very obvious. It was at that moment. He could hear Cal's voice. Cal was walking fine, unlike his usual situation after using ancient powers as he casually spoke to Rayan. Rayan, the plaza in the Super Rock Villa is very wide. There's a lot of space there. If we raise the ceiling of the cave a bit, this castle should fit in there. Rayan fluttered his wings and blankly stared at Cal. Cal didn't care as he continued to do what he needed to do. Tap. Cal placed his palm on the large dome's wall. He then continued. Either that, or we can move it to the forest of darkness. It's not like anybody goes in there. Cal could still hear the elementals through the top's whip in his hand. Cal listened to their voices and shrugged his shoulders. The group could see Cal nonchalantly add on, I have a lot of land. I also have a lot of money to buy more land. You know that I'm rich. Buddy started to think after hearing Cal's words and seeing Cal's actions. Where am I right now? The mercenary king had mistakenly thought that he was on vacation, somewhere listening to an immature young master of a wealthy family showing off his wealth. However, the wealthy young master in front of him just continued to speak. Tell me the land you want. Cal kept it straight and to the point. I'll move it there. Well, I have a lot of money, so it is fine to spend it on buying land. Land never goes away. Cal was satisfied with his thoughts and nodded his head as he asked Rayan a question. What do you think? He also asked the question to Lord Sherritt. What do you think, Mom? Excuse me, Rayan's mothernim. I have a lot of land. I'm also very rich, so I can always buy the land if you want it somewhere else. Huh. Cal continued to speak to the Lord, who blankly asked back, didn't you say that Rayan is the owner of the castle? You said that the doors would always open wide for him. That's how the magic is set up, right? Yes. Cal didn't know much about magic. He also didn't know how a magic cast by someone at the level of the Dragon Lord would function. That was why it was difficult to understand the magical theory behind whether this castle could move or not. However, there was something Cal was thinking about. She had said that Rayan was the owner of this castle now. Then if the owner wants to move the house, they can move it, right? Isn't that how things are in the world? It's all about whatever the owner wants. There was nothing more to it. And if Rayan's mom, who was sort of like a tenant, wanted to move as well, then that was fine. What problems could there be? Cal was looking at the group with a gaze that seemed to be asking what the issue was. The mercenary king lowered his head and quietly mumbled to himself. What he is saying definitely makes sense, but there was technically nothing wrong with what Cal had just said. What he said was correct. But it isn't that easy of an issue. However, Bud decided to stop thinking about it. This is the kind of person he is. The Cal that Bud had seen until just now was someone who successfully blocked the White Star's thunderbolt attack and was showing off his wealth now while looking fine. Such a person would just consider this castle, no matter how large it was, to be the house of the little dragon that travels with him, and would not find it difficult to move such a house that was covered in magic. Yes, let's stop thinking about it. Bud thought that this was the most rational choice. He decided to stop thinking about it. It was at that moment, human, he could hear Rayan's voice. What is it? You are the greatest genius. This is nothing. Cal lightly shrugged his shoulders. The mercenary king, who was watching the human and the dragon chat, could not resist any more and went against his own decision to stop thinking about this. I don't think this is the time to be doing this. He pointed to the outside of the dome. There is a good chance that the enemy will continue to attack. It happened as soon as he finished saying that. Bang! They could hear something banging on the dome. The group all turned toward the dome. Bang, barang, bang, bang, sounds could be heard from all around the circular dome. Anyone would be able to tell that these sounds were coming from attacks aiming to destroy the dome. The group started to frown. Bud urgently added on, see, the second round of attacks is already started, and the White Star is coughing up blood. Yes, that bastard will cough up blood. Who cares if he coughs up all of her? Bud looked toward Cal with a blank expression. Cal didn't care as he waved the golden top's whip in front of the group and continued to speak. According to the wind elementals, the White Star is currently coughing up blood after using his powers. Iruhaben's eyes clouded over. Looks like the White Star overdid it. I guess he still has not found the Earth attribute power. That seems to be the case. The ancient dragon looked toward Cal, who was casually nodding his head with an odd expression. He then thought about the white crown that went back into Cal's pocket earlier. That was the reason Cal was still fine right now. Then let's go out and fight right now. This is a chance. Bud raised his voice. He was now speaking urgently with excitement rather than concern. The White Star may be coughing up blood, but we are still fine. Won't it be better to fight right now? This is our chance to defeat the White Star right now. The wind elementals were still blabbing away at that moment. The bears and lions are trying to destroy the boulder dome right now. Oh, the mage has activated a teleportation magic circle. He gathered and organized the information delivered by the wind elementals before sharing it with the others. The mage has activated a teleportation magic circle, and it is ready to be used at any moment. Ah, Bud started to frown. Iruhaben started to speak. They made it so that the white star can run away at any moment. Correct. The lions and bears are trying to destroy this dome right now. Bang, bang, bang. The banging sounds became even louder. Bud bit down on his lips. The white star was coughing up blood. Their group was better than expected. In that case, it would be advantageous to fight. It could even be a chance to kill him. However, if a teleportation magic circle has already been activated, then they were guaranteed to have a difficult battle against the bears and lions while the white star ran away. This dome was both a barrier for Cal's group while being a signal for the enemies to tell them to run. Too bad, but found this situation to be upsetting. They worked so hard to defend against the White Star's attacks, only to not even be given a chance to counterattack. But this might actually be better. There was no guarantee that nobody would get hurt if they fought against the White Star once again right now. An expected situation might occur while both sides fought with their lives on the line. That was why it was better to be satisfied with the fact that nobody got hurt and prepare for the future. At least we now know that the White Star has not gained the Earth attribute ancient power. That information was enough for this battle to have been worth it. They were also able to meet with Sherrit and learn about the White Star's secrets, and there was a chance they could even find out more. Bud slowly stopped frowning. Cal was still calmly explaining the outside situation. In addition, the White Star is currently not doing anything and just observing the castle. The group could see Cal taking his hand off of the dome wall and looking toward them. Do you know why the White Star is just watching? Cal smiled as if he was entertained and continued to speak. It is because he doesn't know that there is another exit from this place. Isn't that the case, Lord Nim? Lord Sherrit had said that there was a secret passage that only Sherrit and the first Dragon Slayer knew about. The White Star, who did not know about that passage, was probably waiting for Cal's group to come out, while leaving himself a path to escape if needed. Either that, or he was waiting for the bears and lions to destroy the dome to launch a second attack. Regardless of what the White Star is thinking, he just considers us as rats in a cage right now. The only exit that the White Star knew about was to destroy this dome. Lord Sherrit, who was listening to Cal, started to speak, but we are not rats in a cage. The two of them made eye contact. Sherrit continued to speak. The secret passage should take you to the Dragon Slayer village. I'm certain that Yao will be able to find the White Star's weakness there. Iruhaben chimed in next. Then some people should head for the Dragon Slayer village right now. The others will stay here and protect this castle. I alone will be enough. Since I cannot leave the castle, I will do it as well, Lord. Iruhaben cut Lord Sherrit off and said he would help as well. Both of them needed to be here to at least prepare for any future attacks. The ancient dragon also needed to research ways to move this castle. Iruhaben turned his head and started to speak to Cal. The Lord Nim and I will protect the castle, so you take the others and go to the village. If everything is as you said, then the White Star is probably unable to do anything right now. This was the thoughts going through Iruhaben's mind right now. If they are able to move this castle somewhere else after Cal returns with the White Star's weakness, he, similar to Bud, was thinking that they would have gained a lot from this battle. Then they could use the things they gained in this battle to have an advantage over the White Star in the future battle. Sounds great. Cal happily nodded his head. Choi Han, Rayan, On, Hang, and Bud will go with me. Ran and Beacrox will stay here and help Lord Nim and Iruhaben Nim. The team to go to the Dragon Slayer village was determined. Nobody had any complaints. They all just seemed ready to do their best with whatever tasks they were assigned. Then they heard Cal asking the Lord a question. Ah, Lord Nim, what is it? Cal quickly asked back. The Dragon Slayer village should have an exit as well, right, other than this secret passage. Of course there is. That exit connects to this area. Yes. Wonderful. Cal nodded his head with a satisfied expression. He then started to speak to the group who would remain at the castle. The two dragon nymphs should be able to easily defend against the lions and bears' attacks if the White Star does not do anything, however, instead of doing that. Don't easily defend. Iruhaben looked toward Cal. He felt that something was weird. Cal continued to speak in a serious tone. Why don't we pretend that we are barely able to defend? Isn't that the way to make sure that the white star does not run away and instead continues watching as he thinks that the dome would break soon? The group members' expressions all turned odd. The White Star's side is probably thinking that we barely managed to defend and that everybody is worn out right now. That is why I think we should act as if that was the case. Iruhaben blankly asked back. And what was the point of acting like that? Cal easily answered that question. Then we will use the original exit of the Dragon Slayer village to return here. Everybody started to think about what would happen when Cal left this castle in a way that the White Star didn't expect, and then came back. The corners of Aruhaben's lips slowly started to curl up. Bud's lips were doing the same thing. Cal didn't care as he started to explain the next part of the operation. We will come back like that, and then Cal, Choi Han, the children averaging 9 years old, and the mercenary king would return without the White Star's knowledge. Then we will smack them from behind. Smack the White Star from behind. Mercenary King Bud licked his lips as he asked a question. His voice was cautious but full of anticipation. We're going to fight against the White Star. He heard a blunt response back. Then you want to just send him back. Let him go after we've just been on the receiving end. Bud suddenly felt refreshed inside. He started to nod. Cal was right. They couldn't just let the enemy leave after they had only been on the receiving end. Cal was still listening to information from the wind elementals as he continued to speak. Well, we probably can't defeat the White Star right now. Even with the White Star coughing up blood, there was a high chance of Cal's group being in danger if they fought head-on. They weren't prepared, and they could not put everything on the line in an unexpected battle. Furthermore, the White Star would naturally run away after Cal's unexpected attack. It didn't matter. Shouldn't we at least give them a good smack before they run? Cal was the type of trash who needed to do something to let out his anger. The corners of his lips slowly went up as well. Let's turn them into the rats in a cage. The White Star thinks that we are the rats in a cage. Let's scare the White Star into running away. A leisurely escaping White Star. Cal had no plans of letting it be that way. Cal, whose smile was getting bigger, heard Rayan's voice. Human, you're excited right now. Rayan was right. Cal was a bit excited. He agreed that that was the case. Chapter 375. As your temper dictates too, however, the excited Cal soon started to frown. Heh. What's up with this punk? Cal looked away from mercenary King Bud Illies, who was snickering while looking at him. Although he knew that Bud had not been drinking today, he looked as if he had already drunk 5 or 6 bottles. Pop. Cal looked back at Bud after hearing a pop. He then sighed before turning his head again. The source of the pop was Bud opening a bottle of alcohol. Ah, the alcohol tastes like honey. Bud was quickly chugging the bottle he pulled out of who knows where. Cal naturally ignored the alcoholic and looked toward Lord Sherritt. He then flinched. The corners of Lord Sherritt's lips were twitching. Her expression looked extremely mischievous, as if she was ready to pull a prank. Lord Nim. Ahem. The Lord quickly fixed her expression after hearing Cal's voice and opened up her arms. Ooh, white mana started to gather around her. I will open the path for you right away. Screech. The closed castle doors opened once again. Ahem. Someone let out a fake cough at that moment. It was Iruhaben. He pulled up his sleeves and started to mumble to himself. I guess I should try pretending to be having trouble. White gold mana started to gather around him as he said that. However, something was weird. Woong. The white gold mana was just weakly floating around Iruhaben as if it was a broken machine. The white gold mana that usually looked like silk now seemed to be like a worn-out cloth. Iruhaben asked the person who was standing next to him. Ran, what do you think? Ran calmly looked at the mana surrounding Iruhaben before giving his opinion. It looks like a rag that has not been washed for 20 years. So you think it is amazing. Bang, bang. The enemies were still banging on the large dome. Crarag. Cracks were appearing on the dome because Cal was not using the super rock's power anymore. Then I guess it is time for me to cast my shield. Iruhaben then sent his mana outside the dome and created a shield around it. He then looked toward Cal. What are they saying? Cal could hear the voices of the wind elementals. A cat smirked before he started to attack the shield. Gasp. A lion went to report to the White Star that the shield is shabby. One of the bears is laughing. Kahaha. The dragon must have no more strength. What a rag-like shield. That's what he just said. Bang. Bang, bang. The way they were banging on Aruhaben's shield made it seem as if the enemies were more excited than when they were banging on the dome. They really are rats in a cage. I'm certain they used up all of their strengths, is what they said. They think you barely managed to hold on. Cal, I think that they think you have fainted. The White Star just told the mage that it wouldn't be bad to watch a little longer. That's right, that's right. He then said that they'll keep attacking for a bit before pretending to retreat and then waiting for you to come out first, Cal. Then they will strike at that moment. They want to crush you into pieces. Cal let out a sigh. After organizing the information provided by the wind elementals, the White Star will pretend to attack this dome, then act as if they were withdrawing because they were tired, and then attack Cal's group when they come out thinking that the battle is over. They can do whatever they want. Cal was excited about striking the hiding White Star from behind as he started to speak. The bears are saying, this rag-like shield. They are laughing as they attack the shield. Is that so? Iruhaben was smiling with joy even after hearing a comment about how his shield looked like a rag. Cal turned his head after hearing an odd noise at that moment. Screech, the doors inside the castle were very carefully opening. He turned to Sherrit, who let out a fake cough, and explained herself in an embarrassed tone. I didn't want to open the doors loudly and have them figure out that something is going on. Something like this needs to stay a secret, right? Sherrit could not hide the corners of her lips from twitching. She's excited. She's really excited. Cal turned stoic after seeing that the two dragons who were the oldest were both excited. Just please open then quickly. I guess that's probably best. The Lord awkwardly scratched her cheek before quickly opening up the doors. She did not open all of the doors. Screech, screech, screech. Only a few doors opened with those quiet noises. Those doors all created a single line. The Lord started to speak. I thought that the children might become curious about the outside world after living in here for about 10 years. The door opened until the room Rayan would have stayed in until 10 years old if he had been born in this castle. Once all of the doors up to that room opened. Snap! The Lord snapped her fingers and another door opened. That door was on the floor of the room. Screech! The carpet and the tiles shot up into the air. This underground passage will take you to the Dragon Slayer village. Some of the others gathered around Cal. They were naturally Choi Han, the children averaging 9 years old, and the mercenary king who were coming with him. The mercenary king must have had a lot to drink as his face was completely red. It was at that moment. The mage started to attack. He heard a wind elemental's voice and heard a bang that was louder than before. Barang! It's the mage's attack. Cal shouted and Iruhaben responded with excitement. Oh, in that case, I need to make it look like I'm barely holding on. Iruhaben Nim, I think it would be great if the shield shook violently before barely combining together once again. Thanks, Ran. That is some good advice. Egu. Cal sighed at Iruhaben and Ran's conversation before starting to walk. He was naturally headed toward the entrance of the underground passage. Lord Sherrit was next to him. She was telling Cal about this passage, as well as a few things about the village. They were quite useful information that helped Cal figure out what he needed to find. He then walked up to the entrance to see a dark staircase heading down into the basement. I will be back soon. Lord Sherrit was about to nod her head when she made eye contact with Rayan. She quietly watched Rayan for a bit before waving her hand toward the children averaging 9 years old. She then started to speak. Come back soon. The children averaging 9 years old smiled and nodded their heads. Rayan's smiling face was clearly visible to Sherrit. Come back soon. Sherrit had never expected that she would be able to say something like this. Human, we need to hurry there and back. Rayan could not even look in Sherritt's direction as he urged Cal to move. Cal sighed and pointed to the staircase. It's dark, so put some lig. Oh, you already did it. There were already 5 or 6 magic orbs floating around Rayan. They would be enough to light the secret passage as if it was the middle of the day. I also prepared an acceleration spell. Rayan cast the spell on everyone. Cal sighed and turned away from Rayan, who was puffing up his chest and urging him to move as he headed toward the staircase. He then said something to Rayan, who was about to follow behind him. Tell your mom that Ya'll be back soon. Rayan flinched. Me, he's right. You need to say goodbye. Han said we needed to do that. On and Hung wagged their tails and informed Rayan before leisurely following behind Cal. Choi Han naturally easily caught up to Cal and stepped in front of him. Heh. Bud seemed drunk as he staggered behind Cal. Rayan was left alone. The eyes of the black dragon who was fluttering his wings slowly headed to the side. He made eye contact with Lord Sherritt. Rayan's eyes quickly headed back to the front. Rayan hesitated for a bit before quickly rushing down into the staircase. He shouted as he did that, I'll be back soon, Naya." Lord Sherritt smiled at Rayan, who disappeared after imitating On and Hang's usual tone before she slowly closed the entrance to the underground passage. She returned the carpet to its original spot and got rid of any signs of a door being present there before slowly activating her shield. I must persist. One of her dreams was to protect and defend a place that someone was planning on returning to. Uwang, a white shield, slowly started to get bigger. She heard Ran's voice as she did that. Lord Nim. Ran pointed to the Lord's shield with a stoic expression. Your shield looks too new and strong. Why don't you make it look a bit older? It would be best if it looks like it could break at any moment. The Lord started to smirk. I was planning on doing that, but they will be suspicious if it looks too weak. We need to do just enough to make it seem like we are putting our lives on the line. Ah, I see. Ran nodded his head, and the Lord smiled mischievously before sending her shield that was now at a controlled level outside the dome. That shield wrapped around Iruhaben's rag-like shield. My liege, it looks like those bastards are planning on resisting as long as possible. It definitely looks like the others overdid it to protect the castle and the Lord's illusion. The Lord's shield seems to be the strongest. It looks like Cal Henitus has no more strength left to defend. The enemy's conversations were naturally revealed to the wind elementals. Who would expect that Cal would be able to hear the voices of the elementals? We need to snitch on them. It's so nice having a human who can hear us. We need to tell him everything. Shut up. Just remember what they are saying. We need to tell him everything. The elementals were working hard to listen to the enemy's conversations. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of quick footsteps moving forward filled the underground passage. This passage was wide enough for a large cart to easily fit through. Ah ha ha, who knew there would be such a passage? Mercenary King opened up his arms as he ran down the passage. There was a bottle in each hand. This crazy bastard. Cal wanted to leave Bud behind. Bud didn't know about this and approached Cal. Cal felt himself getting more and more annoyed every time he smelled alcohol on Bud and saw his red face and tried his best to avoid him. However, Bud started to speak before Cal could do that. I didn't expect the Dragon Slayer village to be underneath the Castle of Light. Bud continued to speak while looking as if he was not drunk at all. He recalled what the Lord just told them before they entered the passage. According to the Lord Nim, they built this village underground. That's really amazing. An underground village? I never considered such a thing. Cal bluntly commented back to the amazed Bud. I find you to be even more amazing. Cal found Bud, who could change from a crazy bastard to a normal person and then back again instantly, to be amazing. He thought that there would be no one else like Bud in this world. What? I'm amazing. Cal ignored Bud and continued to move. On Hang and Rayan were already with Choi Han in front of them. Calnim, it looks like we will arrive there soon. Choi Han, who was keeping track of how far they were moving, reported to Cal once he thought they were getting close to the spot Lord Sherritt mentioned. Don't stop and keep running. Cal gave the order to Choi Han before continuing to run without stopping as well. Smacking the white star from behind was a race against time. It was better to move as quickly as possible. That was why they needed to move without stopping. At the same time, everything needed to be perfect, and they could not miss anything. That was why Cal's reddish-brown stealthily and slowly started to prepare to record. The things Lord Sherritt told them floated through his mind. There is a large underground village, the size of this white ground down there. That is the Dragon Slayer village. He had first thought about the Dark Elves' underground city when Sherritt said underground village. That is a land of death that only rocks can exist. People cannot live there. Lord Sherritt had described that underground village. There was something else she had said as well. There is something for you to find there. Cal recalled the item Lord Sherritt said he must find. There's a record book there. That was what Lord Sherritt had said. Once the ancient times ended, the first Dragon Slayer started to record the reasons the ancient times had to end. The terrible deeds of the person who tried to become a god during ancient times. The story of the battle he fought against those who opposed him. It was said to be a record of everything. Calnim. Cal looked forward after hearing Choi Han calling for him. The end of the passage. He could see a large boulder. Cal gave an order to Choi Han, who was looking at him. Break it. Choi Han took out his sword. Slash. The shining black aura cut vertically. Barang. The large boulder blocking the passage broke apart and caused a dust storm. Cal slowly walked into that dust storm. He felt as if he could hear Sherritt's voice explain the situation again. You'll arrive at a cliff once you get to the end of the passage. Rustle. The debris from the destroyed boulder was falling off of the cliff. Cal stood at the edge of the cave in the middle of the cliff as he looked around. That large cliff surrounds the underground village. He looked down. It was a place where time had stopped for 10 years. Then you'll see a land of death with nothing in it. Ho! Bud let out a gasp. Cal just quietly closed his eyes. 1,000 years. Beautiful. Cal could see a place that was extremely beautiful, as if it was paradise, even though no humans were there. However, it will seem like paradise to you. Lord Sherritt had a bitter smile as she said the next part. It is because it is the village that my precious close friend and I worked so hard to protect. The paradise-like location that had been hidden away for 10 years became recorded in Cal's mind. Cal undid the first button on his shirt. Unfortunately, a paradise without any humans nor animals just seemed like a land of death to him. Let's go. Cal's body slowly descended to the land underneath the cliff. Chapter 376. As your temper dictates, 3. Rustle. A leaf crumbled under Cal's feet. For such a place to really exist. Mercenary King Bud looked around in disbelief and could not hide his shock. The group who slowly descended with Rayan's flight magic had different emotions as they looked around. It's even bigger than the underground city. It really is. Wow, wow. On and Hung had their jaws dropped as they looked around. I expected it to be similar to the underground city. Choi Han mumbled as he looked around. The Dark Elves' underground city had many trees as well. There was even an artificial river. It was all thanks to magic and elementals. Choi Han had looked at that underground city and thought that it was a nice city. It was a beautiful city where dark elves and humans could live together. But this place is different. This village that was multiple times the size of the City of Life could be called natural. It didn't give off any sense of it being created. Everything in this region that was surrounded by these large cliffs on all sides looked natural. It's free. Choi Han nodded at Bud's description and looked up. There was a small orb that shined like the sun at the top of this large underground area. Trees freely grew underneath it. Flowers and other vegetation were freely growing as well. It was not all beautiful. There were some dead and rotting plants and fruits. However, that was what made it look so natural. Choi Han slowly turned a full circle. This place was quiet, but full of life and freedom. Paradise was definitely a fitting word for this place. It didn't seem like the place to have wars nor anything of the sort. Calnim. Choi Han kept turning until he made eye contact with Cal. He subconsciously started to share his sentiments about this place. This place is beautiful. Do you feel that way even after seeing that over there? Excuse me. However, Choi Han could see Cal's stiff expression. He looked toward the place Cal pointed out. Cal was pointing at a spot near the cave that the group just came from. Choi Han looked at the cliff with the cave. His expression stiffened up after looking at it. He had not noticed it when they had descended close to the cliff. He had just thought that it was a rough cliff. It was because all of the other sides of the cliff looked normal. Bud, who looked at the cliff as well, started to frown. Are those letters? There were large lines on the cliff. The lines looked so clear that they seemed as if they would never disappear. Bud started to step backward, just a bit farther. He needed to get farther away from the cliff. He would be able to tell what these lines portrayed if he stepped back. Bud took many steps back before he could see the words written on the cliff. They were written in the Eastern continent's common language. Bud read the words on the top row: become strong, then save the world. It was a sword. He was certain that a sword was used to write these words on the cliff. The person who did this had to at least be a sword master. No, forget whether they could use aura or not. This person was extremely skilled in sword arts. Bud drank some alcohol to wet his dry throat. It could not be helped. Underneath the first row that he read, there were other words that he had not read yet. These looked like they were written by someone else. The style and calligraphy of the words underneath were different. These people were able to write on the cliffs with swords as if they were using pens. They needed to be extremely skilled to be able to do that. He looked toward the others. They had all been able to read the Mercenaries Guild's directory using Eruhaben's translation magic. They should have seen these words as well. However, Bud still read the other words written on the cliff. I will rule the world. Do not resent me. The first row, become strong, then save the world. The row underneath it, I will rule the world. Do not resent me. Bud could not tell who wrote the first row. However, he felt as if he could tell who wrote the second row. The White Star. He was certain that the White Star, the last dragon slayer, wrote those words. He probably wrote it for the villagers right before he went to destroy Sherritt's castle. This is beautiful. Bud could hear Cal's disapproving voice. I can't hear any birds nor insects. All I see are vegetation, a fake sun, and these suffocating cliffs. Bud made eye contact with Cal. Cal casually commented with a stoic expression. The strongest people in the world must have been frustrated with having to live here. He started to walk as he added on. It must have felt like a prison. Prison. Bud could not say anything about it. Cat got your tongue. No, I just. Bud scratched his head as he looked at Cal walk past him. However, Cal had not been talking to Bud. He was speaking to the scary giant cobblestone. However, he did not hear a response. The ancient powers had been quiet ever since he blocked the White Star's attacks. However, Cal needed the Super Rock. The first dragon slayer that the Super Rock had protected. He needed information about the first dragon slayer. Ahem. Cal, in response to your thoughts that this place could feel like a prison, I shut up. Cal made Bud shut up. Bud looked toward Cal with sorrow, but Cal just motioned to Rayan. Let's go to the center. Cal looked up above the lush forest. He could see a tall stone building standing between the trees. It was surrounded by vines, but he could still tell that it was a building. That's where the village should be located. Swoosh, the sound of the wind gathered around Cal's feet. He kicked off the ground. The others followed behind him. Shhhhhhhh. Cal moved forward while pushing aside the leaves. This place that nobody touched for 1,000 years felt like a jungle. Calnim. Choi Han pointed in front of him. On and Hung, who were both jumping through the trees, shouted as well. I think there's a village up there. I can see buildings. Human. It's over there. Cal was already looking at the place Rayan was pointing at with both paws. He could see a large open area. It was the center of the forest. He could see buildings made of stone or wood. The buildings were so old that they were crumbling or covered in vegetation. There were two large statues at the entrance of this village. They are swordsmen. The large statues were of swordsmen kneeling on one knee. Clang! Choi Han took out his sword. Part. The eyes of the two statues flashed. There are guardians I created at the village entrance. They are there to protect the village. Everybody recalled one of the things that Lord Sherritt had said. Boom! Boom! The two statue guardians raised their bodies that were covered in vines after being abandoned for 10 years. Crackle! Crack! The vines surrounding their bodies started to rip away. The two statue swordsmen took out their large stone swords at the same time. The points of those swords were pointing toward Cal's group. However, Cal's group did not slow down. In fact, they started to speed up as they got closer to the village. Boom! Boom! The guardians started to move. They got into a position to defend the village. These guardians were 3 times as tall as Choi Han. They raised their swords high into the sky. As their swords headed back down, I'll see you later, Cal charged forward. Choi Han's sword swung down vertically in response. Slash! The vines blocking Cal's way were slashed away by Choi Han's aura. There was nothing in Cal's way anymore. Boom! A stone sword was slashing down toward Cal. And then, boom! Boom! The stone swords fell to the ground. The guardians started to move at the same time. Boom! Boom! The large guardian's 2 knees created craters on the ground. The swordsmen knelt down. Their stone swords were stabbed into the ground. Sharara between the 2 guardians. Cal, who was surrounded by wind, easily landed on the ground. Lord Sherritt had said the following. Once the guardians appear. The white crown was on Cal's head as he descended to the ground. Cal Henitus, become a king. The 2 guardians lowered their heads toward Cal. That village is a place for dragon slayers. All things there will welcome the return of the king. Cal looked past the kneeling statues. The stone building that he could see from the distance was now fully visible in front of him. There is a stone building at the center of the village. Cal started to walk toward the stone building. There is a barrier surrounding that building. The first dragon slayer and I created it together. There was a half-transparent barrier surrounding the stone building that was covered in vines. Plants and water can freely approach that building, but humans and animals cannot get past the barrier. Cal walked straight forward. Nothing was getting in his way. He took a step toward the barrier. Wuang, the white crown on his head, started to shake. Part. The barrier surrounding the stone building disappeared at the same time. He looked back to make sure the others were following him before entering the stone building that nobody had entered for 10 years. That stone building was the first Dragon Slayer's home. It was a building that only the person with the Dragon Slayer's crown could enter generation after generation. How interesting. The others looked toward his back after hearing him mumble. However, Cal did not look back at them as he walked past the old stairs and headed toward the center of the building. There was an altar at the center of the empty first-floor hall. Cal walked toward the altar as he started to speak again. The traces of people have not disappeared even after 1,000 years. Bud's expression stiffened up after hearing that. They had not seen any skeletons since coming down from the cave. It could be said that they all returned to dust after such a long time. However, there were traces of clothing. There were traces of children's toys in the plaza as well. There were no people, but their traces had remained, traces that showed that they must have been full of life. It was as if people who were living peacefully had suddenly met their ends, and all that remained for 1,000 years were their belongings and traces of them. Bud started to think that what he described might have actually been how it happened. He quickly snapped out of it and followed Cal to the altar. Lord Sherritt had told them about it. She had said there would be a record book that the first Dragon Slayer created. She had said that everything would be written inside it. Look through the record book on top of the altar. She said that they would be able to find the White Star's weakness in the book. That book is something only someone who can put the crown on their head can grab. Bud looked toward the crown on top of Cal's head. Cal was the only one here who could grab the record book. Bud could see a very thick book once he approached the altar. The book that was covered in a thick barrier looked fine even though 10 years had passed since the first Dragon Slayer. It was soon time for this book to end up in Cal's hands. Bud could feel his heart beating wildly. It was from excitement. Calnim, human. However, Bud's expression stiffened after hearing the group calling for Cal. Hey, what's wrong? Cal was standing in front of the altar with an odd expression. Bud had never seen such an expression on Cal before. Cal's face was completely pale. Cal clenched his fists. The tips of his fingers were shaking. He brushed his face with his shaking fingers. He could see the book on top of the altar. This record book had survived for 10 years underneath this barrier. He could see the title and author written on it, The Birth of a Hero, Nellan Barrow. It had the same title and author as the book that Kim Rak-Soo had laughed at and read until Volume 5. Chapter 377. As Your Temper Dictates. 4. There was only one sentence that came out of Cal's mouth. What the duck? It clearly showed his current emotional state. What the heck was this? He had faced many unexplainable things until now. He could let most things go because the fact that he ended up inside a novel called The Birth of a Hero was something that others would not be able to believe. Kim Rak-Soo was someone who had faced monsters appearing on Earth and in Korea, experiencing most things that one would only find in a raid novel or a modern fantasy novel. He was someone who had lived for over 15 years in such a world. Human, what is going on? I don't know why he is acting like this. Hang and Rayan looked toward Cal with concern, but Cal was not in the proper emotional state to respond to the children. This was the first time. This was the first time he was completely flabbergasted since coming to this world. Is it a coincidence? Was it a coincidence that the title and author of this first Dragon Slayer's record book and The Birth of a Hero were the same? Was something like that possible? Are there such things as coincidences in this world? Cal did not have the luxury of thinking about anything else. His hand moved past the barrier around the altar. Cal grabbed the book as soon as his palm touched it. His hand was quickly moving as if he was in a rush. Rayan, who was starting to call out to Cal and moving toward him, stopped talking after seeing a hand in front of him. Choi Han made the children step back. Bud was already leaning on a wall with his arms crossed and a stiff expression on his face. There were no traces of being drunk visible on his face anymore. Choi Han was standing next to Cal, who was looking around with his hand on the hilt of his sword. However, Cal had not noticed any of that. It's real. Cal touched the cover of the book with his finger. He could see the title of The Birth of a Hero and the author underneath it, Nellen Barrow. This was definitely the author of the book that Kim Rak-soo had been reading. Kim Rak-soo had found the author's name to be odd when he first started to read The Birth of a Hero. It was because it was rare to find an author who used an English name like this. It was one thing if it was a fantasy novel that was translated from a foreign country. However, The Birth of a Hero that Kim Rak-soo had borrowed was a Korean fantasy novel. The main character might face a lot of adversities, but other than that, it was just a Korean high school student who traveled through dimensions, became a munchkin, and then the hero of the world. But why? Why were the authors for that fantasy novel and this first Dragon Slayer's record book the same? Nellen Barrow should be the name of the first Dragon Slayer. You're right. Cal flinched and his body started to shake. A voice that had been quiet until now finally reappeared in his mind. The scary giant Cobblestone. His voice sounded slightly heavy. Sorry for responding so late when you kept calling for me. The super rock sounded apologetic as well. I was busy filtering the large amount of power that flowed into your body through the crown so that you could use it as is and let it out. Cal remained quiet as he waited for the super rock to continue. The super rock seemed to have realized this as he continued to speak. Nellen Barrow. That was the name of the child I saved in the final battle where the super rock had died. The name of the only surviving child from the battle was Nellen Barrow. Cal slowly closed his eyes before opening them back up. Hoo-woo. He took a deep breath. Flip. Cal's finger flipped the first page. There was a preface written there. This is a record about a human who turned the world into both paradise and hell in his quest to become a god. It made Cal think about Wind Island, which used to be one of the 3 restricted areas. He recalled the mural located on the ceiling of the temple. It was the story of how the human who had the sky attribute, as well as all 5 of the natural attributes, and led an organization called the Forest of Darkness to become a god. He wanted to become the sky itself, in order to be able to turn some areas into a lush paradise, while turning others into desolate hells, so that he could rule over the people. The Super Rock had talked about that person before. The White Star was destroyed on the day I died. The person who wanted to become a god was the White Star. Cal then recalled something the Super Rock had said about the current White Star. Cal, I think that the current White Star is mimicking the ancient White Star. Cal started to smile. The book in his hand right now was the first Dragon Slayer's record of the ancient White Star. Tap, tap. Cal's finger tapped on the page. This was it. This was the reason the current White Star could mimic the ancient White Star. It was this record. The current White Star was able to mimic the ancient White Star after reading through this record book. That certainty filled Cal's mind. He read the next sentence. I chose to follow the final will of the Guardian. The word Guardian roamed around in Cal's mouth. He's talking about me. The Super Rock commented in an awkward voice, but Cal easily ignored it. Why? Do you know the meaning of this? What are you talking about? Cal started to speak again after hearing the Super Rock ask back. He was pointing to the next sentence on the page. What does this say? Is there such a language? The Super Rock responded back in confusion. However, Cal was barely able to maintain his calm after hearing voices coming from behind him. "Hmm, is he asking us? What language is that? I've never seen it before. There are words that even someone as great and mighty as I do not know. I don't know. No idea." The group responded in confusion as well. However, Cal managed to hear the very quiet voice in between Bud and the children, averaging 9 years old's louder voices. It was Choi Han. It was different than the normal Choi Han. He seemed to be out of it. Cal fixed the expression on his face. This was the first time since he came to this world that he was thankful that he could put on a poker face. The next sentence on the page was in a different language. Cal was able to read the text that neither the Super Rock from ancient times, the Eastern Continent's Bud, nor Rayan, who has learned many different languages, could read. For a foreigner who might end up here as I did, and underneath that, Choi Young Gun, it started to get loud around him. I guess we need to do some research on this. Is it some ancient text? Let's ask Gramps. Or my Mo. Anyway, let's ask. What interesting letters. They look more like symbols. Bud and the children, averaging 9 years old, were loudly chatting away. They were trying even harder to find the answer because the pale Cal had asked after calming down a bit. However, Cal could read these words. They were in Korean. Cal just calmly waited for the reaction from the quiet individual. He could hear Choi Han's extremely quiet voice through the loud chatter. Uncle, hara. Cal had to stop himself from laughing. It wasn't because he was happy. It was because he was in disbelief. He was completely flabbergasted. He almost let out a scoff. Choi Han had been born in a happy family and grew up with his parents' love. However, he ended up traveling through dimensions on his own and had to spend a long time in the forest of darkness alone. Choi Han, Choi Yung Gun. Cal had a certain thought every so often ever since coming to this world. This thought filled his mind more often ever since the White Star showed up. How was Choi Han able to become the main character here? How was Choi Han able to defeat the White Star, even though he had many powerful friends such as Rosalind and Lark? How could Choi Han have defeated the White Star without most of his current friends, such as Rayan, on and hung by his side? Such questions like that filled Cal's mind every so often. There was also a different thought as well. He had only read up to Volume 5. In that case, wasn't it likely that there would be something for Choi Han later? Plot armor as the main character to be victorious. He couldn't help but think about it. And now, Cal had found that something for the main character, Choi Han. Human. There's more written on there in that weird text. There were more things written in Korean on there. I have no way of knowing whether this book will be given to a foreigner like me. Of course, it is much more likely that a foreigner would never see this book. He was right. It was much more likely that it would never happen. How would a foreigner be able to see a book that is located in a region underneath the Castle of Light that only someone with the Dragon Slayer's crown could access? However, Cal was thinking that this book would have somehow ended up in Choi Han's possession in the original story. I guess I will just call this a memoir. This record book was a record of the ancient White Star, as well as the memoir of Nellan Barrow, the first dragon slayer, formerly known as Choi Yung Gun. This text is something only a foreigner who comes from the same place I came from could read. That is because I did not share anything about my hometown with this world. It made Cal think about information regarding the first dragon slayer. It was said that he had no family. He never got married and never had any children. Why had he not paid attention to that? He was someone who had one day appeared in this world, similar to how Choi Han had ended up here. The preface did not end with just one page. Cal flipped to the next page of the Korean portion of the preface with as calm of an expression as possible. Flip. In the short instant he was about to turn the page, Cal had to close the book right away after seeing the first few words on the next page. Thanks to that, the others were not able to see the contents. Cal could see someone reaching for the book at that moment. It was Choi Han. He looked calm, but Cal could tell that Choi Han's mind was in a state of chaos right now. Choi Han reached his hand out toward Cal. Cal Nim, may I look at the book? He then heard the voices of the others. Oh, Choi Han, can you read it? Did you figure something out? Mr. Choi Han, you want to take a look? Rayan and Bud asked Choi Han at the same time. Hey, alcoholic mercenary king, our Choi Han is actually very smart. Much smarter than you. I agree, Choi Han is smart. Our youngest is right. Bud then had to listen to the children averaging 9 years old tell him that he was dumb. Cal still had his usual stoic expression through all of this. Calnim. Choi Han called out to him once again. It was possible that he had found the first traces of his hometown after an uncountable number of years. And that trace related to someone he believed was his uncle. Cal could tell how Choi Han was feeling even without asking. For now, however, Calnim. Cal frowned as usual before bluntly adding on. We don't have the time to look through this book for now if we want to smack the White Star from behind. Choi Han wanted to say something, but Cal kept going. You know how good my memory is, right? I am someone who can remember both texts and images. Tap, tap. Cal tapped on the book. I will first quickly memorize the contents of this book. I just need to memorize the image if it is something I can't read. The mercenary king started to clap. My friend truly is amazing. Cal naturally ignored him and continued to speak. Choi Han, do you know about this language? I think I do. Think my ass. Of course you know Korean. Cal held back a sigh and continued to talk normally. At least he tried. Then even better. I will first memorize the contents of this book as images. Let's come back after taking care of the White Star to read through it more thoroughly. Some of the group nodded their heads. In that case, There should be no issues with Choi Han reading through the text, even if something goes wrong in the battle against the White Star, since I would have memorized it all. Cal looked toward Choi Han and continued to speak. We need to hurry. The Lord Nim, Iruheben Nim, Ran, and Beecrox will be in danger if the White Star realizes that they are the only ones there. Choi Han had no choice but to look away from the book and nod his head. You're right, Cal Nim. Let's hurry back and then return. Cal was relieved that Choi Han cared more about his friends than the traces about his hometown. He waved his hand and told everyone to move away. Stand back. It'll only slow me down if you bother me. Everybody stepped back without any complaints. Cal's mouth started to go dry as he watched the others move away from him. His palm that was holding the book was sweating. It was difficult to even open the book. He recalled the words he saw before he had quickly closed the book. Record. The power to record everything he sees. Unlike what he told the others, Cal had already been using his power since they entered the village. All of the records were filling up his mind. Even the information on the next page was recorded with that quick view. He was able to close the book right away because it was a speed that nobody else could follow. Cal clearly recalled the next words that were already memorized in his mind. This was what Choi Yung Gun, first dragon slayer Nellan Barrow, had recorded. I realized that I aged extremely slowly. It was to the point where I could live as long as the dragons. This was the case for Choi Han as well. However, I chose death. Choi Yung Gun chose death for himself. I created a sword with my remaining life force. The name of that sword is the Sword of Disasters. It was a name that Cal was familiar with as well. The Sword of Disasters. It was one of the ancient powers that the dragon slayers received each generation. I still think about it now. I wonder if we could have killed the White Star quicker and had fewer guardians die if I had fought with my life on the line as well. Cal now had an idea about how Choi Han would have defeated the White Star in the novel. He could almost predict it. He probably charged at the White Star without caring for his own life. He recalled the last Korean text on the preface. If I could return to the past, I would have fought to protect my friends, even if it cost me my life. What stupid nonsense. Why would you put your life on the line? Who would that help? This mother ducking birth of a hero. Cal's usual temperamental self would have ripped this book up, burned it down, somehow destroyed the ashes, and make every trace of it disappear from the world. Chapter 378. As your temper dictates. 5. Huwu. Cal let out a quiet sigh. Mercenary King Bud was watching Cal from a distance. Cal Henitus would soon remember everything inside that book, just as he had done with the Mercenaries Guild's directory. Bud could see that Cal had undone his top button. Looks like he was already using his power. Bud Elyse's eyes clouded over before returning to normal. There were many reasons for that, however. The biggest reason was Choi Han. Something is weird. Choi Han looked the same as always but different at the same time. The Choi Han that Bud had seen until now was always calm. He looked even calmer and collected than Cal at times. But such a person has cold sweats. The temperature in this underground village was the perfect temperature for people to walk around. Bud could see that Choi Han was the only one who was sweating right now. Of course, Choi Han quickly wiped it off so nobody could notice. However, Bud was able to notice something like this. Something is suspicious. Choi Han. His name sounded foreign. Bud had not paid attention to Choi Han's appearance because the continent had a lot of different races. However, it was suspicious that there was no information about Choi Han's past. Of course, he did not dare to bring up these questions about Choi Han. How could he, when the leader of this pack, Cal Henitus, trusted Choi Han completely? Cal didn't show this trust outward, however. Bud could tell as a fellow leader of an organization. Someone whom you could trust with your front or back. That was not something you could do without completely trusting the person. That was why Bud kept his questions about Choi Han to himself. At least Choi Han was on their side. It's quite entertaining. Bud was tagging along with Cal because of his goal of getting rid of the White Star and because of his curiosity about Cal Henitus's actions. However, he had not forgotten about the fact that he was the leader of the Mercenaries Guild. That was why Bud Elise was carefully observing these individuals who would change the scope of the eastern and western continents. He took out another bottle and started to drink. There was nothing better than alcohol to hide the fact that you were observing people. There was someone who was busy hiding his emotions such that he did not even feel Bud observing him. It was Choi Han. Korean. Korean. Choi Han felt as if he could not breathe once they saw the sentences written in Korean. It made him unable to tell if everything was real. However, it also made him understand that everything was indeed real. Choi Young-gun. Choi Han was able to recall a memory from a long, long time ago after reading that name. Choi Han's father had mentioned that his youngest brother had suddenly disappeared one day. That man would have been Choi Han's youngest uncle. His father mentioned that his youngest brother had disappeared after going to the creek with his friends when he was in his early 20s. His uncle was only 15 years old at that time. His uncle's friends had claimed that he was definitely with them until he suddenly vanished. They could not find him no matter how hard they searched. The whole family and everyone in the village all helped to look for Choi Han's uncle. However, they could not find any traces of him. His father's youngest brother, his uncle. This uncle's name was Choi Young-gun. The only reason Choi Han remembered the name of this uncle he had never met was because of his father. He had overheard his father drinking and chatting with his aunt while going to the restroom one night when they were visiting their grandmother. He had only heard the story once, however. He had not forgotten, because it was quite a shocking story for a sixth grader. He had then seen his last uncle's face in an album in his grandmother's closet. His uncle in the picture was awkwardly smiling while rubbing his buzz-cut hair. Is it really my uncle? Choi Han clenched his fists. He had to hide the fact that his fingers were shaking. All sorts of thoughts slammed down in his mind. I wasn't the only one. Choi Han felt a complicated emotion after realizing that he was not the only one who was suddenly dropped into a new world. At the same time, a sense of urgency filled his mind. He wanted to quickly read that book. He would read all of the Korean sentences without missing anything in order to see if it had any information on why he ended up in this world, and if there was a way for him to go back home. Actually, he just wanted to know the story of a person who was similar to him, the story of someone who might be his blood relative. It made him even more curious. Tap. It was at that moment. Choi Han lowered his head. The silver kitten's front paw was tapping on Choi Han's leg. Hung was next to her looking up at Choi Han before he started to speak. I can't tell if you are okay. Rayan, who was next to them, was looking back and forth between Cal and Choi Han. Rayan and Choi Han made eye contact. Choi Han, are you angry? Huh, your face is stiff. It looks like when Bcrox, my delicious food provider, is angry. Choi Han could not help but chuckle. He raised his hand to touch his face. The tips of his fingers were not shaking anymore. He recalled one of the thoughts that he just had. He had been curious as to whether there would be any information for him to go back home. An odd smile appeared on Choi Han's face. Honestly speaking, Choi Han still clearly remembered his family members' faces. He made himself think about it tens of thousands, no, hundreds of thousands of times. However, he did not remember the faces of friends, teachers, nor anybody else who were a part of his world in Korea. He felt as if he would remember if he saw them again. However, he also felt that he might not as well. It had been too long. Choi Han, don't worry about it. Rayan flew over to Choi Han and patted him on the shoulder with his front paw. The weak human is smart, so he will quickly memorize it. Then we can quickly go rescue our family members, so you don't need to worry. Just trust the great and mighty Rayan Muru. Choi Han started to smile. He recalled the reason he chose to listen to Cal even though he wanted to read the book. He started to think about the others who were waiting for Choi Han and the rest of the group here to return. Our family. Rayan's words floated in Choi Han's mind. Choi Han, why are you laughing now? Are you trying to be like the crown prince? Rayan found the suddenly smiling Choi Han to be weird. Choi Han didn't care as he caressed Rayan's back and looked forward. Flip, flip. He could see Cal quickly flipping through and memorizing the thick record book. Yes, let's wait. Choi Han chose to relax. There was nothing to wait for nor anybody waiting for him when he was in the forest of darkness. Right now was paradise compared to the past. Choi Han just waited until Cal finished reading the book. Flip, flip. Cal looked stoic as he quickly flipped through the pages. However, his mind was being filled with two different sets of information, creating more chaos in his mind than ever before. Every page of the book had half written in the Eastern Continent's language and the other half in Korean. Choi Young-gun's memoir, also the record of the ancient White Star. Both sets of information became recorded in Cal's mind. The records were written in the Eastern Continent's language. The individual who named himself the White Star had all 5 natural attributes, as well as the sky attribute ancient power. The water ancient power he used was like a wall. Most attacks were unable to pierce through that water wall. Next, the fire ancient power he used. Cal recalled the water ancient power that the current white star used. That was also in the form of a wall. It was identical to the power that the ancient white star had used. Cal could hear the super rock's voice in his mind. The current one really is imitating the ancient white star. Cal did not respond to the super rock as he started to turn the pages faster. Flip, flip, the pages quickly flipped. All of the information became recorded in Cal's mind. Flip, flip. He then stopped moving. A certain page caught Cal's attention. The white star believed that he could become a god. He believed he would become a god once he fused the 5 natural attributes and the sky attribute together. He proclaimed that he would become a ruler that humans, dragons, elves, dwarves, and all of the other races in the world, as well as nature itself, would serve. Cal recalled something the current White Star said. It was during the battle at the Alchemist's Bell Tower in the Margaru Empire. Cal had asked the White Star's goal when they first met. "What is it that you want?" "What I want." He had responded with a fatigued expression. However, that voice had been full of desire, no lunacy. It is to no longer be a treacher and to be the ruler instead. Dragon slayers were known as the treachers of nature. The current White Star was the last dragon slayer. Cal realized that what he wanted was to be the ruler that the ancient White Star was trying to be. Cal's enemy wanted to rule with every living being and even nature itself under his foot. Flip, flip. Cal resumed flipping the pages. A sneer was on his face. Flip, flip. He continued to record the information without stopping. There were many battles throughout numerous years around the continent to destroy the White Star and the Forest of Darkness. The number of battles were as numerous as the people who lost their lives. That time period truly felt like hell. SHHH. He was turning the pages very quickly. Many strong individuals gathered from around the eastern and western continents to kill the White Star. It was the final battle. The one to lead everyone was the Guardian of Boulder. Cal then reached the second to last page. The only one to survive the final battle was the person who had the weakest power. An odd smile appeared on Cal's face. The first dragon slayer had possessed the weakest power. However, he was now considered to be the strongest individual in history. The super rock chimed in at that moment. "I protected that child because he was the weakest." The super rock had hidden the weakest person behind him during the final battle. Was it called the Sword of Disasters? That child did not have that power when I died. The strong power called the Sword of Disasters used by the Dragon Slayers was something that Choi Gun, the first Dragon Slayer, left behind as he died. The smile on Cal's face became even brighter. The super rock continued to speak. All he had was a power that was good for bluffing. A power that was good for bluffing. All he had was a power that made him look strong in front of people and allowed him to trick them. A perfect power to scam people. Cal had that power as well, the dominating aura, a power that could only bluff and did not have any ways to attack nor defend. It was one of the Dragon Slayer's powers. In that case, how did the Dragon Slayer become the strongest individual among humans? Cal did not have to think about it. The answer was already in Choi Gun's memoir that could only be read if you knew Korean. Cal, who had already read the answer, was smiling. Flip. His finger slowly turned to the last page. The last page finally appeared. He could see the words written in the Eastern Continent's language. The person who wished to become a god died. All of the heroes died as well. The smile disappeared from Cal's face. His gaze started to read through the other language on the last page. Choi Gun's last record written in Korean. However, heroes will once again appear during times of trouble. Heroes will always be born. Cal started to laugh. Everybody looked toward him after hearing the laughter. Cal was laughing brightly with a slightly flushed face. They then heard his voice. "Heroes my ass." Bud, who was approaching Cal, flinched. Cal was smiling, but it was obvious that he was angry. The mercenary king observed Cal as he asked, "Did you memorize everything?" "Yes." "Did you find it?" Bud didn't need to specify. They had come here to find the White Star's weakness. Plop. The book was closed. Cal then placed it back on the altar. The thick barrier started to surround the book once again. Cal turned away from the altar as he answered Bud's question. "Probably." One corner of Bud's lips started to go up. "Probably." It was not an answer that gave off a sense of certainty, however. It meant that Cal at least found some clues. Cal gave an order to the group. Let's go to the exit. Cal organized the information in his head and then activated the sound of the wind. Swoosh, wind surrounded Cal's body. Cal then continued to speak to the group who finished their preparations to leave. They would head for the exit. Then we will smack the white star from behind. Chapter 379. Easy peasy. 1. Sounds good, human. Rayan shouted back in excitement after hearing Cal saying they were going to smack the white star from behind. Human, let's smack the shoot out of it. Cal stopped for a moment. Is it okay for a 6-year-old's vocabulary to be like this? Our youngest is right. We need to hurry back. Everybody is waiting for us. However, Cal could not think about it any longer after hearing On and Hang's comments. As the children averaging 9 years old mentioned, they needed to quickly return to the people waiting for them. Follow me. Cal took the lead. Choi Han stuck right next to him. Cal looked at Choi Han's expression that had returned to normal before putting a hand on Choi Han's shoulder. Let's quickly take care of things and come back to read the book. Yes, Calnim. Choi Han had a pure smile on his face. However, Cal could see the desire in Choi Han's eyes to read the book. Cal planned on letting Choi Han read the book. There were things in there that Choi Han should know. Of course, he had considered damaging the book a bit so that Choi Han would not be able to read certain parts. However, Cal had changed his mind. He is older than I am. No matter what, Choi Han had lived for a longer time than Cal. Even though he had some innocence and awkwardness when living in society due to most of his life being spent alone in the forest of darkness, he was someone who managed to survive the dangerous forest of darkness on his own. Cal didn't know anything about Choi Yung-gun. However, Cal had a very good idea about Choi Han after spending so much time together with him in this world. Calnim, is there something you need to tell me? Choi Han asked with a confused expression after seeing Cal staring at him. Cal then moved his hand from Choi Han's shoulder and patted him on the back. I trust you. That was all Cal said before walking in front of Choi Han. Excuse me. Cal responded with a stoic expression once Choi Han managed to ask that question after a few seconds of confusion. It's you. Me. Cal pointed to Choi Han. You will be the one to attack the White Star today. Choi Han's expression turned even odder. However, he did not question Cal's statement. He just touched the hilt of his sword. There was a different voice that urgently shouted at that moment. What about me? It was Rayan. Human, why are you leaving the great and mighty Rayan Muro out? Mayo. The children, averaging 9 years old, looked at Cal as if they were disappointed. They seemed to be asking how he could only let Choi Han fight and leave the rest of them out. The children, averaging 9 years old, could then see the hand that was pointing at Choi Han moving toward them. You too. Cal was still speaking nonchalantly. You and you as well. Cal pointed at the 3 children before continuing to speak. The 3 of you will support Choi Han. However, you cannot fight. The children's expressions finally brightened. Although Cal was not letting them fight in the front lines, they were smiling at the fact that Cal said that they could at least support from behind. Poke. Cal turned his head after feeling someone poking his arm. Bud was poking Cal's arm with his elbow. He then asked with an excited expression on his face, What about me? Cal happily answered Bud's question. Not you. I don't want you fighting or supporting them. Bud flinched before he started to frown. Why not? Let me fight too. I'm quite skilled as well. You're treating me like cold soup. Did you forget that I am the mercenary king? Bud could not believe it. He might not be stronger than Rayan, because Rayan was a dragon, however. He was much stronger than the 2 cats. Even without the special abilities of his wind attribute ancient power, he was a sword master and someone who managed to rise to the rank of mercenary king. But such a person had never been able to fight properly since accompanying Cal's group. He was being treated like baggage. I'm not someone who would be treated like baggage like this no matter where I go. I'm the baggage. Huh. Bud stopped talking in confusion after hearing Cal's response. He was sure that Cal just said that he was the baggage. He knew he had heard correctly. He then patted Cal's shoulder with a slightly flustered voice. Ahem, why are you the baggage? There are no other heroes in the world like you. I sincerely enjoy our relationship as drinking Bud enough. Carry me. Bud wondered if he had heard correctly. Cal didn't care as he pointed to himself and continued to speak. I am baggage from here on. I'm so injured that I can't even walk or speak properly. Everybody looked toward Cal. Even if I have a balance in my body due to the 5 natural elements, unlike the White Star, I still used a lot of power. The group knew that was true as well. This was especially true for Rayan and Choi Han, who had been with him for pretty much every battle. There had never been a time Cal had used so many ancient powers at once. In addition, the White Star had used his thunderbolts twice in succession, unlike at the Margaru Empire. I would usually faint or cough up blood after using that much power. Choi Han nodded his head to agree. There could be a burden on the body if there was no balance of ancient power attributes in someone's body. But beyond that, even mages or swordsmen would sometimes cough up blood if they overdid it. Cal would normally face the latter situation as he already had a balance of attributes. But I am fine. As all of you know, it is thanks to the crown in my possession. Cal pointed to the white crown on his head. The immense amount of power in this crown helped me defend against the White Star's attacks. Cal shared this fact to On, Hung, Choi Han, and Bud, who did not know about it. He recalled the changed appearance of the crown at the same time. The crown how had a crack that went halfway through the jewel in the middle. The White Star didn't take it from me, even though he had known that I had this crown on me since the battle at the Empire. He didn't try to take it during this battle either. Cal pointed to the most important part of this. The White Star either does not know how much power is stored in this crown, or, if that was not it, he doesn't think I can use it. Choi Han started to speak. Then we must hide the fact that you can use this crown and used its help to defend against his attacks, right, Calnim? Cal nodded his head to show his agreement. This crown had so much power that it could defend against the White Star's attacks. Cal could not lose the crown. He had a feeling that it would be helpful in their future battles against the White Star. Cal slowly opened his arms. That is why I am in a serious situation. He sounded almost proud to say the following, so fight without me. He then casually asked Bud a question. Do you have some kind of red liquid? I need to make it look like I bled. Cal looked a bit shaggy right now, but his complexion was less pale than it normally was after a battle. He wasn't injured anywhere either. Bud made eye contact with Cal and started to speak. How? His voice was slightly shaking. How did you know? How did you know I had such a thing on me? Hey, hey. Bud's voice was shaking as if he was extremely excited. Bud quickly looked through his spatial pocket bag. Oh, you really had something. Cal looked toward Bud in shock. He didn't really expect Bud to have something like that on him. Why would someone have something like that? Hee, of course I have something. Mercenaries are people who need to rely on themselves to survive, even on battlefields. That is why we need to be extremely prepared for the unexpected. Oh, Bud made a noise before taking a decently large bottle out of his spatial pocket bag. The transparent glass bottle was full of a red liquid. Cal looked at his shirt before reaching out his hand. Hand it over. Bud handed the bottle to Cal. Cal grabbed the bottle and headed for the exit once again. The group followed behind him, and Cal soon stopped in front of the large swordsman statues. He looked around. The village was blocked on all sides. He did not see an exit. However, he remembered what Lord Sherritt had told him. You are the king. Your loyal knights will listen to you. Cal stood in front of the still kneeling statues and gave the order. Open the door. It was at that moment. Screech, screech, the large statues stood back up. They then started to walk toward a single spot. Boom, boom, boom. They then came to a spot. They were standing in front of a cliff. Both of them reached out and pushed a spot on the cliff. Boom, Cal could see a large boulder starting to move. The large pathway that had been completely hidden slowly started to appear. Cal put the crown into his pocket as he headed for the exit. Of course, he didn't plan to walk for long. Carry me. The statues moved the large boulder to hide the pathway once again after they left. Bang, bang, barang. The bear slamming on the white shield started to frown. The Castle of Light, one of the 3 restricted areas. The bear was already annoyed at the fact that his foot kept plunging into the white pebbles on the ground. However, this situation made him extremely angry. So persistent. Crackle, crackle. The white shield cracked every time the bear slammed into it. However, it never broke completely. It looks like they plan on resisting until the end. He showed his agreement with his fellow bear by not saying anything. The white shield looked as if it would break at any moment, but never actually broke. They knew the illusion lord was casting this shield. The weak white gold shield underneath most likely belonged to the ancient dragon. Eruhaben. But it seems like Cal Henitus cannot use any more strength. The others showed their agreement with the cat by responding with silence. Bang! A loud noise could be heard every time the White Star's subordinates banged on Lord Sherritt's shield. The noises showed how much strength they were using to bang on the shield. Crack! Sherritt's shield cracked each time. Unfortunately, there was something else that was receiving more damage from the aftershock of the attacks. Crack! The boulder dome created by Cal Henitus. The boulder dome that managed to last without breaking until the end was starting to crack from the aftershock. Clunk! Clunk! The debris from the cracking dome was falling to the ground. That was enough to provide enough evidence for the White Star's side. Cal Henitus, he, does not have any strength left to maintain the dome. Cal Henitus's group would be in danger if the dome broke. Cal Henitus should know that as well. However, the dome was shaking from a bear's attack, which was much weaker than the White Star's thunderbolts. What should we do? One of the bears asked a person who was watching all of this. That person was the mage who brought the cats over. He had a teleportation magic circle ready to use at any moment and looked toward someone else other than the bear who asked the question. My liege. It was the White Star. He was sitting on the ground trying to catch his breath. He looked extremely pale as well. Do we continue to wait? He could see that the White Star was still paying close attention to the dome. The mage could see that the White Star's eyes were filled with greed about something he couldn't determine. He seemed to be waiting for something and curious about something as well. Yes, stay alert. The White Star gave a short order. It isn't like there's anything dangerous here. We can easily run away if something happens. The mage held back a sigh. How many leaders could so easily discuss running away in front of their subordinates? However, the White Star was someone who could easily say those things. The mage slowly turned away from the White Star for a moment in order to give the order to keep attacking. It was at that moment, even if we don't manage to find out anything else, he could hear the White Star quietly mumbling, it's fine if we don't manage to verify anything else. However, we need to verify Cal Henitus's condition. The mage turned back toward the White Star. The two of them made eye contact. The White Star smiled with a fatigued expression. Only then can I be certain as well. May I ask what you are trying to be certain about? The White Star turned back toward the dome that Cal Henitus created. That dome was Cal Henitus's Earth power. The White Star recalled the records from Nellan Barrow, the first dragon slayer. The following was written inside it. The White Star. The reason that that individual was so strong was because he had all 5 natural elements as well as the sky attribute. The White Star started to speak. I will soon get an Earth attribute power. The day he had the Earth attribute ancient power was not far away if things went according to plan. Then I will clash against Cal Henitus once again. The White Star and Cal Henitus would clash head-to-head at some point. It was required for all of the White Star's goals to be achieved. Would I win during that battle, or would Cal Henitus win? That is what I am trying to determine right now. That was the reason he was trying to verify Cal Henitus's current condition. I understand. I will tell them to keep banging on the shield. The mage lowered his head to show that he would follow through with the order. The White Star did not even look at him. Ha! His heart hurt because of the curse every time he let out a breath. His entire body felt tired. His shoulders were always heavy from fatigue. The White Star slowly lifted his head. He could see the sky. I have the sky attribute power. It had taken him so long to obtain all of the ancient powers he wanted to gain. That will soon the White Star's expression quickly changed in the middle of his thought. His eyes that were looking at the sky opened wide. Stop attacking. The people attacking the White Shield stopped moving. They heard the White Star's voice by their ears once again. Behind us, behind, all of them looked to the back. The White Star had turned around already. Sharara, the wind was blowing like normal. However, they heard someone's voice through the wind. Oh my. Nobody had been in this area just a moment ago. However, there were now people slowly starting to appear. They were kicking off the white ground as they ran forward. The person in front started to speak. Looks like we were caught. Clang! That person took out a sword at the same time. Rayan's acceleration spell pushed him forward as soon as he kicked off the ground and into the air. Wuang, the shining black aura-wielding swordsman, shot forward at a formidable speed before he swung his sword. Slash! The sword was naturally aiming for the White Star. Long time no see. Choi Han smiled as he greeted the White Star. How? The White Star looked past Choi Han's shoulder after sharing his confusion. Attack. The mercenary king's veins were showing as he continued to shout. Attack. Don't stop. Kill as many as possible. The White Star could see the cats and the black dragon as well. The mercenary king who was standing behind them continued to shout. Don't let Cal's sacrifice be for nothing. The White Star could see that the mercenary king was covered in blood. However, that blood did not belong to him. There was someone who had more blood on them compared to the mercenary king. The White Star could see Cal Henitus struggling to look at him with a bloodied face while being carried by the mercenary king. Chapter 380. Easy peasy, too, ha, ha. The White Star could see Cal Henitus struggling to breathe. His back was moving up and down with each breath. The area around Cal's nose and mouth was full of blood. The mercenary king's back was dyed red, probably from the blood flowing out of Cal's mouth. Even the color of the blood was dark red instead of a clear red. Cal Henitus's were also slumped down, as if he didn't even have the energy to hold onto Bud's shoulders. Just his chin was around Bud's shoulder area. Cal's eyes blinked. His half-open eyes seemed extremely weak. However, the White Star could still see Cal Henitus's cold gaze looking at him. It was the same gaze Cal always had toward him. The White Star started to smirk. If Cal Henitus's eyes were different than normal and tried to avoid his gaze or were full of pain, then the White Star would have been suspicious. However, Cal was looking directly at him with his usual hostility. He could see the desire in Cal's eyes to bite and not let go. Ha, 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 are you really hurt? The White Star could not help but laugh after seeing Cal's condition. It made him recall something from the first dragon slayer Nellan Barrow's records. The information he repeated to himself for the past 10 years was extremely clear, as if it was now etched in his soul. The White Star only gathered the strongest of the 5 natural attribute ancient powers. The earth, fire, water, wind, and wood ancient powers in his possession were some of the strongest ancient powers, making it difficult for those going up against him. For example, if someone with a water attribute ancient power aimed for him, the White Star used his stronger water attribute ancient power to easily defeat the enemy. That is one example of how strong his natural attribute ancient powers were. The smile on the White Star's face grew bigger. He had struggled for 10 years to find the ancient powers described in the records. He didn't consider all that time to have been wasted. He was able to gather all of these strong powers thanks to that. Once he gathers the Earth attribute power, which is the last ancient power for him to gather, he would become extremely strong to the point where Cal Henitus could not even compare to him. He would truly become the White Star and rule the world. The White Star heard a familiar voice at that moment. What are you looking at? The White Star turned around. Shouldn't you be looking at me? It was Choi Han. My liege. The mage created a mana arrow as soon as he saw the tip of Choi Han's sword pointing toward the still pale White Star. The arrow was pointed at Choi Han. Bang! However, it could not reach him. It hit something else first and exploded. Ah! The mage moved away from the sudden explosion before noticing the black dragon glaring at him through the dust. It was Rayan. Me. Then they heard some meowing in the middle of the battlefield. The bear tribe, the lion tribe, and the arm members looked around. The cats amongst them flinched after hearing the meow. Rayan instantly became covered in fog at that moment. Then a red fog started to appear from within the white fog. The red fog enveloped the White Star's subordinates like a giant wave. This is poison. The cats were the first to respond to the red fog. These damn trash. The Fog Cat Tribe members activated their fogs as well to surround themselves. Many warriors who knew how to control fog had shown up to this battle. That was why the poison within the red fog should not be able to affect them at all. However, the cats were in a state of urgency. Move away from the fog. There were lions, bears, and arm members here as well. They didn't know how to handle fog, nor did they have any resistance to poison. Chief Nim, the cat chief, gave a short response toward his tribe members who were looking at him. Good, excuse me. The chief started to smile. It didn't matter whether the bears, lions, and arm members died or lived. The Fog Cat Tribe had just moved over to the Western continent from the Eastern continent. Their relationship with the White Star was the result of a deal. That was why the chief stopped caring about the death of the White Star's subordinates and started to selfishly think about himself and his tribe. He hid within the fog and gave an order in a quiet voice that only other cats around him could hear. The shame of the Fog Cat tribe has finally come outside. The cats finally understood what the chief meant when he said, "Good, start the hunt." The cats looked around. Poison. Ah, this seems to be paralysis poison. Step back, avoid the fog. Some people managed to come to their senses and start running away from the red fog. However, the majority of the people were in shock at the sudden development. On the other hand, the cats were not shocked anymore. Half of the cats stealthily disappeared into the fog. It was so that they could hunt. The other half moved like the rest of the White Star's subordinates. Poison. The mage on the White Star's side cast a wind spell as he faced the poison head-on. The wind gathered like a wall in front of him and started to move. Ooh-ooang. The large wind started to push away the poisonous fog. Snap out of it. The others, who were in a state of chaos, quickly snapped out of it and headed behind the wind wall that was pushing the poisonous fog away. The poisonous fog just spread to other areas without the wind wall as it got pushed away. Damn it, the mage started to frown. This poisonous fog. He could not do anything because of this poisonous fog. Teleport. The teleportation magic circle was ready to go as soon as the mage cast a spell. However, he would need to get rid of this wind wall suppressing the poisonous fog to be able to activate the teleportation magic circle. In that case, some of his subordinates would succumb to the poison. Of course, he could cast 2 spells at once. However, it was not easy to multicast a teleportation spell for close to 150 people with another spell. It took a lot of focus to move living life forms to a different location. These damn children. The mage also had not forgotten the gaze of the black dragon that had glared at him before disappearing into the red fog. He knew the black dragon would aim for the moment he showed any openings. However, none of these were the biggest concern on his mind right now. My liege, Bararang. A loud explosion could be heard. The mage's gaze moved to a spot a bit away from him. He could see a sparkling black aura trying to cut away at a large water wall. The White Star looked toward Choi Han on the other side of this water wall. Even if I am not well, the sword headed toward the water wall. You will not be able to defeat me. The wall parried the sword once again. Bang! Choi Han's body was pushed back along with a loud explosion. However, Choi Han charged toward the White Star once again. Choi Han. Choi Han recalled Cal's order on their way here. You don't need to lie. You don't need to act either. Just tell the truth. Just things that are appropriate for the situation. Got it. He opened his mouth to speak. He was looking at the White Star. I will definitely see to your end. It was the truth. It might not be now, but he would watch the White Star die. His expression did not shake at all as he was telling the truth. The White Star put on an odd smile. Is it Cal Henitus's will? Choi Han laughed as he swung his aura once again. It is our will. I will definitely see to your end. That was all of their desires. Bang! However, Choi Han's attack could not pierce through the White Star's water wall once again. Choi Han had not been able to win against the White Star at all since the battle at the Empire. It was at that moment. Ooh-wong, he could feel the ground starting to shake. The White Star turned his head. Bang! A hole appeared on top of the large dome surrounding the White Castle with a quick bang. People were jumping out of the hole. They were Ron and Beacrox. The two of them jumped out and stood on top of the dome. Ha ha ha. The White Star watched this and started to laugh. He then asked Choi Han a question. How were you able to get outside the castle? How were they able to appear behind him? That was the White Star's question. However, Choi Han did not respond to him, and a different voice filled the battlefield. The voice sounded desperate. Receive Cal Henitus's will. The mercenary king was working hard to shout as loudly as possible. He did everything he could to be loud. We will go to the end. Kill at least one more bastard. His gaze headed toward Ron and Beacrox standing on top of the dome. Bud was getting anxious. Ron and Beacrox did not know about how Cal had ended up a bloody mess like this. It was true for the 2 dragons inside as well. Cal had not explained it to them before he left. Bud was worried that Ron and Beacrox would go berserk and fight like crazy people. That was why Bud was shouting as loudly as possible. He wanted his voice to reach Ron Marlin, who was standing at a distance. Maybe that was why, but Bud honestly sounded desperate. Cal, who was on Bud's back, looked toward Bud with an odd gaze for a moment. Bud took out his sword, even with Cal on his back as he did that. I am mercenary King Budiles. I will give my everything here. Cal looked toward Bud and started to think. This punk, is he an actor? He's too good at acting. Even Cal could hear the desperation and concern for his friends in Bud's voice. However, Cale was not worried about Ron, Beacrox, nor the two dragons like Bud. Why? Ah, dodge the dagger. Ah, Ron threw a dagger down as he ran down the side of the dome. He was moving very quickly down the dome. Ron started to speak. Beacrox, kill as many of those bastards as possible. Yes, father. Boo-woong. Beacrox swung the greatsword vigorously before jumping off the dome. Boom. Beacrox landed in front of the bears who were hiding behind the wind wall. I will kill you all. Beacrox mimicked Choi Han as much as possible as he charged forward without looking back. Ron moved past him as he did that. Beacrox made eye contact with his father. He was asking a question with his eyes. Is this good? He was asking with a grumbling expression if this level of acting was enough. Ron smirked before running into the horde of enemies. His targets were the cats. Then Rayan, who was hidden in the fog, cast spells on the group. Behind them, they're all coming out. The White Star watched as a fatigued Iruhaben came out with Lord Sherritt supporting him. Are you really going to fight? Are you really going to fight to the end? The White Star turned his head as he asked. His gaze was directed at Cal, who was at a distance. The White Star was asking Cal a question, even though he knew that Cal could not hear him from over there. Was he really going to fight until the end? The White Star could see Cal starting to open his mouth, as if he was responding to him. Cal raised his head while pretending to struggle. Cough. He then coughed up some red liquid that had been in his mouth this whole time. He had gagged after holding it in there for so long that the dark red liquid naturally poured out of his mouth. Cal pretended to struggle as he started to speak as loudly as he could in his weak state. Aim for that bastard's hands and feet. The White Star could see the gazes moving toward him at that moment. How funny. However, the White Star could not laugh as he was flabbergasted. 3 dragons, 2 cats, 3 humans. Some were visible while others were hidden inside the fog. All of Cal's people currently on the battlefield started to aim for the White Star. Are you all aiming for me because my body is weak? Really? A cold smile appeared on the White Star's face. The pale man reached both hands out. Rayan, who had been hiding inside the fog and using magic to deliver Cal's messages to the others until now, cast another spell. Everybody could hear Rayan's voice in their minds. You can attack when the human gives the signal. Cal's orders were clearly etched within everyone's minds. They started to direct all of their attacks toward the White Star. Chapter 381. Easy peasy 3. First up was Choi Han. Ha! The White Star scoffed. Anger and shock appeared on the White Star's pale face. Wang, the sparkling black aura that extended a few meters longer than Choi Han's sword, was shooting toward the White Star. Choi Han's body was charging toward the White Star's heart like an arrow. You don't know your place. Large gusts of wind appeared on both of the White Star's arms. Choi Han's eyes clouded over. Water wall. Fire sword. The White Star had fire, water, wood, and wind, attribute ancient powers. However, they had only seen the water and fire powers until now. This was the first time they faced the wind power. What would this bastard's wind power be like? The young dragon's voice was sounding off in Choi Han's mind even at that moment. He said to aim for the hands and feet. Cal's orders. Aim for the White Star's hands and feet. The tip of Choi Han's sword moved toward the White Star's hand. Flap, flap. The White Star's sleeves were fluttering from the wind. Then a large whip appeared in his hand. The wild whirlwind turned into a whip and wrapped around the White Star's right hand. Swoosh! The wind whip surrounded the White Star. Choi Han's hair fluttered from the wind coming out of the whip as he charged forward. Choi Han made eye contact with the White Star. The White Star started to speak. You weakling. Choi Han's expression slowly started to change. Why are you so weak when time is warped for you? Time is warped. Choi Han started to frown after hearing what the White Star was saying to him. The White Star raised his whip into the air. He then swung it down. The wind whip cut through the air. It charged toward Choi Han while making a vicious sound. The White Star continued to speak stoically as he did that. Who are you? The wind whip slammed into the sparkling black aura. Barang. The white pebbles on the ground shot up with a loud explosion and caused a giant dust storm. The White Star saw it at that moment. He saw the punk who was still charging toward him through the white dust storm. It was Choi Han. Choi Han was smiling as he charged toward the White Star. Fleek! The whip was flicked toward Choi Han once again. Bang! The blade that was surrounded in black aura slammed against the whip. Ah! Choi Han's body could not handle the power of the whip and was pushed back. The White Star's eyebrows lifted up for a moment. Ah! Choi Han's right hand, that was surrounded by aura, grabbed onto the wind whip. Screech, the aura and the wind made the chilling screech as they came into contact with each other. You fool. The White Star flicked the whip in order to force Choi Han to let go. However, Choi Han grabbed onto the whip even tighter. He then started to smile. The White Star made eye contact with Choi Han, who was smiling while looking at him. Who am I? Choi Han smiled as he continued to speak. I'm not going to tell you. What? The White Star wanted to say something back, but did not have the time to do so. The White Star opened up his left hand and looked in that direction. Bararang. A white shield crashed into the White Star's water wall. He looked toward the source of the shield. You stupid illusion. Lord Sherritt, who was on top of the dome, was glaring at the White Star. White gold mana arrows and more white shields charged toward the White Star at the same time. They were all aiming for the White Star's hands and feet. The Liege. The mage watched all of this with his eyes wide open. The ancient dragon that had launched the white gold mana arrows truly looked tired. However, his eyes were still glaring at the White Star. Lord Sherritt was also creating shields without stopping. Gulp. The mage gulped. Bang, barang, bang. The two dragons and the swordsman continued to attack the White Star. Explosions happened one after another. However, the White Star didn't falter even though his face was completely pale. It was at that moment. Fleeek. A strong gust of wind cut through the air every time the White Star flicked his wind whip. The mage finally realized what he needed to do. Attack the enemies. He gave the order to their forces who were gathered behind his wind wall to avoid the poisonous fog. The subordinates immediately dispersed into the battlefield without fearing the poison. As expected of the Liege, the poisonous fog shook every time he swung the wind whip. He was forcing the poisonous fog to go toward the two dragons and the swordsman instead of the enemies. That was why the red poisonous fog disappeared. I got rid of one. The White Star watched the poisonous fog disappear before leisurely flicking the whip again. Ah, it's about time you let go. Choi Han was being swung around by the whip, but was still holding on. His entire body was covered in small cuts. That was why the red fog disappeared every time Choi Han got close. On and Hung couldn't let the poison seep in through his cuts. The White Star watched this and started to laugh. It could not be helped. Three beings were staring at him once the fog disappeared. Two small kittens and one black dragon. He could not help but laugh in disbelief at these young children who were aiming for him. Or are you going to attack? He gently spoke as if he was talking to a child. Black mana fluctuated around Rayan as if to respond to his question. Attack. Numerous black shields became covered in red fog. They looked ready to charge toward the White Star at any moment. Ha! The White Star sighed. He looked around. The bear tribe, lion tribe, cat tribe, and the arm members were all getting into formation and moving toward the enemies now that the poisonous fog was gone. Cal's group would soon have to fight against the subordinates instead of being able to focus on the White Star. They seemed to know this was the case as well. Move away. Beakrok stood in front of the mercenary king and Cal as he shouted. His greatsword pointed toward the White Star at the same time. He was not the only one. The two dragons, the assassin, the cats, and the young dragon, all of them pointed their attacks toward the White Star. And Choi Han, he shouted out as he grabbed the whip with both hands. Crarackle. The wind and black aura mixed together to create a terrible sound. How annoying. The White Star watched as numerous colors charged toward him. Tens of white gold mana arrows were shooting down on him like rain. At the same time, black shields surrounded in red poisonous fog tried to attack him from multiple directions. The white shields that were in front of the black shields were charging toward him like spears. The man with the greatsword and the assassin were behind them. I will protect Cal. Then the mercenary king brought out his blue aura and fought against the White Star's subordinates. My liege. The mage had a shield ready to cast as soon as all of Cal's group's attacks got near the White Star. He was ready to protect the White Star at any moment. Ha ha ha, however, the White Star was still laughing as these attacks moved toward him. You dare. His eyes were filled with anger contrary to his laugh. The White Star's water wall shot up to the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The water wall crashed into the white gold arrows and exploded. A beautiful light shined down at everyone around the explosion. However, the white star just stoically flicked the whip. It was different than before. Swoosh, a wind as strong as a natural disaster, came out of the whip this time. The strong winds crashed into Choi Han's body as he held onto the whip. Ah! A grunt louder than before came out of Choi Han's mouth. Ooog. He had no choice but to remove one hand from the whip. However, Choi Han was still holding onto the whip with one hand. It could not be helped. The whip had been heading toward Beacrox and Ran. Choi Han was trying to prevent that with his body. How touching. The white star scoffed and started to squint. He could see the shields flying toward him. They were both black and white shields. Dragons truly are selfish. The white star chuckled. He didn't like how the dragons were aiming for him when the human Choi Han was trying to save his friends. The white star changed the direction of the whip. Choi Han was naturally dragged along with it. Ah! The whip then ran into the shields. It meant that Choi Han was about to run into the shields as well. Won't it be fun to make you hurt your friend? The white star laughed out loud before swinging the whip Choi Han was barely holding onto once again. Choi Han's body shot up to the air before flying toward the shields along with the whip. It was at that moment. Explode. Ancient dragon Iruhaben was the one who shouted. Some white gold arrows exploded before they touched the water wall. White gold light turned the entire area white. Activate your fog. Beacrox shouted toward on. Fog started to spread in all directions. Hee hee. Choi Han laughed as he let go of the whip. Rayan then spoke into his mind. I'm about to cast an acceleration spell. Use it well. Choi Han's body that was in the air because of the whip regained its balance. Boom! His 2 feet landed on a shield. It was a white shield. Choi Han stepped on the shield before his body quickly shot forward. Shoot! The white star's eyes opened wide. Choi Han was moving at a formidable speed. The white star quickly determined where he was headed. The mage. Choi Han was charging toward the mage, who could activate the teleportation magic circle. Damn it! The white star could see his mage subordinate. He realized that the mage must have been planning on casting a shield on him as he was in the middle of casting. The mage had stopped casting a spell and was watching Choi Han charging toward him with eyes opened wide. You dare! The white star subconsciously shouted and flicked the wind whip toward Choi Han. He had ancient powers, but was also able to cast a few spells. However, he was not as skilled in magic as his subordinate. He needed that mage in order to complete his plans more efficiently. And my body is a mess right now. The white star was fighting with formidable strength right now. However, his insides were a mess because he did not have a balance of ancient powers. He could not use mana in such a situation. The balance in his body would become even worse because the mana would clash against the ancient powers. You dare! You think that ill let you do that? The white star used the wind whip at maximum power as he flicked it toward Choi Han. The mage had stopped casting the spell after seeing Choi Han charging toward him. Choi Han had his black aura in the shape of swords in both hands as he aimed for the mage's neck. The mage had urgently cancelled casting a shield around the white star. He changed the recipient for the shield. He cast the shield on himself. It was at that moment. He's smiling. The mage could see Choi Han smiling. He also noticed what Choi Han was mouthing. You are your fast. Once Choi Han mouthed those words. Ah! The mage looked down. A dagger surrounded in red poison was stabbed into his ankle. The mage twisted his body at the same time. However, there was another dagger climbing up his body as he twisted. Pook! That dagger cut the mage's wrist. It was a poisoned dagger. The mage moved his eyes. Behind his back. Once everything became white because of Iruhaben's magic, and On's fog made it hard to see anything. Rayan's acceleration spell was cast on someone. Unlike the cats, that person whispered to the mage. The Marlen household kills the ones who look like they're about to run away first. Ran Marlen. He was smiling toward the mage. Cal had given an order to the group. Aim for the white star's hands and feet. Cough, ah. The mage heard an explosion as he groaned. Barang. The wind whip that was slamming down toward Choi Han was stopped by a combination of white and black shields. These two were going to be used for defense instead of offense from the beginning. My liege. The mage's eyes opened wide. Behind you. The white star turned his head. He saw a stone spear. A sharp stone spear that managed to get right behind him looked ready to pierce through his head at any moment. The White Star could see Cal Henitus's smiling at him as he coughed up blood while shooting the stone spear toward him. Hee hee. Cal did not hold back his laughter. He had told the group in advance, "Let's make the White Star run away in shock." Letting the White Star leisurely escape using teleportation, Cal didn't want to see such a sight. The mage who was going to cast the spell had injured his hand, and his body was poisoned. Cal shot the stone spear toward the White Star who was looking at him and asked, "What the hell are you looking at?" Bang! The stone spear crashed into the White Star and let out a loud explosion. Chapter 382, Easy Peasy. 4. The spear made of rock crumbled into pieces. Bang! The small pieces of rock shot out in all directions. Crackle! A pillar of fire shot up into the air. Cal could see a sword made of fire. He could see the White Star glaring at him from behind the fire sword that was shooting up toward the sky. The stone spear Cal shot out had broken. However, Cal was not affected very much because it was just one small stone spear. Cal, who made eye contact with the White Star, shouted out, "Run!" The White Star had let go of the wind whip. The wind whip started to move on its own. Fleek! The wind whip turned into a whirlwind much stronger than before as it followed the path of the whip like a wave over the white pebbles. The path of the whip was slightly to the side of Choi Han and the white shield as it aimed for someone behind them. Choi Han followed the wind whip wave, but the wind was faster. The true appearance of the White Star's wind attribute, ancient power, was revealed. The strength and speed of this whirlwind were incomparable to Cal's usual whirlwind. Hung, who was next to Rayan, shouted in shock, "Grandpa!" The wind whip, the whirlwind that was in the shape of a large snake, overwhelmed Ran and the mage. Bang! They heard another explosion. "Father!" Beakrux shouted, and Choi Han, who had been running toward Ran, flinched. Something shot into the air at that moment. It was Ran. There was a white shield underneath his foot. The white shield was helping Ran float in the air. "Shoot!" However, Ran did not look very happy. He frowned after looking at his empty hands. Cough. My liege. The mage was out of Ran's hands now. Swoosh, the wind whip cut through the white pebbles and moved the mage away from Ran. Ah! The mage poured some potion on his cut wrist before he placed a magic scroll there. It seemed as if he was trying to stop the bleeding. Tusk. Ran clicked his tongue while watching the mage's actions. Too bad. The one the White Star was aiming for with the whip the whole time was the mage. That was why Ran could not help but lose the mage as he shot up into the air along with the white shield. My liege. The mage's eyes were full of admiration. His liege, the White Star, was someone who did not care much for his subordinates. His loyalty could not help but become stronger having such a person rescue him. However, the mage's pupils quickly started to shake. Cough. The White Star was coughing up blood. He had been paying attention to Cal the whole time he was saving his subordinate. It was quiet for a very short duration of time. Nobody dared to say anything. Drip, drip. The drops of blood that trickled down the side of the White Star's mouth and rolled down to his chin before falling to the ground dyed the white pebbles red. The White Star could see something dark red. He. He could see a person laughing with their mouth opened wide. The inside of that person's mouth was completely covered in dark red blood, such that you could not tell which part was the tongue and which part was the teeth. That blood was flowing out in much heavier amounts than the White Star, and dyed the person's clothes and everything else around him dark red as well. Looks like both of us cough up blood when we use our powers. The White Star could see Cal looking at him and laughing. On the other hand, there was someone who could not see Cal's face at all right now. Drip, drip. Mercenary King Bud Illies continued to observe the White Star as the dark red liquid fell from Cal's mouth to his shoulder. Cal had explained the plan to the group on the way back here. That explanation was delivered to everyone's minds once more with Rayan's magic. Ran will attack the mage's hands and feet to interrupt the teleportation magic. It went according to plan until that point. Then I will strike the White Star with a stone spear. Bud had asked about the plan as he ran with Cal on his back. What about after that? There was no way the White Star would be so easily defeated. Who knows? The White Star would probably run away. Cal had nonchalantly responded to Bud's question. We are not strong enough to kill the White Star right now. That is why it is enough to simply watch him escape while we hide. Bud bit down on his lips while thinking about that conversation. Escape my ass. The White Star, who was staring at Cal, did not show any signs of wanting to escape. Maybe it was an obvious reaction. There's no way he would run away after that stone spear. There was only one large, sharp stone spear. Why would someone who could control the wind whip and a fire sword be afraid of a single stone spear? Bud was starting to get a headache thinking about how to deal with this situation. Flinch. However, his shoulder soon shook slightly. Dot, 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 Cal. Bud Elise opened his eyes wide. Hey! Cal was getting off of his back. Of course, he did not come down as if he was fine. Cal's hands were shaking as he grabbed onto Bud's arm to get down. Both of his legs were slightly shaking as he stood up as well. This isn't an act. Bud could tell that Cal's shaking hands and feet were not an act. This was because the shaking he felt was not something you could fake. Cal, Bud subconsciously called out to Cal in a quiet voice. Cal and Bud made eye contact at that moment. I didn't use it yet. What? Bud did not understand what Cal was trying to say. Didn't use it. What didn't he use? However, Bud quickly recalled the plan that Cal explained. If Cal was to use his powers during this battle, it would only be the stone spear. Didn't he just use the stone spear? It happened the moment Bud's eyes became full of confusion. You stupid idiot. He heard someone's voice. Bud turned his head. He looked toward the hole at the top of the large boulder dome. Ancient dragon Iruhaben, who was floating above the hole, was the one who shouted, Kalnim, human. Bud could also see Rayan and Choi Han, who moved next to him, no, next to Cal at some point. Bud then realized what Cal meant by stone spears. He was not the only one who realized it. Everybody here realized it at this point. It could not be helped. Ooh, a strong vibration dispersed in all directions. Crack. The sound of something cracking filled the battlefield. The large boulder dome. That dome was starting to crack. However, it was not breaking apart. Boom. The boulders that made up the dome started to split. Each boulder turned into a large stone spear. The sharp spears all started to point toward the white star. Ha, ha, ha. The white star was laughing in disbelief. He had at least a 1% suspicion that Cal was faking it as he coughed up all that blood. However, he had no reason to be suspicious anymore. You really want to try to end things today. The way Cal's body was shaking was not something you could fake. Why? The white star clenched his fist. It was because his hand was shaking as well. He had clenched his fist to hide this shaking. He then wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth with the back of his fist. Cal started to speak to him. Of course, we need to end it now. The white star and Cal made eye contact. Before you manage to obtain an Earth attribute ancient power. The white star started to smirk. He looked toward the mercenary king who was standing next to Cal. Did you hear about that from the mercenary king? Of course. Cal had no issues admitting to this. He then confidently added on, so shouldn't we kill you before that? The white star's right hand started to move. The wind whip started to move as well. My liege. The wind whip lowered the mage next to the bears. It then returned to the white star's side. The fire sword was still in his right hand, and the large wind snake started to roar next to him. Ooh-wang, the large dome had disappeared. Instead, numerous stone spears were aiming at the white star's fire and wind. Human. Cal could hear Rayan's voice behind him. He also heard Bud's urgent whisper. Hey, you little punk, you didn't explain that this was the stone spear. Are you not thinking about your own body? I thought you were going to let the white star escape. But what the hell was up with this situation? It didn't seem like it would end easily. However, Bud could not say anything else. Choi Han had grabbed his shoulder. Choi Han then whispered in his ear. Everything you heard. You remember all of it, right? The things they had heard from Cal. Bud's expression changed. He knew what Choi Han was talking about. It was at that moment. Cal's slightly shaking foot stomped on the ground. Boom! White pebbles shot up as the ground started to shake. Cal started to speak. All of you step back. Cal moved his hand from Bud's arm and stood up straight on his own. He pointed both of his arms toward the white star. Swoosh! The wind surrounding the white star became even stronger. Cal started to smile while looking at that wind. He heard the Super Rock's voice in his mind. Are you really going to do it? Of course. Cal recalled Choi Young-gun's The Birth of a Hero. What he was thinking about was the information that had been on one of the pages. This part had been written in the Eastern Continent's common language. The final battle against the White Star who wanted to become a god. That battle would have been impossible without the Guardian. There had been information on the final battle. The Guardian was definitely talking about the scary giant cobblestone. Although the sky looks down at everything from above, the place where everything lives on is the ground. Even the birds in the sky end up sleeping in their homes on the ground. Thunderbolts, rain, and even meteors all fall to the ground. Yet the ground stays firm without breaking. We were able to defeat the White Star after the Guardian of Boulder blocked all of the White Star's sky attribute attacks. Then there were the things Choi Gun had written in Korean underneath it. Those words were Choi Han's thoughts and feelings about the final battle. This battle was extremely difficult because the White Star had both the sky attribute and Earth attribute ancient powers. However, hypothetically speaking, if the White Star did not have the Earth attribute ancient power, if Mr. Super Rock had both of the Earth attribute ancient powers in the world, the current White Star only had the sky attribute without the Earth attribute. Cal had a single Earth attribute power. There were only two Earth attribute ancient powers in this world. Bud had asked Cal a question. Did you find it? He had asked Cal if he had found the White Star's weakness. This had been Cal's response. Probably. Cal clearly recalled something else that had been written in Korean. Although the Earth cannot defeat the sky alone, an easier battle would have been possible with the help of people who possess the other attributes. This battle. Cal needed to get the confirmation about the thing that he was currently uncertain about in this battle. If he got the Earth, would he be able to defeat the White Star's sky if he monopolized the Earth attribute ancient powers? He needed to find out. Why? Because Cal had the other attribute ancient powers as well. Furthermore, his friends were strong even without ancient powers. Cal stomped his foot once more. Boom! The ground continued to shake. Choi Gun had recorded the following. The sky can look down on the ground but cannot destroy it. The ground may look up at the sky but will never bend its will. Cal started to speak. Attack. The large stone spears headed toward the White Star. He started to speak once again. He was not the only one. The White Star started to speak as well. Move. Run. Move. The children, averaging 9 years old, Bud and Choi Han, all moved in different directions, with the others following behind them after hearing that statement. The others followed the children, averaging 9 years old. Cal had told them the following. We are not strong enough to kill the White Star right now. That is why it is enough to simply watch him escape while we hide. Hide. The group started to hide inside the White Castle according to Cal's orders from before. Cal and the White Star made eye contact. The White Star had acted as if he was going to fight. His wind whip created a large barrier. It was a shield to defend against the stone spears. A water wall was created underneath it. The fire sword had disappeared. Cal and the White Star. The two of them looked at each other as they started to speak. You sly bastard, that was what the White Star said. Cal responded back. Good luck running away. He then stomped his foot and ordered the stone spears. Chase them to the end of the world. The spear and the shield. The roles were reversed this time. Chapter 383, Easy Peasy, 5, Bang. A stone spear crashed into the wind barrier. The noise was small compared to the earlier explosions. However, that noise became the signal. Bang, bang, numerous sharp stone spears shot toward the wind barrier. Ah! The White Star looked toward the stone spears, trying to pierce through the wind barrier, and made his water wall underneath it a bit thicker. My liege. The mage who was being carried by a bear approached the White Star. Run away. The White Star's subordinates were moving away from the White Castle after hearing his order. The mage had approached the White Star before he ran away. More blood was starting to pour out from the White Star's mouth. He was not bleeding as much as Cal Henitus, however. The mage had never seen the White Star bleed so much before. Shoot. He had never seen the White Star being unable to control his temper like this either. He had always had this relaxed, almost lazy demeanor about him. But that person was showing anger toward Cal Henitus. His anger did not seem to stem from the fact that they had to run away after being attacked. The mage who knew the White Star, the most of all of his subordinates, could tell what was making the White Star angry. This is anger toward something he doesn't have. The Earth attribute ancient power. He had heard that his liege had been working hard for 10 years to gather the sky attribute ancient power and the 5 natural attribute ancient powers. However, he still had not managed to find the Earth attribute ancient power, the last of the 5 he needed. Yet there was Cal Henitus, a completely unexpected person who had gathered all 5 natural attributes to resist the White Star, which made him furious. Bang, bang, bang. The stone spears slammed on the wind barrier non-stop. Cracks appeared on the barrier with each hit. Cough. The White Star continued to cough up more blood each time. His body was a mess because he had not achieved balance by finding all 5 natural attribute ancient powers. More burden was being placed on his body each time he defended. Crack. The rough winds were slowly getting pierced little by little. The stone spears continued to charge toward the water wall. My liege. The mage had no choice but to speak to the White Star. We must retreat. You need to get that soon. That. The final Earth attribute ancient power. Calmness finally appeared on the once angry White Star's face. The Earth attribute ancient power that the ancient old star possessed. He had finally found some clues about it after 10 years. Only if I could read the entire The Birth of a Hero. Nellan Barrow, the first dragon slayer. His record book was written in 2 languages. One was the Eastern continent's common language, while the other was a language he did not understand at all. Nellan Barrow had called that the language of his hometown and had not taught it to anyone. He had told them to pass the book to that person if someone who could read that language ever appeared. The White Star was certain that something within that odd language had the traces of the ancient White Star's Earth attribute ancient power. It doesn't matter anymore. He had now found some clues about the final Earth attribute ancient power and would soon be able to take it for himself. The White Star calmed his chaotic body as he took a step back. My liege. The mage looked toward his liege with both joy and sorrow after seeing that the White Star finally showed signs of retreating. It was at that moment. I can't let it end like this. The White Star stared at someone who was standing past the water wall, the wind barrier, and the stone spears charging toward him. He could see that Cal was smiling. He could also see Cal's group running inside the White Castle to hide. Tap. The White Star took another step back. He waved his left hand as he did that. Eat it up. Screech. An odd noise rang out. The wind barrier changed appearance. Splarash. The wind that changed into a large snake started to charge forward. Bang, bang, barang. The wind snake did not care about the stone spears crashing into it as it charged forward. The snake passed the stone spears at a very fast speed, and the stone spears could not react as they crashed into the water wall. Bang, barang. The wind snake crossed the white pebbled ground with the sound of the stone spears and the water wall crashing behind it. Cal could see the wind snake charging toward him. That was when the White Star finally turned around and retreated. Cal could see the White Star smiling behind the mask. The White Star's mouth that was not covered by the mask was moving. Good luck dodging. Cal started to smile as well. Why would I dodge? He quickly started to shout. Chase him until the end. Ooh-ang, half of the stone spears crashed into the water wall, while the other half dodged the wall to the left and right and continued to charge toward the White Star. The White Star started to frown after seeing that Cal had no intentions of letting him go. My apologies, my liege. The mage apologized to the White Star even as his insides were twisting from the poison. The White Star did not react as he waved his hand. Splarash, the wind snake started to speed up. Cal could see the wind snake moving faster toward him. It looked vicious as it charged with its mouth open. Cal heard the Super Rock's voice at that moment. You should not use any more strength. Cal's entire body was slightly shaking. Cal had managed to defend against the White Star's thunderbolts because of the white crown. Cal had a lot of strength left because he had not used much of his own strength at all. However, using his own powers after filtering a large amount of power through his body was bound to place a huge burden on his body. Furthermore, using another ancient power in addition to the stone spear would definitely amplify the burden on his body. It doesn't seem like a good time for you to faint. Cal shrugged his shoulders as the Super Rock shared his concerns. The wind snake's fangs finally reached him. Slash! However, the wind was split into 2. I guess I worried for no reason. The Super Rock awkwardly mumbled, but Cal did not care. Instead, he got on someone's back. I'm not someone who should be carrying a person around like this. Mercenary King Bud grumbled as he quickly ran toward the White Castle with Cal on his back. Cal started to speak. Thanks, Choi Han. Choi Han's sword had cut the wind snake apart. Choi Han quickly followed behind Bud and continued to send his sparkling black aura toward the wind snake. He calmly responded to Cal as he did that. No problem, Calnim. Wow, I'm the one who is carrying you. But you don't even thank me. What an unfair world. Bud grumbled, but continued to run as quickly as possible toward the White Castle. The children, averaging 9 years old, stepped out of the open castle gate and shouted toward Cal as he approached. Human, hurry up. You need to hurry. The wind is right behind you. Rayan cast acceleration magic on Bud and Choi Han's feet. They started to move even faster. Chhhhhhhh. However, the wind snake started to chase them faster as well. It looked as if they would get caught at any moment. Time to prepare. Iruhaben gathered his mana while watching Cal run. Sherrit picked up her shield as well. Ran's body shot forward at the same time. Father. It happened as Beakrax became confused at Ran's action. Hang, he heard On shout. A couple daggers were quickly moving toward Hang from a different direction than the wind snake. On moved in front of Hang in shock. Rayan moved in front of both of them and quickly tried to cast a shield. Clang, clang, clang. However, he didn't need to do that. Clang, clang. The daggers all fell to the ground after hitting a white shield. A couple individuals appeared from the shadows of the castle wall at that moment. They were all cats, On and Hang. These cats had been hiding since a while ago to hunt Hang, who was the weakest. Damn it! One of the cats shouted as he stepped back. Stab! A dagger fell to the ground. Ran appeared on top of the castle wall and started to throw daggers toward the cats in the shadow of the castle wall. Tusk, shoot! The cats started to retreat. They looked disappointed, but quickly started to run once their chief gave the signal. The chief looked toward On and Hang as he retreated. He could see On glaring at him. Guess I have to kill you next time. A smile appeared on his cold face. There will definitely be a chance to kill you. The chief waved his arm. The dagger in his hand started to move. Clang! He parried a dagger that was flying toward him. The chief looked up at Ran, who was looking down at him from the top of the castle wall, before following the rest of his tribe members to retreat. Ran heard someone's voice at that moment. Close the gate. Screech, the castle gate started to close. Bud started to speed up after seeing the gate starting to close. Chhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. He could feel the wind snake right behind him. How did I get myself into this mess? Bud shouted as he entered into the closing gate. Choi Han followed right behind him. Bang! The castle gate closed. Bararang. They then heard the wind snake slamming into the castle gate. Lord Sherritt's white shield was already in front of the castle gate. Ha ha! Bud was trying to catch his breath. The wind snake slowly disappeared. Bud started to frown after noticing it. There was no way the White Star's wind snake would disappear this easily. That crazy bastard did that to buy himself some time. The White Star had created the wind shield to attack Cal so that he could withdraw peacefully. Bud started to put Cal down as soon as he realized that. Hey, you knew that the White Star used the wind snake to buy himself time, right? Ha! Ron supported Cal, who was coming down. Cal then started to speak, but it was not to respond to Bud. The stone spears chasing after the White Star will disappear in about 10 minutes. Cal walked over to On and picked up Hung behind her and started to caress his back. Hung put his face into Cal's chest and tightly grabbed onto Cal's clothes. Pat, pat. Cal gently patted Hung's back and Bud watched for a moment before starting to speak. Of course they will disappear. How can you make the stone spears chase the White Star forever when you have a limit to your strength as well? I'm sure they become harder and harder to control as they move away from you. The stone spears chasing the White Star would eventually disappear. It was impossible for Cal to maintain the stone spears when he didn't even know where the White Star was going. Bud naturally knew this was the case. Either way, it's quite refreshing to see the White Star running away like that. Plus, none of us got hurt. You didn't even faint this time. Bud was happily commenting about this battle with a satisfied expression. It was at that moment. I am sure that is not the end. Didn't you let him run away on purpose? Bud looked toward Ancient Dragon Iruhaben. The Ancient Dragon was looking at Cal. Cal started to smile. He took an item out of his pocket. It was the Golden Top's whip. Please chase after him. He then repeated the order he gave to the stone spears. To the end. Chase him to the end. He heard many voices at that moment. Okie dokie. I will chase after the White Star. Kahaha, just wait for us. I will figure out where the White Star's house is located. Cal continued to speak as he patted Hung. Chase after the cats as well. Hung flinched and looked up at Cal. Cal continued to speak with a stoic expression. We're going to duck them up first. Do not worry, I love ducking things over. I will chase after the cats. Kahaha. The cats are heading north. Hee hee, destruction, obliteration. Hee hee, it felt like the crazy ones were chasing after the cats, but Cal just calmly patted Hung. Tap, tap. On's front paws were tapping on Cal's leg. He didn't care as he looked toward the group and started to speak. We will soon be able to know where the White Star's base is located. He knew about Arm's secret base because of the dragon half-blood. However, he didn't know where the Bear Tribe, Lion Tribe, and the White Star were located. They would find that out this time. There was also something they needed to do as well. The Earth attribute ancient power. The Earth attribute ancient power that the ancient White Star possessed. He needed to find that. The clues to it were in Choi Yung-gun's Korean records. However, Cal did not say this part out loud. Instead, he turned his head and looked toward Choi Han. Let's head back to the village right away and look through the book. The records that were written in Korean. Cal was currently someone who should not be able to read it. Choi Han was the only one who could read it. Yes, I understand, Calnim. Choi Han responded back with a calm expression. However, Cal could see Choi Han's tightly clenched fists. Open the path. Yes, Calnim. Choi Han quickly turned around and headed to the room with the path to the Dragon Slayer village. Cal quietly observed Choi Han's back. How much of it will this punk tell me? Would Choi Han tell Cal everything he reads? It was possible for him to hide some things. However, that would not be because he had bad intentions. It would be because he would want to sacrifice himself instead. Cal had a single question in his head as well. Who was it that wrote The Birth of a Hero that he had read when he was still Kim Raksu? The author of that novel was listed as Nellan Barrow as well. However, the contents were different than what Choi Yung-gun had left behind. The Birth of a Hero that Choi Yung-gun left in the Dragon Slayer village had nothing written about Choi Han. Cal's expression turned odd. Is it fun? Kim Raksu had asked his fellow colleague with a stoic expression. His colleague waved the book and nodded his head. Yeah, really fun. Kim Raksu, I heard you read some of these when you were in middle school and high school as well. I read some in the past. But what is the point of reading it now when monsters, magic, and swords are all in the real world? His colleague, Choi Yung-soo, had pondered it for a moment before responding to Kim Raksu. Most fantasy novels have happy endings. I read it for that. I love happy endings. Kim Raksu looked at Choi Han's back and thought about Choi Yung-soo. Choi Yung-soo. His family had learned martial arts generation after generation, and they had specifically researched the old Joseon dynasty sword art. Thanks to that, Choi Yung-soo was extremely talented with the sword. Choi Yung-soo was wiping his sword as he continued to speak to Kim Raksu. Hey, remember how the team leader in him said he's going to farm once he stops working? You know I want to do the same, right? Yes. What about it? Nothing much, just wanted you to come to my hometown and farm with us. Kim Rak-soo had heard about Choi Yung-soo's hometown many times. That village where your family has lived for generations. Yes, it's a very rural village. One of their seniors had asked Choi Yung-soo a question at that moment. Why has your family continued to live in that village? About that. Choi Yung-soo debated it for a moment before responding. We didn't always live in that village. How many generations has it been again? Anyway, my family cannot leave that village. Why? Cal clearly recalled how Choi Yung-soo had wiped his sword with a lonely expression on his face. Choi Yung-soo had responded calmly, but his face could not hide his emotions. Just because. They said there needed to be a place for family members to return. That is why someone needed to remain and protect the land. The adults have always said that we needed to protect the land. Kim Rak-soo was thinking about Choi Yung-gun, Choi Han, and Choi Yung-soo. He was thinking about how all three of their last names were Choi. Choi Yung-gun had written The Birth of a Hero that Cal had read here, then The Birth of a Hero that Kim Rak-soo had read. Whose memoir would that be? Cal looked toward Choi Han's back and started to move. There were too many things to do for him to stand still. Damn it. When the hell can I be a slacker? 1. Old Korean Dynasty, Chapter 384, Decision 1. However, some people stop the walking Cal. Human, are you okay? Is it okay for you to move? It looks like you shouldn't move. It'll be bad if you faint. Rayan and On roamed around Cal and thoroughly observed him. Rayan, who was floating in the air and circling around, Cal even had a piece of apple pie in his paw. Cal debated for a moment before looking toward Bud. What is it? Bud asked in a slightly grumbling voice, but Cal didn't care as he said what he needed to say. Water. Huh, do you have any water? Why? To rinse out my mouth. but took a water bottle out of his spatial pocket bag and pushed it toward Cal with a slightly annoyed expression. I'm not someone who should be doing this. Yes, yes. Cal nonchalantly nodded his head and put Hung down before rinsing his mouth. He needed to get rid of the red liquid in his mouth that was used to fake his condition. Sigh. My poor life. Bud pounded his chest in frustration, but nobody seemed to care. Cal. Ancient dragon Iruhaben moved to stand next to Cal, who was still rinsing his mouth. This liquid isn't all blood, right? His gaze was focused on Cal's hands and feet that were still slightly shaking. He didn't show any signs of fainting, but he seemed extremely tired. Yes, sir, it is not blood. Cal stoically answered before he stopped rinsing his mouth. He then raised his head. He could see that the others were all surrounding him. Choi Han, Rayan, On, Hung, Ran, Beakrux, Iruhaben, Bud, and Sherrit were all looking at him. Although their expressions were different, they all seemed to be concerned for Cal. Cal ignored the weird wave of emotions deep in his heart as he started to speak. Iruhaben Nim, yes, you look happy. Iruhaben, who was looking at Cal with concern, started to smile. Looks like I was caught. Rayan shouted at that moment. Gramps, you are smiling like the crown prince now too. Let's show it to the White Star. Hoo-woo. Iruhaben barely managed to hold that sigh from coming out. He then looked toward Rayan and started to speak. Little kid, you must be really happy. What are you talking about? Our human and the smart Choi Han, both of them. I'm not happy at all because they got hurt. I want to duck the White Star up. Where the heck did this little kid learn a phrase like duck him up? Iruhaben looked toward Cal. Was it you? Cal shrugged his shoulders. Iruhaben looked at Cal and nodded his head. His gaze soon changed. It was you. Cal had a lot he wanted to say after seeing that gaze, but kept his mouth shut. It was because he felt as if Rayan probably did learn it from him. Cal ignored Bud, who was looking at him with the corners of his lips twitching. Iruhaben looked right into Rayan's eyes at that moment. W, why are you looking at me like that? Gramps, did you finally realize how great and mighty I am? Iruhaben ignored Rayan's rambling and explained himself. Little kid, you can live with your mom now. Flinch. Rayan's wings flinched. You must be really happy, little kid. Ancient dragon Iruhaben had a gentle smile on his face as he looked toward Rayan, whose round eyes slowly looked behind him. Lord Sherrit was standing behind Rayan. The black dragon and the white dragon both flinched before awkwardly looking at each other. Cal asked Iruhaben a question at that moment. Iruhaben Nim, did you find a way to move the castle? Yes, I sure did. Rayan's wings were fluttering as he quickly jerked his head back toward Iruhaben and started to shout. How? Gramps, how can we do it? I want you to hurry up and tell me. He then stiffened up. Iruhaben laughed at Rayan before continuing to speak. It is something the Lord Nim knows better than I do. Isn't that right, Lord Nim? Lord Sherrit let out a fake cough before starting to speak. This castle, the castle walls, and I are all tied together as one. I think it would be possible if the owner of the castle moved all three parts somewhere else all at once. Iruhaben continued Lord Sherritt's explanation with a serious expression. However, it would be too much for Rayan to move the castle walls, and the Lord Nim all at once. Why, I can do it. I am great and mighty. Iruhaben looked toward Rayan and shook his head. You don't have enough mana. It will be difficult even if we work together. The Lord Nim's mana is useless because she is tied to this castle. Choi Han, who had been quietly listening, asked a question. Didn't you easily move all of the books in the Mercenaries Guild's directory? Those were just books. What do you mean by that? Sherrit answered Choi Han's question for Iruhaben. I poured a large amount of mana into this place when I was alive. You can consider this area that was created by the combination of the castle walls, and myself to be a giant lump of mana. Of course, the castle walls and the castle itself were built with regular construction materials. However, Sherrit had created many magic circles and poured in a significant amount of mana to maintain the castle, protect her children, and provide a relaxed life for them. This castle was something that the Lord created with all of her mana before she died. That is why this castle and the castle walls are stronger than most defensive bunkers. Most was just her being modest. It was much more amazing than that. If it was not someone as strong as the White Star, then most people might be able to damage the castle, but would not be able to destroy or invade it. Iruhaben shrugged his shoulders and got to the conclusion. Anyway, we need more mana than that if we want to move this giant lump of mana without causing any damage to it. The castle, the castle walls, and Lord Sherrit. They needed enough mana to overpower this lump of mana. In conclusion, we need a place to move this castle, the knowledge to create a large teleportation magic circle with this castle at the center, and finally, enough mana to activate the magic circle. Bud chimed in at that moment. So you are saying that we have the first and second, but that the last requirement, the mana needed to activate the magic circle, is not enough with just you and Rayan Nim, right? Iruhaben Nim. Iruhaben nodded his head. Cal made eye contact with Iruhaben. Cal then flinched after seeing the ancient dragon's eyes. It was weird. Why? Why does my back feel so cold? He had not felt like this in a while. Cal felt as if someone was about to completely rob him. Iruhaben started to speak. Cal. It was a very gentle and warm voice. Iruhaben even had Crown Prince Alberus' bright smile he used when talking to others. This combination caused an extremely charming face that made Cal look like a mosquito. Cal started to frown after feeling this iffy sensation. Something feels off. Iruhaben continued to speak. You see. Why is this ancient dragon acting like this? Cal's expression slowly turned stoic. Iruhaben started to speak in an even warmer tone. I don't have money. Excuse me, I don't have jewels either. Cal's expression instantly turned blank. Iruhaben continued to speak. I was robbed. Iruhaben's lair had been robbed by Arm. That was why Iruhaben had come to look for Cal along with Pendrick after the Kero Kingdom's battle. Cal could hear Lord Sherritt's cautious voice as well. Everything inside this castle was looted by the White Star. The White Star naturally robbed all of the jewels and other precious items in the castle when he destroyed the castle and ran off with the eggs. He probably used the jewels and items to create the Mercenaries Guild and the foundation to survive in the Eastern continent. Iruhaben gently continued to speak. Rayan and my mana are not enough. I don't think we will have enough even if that child, Rosalind, helped us. The best thing to make up for lacking mana are magic stones. This was true. Magic stones were the best to make up for the lack of mana. They didn't need to drag in anybody else and reveal the Lord's identity, nor have to worry about any issues with the magic circle. Rayan looked around before slowly taking his piggy bank out of his spatial dimension. On and Hung pressed on Rayan's side and signaled him to take theirs out as well. On and Hung handed the piggy banks to Rayan once he took them out. Rayan's wings started to flutter, but nobody was paying attention to what the children averaging 9 years old were doing. Everybody was looking at Iruhaben and Cal. Cal, don't you have a lot of money? Iruhaben smiled brightly as he continued. Let's buy some magic stones. Cal started to speak at that moment. You know I can obtain magic stones, right, Iruhaben Nim? The highest grade magic stones from Section 1 of the jungle. He had used a good amount of them, but there were still some remaining. Of course, he had handed them over to the Roan Kingdom's Mage Brigade and Rosalind through Crown Prince Alberu, but Cal still had a good amount on him, and he could also get those back from them as well. However, Cal's expression did not look good as he said that. It was because he knew that Iruhaben knew about this fact as well. The ancient dragon had a good idea about anything related to magic happening around Cal. However, that ancient dragon was still asking to buy magic stones. Iruhaben awkwardly started to smile as Cal started to frown. He then responded back, "It is probably not enough." Ha ha ha. He then gulped before mischievously adding on, "You'll probably need to use at least 10 billion in the Roan Kingdom's currency." Gasp. Bud gasped. 10 billion. 10 billion was not your neighbor's dog's name. No, it was a significant amount. Even mercenary King Bud could not immediately gather that much money. Although Cal Henitus was from a wealthy count's family, he was only the eldest son. Where would someone who always go around saving others have that much money? How much is in my emergency fund? Bud started to calculate his emergency fund. The Mercenaries Guild did not have much money right now because they were busy purchasing weapons and food to prepare for their war against Arm. All he had available to use was his personal emergency fund. Honestly speaking, most of that emergency fund was poured into the Mercenaries Guild as well, leaving only enough money for him to run away from the White Star for about a year. Bud looked around as he calculated the number. Lord Sherritt's head was down. Rayan's shoulders were hunched with the piggy banks in front of him. On and Hung looked sad. Yes, let's empty my emergency fund. There's no way I will starve to death. Bud decided to empty his emergency fund. It was at that moment. Oh, that's it. Bud's gaze quickly moved. He was certain that Cal was the one who said, "Oh, that's it." Cal mumbled to himself with a refreshed expression. "I'm relieved. I thought it would be something difficult because I got the chills. This is plenty difficult, though. It's 10 billion gallons." Bud's expression turned odd. On the other hand, Cal stopped frowning and happily continued to speak. "Let's give it a try. It's not a very hard request." Cal had made 23 billion pounds from selling the Knight's Exaltation and 30 billion pounds from selling the Determination of Fire at the Caro Kingdom's auction. Only a portion of that was received in cash, while the rest remained to be collected. He had even used 10 billion of the 53 billion to fortify the Fire of Destruction last time. He also had the Crown Prince's golden plaque. He could earn about 5 billion using that. Cal thought about it thoroughly before casually commenting, "I had to go to the Empire's capital at least once anyway." He looked toward Eruhaben and asked with his usual expression on his face, 10 billion should be enough, right? Huh, do you need more? No, then I'll bring it over. 10 billion pounds should be enough, I think. Either that, or I will come back with about 10 billion pounds worth of magic stones. Either is fine." Cal nodded his head at the ancient dragon's response and stated his next plans. "I'll go to the Margaru Empire, and if it is difficult to get all that cash right now, M'll ask His Highness to foot half the bill." Bud's pupils started to shake. The Crown Prince. This bastard has enough influence to tell the Crown Prince to pay up. No, more importantly, how did he make so much money? He's really rich. Bud's pupils were shaking. Cal did not care. He stood up while wondering whether his body was feeling better because he ate an apple pie or because he rested for a bit. "Then I will go to the Western continent for a bit after returning to the village with Choi Han. Please take care of the things we discussed until I come back." Eruhaben nodded his head. He then asked with curiosity, "Looks like you found something at the village." Cal looked toward Choi Han as he responded. Choi Han awkwardly avoided Cal's gaze. "We found the record book the Lord Nim mentioned. It was written in 2 languages. One of the languages was something nobody recognized, but Choi Han thought it might be possible for him to read it, so we are going to go look." Cal could see Sherrit looking toward Choi Han. He could tell that she was shocked. Choi Yung-gun said that he didn't tell others in this world about Korean. That was why neither Lord Sherrit nor the White Star would know Korean. However, unlike the White Star, Lord Sherrit was Choi Yung-gun's friend. She might even know that Choi Yung-gun was a dimension traveler and came from Korea. "Rayan." Cal called out to Rayan. "What is it, human?" It was easier to get to the village using the secret passage if they had magic. "Rayan, you come with the 2 of us as well." "I understand, human. I knew you need me for everything." Rayan responded with excitement, as if he had never dropped his piggy bank in shock after hearing 10 billion. Cal patted Choi Han's shoulder. "Let's go." "Yes, Calnim." Cal headed to the Dragon Slayer village through the White Castle's secret passage once again. It was not difficult to come to a place a second time. In fact, they arrived in a more relaxed state as they did not need to worry about the White Star's attacks. However, their hearts were not relaxed as well. Huwu. Chohan let out a breath as he entered the 3-story stone building in the Dragon Slayer village. Boom, boom, boom. His heart was beating wildly. He could see Cal in front of him picking the book up from the altar. Choi Han's eyes stopped on the book in Cal's hand. Inside that book might have the reason behind why I ended up in this place. Choi Yung-gun really might be his uncle. No, it's just. His heart was beating crazily because it had been so long since he had seen Korean. Choi Han. Cal pushed the book toward Choi Han. Choi Han looked at Cal's usual stoic face as he reached toward the book. Plop. But maybe he was too nervous. He did not grab onto the book properly and it fell to the ground. CHHH. The record book opened once it fell to the floor. "Ah, I'm sorry." Choi Han quickly bent down to grab the book in shock. His expression turned serious after thinking that he might have damaged the book. Snap out of it. He tried to calm himself as much as possible. Choi Han's hand headed toward the book on the floor. He could see the page that it opened to when it fell. He couldn't even see the part that was written in the Eastern continent's common language. The Korean that Choi Yung-gun left behind was clearly visible. The ground may not be able to defeat the sky on its own, however. A slightly easier battle might have been possible thanks to the help of the people with the other natural attribute ancient powers. The sky can look down on the ground, but cannot destroy it. The ground may look up at the sky, but will never bend its will. Choi Han could not even grab the book as he read the information on the page. In conclusion, I believe that it is most effective for the person with the earth attribute ancient power to stand up against the sky. If that person has both earth attribute ancient powers as he fights against the sky attribute wielder in the future. Cal Henitus had one of two earth attribute ancient powers. Yes, this may sound cruel, but don't you think that if you sacrifice just the person who has both earth attribute ancient powers, then others can get hurt less and the world can be at peace? Choi Han's pupils started to shake. Cal quietly watched Choi Han's back. That is why I want to ask something of you who can read Korean. If you manage to read this, and a new person with the sky attribute tries to rule the world, I hope that you can help prevent the world from turning into hell. I know I am a terrible person to ask for such a request. However, after seeing the world turn to hell and watching everybody die without being able to do anything, this unfair request is all I can leave behind. I'm sure you have a good idea about how to defend against the sky attribute wielder by now since I have written about it. You must monopolize the earth attribute ancient powers. Of the two earth attribute ancient powers, I am certain about the location of Mr. Super Rock's earth attribute ancient power. That power is located in the underground cave in the western continent's forest of darkness. Choi Han, the Choi Han that Rayan on and Hang said was smart, could feel himself blanking out. Cal continued to quietly observe Choi Han's back. Cal had become certain after reading Choi Yung Gun's The Birth of a Hero. The novel, The Birth of a Hero, that Kim Rak-soo had read no longer existed. The story had changed. Only the current situation was what existed. He heard a voice in his mind. Are you going to sacrifice yourself? He could hear the Super Rock's question. Chapter 385, Decision 2, Sacrifice. Cal started to speak instead of responding to the Super Rock. What are you doing? Choi Han snapped back to his senses. He noticed that he was just blankly staring at the open book while crouching down. Nothing, Calnim. Choi Han could not control his shaking voice. He quickly picked up the record book on the floor. The open book closed once again. Choi Han, are you okay? Choi Han smiled and nodded at Rayan's question. He then took a deep breath. Boom, boom, boom. Choi Han's heart was beating wildly. It was beating wildly for a different reason than before. He looked at the cover of the book, The Birth of a Hero. Choi Han could not get himself to open the book. What did I just read? He did not need to ask that question. The information that he had quickly seen was clear on his mind. He started to think about what he had just read. Monopolize the earth attribute ancient powers to defeat the person with the sky attribute. The person who monopolized those powers should fight against the person with the sky attribute. Sacrifice them. The book was saying that they should sacrifice that person. Even if they might not die, the book was telling that person to fight in the vanguard where they had the highest chance of getting hurt. Choi Han felt that his hands were getting sweaty. However, he didn't have the time to leisurely wipe his hands and calm himself. Rayan and Kalnim are looking at me right now. He could not show them that he was shaking. Choi Han slowly started to open the book. Right, let's read through first. I will read it first and then think about it. He could not make any decisions based on a quick skim of a single page. Choi Han slowly started to read the words that Choi Yung Gun had left behind in Korean. It happened while I was playing with my friends by a creek. I, Choi Yung Gun, became unconscious after feeling something wrap around me and suck me in. I opened my eyes to see that I was no longer in Korea. I had appeared in a place called the Forest of Darkness. Boom, boom, boom. Choi Han's heart was beating wildly. This really was his uncle. His youngest uncle had also disappeared while playing with his friends by the creek. But he fell into the Forest of Darkness as well. Choi Yung Gun had opened his eyes in the Forest of Darkness. Although there was a difference of 10 years between the ancient times and now, Choi Han was certain that it was the same forest of darkness that he had lived in. It was because of the words written after that. The Forest of Darkness is located on the western continent and is a vibrant forest in a land filled with boulders. There is a mister with a terrible attitude who serves as a guardian of sorts in that location. A place on the western continent with a lot of boulders. That was the Henitus territory in the Rhone Kingdom. The mister with a terrible attitude was probably the person who created the Super Rock Villa. Just what the hell happened to my family that something is playing with our lives like Choi? Han had no way of knowing whether it was a coincidence that both Choi Yung Gun and he ended up in this world, or if there was a greater reason behind it. I was a foreigner in this world. Nature tried to reject me, but I found people to call my family. Mr. Super Rock created the foundation for me to live in this world. Although I am living my life in the Castle of Light now, my hometown could be called the Land of Boulder with the Forest of Darkness. Choi Han couldn't help but notice something. Choi Yung Gun. His uncle's life was similar to his own. Choi Han had also felt the loneliness and despair of being thrown into the forest of darkness alone. He had truly been out of his mind after seeing what happened to Harris Village. Who had he met at that moment? Who was the one who fed him, even as he stared daggers, and gave him the opportunity to find a home and family members to return to? That person had carried on the power of Mr. Super Rock in this book. Cal Henitus. It all started with that name. Rayan, On, Hang, Ran, Beakrax, Rosalind, Lark, Mary. The names of the people he met in this world filled his mind. He suddenly started to feel fear. Choi Yung Gun's life was similar to his own, and Choi Yung Gun was the only survivor of the final battle against the ancient White Star. If that happens to me as well, Choi Han shook his head. That will not happen. That could not happen, living alone while everybody dies. If that's going to be the case, Choi Han turned the page. I thought to myself, if I knew it would be like this, if I knew I would be the only one to survive, I would have rather sacrificed myself to save the others. Choi Han stopped for a moment before turning the page again. He continued to turn page after page. Choi Han was quiet as he read through the book as still as a calm lake. However, Choi Yung Gun's memoir was not calm at all. His emotions were roaring like a storm. Although the information about the ancient White Star and other information were written rationally, his emotions were visible at different spots throughout the book. Everybody else died. I wish I died with them at that time. I was not in a normal state of mind at first. I was alive, but I did not feel alive. I could see the dying faces of my friends, my family in this world, each and every night. The same words or similar content continued to appear here and there. Choi Yung Gun's despair and regret pierced deep into Choi Han's heart. This was not a story to just read and forget. Choi Han scrunched his eyes to make himself focus. But I came back to my senses. I had to fulfill the request Mr. Super Rock asked me to do. This was what he had told me. He said that we should make sure that something like this never happened again. If another white star, if another person with the sky attribute appeared, we needed to stop them while not losing so many people. Those words made me continue to live. The truth slowly started to appear little by little. However, everyone who was evaluated to be strong died with the white star. Chaos instead of peace filled the world. There were still many members of the White Star's Forest of Darkness who remained alive, as well as many evil people who tried to fulfill their evil greed without the White Star and the strong individuals present. Another chaos, another war was about to break out. The ancient times ended with the death of the ancient White Star. A transitional period appeared after that. Choi Yung Gun had made up his mind about something at that time. That is why a weakling like me had to trick the world. The one to help me with this was Sherrit, my forever close friend. One human and one dragon moved to the eastern continent's Castle of Light. People called me a hero for surviving the final battle. They also thought I was strong. It was only natural. I was the only one to survive. Everybody else had died. But that was not the case. I only had a power that could make me seem strong. However, having an aura similar to a dragon and the title of the sole surviving hero was enough to gather people around me. Of course, those around me who were helping me knew the truth about my power. The young man that the Guardian of Boulder protected, because he was the weakest, had suddenly turned into the strongest individual in the human world. He had tricked the world, but I had no intention of ending it there after tricking the world. Choi Yung Gun wanted to turn the lie into a reality. That was why he put his long lifespan on the line. I wrote earlier than I poured my strength into creating the Sword of Disasters. It was a power created by offering close to 1,0 years of his life that was almost as long as a dragon's life. I put my entire lifeline other than 6 months to write this memoir to create that power. Choi Han bit down on his lips. The Sword of Disasters. He knew about this power as well. This power would probably be carried on by the dragon slayers who come after me. As Choi Yung Gun mentioned, that power was carried on by future generations of dragon slayers. and was in the current White Star's hands, who created a fake sword of disasters with half his powers to give to Siram, the fake dragon slayer. And Siram was currently imprisoned in the Roan Kingdom's underground prison. Choi Han's pupils started to shake at that moment. My fellow foreigner who is reading this right now, this village is a place where the strongest individual becomes the next generation's dragon slayer. I hope that you can become the dragon slayer and possess this sword of disasters. Flip, flip. Choi Han's hand did not shake at all as he turned the pages. The sword of disasters. This power that possesses disasters as mentioned in the name is something that can only show its true powers when it is in the hands of a foreigner who is rejected by nature. But Choi Han's heart was beating wildly. I can imagine it now. If someone possesses the sword of disasters, the crown, and both earth attribute ancient powers, then they may be able to defeat the sky. The crown and one earth attribute ancient power. Cal currently possessed the two of those, my fellow foreigner. Don't you have precious relationships in this world as well? He was right. They were precious. Extremely, extremely precious. They were people he finally met after an uncountable number of years alone in the forest of darkness. Choi Han continued to turn the pages until he stopped on the last page. He could first see the part that was written in the Eastern continent's common language. The person who wished to become a god died. All of the heroes died as well. Choi Han started to smile. His gaze started to read through the other language on the last page. Choi Young-gun's last record written in Korean. However, heroes will once again appear during times of trouble. Heroes will always be born. Tap. Choi Han closed the book. He had a smile on his face as he lifted his head. He could see Cal looking at him. Cal, who had his usual stoic expression on his face, patted Rayon's head as he started to speak. How did it go? Cal's voice was as calm as usual as well. However, Choi Han could not easily speak even though there was a smile on his face. Rayan moved away from Cal's hand and flew toward Choi Han. Human. I knew our Choi Han would be able to read all of it. Our Choi Han really is super smart. He's much better than that clueless mercenary king. Choi Han was looking at Cal even as Rayan said that. Cal spoke in his normal tone. Yes, Choi Han is smart. Cal walked toward Choi Han. He then took the book from Choi Han and started to quickly turn the pages. Choi Han quietly watched. He then flinched. Choi Han, do you know which part of this book was the most memorable to me? Cal's hand stopped on the last page. Cal touched the words written in the Eastern continent's common language on the last page. The last page. Choi Han could see the words Cal's fingers were touching. The person who wished to become a god died. All of the heroes died as well. Cal continued to speak. I don't like the last sentence. Choi Han started to think. The last sentence Cal was talking about was the one about how all of the heroes died. However, Cal was pointing at two sentences. One in the Eastern continent's common language. One written in Korean. All of the heroes died as well. Heroes will always be born. Cal didn't like either of these sentences. This was the case even though he was considered a hero on the Western continent. It was quite inconsistent. Choi Han, do you remember something I told you in the past? Cal reminded Choi Han of something he told him in the past. I said you would be writing your history. Cal had said that to Choi Han in the battle at the Hennetus territory. It is your history that you will write here. Choi Han recalled those words. He then thought about this moment. This was a different time, 10 years later than the ancient times. Rayan and I are also writing our histories as well. We are not writing the history of heroes. Cal's calm voice reached Choi Han's ears. Choi Han quickly made a decision. No, he became certain about a decision he already made. He knew this was the right direction. What do you think? Did you read all of it? Yes, Cal Nim. Choi Han answered Cal's question without any hesitation. Cal then asked him a question. So then, what do you have to tell me? Cal was waiting for Choi Han to speak. Choi Han should understand what Cal was getting at. He was a smart guy after all. It was also because Cal trusted Choi Han. They had spent a long time together. Are you going to sacrifice yourself? Cal answered internally after hearing the super rock ask that question again. No, we are not going to sacrifice anyone. Choi Han responded at that moment. I will become the dragon slayer. Rayon flinched. However, Choi Han continued to speak. He had been afraid and uncomfortable about the thought of losing his precious friends as he read through Choi Young-gun's memoir. However, Choi Han was different than Choi Young-gun, and there was something he had learned as he lived. They had their own methods, and it looks like you will need to become the guardian, Calnim. Choi Han calmly continued to speak to Cal, who was looking at him. Please be the shield. He then added on without any hesitation. I will stand next to you and be the sword. Choi Han had made up his mind. He would not let anybody die, not himself nor the others. He then looked toward Rayan. Rayan, you will need to thoroughly support Cal Nim from behind. Cal, Choi Han, and Rayan were not the only ones. It looks like we will need the others to join us as well. This is something we need to do together. The corners of Cal's lips slowly went up. Yes, this is it. Choi Han knows our methods now. Cal Nim, everybody needs to work together. Cal started to smile. The original story was gone. This was their history now. Chapter 386. Decision 3. Choi Han looked refreshed after saying everything he needed to say. Strong passion could be felt coming from him. He then waited for Cal's response. Cal opened his mouth to respond. However, someone started to speak first. There is no way the smart Choi Han would say something like that. Choi Han and Cal both looked toward Rayan after hearing the sudden shout. Rayan shook his head side to side before looking toward Choi Han the same way that he looks at mercenary King Bud and continued to speak. We have all been fighting together since the beginning. Why do we need to combine our powers again when we have already been doing that? Choi Han, you cannot become like the mercenary king. Cal started to chuckle. He then responded in a serious tone. Choi Han is definitely smarter than Bud. That is true. Human, you really are smart. You are sleety, just slightly less smart than I am. Yes, yes. Cal patted Rayan's soft back. He then realized something. Did he lose some weight? Rayan's cheeks that had been chubby until they got to the Castle of Light were slightly less chubby. Cal started to frown. He recalled Hong's haggard face that had been shaking. He also thought about how On did not gain weight, unlike Hong and Rayan. Then those trashy bastards from the cat tribe and the white star popped up in his mind. These damn bastards that need to be beaten to death. Choi Han and Rayan flinched. Rayan, what is it, human? Take out an apple pie. Oh, all right. Rayan quickly took out an apple pie and pushed it toward Cal with sparkling eyes. Cal picked it up. He then started to speak. Ah, ah. Rayan, who repeated after Cal, felt a slice of an apple pie being pushed into his mouth. Rayan closed his mouth with a part of the apple pie dangling outside. Eat up. Rayan grabbed the slice of apple pie with both paws and started to eat even though he didn't know what was going on. Cal mumbled to himself as he watched. Can't believe he lost some weight. Choi Han, who was watching this from the side, started to think. Who? Who lost weight? Choi Han blankly watched Rayan's chubby cheeks becoming extremely full because of the apple pie in his mouth. He then started to laugh. Haha, it felt as if his heart was being tickled. He really did choose the right path. Everything was the same as usual, and there was no despair, loneliness, or pain, even though he said that they needed to all fight together against the White Star. Human, do you know why Choi Han is laughing by himself like that? I don't know. How would I know? Well, I guess it is good to laugh. That is true. It is good to laugh. Choi Han laugh a lot. I will cancel the comment about you being similar to the mercenary king. Choi Han started to laugh even louder. Rayan continued to nibble on the apple pie with wide eyes, as he had never seen Choi Han laugh this loudly before. However, Rayan soon stopped eating and blankly stared at Choi Han. Choi Han had started to speak after laughing for a while. To be honest with you, Kalnim, I have been alive for a very long time. Plop. The apple pie in Rayan's two paws fell to the ground. Choi Han didn't care as he continued to speak. That is why I am actually older than you, Kalnim. I am older than Mr. Ran as well. Rayan's eyes blinked a few times as he looked toward Choi Han. Choi Han was still smiling as he continued to speak. I age very slowly. I think I will live for a very, very long time. Choi Han wanted to let everything out. He thought that this was the right moment to do it. He thought it would be okay to say it now in front of these people. He couldn't tell them everything, but he thought that there was no need to keep it so tightly hidden away. I also came from a very far away place. I am probably the only one in this world who can read the words in this book. Choi Han could see Cal looking at him without many changes to his expression. Cal was always like this. His expression changed sometimes when he was scamming his enemies, but usually it was always this stoic and emotionless. However, that expression quickly changed if something happened to one of their group members. It was something that everybody other than Cal himself knew about. It was not just for the people in their group. During the war that started at the beginning of the year, Cal's face was filled with emotion every time he activated his shield with his allies standing behind him. Choi Han felt the silence in the room for a moment before continuing to speak. His voice was as pure as his usual expression. My family and friends are all in that far-away place. I came here when I was 17 and have lived alone for tens of years, for an uncountable number of years since then. But that is not the case anymore. Rayan was still unable to pick up the piece of apple pie from the ground. Choi Han smiled at Rayan before looking toward Cal. Choi Han could see Cal starting to frown. Cal looked as if he was contemplating something for a while before finally starting to speak. Choi Han. Yes, Cal Nim. Choi Han responded gently with a smile on his face. However, his emotions were neither gentle nor calm. He felt refreshed after sharing a part of his secrets. However, there was a small amount of fear on his mind as well. Although he had lived for tens of years, his appearance looked as if he had not even aged a single year. Would Cal feel repulsed by that fact? Choi Han's mind, that had been relaxed until just now, slowly started to become complicated. Choi Han could see Cal's expression becoming more complicated, as if Cal knew what Choi Han was thinking. Cal, who had been hesitating for a bit, started to speak. Are you trying to tell me you want to be called Hyang like His Highness? Is that how I should address you? Excuse me. Or maybe Grandpa. If not that, Choi Han Nim. Cal's expression became more serious with every word while Choi Han's expression turned even odder. He then started to smile again and responded in a serious tone. Please keep things as they were. Sure, Choi Han. Cal finally returned to his usual expression after saying that. Cal then turned away from Choi Han and handed Rayan another piece of apple pie as he continued to speak. Eat without dropping your food. All right, human. Rayan quickly snapped out of it and started to eat the piece of apple pie. He then approached Choi Han and took another apple pie out of his spatial dimension and offered it to Choi Han. Choi Han, eat this. Choi Han knew Rayan's methods by now. He happily took the apple pie from Rayan and patted him on the head. I am the great and mighty Rayan Muru, just trust me. He was the same as usual. Choi Han felt completely relieved after seeing Rayan quickly returning to normal even after hearing his story. Cal confirmed that Choi Han had a relaxed expression before slowly starting to walk. Should I tell him too? Cal had that thought the moment Choi Han told him about his situation. He had no way of knowing what happened to the original Cal Henitus. He could be dead, or he could have ended up in Kim Rok-Soo's body. He had no way of knowing anything. Cal could not say anything in such a situation. The Henitus family and people related to them were here. Sometimes, certain things were better left as baggage to carry alone. Cal looked toward Choi Han's refreshed face with no regrets. Choi Han was different from him. There was no point in having any regrets about not having that refreshed expression himself. There was nobody close to him left in Korea. However, the future of Kim Rok-Soo, who had been enjoying his first day off in a long time. The location of the real Cal Henitus. The career that was finally starting to adjust to the changes, as well as his subordinates at work. Large and small feelings of guilt, regrets, concerns, dilemmas, and responsibilities. All of those were recorded in Cal's mind. He chose to walk on while carrying all of these on him. He didn't know whether this was the right decision. However, there were too many other issues in front of Cal to think about that right now. The book that carried the clues to solve those issues was in Cal's hand right now. Cal Nim, are you going to take the book with you? Yes. He had left the book here the first time because they had to go back and fight the White Star. Honestly speaking, it was so that he could keep Choi Han away from the book for a while and formulate a plan as well. Cal put the book in his spatial pocket bag before continuing to speak. Choi Han, please explain what you read to me as we head back. Yes, Cal Nim. All of them headed back toward the secret passage without saying anything else. It was faster to use this secret passage to return to where Lord Sherritt and the others were located. It was at that moment. Human, what is it? Cal had stopped moving. The book was in his spatial pocket bag, and a golden top's whip was in his right hand instead. A corner of his lips oddly started to go up. He could hear the voice of a wind elemental. It's a jackpot. I found some information extremely quickly. Heh. He was pretty sure it was one of the wind elementals that chased after the White Stars group, but it had returned earlier than Cal expected. Of course, there was a reason this elemental came back so quickly. A few of the White Star's subordinates are standing at the end of the entrance to this village. Not the secret passage from the White Castle, but the real exit. It was the exit that Cal had used when he left the village to smack the White Star from behind. A door on the ceiling would appear if they followed that path. The ground with white pebbles was located on the other side of the door. Cal had moved stealthily from that point to strike the White Star from behind. He's uselessly smart. The White Star did not know about the secret passage from the White Castle, however. He knew about the original entrance. This is what the White Star said as he sent his subordinates here. He said to guard over this path to see if anybody comes out this way. The White Star needed to find out how Cal's group had escaped from the castle to get behind him, and so he sent his subordinates to guard the entrance to the village. However, his subordinates would not be able to open the door and could only stand outside. That was because only the person with the crown controlled all of the gates in this village. And while the White Star had the crown before Cal, he could not use it to come into the village. That was because this village was something precious to him. The oath of death, the curse from breaking it would make it so that he could not enter. That was why he had told his subordinates to guard around the door. Guard it for 100 days for all I care. I'm not leaving that way. Cal chuckled as he started to walk again. Choi Han and Rayan followed behind him. However, the two of them soon stopped walking again. Cal stopped walking and turned toward Choi Han as he started to speak. The words that you read. The Korean. Cal nodded his head after hearing Choi Han slowly ask back. Yes, that. That Korean thing. That seems to be a language that cannot be translated using Uruhaben Nim's translation spell. He casually commented as if it was nothing. Teach it to me later. Choi Han let out a short gasp. He then watched as Cal continued to speak. It's kind of hard right now, but later when we go back home. Teach it to me then. By then I won't have anything to do since I'll be a slacker. Cal nodded his head, as if he was satisfied with his own words. It is hard to pretend that I don't know Korean, so I might as well pretend to learn from Choi Han so I can use Korean as well. I'll need to make sure Rayan's name isn't revealed. It was a brilliant plan. I'm just going to be a slacker after we take care of the White Star anyway. His Highness promised that hell let me be a slacker. Cal trusted Albaru's words. Of course, he was planning to make it happen whether he trusted Albarus' words or not. Choi Han remained quiet for a moment before slowly responding. Yes, Calnim, I will definitely teach it to you. I'm going to learn it as well. I'm smarter than the weak human, so I will learn it faster. Cal shook his head after hearing Rayan flutter his wings and shout with passion. Choi Han chuckled, thinking that the way Rayan had shaken his head earlier looked the same as Cal right now. I will teach whoever wants to learn. Choi Young Gun had not taught anyone Korean. However, Choi Han wanted to teach his new family the language of his hometown and chat with them in Korean. I will tell you stories about my hometown at that time as well. That was Choi Han's method. You returned so quickly. Bud waved his hand as he sat in a corner of the castle drinking. The two dragons, Beakrux and Ran, also welcomed Cal, Choi Han, and Rayan, who returned through the secret passage. On and Hung had already run over to Rayan as soon as they entered. Did you find anything? Ancient Dragon Iruhaben approached as he asked. Then the ancient dragon had a slightly confused expression after seeing Rayan's actions. Uwuong Rayan took out a video communication device as soon as he came out of the passage and into the castle. The video communication device, surrounded in black mana, started to glow as it connected. Cal was making a call. Iruhaben, who was watching this, could hear Cal's voice. Yes, Iruhaben Nim, we found something big. Found something big. Iruhaben turned toward Cal. What did you find? Cal looked toward Choi Han. Choi Han smiled and nodded his head. It had happened on the way back to the castle through the secret passage. The book has clues about two Earth attribute ancient powers. Choi Han had explained about Choi Young Gun's records. Of course, Cal remembered all of the information as well. However, he calmly listened to Choi Han's explanation. First is the Earth attribute ancient power you gained from the Forest of Darkness's underground area, Calnim. The owner of that power was the Guardian of Boulder. Cal turned away from Choi Han and looked toward Iruhaben. Choi Han had talked about the second Earth attribute ancient power that the ancient White Star had possessed. Of course, the story was already in Cal's mind. Cal recalled a portion of Choi Young Gun's records. It was the part that was written in Korean, so that only a foreigner from Korea would be able to read it. I have no way of knowing exactly where the white star's Earth attribute ancient power went, however. There are potential locations for it. Human, it is connected. The call was connected before he could respond to the ancient dragon. Cal thought about the potential spots that Choi Gun had listed. The land with the strongest Earth power in both the eastern and western continents combined. That was where the final battle happened. That was the place the Guardian of Boulder blocked the sky. Cal knew about that place. The Roan Kingdom. I'm certain that the White Star's power is located not far from where Mr. Super Rock's power is located. This is because the two powers are similar. It is almost like they are twins. Cal turned toward the video communication device. A person who seemed to have been woken up had a shocked expression on his face. Ah, Cal finally remembered how he looked right now. The fake blood he received from the mercenary king. He had rinsed his mouth, but he was covered in fake blood from head to toe. Cal smiled and started to speak to the person on the call. I didn't get hurt very much. I am fine, Your Highness. You're driving me nuts. Crown Prince Albaru Crossman started to frown. Chapter 387, Decision 4, Crown Prince Don't Go Nuts. Rayan appeared in front of Cal and shouted happily. Crown Prince Albaru Crossman could not even finish frowning before he had to put on a gentle smile. Rayan Nim, I will not really go nuts. Albaru could see the corners of Cal Henitus's lips twitching behind Rayan. He wanted to say something about that annoying face, but could only sigh after seeing Cal's current appearance. Hoo-woo. Cal's expression turned odd after hearing that sigh. Albaru didn't care before putting his arms on the table and clasping them together to put his chin on them as he started to speak. All right. What trouble did you cause this time? He was speaking gently, as if he was dealing with a child. This made mercenary King Budiles, who was watching Cal and Albarus' conversation, confused. Why does he seem extremely annoyed, although he is speaking so gently? Albarus' face, that was shining brightly, even though he had just woken up, matched the Mercenaries Guild's information. He had read about the Western Continent's Crown Prince Albaru Crossman of the Roan Kingdom. The Mercenaries Guild had a lot of information about the Roan Kingdom that progressed significantly due to the results of the multiple wars across the Western Continent, as well as Albaru Crossman, the man who was leading the kingdom, the future king of the Roan Kingdom. However, the different information networks and people in power were currently confused about Albaru Crossman's current actions. This was the same for Bud as well. Why is he not officially taking the throne? The Roan Kingdom was currently getting more attention than ever before and expanding significantly as a result of the wars on the Western Continent. Crown Prince Albaru Crossman, the man responsible for leading them through all of these wars, was not taking the throne yet. According to the special reports he received, the current King Zed Crossman wishes to hand the throne over to Albaru, who has declined it for now. The reason he is giving is that the kingdom is currently unstable. Crown Prince Albaru was saying that the aftermath of the war that impacted the Roan Kingdom and the Western Continent was not gone yet, explaining that he wanted to only focus on the Roan Kingdom and nothing else until all of these instabilities disappeared and peace returned to the kingdom. But is that the only reason? Bud believed that Albaru Crossman was not such a person who was willing to sacrifice personal gains like this. He was more likely to be someone who would even use his wedding as a political tool. I can tell that is the case based on how he removed the second and third princes from politics. Even while everything was chaotic due to the war, Albaru managed to remove the second and third princes from competing for the throne and completely shun them from politics. He managed to become the scary crown prince to the nobles, but a benevolent star for the citizens at the same time. Albaru Crossman naturally knows about the White Star. The Crown Prince knew about the existence of the White Star, who was pretty much the starting point for the war on the Western Continent. So he might be putting everything else aside until they defeat him and peace is restored. That could be the reason he is pushing back everything, including taking the throne and getting married. But my intuition is telling me that is not the case. Bud's intuition was telling him that was not the only reason for Albarus' current decisions. Well, I guess he has his reasons. Bud stopped thinking about Albaru. It wasn't important to someone on the Eastern Continent whether that crown prince got married or whatever. As Bud expected, Albaru was not pushing everything back just for the sake of the Western Continent's peace. How annoying. Alberu waited for Cal's response before starting to frown as he saw some documents out of the corner of his eyes and pushed them off to the side. Some of his vassals tried to cautiously ask if he would consider taking the throne in those documents. Some of them were talking about his marriage as well. It was because, while the third prince is still young, the second prince recently found someone he loves and got married. According to the stories, the second prince accepted the woman's proposal, and they quickly got married as none of the royal family opposed the marriage. I do need to take the throne. Alberu wanted to be king. That fact has not changed at all. Once they receive the free city from the Margoru Empire and all of Alberus' preparations are finished. That was when he was planning on taking the throne. However, his mind was getting complicated as that time came near. There was a simple reason for it. He had told people to gather the other kingdom's perceptions of him recently. Many results came back. Of them, some caught his attention. A typical prince shows the potential to be a strong leader. The crown prince who looks like he has received the blessings of the sun god is seen as someone who will shine the sun's bright light back on the Roan kingdom's citizens. The blonde hair that passed down through the Crossman royal family. There were also the blue eyes. Crown Prince Alberu Crossman had many concerns right now, unlike his usual self. The old me would not have cared about this. First, Prince Alberu had no plans on revealing his true appearance up until just a few years ago. His only goal was to make the Roan kingdom a better place for its citizens while he was king. He planned on keeping this fake appearance up for the rest of his life. He did not plan on getting married either. He did not want to only show his fake appearance to someone who would share the rest of her life with him. That meant that he would need to show her his true appearance. But Alberu gave up on love and marriage because that meant that his true appearance might get leaked out. Of course, the fact he would not get married would make his vassals urge him to get married while also shaking Alberus' grasp of the throne. However, Alberu was not confident that he could make his child live a similar life to his own. That was why the Alberu of the past planned on taking control of the throne and ruling the kingdom without getting married, until naming one of us nephews as the crown prince and slowly stepping away from the throne when the time was right. All because he was a quarter dark elf. But the past is different than the present. At least for now, dark elves had a good image in the Roan kingdom. In fact, many people were cheering for the dark elves. That was what was giving Alberu a headache. His Aunt Tasha. There were also the other dark elves who had helped Alberu out so much. Alberu was overjoyed when they were accepted by people and could live under the sun instead of living underground. That is why I have so much to consider. Alberu questioned whether he needed to hide his true appearance that did not have blonde hair nor blue eyes. The reason was simple. This was the case for everyone. Everybody wants to be accepted for who they are. Alberu had thought that only the dark elves would accept him for who he was. However, that was not the case. People who did not care about his true appearance slowly started to appear around Alberu. They just accepted it without questioning it. Those gazes continued to fill Alberus' mind. He also started to think about the groups that started to obtain new reputations within the Roan kingdom. The dwarves, tiger tribe, wolf tribe, cat tribe, and the dark elves. Their enemies became clear as well. The White Star was their number one enemy right now. Alberu started to think now that the throne was right in front of him. What kind of Roan kingdom am I dreaming of? Just a kingdom that has become stronger and has more land. Would I be satisfied with that? Alberu found it funny that he had such concerns with the throne in front of him. It made him think about how people were never satisfied. But it was not a funny concern at all. Your Highness. Alberu quickly snapped out of his thoughts. He had forgotten that he was currently chatting with Cal. Are you falling asleep, Your Highness? Should I call you later? Alberu found Cal to be annoying as he started to speak. The thoughts in his mind just popped out. You thoughtless fool. Excuse me. Cal looked shocked. What did His Highness just say? Wasn't he the one who just asked, what trouble did you cause this time? That was why I was trying to respond to him, but he blanked out and didn't listen. Alberu made eye contact with Choi Han, who was standing behind the shocked Cal. He had met with Cal and Choi Han in his dark elf form. He recalled Choi Han's reaction at that time. You too. I don't understand what you are talking about, Your Highness. You are a thoughtless fool as well. Choi Han's expression was calm, but his eyes were looking at the crown prince in a way that seemed to be asking what nonsense he was talking about. The crown prince made eye contact with Cal once again. Did you have a dream, Your Highness? Alberu responded honestly to Cal's grumbling. Yes, I am still dreaming. Alberu Crossman, the crown prince who is a quarter dark elf. I guess this concern will last a while. Alberu could feel the start of a long concern, but decided to brush it aside for now. There was plenty to worry about already, with just freeing the western continent from the White Star and developing the Roan Kingdom. A bright smile soon appeared on his face. Ho! Cal scoffed at Alberu, who seemed to be all over the place after just waking up. Is he doing this on purpose because I woke him up? Cal just shook his head at Alberu's bright smile. Little brother, Cal flinched after hearing Alberu suddenly change the way he was addressing him. Why is he acting like this again? Aren't I always handsome? He waited for Cal's response. He knew that Cal would understand the hidden meaning behind this question. Cal responded back. He spoke with a refreshed expression without a moment of hesitation. You are the shining star that will brighten our own kingdom as well as the eastern and western continents. You will be both the sun and the moon. Sometimes you shine so brightly that I get so filled with admiration about how bright the Roan Kingdom's future will be, you damn bastard. Alberu started to frown as Cal continued to suck up to him. Of course, Cal looked extremely refreshed as he did that. What the crown prince, asking such a question? Mercenary King Bud Illy's mumbled to himself before shaking his head. Those two, the Western Continent's heroes, the Western Continent's hope. However, nobody paid any attention to his mumblings. They were all just focused on Alberu and Cal. All right, so what trouble did you cause? Alberu asked, and Cal responded, Your Highness, everything is in the Roan Kingdom. What are you talking about? Cal started to smile. The power to defeat the White Star. Alberu motioned to Cal with his finger. Return immediately. Cal responded to the order. I will see you at the palace in a few days, Your Highness. Why a few days? Cal responded to Alberus' gaze that seemed to be asking that question. I have to move a castle first. Alberu said one last thing before he ended the call. You're going around doing all sorts of odd things. The screen turned black. Cal started to speak to the others with a refreshed expression. Shall we go to collect some money? Their destination was determined. They were heading to the Sington Merchant Guild, one of the top 5 merchant guilds in the Margoru Empire. Cal had sold the Determination of Fire to Plavin Sington, the guild leader of the Sington Merchant Guild. The price for it was 30 billion pounds. Heh, human, you're laughing like that. That's your time to loot, laugh. The corners of Cal's lips slowly started to rise. Loot? Bud asked, and Rayan responded with excitement. It means we're about to make some money. So, the 10 billion isn't his own wealth, but he's going to S. Steve Bud's face turned pale. Cal didn't care as he thought about what the Crown Prince had said. A revolt might appear in the Margoru Empire. The empire has quite a bit of territory. Some of the remaining members of the royal family are supposedly strengthening their forces with nobles who follow them. Looks like 3 or 4 factions might be created. He started to think about the Sun Guard twins, Sir Rex, Necromancer Mary, and Rosalind, who were all in the Margoru Empire. Cal looked toward the group and started to speak. Bud, Choi Han, and Rayan will move with me. And Aruhaben Nim. Yes, please create the magic circle while I go get the magic stones. All right, once that is all over. Cal looked toward Lord Sherritt and Rayan. Please go bring that bastard who is at the inn. The dragon half-blood. Cal thought about him before shaking his head. Actually, never mind Aruhaben Nim. I will meet with him before coming back. The red egg, Sherritt's other child. The one who might be Rayan's sibling. He would be able to get the truth about that being from the dragon half-blood. Let's get started. It was late at night. The Margoru Empire's palace. The Imperial Prince's palace, where the dethroned Imperial Prince Adin used to stay. A couple of people appeared in that location. I am so sad. The black-robed woman was speaking stiffly. You look like a rag that has not been washed for 10 years. You must wash right away. I am so sad. Cal waved at the people in front of him. Long time no see, everyone. Rosalind sighed before starting to speak. Young Master Cal, you're always covered in blood. Everything Miss Mary said is correct. Ha! Cal awkwardly started to laugh. Chapter 388. In one shot, Cal looked toward the others who came with him. Rayan looked quite dirty, as if he had been covered in dirt at some point. Bud's back was covered in fake blood, and he seemed to have lost a lot of weight. Choi Han looked the most normal. Wasn't he the one who moved around the most? Choi Han had been the one to fight against the White Star. Of course, the injuries on his hands and arm that had been holding the wind whip were healed with potions, but he still should have looked the worst. But he looked clean. He looked slightly disheveled at most. Cal looked down at himself. He then looked back up. Aden's imperial palace. Moonlight could not make it into this palace because the curtains were shut at night. However, the magic lamps inside the room made the room quite bright. Nobody usually lived in this dark place. That was why Cal's group was staying here. Rayan moved past Cal toward the people in the room. Good little Mary, Rosalind, Hannah, it's been so long. Cal could see Hannah, who was sitting, but pretty much lying down on the couch, as well as Rosalind and Mary, who were standing in front of him to greet him. Hannah, the fake holy maiden who was now just a sword master. The necromancer, Mary, and Rosalind, the mage. Rosalind started to speak after making eye contact with Cal. Not everyone could gather at such short notice. Sir Rex is currently taking care of administrative business, while Jacknim is at the Vatican. The Cat Knight Sir Rex and Saint Jack were busy working even in the middle of the night. Tashanim and Miss Frisia are inside the capital taking care of things. Albaru had returned to the Rhone Kingdom, but Dark Elf Tasha and some other Dark Elves remained behind to support Sir Rex. Frisia and her subordinates, members of Cal's information network, were busy as well. Everybody is busy. Cal first headed toward the couch. Mary got in his way and started to speak. You must wash up, eat, and then get to work. The only time you should not eat is when you are dead. Cal turned toward the bathroom instead of the couch. He then heard an awkward voice behind him. Are you not going to introduce me? Cal turned around and started to speak to Rosalind and Mary after hearing mercenary King Bud's voice. He's my servant. You. Cal ignored Bud's shocked mumbling as he headed toward the bathroom. A piece of steak was placed inside Cal's mouth. Human, you can eat more. Cal could see a large piece of meat being placed on his plate. Rayan had given it to him. He could see Rosalind smiling at Rayan's actions. She lifted up 4 fingers once she made eye contact with Cal. That made Cal think about the past. It was Rosalind, Cal, and Rayan who ate together like this when they first ate at the Rhone Kingdom's capital. Cal had lifted 4 fingers back then to tell Rosalind that Rayan was 4 years old. You eat your food. This is mine. The Rayan back then had hugged his plate of homemade sausages and did not want to share. 2 years had passed since then. Cal ignored the emotions piling up inside him as he put a piece of steak into his mouth. The alcohol is great. The Western continent's alcohol is great. Naturally, nobody was paying attention to Bud. Choi Han was looking neat and proper, but had already finished off a couple of plates of steak. Young Master Cal, I heard you have to stop by a merchant guild. Will you be heading over right away? Munch, munch. Cal finished the piece of meat in his mouth as he started to speak. Yes, we will probably head back right away after taking care of some business. But we will be back soon. Be back soon. Bud looked confused. Cal asked Rosalind a question. Do you see signs of a revolt happening any time soon? Clank. The fork in Bud Elise's hand fell to the table. He then touched his ears. I can't eat or drink without worrying about anything. He mumbled to himself before flinching. Seems to be about 50/50. It was because of Rosalind's response. Rosalind, Mary, and Hannah were sitting at the table but were not eating. It was because they had already eaten dinner. Clank. The teacup in Rosalind's hand was placed on the table. Young Master Cal, can I open up a map? Rosalind's fingers started to move. Ooh-hoo-wong. Red mana gathered around her hand. Cal nodded his head while eating a dish that was made with potatoes and cream. It was only natural to talk about this after hearing about the Margoru Empire's situation from the Crown Prince. Red mana started to shoot out from Rosalind's hand. Imperial Prince Aden's fancy blanket that had shocked Cal in the past started to move. The blanket opened in the air. Rosalind waved her hand once more. Red mana started to draw an image on the blanket. Bud gulped. ... It seems to be the Margoru Empire. He could see a map of the Margoru Empire drawn with red mana in front of him. As expected of the mercenary king, you quickly recognized the map of the Western continent. Rosalind smiled toward Bud. Bud awkwardly smiled back in response. The information about the 3 women at this table was going through his mind right now. I have no idea why Cal Henitus brought me here. Bud could not understand why Cal would bring someone like him. someone from the eastern continent to the Margaru Empire. That was why he started to think about the information he gathered regarding the people around Cal. First was Rosalind. She had thrown away her position as the heir to the Breck Kingdom and was doing things here and there. She was famous for her highly skilled magic. I heard many talks about her being a future tower master of a magic tower. The mages who were said to be the core of the Western continent's magic had disappeared after Tunka killed the Tower Master during the Whipper Kingdom's civil war. People deemed Rosalind to be the one to eventually inherit that position. The reason for this was because of her skilled magic she had shown in the Gorge of Death and other places. It was rare to find someone so talented and so young. Rosalind was more skilled than even Bud's close friend, Glenn Pofe. Of course, there is someone who is better than her. The mage they met this time, the mage who seemed to be the White Star's loyal subordinate. He was young but extremely talented. Bud started to think about Rosalind and the White Star's subordinate mage's skills. Should I smell her scent? Bud Illy's had a wind attribute ancient power that allowed him to get a good idea about someone else's power and strength. He had smelled the White Star's subordinate mage's scent. It was fine since he was an enemy. No. However, he had not sniffed these new friends of Cal. He had sniffed Cal's scent when they had first met, but that was because he didn't know who Cal was at the time. Now that they were on the same boat, it would be awkward if someone noticed him using his power during their first meeting. Bud slowly turned away from Rosalind. He could see Mary and Hannah. These two were even more famous than Rosalind right now. However, he did not have time to think more about these two. Let me explain the map. Rosalind sent some more red mana toward the map. Tap. A red dot appeared near the central region of the bottom of the map. This is the Margaru Empire's capital. That was where Rosalind and the others were located right now. She turned toward Cal as she continued to speak. The Margaru Empire is in a state of chaos after the Alchemist's Bell Tower incident. It was to be expected. The Alchemist's Bell Tower that was the pride of the Empire ended up being the center of black magic, while the Emperor and Imperial Prince had both committed all sorts of evil deeds. Well, as everybody already knows, a lot of administrative issues were discovered and slowly resolved after the Alchemist's Bell Tower battle. Cal started to speak, but the throne is empty. Correct. Everybody seemed to be interested, as nobody dared to say anything. Imperial Prince Adden and the Emperor are locked up, but realistically speaking, they will not be able to rule again. They have committed too many sins to do that. They will soon be tried for their sins. But that trial had been delayed for a few months. Then people who are aiming for that empty throne will start to pop up. Bud opened a bottle as he asked. Rosalind nodded her head and responded. The Empire's royalty has had difficulties with passing down the bloodline for generations. But there are others with the royal bloodline, aside from the Emperor and the Imperial Prince. This was the case for Adden's father, the Emperor, as well as the previous Emperor as well. The Margaru royal family had weak bodies for generations. That was why their bloodline was precious. Nonetheless, there were quite a few people with royal blood. Some of them had proper rights to the throne as well. Those royal family members were quiet at first. However, Sir Rex did not say much and just focused on restoring the stability of the empire, while the Church of the Sun Guard just focused on fixing itself. Then those people will slowly start to crawl out. Rosalind responded to Bud. That is correct. Sir Rex and the Church of the Sun Guard. Seeing that both of these entities were quiet, the royal family members were bound to show their interest in the throne. Rosalind waved her hand in the air. Tap, 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 tap. Red dots appeared in 4 spots, one each to the north, south, east, and west of the Empire. The Empire has 4 other Alchemist's Towers in addition to the Alchemist's Bell Tower. You can consider them as branches, I suppose. Although these towers did not have people as skilled as the ones at the Alchemist's Bell Tower, they were still well known. They had experimented with black magic as well, however. They have been as quiet as mice since the incident at the capital. They locked the doors to their towers and remained quiet without doing anything. Ray Stecker, the alcoholic alchemist, had gathered hiding alchemists and escaped alchemists who had not touched black magic, as Cal had requested. He was someone from one of those branch towers who had been shocked and escaped after seeing one of those black magic experiments. Bud, who had been listening, had a question. Why did they leave those alone? Shouldn't they thoroughly investigate any place that was connected to black magic? According to the information he received, a large number of the Western continent's people had died because of those black magic experiments. However, he soon figured out the answer to his question. His eyes clouded over. He could see Rosalind's sparkling eyes, and we were quiet as well. Rosalind sounded excited, although she was saying they left those four alchemists' towers alone and remained quiet. They had been waiting. The people here had been waiting. This was especially true for Rosalind, who was the most involved of Cal's group in the Empire's administration. This was because we knew some of those royal family members would try to partner with the forces of the alchemists' towers. They planned to capture all of them at once. Furthermore, the nobles and influential people who approved of the Margaru royal family and Imperial Prince Adin's methods will try to partner with them as well. Bud started to frown. They were places that had ties to black magic. No matter how much you liked power, it was not right to tie yourself to such places. But if they let them tie with factions like that, the answer to this thought came out of Rosalind's mouth. Doing it like this makes it easy for us to tell which noble families, merchants, and influential people have no ties to black magic. Her tone slowly started to become serious. We do not have much time. We also need to shed as little blood as possible. The ones to suffer the most if the chaos continues are the innocent people doing their best to live honest lives. Rosalind stopped speaking for a moment. However, Bud felt as if he could tell what she was going to say next. That was why they needed a way to figure out the bad seeds at once and take care of them. They just need to investigate the people and things tied to those bad seeds if they found them all together at once. Then they would be able to quickly figure out anybody tied to black magic. Bud started to speak without even touching his bottle. He was subconsciously sitting up straight. Then there will be a total of 4 factions. Those red dots on the map. Yes, Mr. Bud. Rosalind looked at the map and continued to speak. There are 4 factions, and the southern faction currently has the strongest forces. Bud started to think if factions are being created, and these factions even have royal family members, then it seems obvious that a revolt would happen. So why did you say that it was only 50/50? Bud looked around the table. He could see Cal happily munching away at his steak. However, Cal's eyes were focused on Rosalind's map. It is because the capital is a fortress. He heard Rosalind's response. North, south, east, west. All 4 of those factions were aiming for the throne. They also valued their own safety. That was why these 4 factions who were not allied. All of them wanted the throne, but they could not easily make a move. The soldiers who were left behind by the Imperial Prince during the Margaru Empire's war against the Whipper Kingdom. The Whipper Kingdom's battle that had been filled with golems and the black despair. Imperial Prince had left the soldiers behind and ran away at that battle. He had even left dead mana bombs to kill those soldiers. But those soldiers had survived. And then, they are always at the capital. They were all brave warriors. These warriors were not just infantry soldiers either. There were knights, archers, and other specialists within the ranks. Rosalind started to smile. Bud subconsciously gulped after seeing that smile. The soldiers who had returned alive and were stationed at the capital. There were a large number of them. Of course, they are all remaining quiet. As long as these soldiers were quietly hiding, none of the 4 factions dared to move. Bud licked his lips as he started to speak again. But no matter what, don't you need to take care of those 4 places? That is correct. It sounds complicated. Bud put on an awkward smile. They needed to get rid of the factions that had gathered around the 4 alchemists' towers. However, the other factions may make a move for the capital if they focused on one. It looks like it will be difficult. It was at that moment. No, it's simple. Bud turned his head. He could see Cal elegantly wiping his mouth with a napkin, 4 places. He pointed to the map as he continued to speak. We hit all 4 at once. North, south, east, west. They would attack all 4 places at the same time. Bud shared his thoughts on reflex. Even if there are a large number of soldiers in the capital, is it enough to hit all 4 at once? It would be complicated if even one of 4 places ended in a draw. Attack all 4 places at once. It was idealistic, but that was only if they were victorious on all 4 sides. It would be dangerous if even one side was defeated. But Bud soon closed his mouth. He. Sword Master Hannah, who had kicked away the title of Holy Maiden, started to laugh. Bud finally realized the atmosphere around him after hearing her laugh. He could tell that they were all thinking the same as Cal. Cal started to speak. Hannah to the north. Good, very good. The quiet Hannah finally started to speak, and her eyes were filled with passion. Cal took a quick look at those eyes before continuing to speak. Jack Nim to the east. The east would have Jack, who was a saint and would be the Pope. Ray Stecker to the west. The half-alchemist who was called the alcoholic alchemist. He currently represented the alchemists who were not related to black magic. Cal then looked toward the southern portion of the map. The southern alchemist's tower was said to have the strongest forces, so Rex will take the south. Cal's gaze moved past the map. He made eye contact with Bud. Bud and Rayan will be responsible for maintaining communication between the four groups. Bud finally understood why Cal had brought him here. Rayan was capable of teleporting and communicating, while Bud would be the contact person with Rayan's help. There will be a helper in each direction as well. The help will stay hiding unless absolutely necessary. Cal picked up a wine glass as he continued to speak. Miss Rosalind to the north. Rosalind smiled. Mary to the east. Mary quietly nodded her head. Choi Han to the west. Choi Han quietly looked toward Cal. Cal looked back at the map, the hand not holding the wind glass, and did his top button. The map of the Margaru Empire was being recorded without the slightest mistake in his mind, and I will support Sir Rex in the south. Chapter 389. In one shot, 2. The four directions of the Margaru Empire. Bud started to imagine the soldiers in the quiet splitting apart toward all four directions at once to suppress the enemies. As expected, it really is different when I travel with this bastard. Bud's eyes lit up with an odd look of passion as he looked toward Cal. The Margaru Empire. It was currently a nation without a ruler. In some aspects, it could seem as if Cal was helping this Sir Rex character, but Cal would not have stepped in just for that reason. There was something that Cal had said to Choi Han, Rayan, and Bud before they came here. Bud recalled what Cal had said. Apparently, the person with the sky attribute ancient power needs to ingest dead mana. Bud had asked back, why? Why do they need dead mana? I don't know for sure either, but I assume it would be for one of two reasons. What are those two reasons? Bud recalled Cal's response, either for fuel or to act as an inhibitor. Dead mana could be the fuel necessary to use the sky attribute ancient power. It could also be the inhibitor to suppress the strength of the sky attribute ancient power so that it does not run wild and destroy the body. Bud returned to the present and looked toward Cal's mouth that was slowly starting to open again. Do you all agree? Do we agree? Bud immediately responded. Of course. It was important to settle the Empire's internal affairs that could lead to a revolt. However, there was another reason Bud was willing to move. Dead mana. We need to get rid of it. The alchemists' towers to the north, south, east, and west. They needed to get rid of all traces of black magic and dead mana at those locations. I am certain that Cal Henitus is participating in this for that reason, as well as the peace of the Empire. Bud smiled at Cal, who turned toward him with a stoic expression after hearing his response. He could also see the others agreeing with Cal's words. Unfortunately, Bud's smile soon had to freeze. But I don't want to. It was the Sword Master Hannah. I can't accept it. Bud found her response to be odd. Wasn't she happy until just now that she would get to fight? Why is she now saying that she cannot accept it? Bud could not understand. His eyes headed toward Hannah. I have no information on her personality nor her tendencies. The Mercenaries Guild did not have much information on Hannah. Cal started to speak at that moment. We will need to listen to Sir Rex and the others' opinions as well. Sir Rex, Alchemist Ray Stecker, and Saint Jack were not here. This plan was only possible if the three of them agreed to it. Cal then looked toward Hannah, who was the first to oppose the idea. He could see that she was smiling. He nonchalantly asked her a question. Why not? Is it not enough for you? Bud's eyes opened wide. Not enough? What does that mean? Cal soon answered that question. Are you not satisfied because I left the north to you when you should be handling the strongest enemies in the south? Hannah started to laugh again. Ha 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 ha. She laughed for a while before calmly responding. That's right. My hands are itching to fight. I thought it would be at least two directions. I thought you would let me run wild in two places. Although her voice was calm, her gaze was telling Cal to give her what she wanted. Cal responded without avoiding her eyes. Quickly take care of it and come back. What? Cal lightly shrugged his shoulders at Hannah's question. Take care of the north first, and then come to the east, west, or south, wherever you want to go. Then there are no issues, right? Hannah was silent for a moment before she nodded her head. Sounds good. She looked toward Cal and Rosalind as she continued to speak. You're really planning on only supporting? This is the Empire's business. Cal responded without any hesitation while Rosalind smiled and responded. This Unnie is very good at supporting. Hannah waved her hand and pretended not to hear them as she got up. Screech. Her chair screeched as she got up and headed for the door. She stood in front of the door and looked back toward Cal and Rosalind. These two were in charge of everything right now. Hannah started to speak. Cal Henitus, I came here as soon as I heard that you were headed over. Sir Rex, Ray Stecker, and St. Jack. All of them were extremely busy settling the internal affairs that became chaotic because of the royal family and black magic. The other three people told me this. That was why she had come. They told me to make the decision. She had come as their representative. We have already decided to take care of the revolts as quickly as possible. We decided to follow your plan if it seemed to be the most effective. We needed to prepare a lot of things to take care of all of the enemies. The last battle at the Margaru Empire's capital was taken care of thanks to the strength of Cal Henitus and his friends. That was why they needed to show something else now. They needed to show the strength of the Margaru Empire's people, the Church of the Sun God, and the real alchemists. We will participate in this plan to destroy the 4 alchemists' towers. We will get the forces ready, and they will win. That victory will return the Margaru Empire to a clean slate to try whatever they want. That would be when they would finish the deal with the Rhone Kingdom's Crown Prince Albaru and pay back their debt. Of course, all of this was not something that could be accomplished in the near future. A minimum of 10 years. The Margaru Empire will be wandering for at least that long. Well, that's a different issue. Hannah put aside these thoughts and said what she needed to say. And the debt? No, Hannah changed her words, and we will pay you back for your help. Cal and his group had not helped them out just as people from the Rhone Kingdom. Hannah and Jack knew that more than anybody else. She was not a shameless person. Click. Hannah slowly started to turn the doorknob. She heard Cal's voice behind her, Miss Rosalind. Hannah stepped out the door as Rosalind started to speak. 2 weeks. We will start after 2 weeks. All right. Click. Hannah responded before closing the door. Silence filled the Imperial Prince's bedroom for a moment. Oh, Bud broke the silence as he shared his admiration while drinking. Miss Sword Master Hannah is so cool. Cal and Bud made eye contact. Cal then flinched. It was because Bud's eyes were heated. How wonderful. She seems like the perfect person to put in charge of the Mercenaries Guild's eventual Western Continent branch. She's strong and cool. She's totally like a mercenary. What nonsense is this? Cal ignored Bud. Hannah being just a Mercenary Guild branch manager instead of the Mercenary King. That would never work with her personality. Cal turned away from Bud and ended up making eye contact with Rosalind. Young Master Cal, what is it, Miss Rosalind? Rosalind smiled as she asked. I heard you were going to go loot someone. Cal gasped in shock as he responded. Loot? I'm just going to collect my money. Rosalind tilted her head in confusion and pointed next to her. Rayan Nim said you were going to steal, no loot. That's right. Smart Rosalind, I did say that. The human's face was the one he had when we went to loot. Rosalind smiled and nodded her head as Rayan spoke with excitement. Rayan seemed excited to see her play along as he started to talk about the things that happened in the Eastern Continent. We met the White Star, but we gave him a good beating this time. Ah, there was a mage next to the White Star. A mage. Cal, who was watching them, flinched after seeing Rosalind's gaze. The young dragon and the mage continued to chat without caring. Yes, a mage. He was an evil bastard who was very good at magic. Flutter, flutter. Rayan's words were shocking to Rosalind. Very good. A person who is very good at magic. So talented that even a dragon says that they are very good. Rosalind slowly asked Rayan a question. Even better than me, Rayan Nim. Rayan's fluttering wings stopped moving. However, Rayan soon responded with a serious expression. Sleety, just slightly better. Rosalind, you are strong as well. You are very strong. Rosalind started to smile. In the end, it meant that the other mage was slightly stronger than Rosalind. Rayan desperately continued to speak to Rosalind, who simply smiled. Rosalind, you really are smart. You're a genius. I know, Rayan Nim, that's right. Rosalind is a genius, I am a genius. Rayan looked toward Rosalind, who was confidently nodding her head and could not say anything else. He then moved his gaze to look at Cal, but Cal just gulped and looked away from Rosalind. It looks like she's going to get stronger. Cal was almost certain that Rosalind would soon get stronger. Rosalind was someone who was aiming to become the tower master of a magic tower, someone who was even greedier about magic than anybody else. Screech. Cal stood up from his seat. Human, are we leaving? Rayan stopped looking at Rosalind and quickly flew over to Cal. The others finished eating as well and stood up. It was now time for all of them to go take care of their respective businesses. This is the location of the Sinkton Merchant Guild leader's secret residence. Rosalind handed a map to Cal, the Sinkton Merchant Guild leader. That was the person who needed to pay up. Rosalind watched Cal put the map in his pocket and asked, Young Master Cal, you said 10 billion pounds, right? No, it looks like I need to snatch at least 15 billion pounds from him. Excuse me. It had suddenly increased by 5 billion. Human, what are you talking about? Are you drunk? Rayan and Bud looked toward him in shock, but Cal ignored them and walked past Rosalind and toward the window. All of the curtains were closed so that no light could leave the palace, as nobody was publicly living here right now. Cal continued to speak as he walked past Rosalind. Don't you need magic stones to practice magic? Rosalind's eyes opened slightly wider before returning to normal as she jokingly asked a question. Is it free? Consider it my gratitude for taking care of things for the Empire until now. It is also an investment for the future Magic Tower Master. She started to smile wider. I look forward to it. Cal did not respond to that statement. He motioned with his eyes instead, and Rosalind flicked her hand to turn off all of the magic lamps in the bedroom. It was pitch black in the room now. Chhhhhhhhh. Cal opened one of the blackout curtains covering the windows. It was night time, but he could see lights from different houses within the capital. Screech. The window opened with a quiet screech. There were no guards outside the Imperial Prince's palace today. That was why nobody was there to see them moving. Bud, Rayan, Choi Han, and I, the four of us, are going. The window was opened a tiny crack. Shara wind from the Margaru Empire's capital flowed in through the gap. Cal put his hand in his inner pocket. He could hear Rosalind's low voice. The Sinkton Merchant Guild that is known to have aligned themselves with the royal family is currently lying low. The guild leader has not been seen in a while. The Sinkton Merchant Guild had been on Aden's side. Now that the royal family had fallen, Plavin was like a candle in the wind and had to lay low and wait for all of this to safely pass. Of course, the guild leader is in the secret residence marked on the map. Cal's information network of Frisia and her subordinates were keeping a tight watch over it. Furthermore, the Sinkton Merchant Guild leader is currently sending money to help the royal family members that are working with the Southern Alchemist's Tower. Who? Bud let out a quiet gasp. He thought that they were just going to collect some money, but it might become bigger now. He started to pay more attention to what Rosalind was saying. He then heard someone's quiet voice. Calnim. Choi Han was looking at Cal while sounding nervous. Bud turned toward Cal as well. He guided his sword master aura to his eyes so that he could clearly see Cal's face even in the dark. Hey, what's wrong? He was then shocked. Cal had started to laugh. However, Cal laughed out loud before taking his hand out of his pocket. He had touched something else first as he reached his hand into his pocket to take the map out. Wind blew in through the open window at that moment. What he had touched was the golden top's whip. Wind blew in at that moment and started to speak. No, it was the voice of a wind elemental. Hiya, I can finally talk to you. You're that cool dude who fought against the White Star in the capital last time, right? One of the Western continent's wind elementals was cheerfully talking to him, a human who can hear us. You're the best. Ah, right. I'll tell you this since you fought against the black mages. The wind elemental was happily talking. Some black mages were heading north. North. Cal found this to be odd. They said something about meeting with the whale tribe. Supposedly, there are some traces of some kind of earth over there. Apparently, the White Star is coming as well. Another wind elemental suddenly chimed in at that moment. That's right. Both of us heard it. He said the clues were located where the whale tribe lives. Right. Yeah. That is why the strongest black mages in the four alchemists' towers are planning to go strike the whale tribe within a month. That's right. The black mages said this trace would be the final clue for the White Star. What the White Star was looking for should be the Earth attribute ancient power that would make him whole. But Cal's expression turned odder with every comment from the wind elementals. Why, that White Star bastard. What stupid clue did he find? There's nothing there. The whale tribe's land was not a spot mentioned in Choi Gun's Korean records. Ah, a thought passed through Cal's mind at that moment. That was why he had started to laugh. Human, what is it? Cal happily responded to Rayon's question. I had a great idea. A great idea. Yes, a great idea. Cal's group needed time right now. They needed time to find the one remaining Earth attribute ancient power. They also needed time to build up their strength to destroy Arm's base, as well as to battle against Arm, the Lion tribe, the Bear tribe, and the Cat tribe. Choi Han also needed time to become the Dragon Slayer. I guess it's time to do some scamming. Silence filled the room for a moment until Rayan started to speak. Human, I knew you were laughing because you were going to scam someone. Cal didn't care whether Rayan figured out his intentions or not as he continued to speak. Clope Seca. Human, why are you looking for that Guardian Knight bastard with some loose screws? Contact him. He then called Choi Han over. Choi Han, yes, Calnim. Was there anything written in that Korean language related to the whale tribe? 5 seconds. Choi Han was silent for exactly 5 seconds before he started to speak. Yes, Calnim, there was something. Cal recalled the records in his mind. Choi Gun's final records, the land of the whale tribe. There is a large chunk of ice at the northern tip of the western continent. Nobody lives there. I introduced the whales to that location. Cal asked Choi Han a question. What kind of place is it? A place with nothing. He was right. It was just a chunk of ice with nothing else. Cal started to laugh as he continued to speak. Time to set a trap. They were going to set a trap so that the White Star will be wasting time. Moving Lord Sherritt's castle. Destroying the Margaru Empire's alchemists' towers. The White Star heading for the land of the whales, fighting against the Cat tribe and destroying Arm's base. He started to plan all of these out. He started to speak to the group, time to scam the White Star. Cal had made up his mind to pull off a great scam. Chapter 390. In one shot, 3, human. I can't connect with Clope Seca's video communication device. He must be busy. Unfortunately, Cal was unable to contact Clope Seca right away. Should I call Watira instead? He thought about the whales Watira and Pazitan, but decided to push it off for later. I guess we will first go visit the Sington Merchant Guild leader. Cal put the Tarp's whip down and opened the map Rosalind gave him. He then looked out to the night sky over the Margaru Empire's capital. He needed to be back before morning. Damn it! Clang! A glass cup crashed into the wall and broke into pieces. Plavin Sington, the Sington Merchant Guild leader, felt suffocated thinking that the broken glass resembled his own future. He felt as if those sharp glass shards would be pointed at his neck. Who knew it would end up like this? Plavin Sington clutched his head with both hands. Guild leadernim, be quiet. Plavin Sington just clutched his head, even harder, without looking at his trusted subordinate, who called out to him. The trusted subordinate shut up after seeing that the usually calm and collected guild leader, who only focused on his personal gains, had reached his limits. It was because he was in a similar situation. The trusted subordinate sitting across from the merchant guild leader quietly put down the wine glass in his hand. He and the Sington merchant guild leader were drinking wine with their late dinner. Plavin didn't even look at his quiet, trusted subordinate as his mind was in a chaotic state. The crown, the alchemist's bell tower, was destroyed. The Sington Merchant Guild. This merchant guild had risen to the position of being one of the top 5 merchant guilds in the Margaru Empire in just 10 years. The Sington Merchant Guild was famous for being close with the crown, but that was not the only reason they grew so much in a short period of time. Black magic. I should never have been involved with it. The Sington Merchant Guild had sold people off to the crown and the alchemist's bell tower for their experiments. Those people were slaves they kidnapped through human trafficking in other nations around the western continent. Plavin Sington had earned a chance to get close to the crown and the alchemist's bell tower while profiting immensely through these slaves. He opened his mouth to speak. You got rid of all of the evidence. Plavin had ordered his trusted subordinate to get rid of all evidence related to the human trafficking and slaves as soon as the alchemist's bell tower battle ended. Yes, sir, everything is destroyed. They had gotten rid of the evidence in the capital as soon as possible, so the trusted subordinate was saying that there were no traces anywhere to tie them to it. You made sure nobody saw you. Guild leader Nim, of course I made sure nobody saw me. You know that is not what I am talking about. Plavin's eyes turned cold. The trusted subordinate bowed and responded to Plavin's statement. Yes, sir, all of them are gone. They will all come up as missing. The merchant guild leader finally started to smile. Good. Exactly how it should be. People and evidence as well. We have to get rid of them even if they are on our side. The trusted subordinate gulped. Even if it was a secret, one person was not enough to stealthily destroy the records of something the merchant guild had been doing for over 10 years. Plavin had ordered his trusted subordinate to kill anybody involved in getting rid of the evidence. In other words, anybody who had been involved in this stealthy operation for over 10 years. And all of it was completed today. The ones who helped him were the assassins who were the merchant guild leader's other trusted subordinates. What a scary person. The trusted subordinate was afraid of Plavin, who had erased both material and human evidences. Only such a scary person could have committed a terrible deed like human trafficking for over 10 years. It's quite hilarious. The trusted subordinate barely managed to prevent himself from sighing. He too had been involved in this terrible deed. In the end, we have to resort to living and hiding like this. He then peeked toward the merchant guild leader. The guild leader had his head in both hands and seemed to be deep in thought. The guild leader was currently living in hiding in this secret residence that only he, the trusted subordinate, and his other assassin, trusted subordinates knew about. It was because he was afraid that Sir Rex and the Church of the Sun Guard, who defeated the alchemist's bell tower, and the Crown would aim their swords at the Sington Merchant Guild next. But it should be fine as long as we persist. The trusted subordinate did his best to think happy thoughts. Yes, now all of the evidence is gone. His body started to shake after he thought about something. We? Is it really we? The trusted subordinate knew the guild leader quite well. Would someone like him be part of the guild leaders we? The trusted subordinate's two hands started to shake. He turned toward the guild leader, who seemed to be deep in thought. The guild leader slowly lowered his hands and made eye contact with the trusted subordinate. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? The trusted subordinate could see the merchant guild leader's relaxed face. Guild leader Nim. Yes, what is it? You don't look too good. The merchant guild leader looked sad as he continued to speak. You look like someone who is about to die. The trusted subordinate's mouth turned dried at those words. He tried to take some deep breaths to calm down. It was at that moment. Ah, he felt as if his body was twisting. Pain seemed to cover his entire body. The trusted subordinate could see the merchant guild leader smiling. The trusted subordinate, slumping with blood in his mouth, was reflected in the merchant guild leader's eyes. The merchant guild leader started to speak to the trusted subordinate, who was slumping onto the table with the dinner and wine. I have to get rid of all of the evidence. The trusted subordinate started to frown. The reward for dutifully doing terrible deeds and his loyalty was death. Damn it, The trusted subordinate realized that poison was in the food or on his plate. However, he could not say it out loud. He quickly succumbed to the poison and died. Hey, are you okay? The merchant guild leader looked up at the ceiling and started to speak once the trusted subordinate was a corpse that could not respond. Get rid of it. S-H-H-H-H-H. Two assassins silently came down from the roof, and one of them started to move the trusted subordinate's body. S-H-H-H-H-H. The merchant guild leader watched and filled a new glass handed to him by the other assassin with wine. He then took a sip. The deep concern that he had shown earlier was not present at all. He looked calm and peaceful, lay low for a while. He gave an order to the assassins who were his trusted subordinates, and keep sending money to the south. The subordinates silently nodded their heads. The south. He started to think about the alchemist's towers located there. The royals that Plavin Sington was now supporting were located there. He leaned back on the couch and calmly assessed the situation. It's still okay. There's still hope. There was still a chance for his power and status to be maintained. There was a reason he was staying in this secret residence in the capital. Plavin Sington had stayed in the capital even as other shady bastards of other merchant guilds ran to the countryside. Of course, part of it was because of this secret residence that looked normal on the outside, because it was surrounded by magic. The troops have not moved yet. It was so that he could keep an eye on the capital's troops. He also needed to keep a hold on his money line. These two factors were the reason he was able to create a tight connection with the Southern Alchemist's Tower. There was one last reason he was staying in the capital. I have a connection with the Church of the Sun Guard as well. Guild leader Plavin's eyes started to sparkle. The Caro Kingdom's VIP auction house. He had agreed to purchase the determination of fire from an unknown person for 30 billion crowns. Plavin had been uncertain about what to do when the man in the white mask first offered him the determination of fire in a deal. It was because the determination of fire was a treasure that served as evidence of his secret bribe to the former pope, even as he had a close connection with the crown. But now the conversation he had with that masked man was letting Plavin feel relieved. Plavin synced the Empire and the Church of the Sun God, which has the longer history. That was what the man had said. Plavin synced, they say you are known for your political abilities. Then you should know about it. You should know what the bad news from the Empire means. The determination of fire. The man had asked for a significant sum of 30 billion crowns to secretly return the item he used as a bribe back to him. Who I am, why I came to find you, and whether the amount I called out is just for the value of this necklace. Think long and hard. Those words had been enough for the Synced and Merchant Guild leader to understand the value of these 30 billion crowns. That money would be used to connect him back to the Church of the Sun God. That was the best decision. Plavin licked his tongue while thinking about that moment. He had created a connection with the Church of the Sun God before the crown fell apart, and thanks to that, he thought that he would be able to survive even as Saint Jack and Sword Master Hannah returned the Church of the Sun God to its former glory. I might get even more power. That would happen if the royal family member in the Southern Alchemist's Tower ended up as the Emperor. A connection with the Church of the Sun God and a connection with the Crown would allow the Synced Merchant Guild to be the most influential merchant guild in the Empire. You need to take risks to get rewards. That was why he was waiting in the capital. He knew the Church of the Sun God would look for him soon enough. It was at that moment. Beep, beep. He jumped up from the couch in shock. The alarm in the residence was going off. That meant that someone had infiltrated past the magic circle, making this look like a regular building. Who could it be? Who is coming here? Guild leader Nim. The merchant guild leader smiled as the assassin trusted subordinate spoke for the first time today. He then started to speak. It's fine. He was in the second floor terrace. A man with brown hair and a white mask appeared in front of him. He's here. Plavin started to smile. The person who would raise him to higher heights had arrived. The man in the white mask standing at the terrace reached out and opened the terrace window. Screech. He started to speak as he entered the building. Long time no see, Synced and Merchant Guild leader. The assassin trusted subordinates surrounded Plavin Syncton, trying to protect him from the man in the white mask. However, Plavin welcomed him with a smile. Sir, I've been waiting for you. Plavin had been waiting for this man in the white mask who would take him to greater heights. Human. The punk to be looted said he was waiting for you. Something is definitely weird. Why would he wait for you when he's going to lose everything? Cal, the man in the white mask, ignored Rayon's comment as he reached his hand out to Plavin Syncton. You're good with politics, right? The merchant guild leader grabbed Cal's hand with both of his hands as he responded. Of course. I am very good. He was willing to speak like a loyal vassal in order to climb up this new connection. Please tell me whatever it is you need, sir. I will get it all ready for you. The corners of Cal's mouth that were not covered by the mask slightly went up. Of course, that smile looked majestic and strong to Plavin, since Cal had the dominating aura surrounding him. Cal gently spoke to Plavin, who seemed as if he had become his vassal. Then I guess it is time to test your sincerity. Sincerity, my ass. The only thing left for you is death, you damn bastard. Cal heard Rayon's voice at that moment. It's an evil smile. It's so evil even the White Star would be shocked. Chapter 391. The crazy one, the innocent one, and the laughing one. Unlike the shocked Rayan, Synced Merchant Guild's Plavin Synced was thinking that the time was here. The man in the white mask had mentioned his sincerity. Then I guess it is time to test your sincerity. The meaning of this statement was obvious. For Plavin Synced, who had shown his sincerity or received someone's sincerity for over 10 years, preferred statements like this rather than vague statements. It made it easier than playing mind games. Plavin tried to suck up to the man in the white mask first. Sir, why don't you please sit down? The merchant guild leader could not finish his sentence. He could not tell the man in the white mask to sit down. He looked toward the table where he was having dinner. He could see the chair that still had the corpse because the subordinates were shocked by the alarm. Plavin put on an awkward smile. Sir, I guess this isn't the best environment to chat. It was at that moment. Why does that matter? The man in the white mask walked past Plavin. The assassin trusted subordinates behind Plavin flinched, but the man in the white mask did not care about that at all. Plavin turned around following the man in the white mask's movement. Nice chair. It must be expensive. Plavin could see the man in the white mask looking at him from the chair he had just been sitting in. The way the man in the white mask tapped on the armrest and smiled looked exactly like the other damn people in power whom Plavin had to suck up to in the past. Yes, sir, it is very expensive. Is it to your liking? Plavin immediately approached the man in the white mask. He then motioned to his subordinate with his hand, and the subordinate quickly removed the corpse and brought the chair over to Plavin. Plavin sat down across from the man in the white mask. The chair still had a bit of the warmth from the dead man, but Plavin could not feel it at all because of his greed that was heating him up instead. That greed was completely visible in his eyes. This is the contract, and this is the bill for the remaining amount. The man in the white mask took out the contract and documents related to the determination of fire from his spatial pocket bag. I have the contract, and you should remember my voice, so I don't need to prove who I am or if this contract is real, right? Plavin immediately nodded his head. Yes, sir, there is no need for you to do that. I met you myself in the Caro Kingdom, so that is enough. He was speaking respectfully as he licked his lips. Just one thing. There was just one thing he needed to confirm from this man. How did he find and infiltrate this secret residence? No, it wasn't a question like that. Boom, boom. Plavin could feel his heart beating wildly as he started to speak. Is it possible? Plavin made eye contact with the man in the white mask. Sir, is it possible to know how far your reach is? Plavin needed to confirm how much influence this man had in the Church of the Sun God. Only then could he decide how far he was willing to go. Plavin could see the man in the white mask start to smile. You want to know how far my influence is? Cal could not help but smile at Plavin, who brought the chair closer to him. His trusted subordinate just died, but he is sitting in that same chair trying to gain new power. Human, this bastard is very weird. Yes, this bastard was cruel and weird, as Rayan mentioned. People should at least be good towards their own people. However, it didn't matter to Cal whether the Plavin merchant guild leader cherished his trusted subordinates or not. The only thing on his mind was taking all of Plavin's money. 30 billion pounds. Why stop there? What about the human trafficking this bastard did in the Roan Kingdom's Gyra territory? There was no need to go easy on someone who had committed a lot of sins. Cal decided to answer the question of the bastard, who was looking at him like a lifeline. My reach is Plavin's mouth became dry, to the point where I know the location of the former Pope's hidden treasures. I knew it. Plavin was satisfied with that response. It could not be helped. The Plavin Merchant Guild leader knew that the former pope who was killed in the Magic Bomb's terror incident was extremely greedy. So, would someone like that place bribes he received somewhere others could see? He would hide it somewhere extremely stealthy that only a select few people would know about. This man in the white mask has enough influence that he can reach the former pope's secret hiding spot and take things from there without others knowing. That was why Plavin was speaking respectfully to this man and showing complete respect. But it is as I expected. On the other hand, Plavin was slightly disappointed as well. It was true that the man in the white mask had a high position. However, something was missing to fill the greed of someone who was aiming for connections with both the Southern Alchemist's Tower and the Church of the Sun God. Would the man in the white mask in front of him have noticed that as well? You look disappointed. Excuse me. No, not at all. No need to lie. The man in the white mask started to smile, making Plavin wonder if he had offended him. But here's the thing. I'm not done talking yet. However, the man in the white mask was many steps ahead of Plavin. My reach is to the point I can set up a meeting between you and the representative of the Sun God, I suppose. What? Plavin wondered if he had heard correctly. He was shocked, but he tried to suppress it as much as possible. The representative of the Sun God. There was only one person who could be called by that title right now. He could not help but ask once more. You are talking about that person. The man in the white mask responded to give him certainty. I guess the Margoru Empire's new light is a better title for him. The Margoru Kingdom's new light and the representative of the Sun God. This could only be one person. Saint Jack. the person who was pretty much guaranteed to be the new Pope of the Church of the Sun God. In other words, he was the future leader of the Church of the Sun God. I will be able to meet Saint Jack. Really? This man can make that happen. Plavin wanted to laugh out loud. Why, the lifeline he was holding on to was made of gold. Sir, is it enough to show you my unyielding heart? He was also able to see that the new Church of the Sun God was similar to the old Church of the Sun God under the former Pope. In the end, a once corrupt organization could not easily be changed. Yes, Plavin Merchant Guild leader, you just need to show sincerity. Cal was planning on throwing many carrots to the merchant who was looking at him with sparkling eyes. It's not like I lied to him. Cal was planning on taking the Merchant Guild leader to meet Saint Jack. He needed to be punished. The moment Plavin stands in front of Saint Jack would most likely be when everything would come crumbling down for him. How would you like me to show my sincerity? The contract and bill that Cal had brought out did not matter to Plavin anymore. He would show his true sincerity from here on. I knew it. Plavin could quickly tell that there was something the man in the white mask wanted as a bribe. It was easy for Plavin to handle a corrupt person like this. He's looking out for himself even before the new Church of the Sun God is set up and the Pope's papal coronation has not happened. Plavin marked the man in the white mask internally as he respectfully waited for him to finish speaking. The man in the white mask stated what he wanted. I need 15 billion pounds worth of magic stones right now. Plavin flinched. 15 billion pounds worth of magic stones. That was shocking, but something was even more shocking. Sir, you need them right now. He could not procure that many magic stones in the middle of the night. He needed at least a day to bring the magic stones from around the Empire over, even if he used teleportation magic. Why? Is it impossible? Do you need more time? Plavin quickly responded to Cal. If you could do that, I then 20 billion pounds worth of magic stones by tomorrow. However, Plavin had to close his mouth after hearing the new condition. The price of extending a day was 5 billion pounds. He made eye contact with Cal's eyes beneath the white mask. He suddenly felt himself being weighed down by fear. The dominating aura enveloped Plavin. He could see how the man in the white mask still looked relaxed. If tomorrow is difficult as well, then 30 billion pounds worth of magic stones by the day after. An extra day from there would be another 10 billion pounds. What do you think? Plavin felt suffocated at the man in the white mask's conditions. He quickly realized something. He is not an easy prey who just wants bribes. His greed for this golden lifeline became even greater once he realized this fact. Cal gently continued to speak to Plavin at that moment. But I like you quite a bit. You're someone who knows how to properly grab onto lifelines. Lifelines, my ass. You're going to be completely looted before you are thrown into a road of thorns. Cal was being nice to this man he was going to loot. Prepare 15 billion pounds worth of magic stones by tomorrow. Thank you very much, sir. Plavin could not help but thank the man. That was how much pressure was coming from this man that he could not easily say no to anything. It also made him trust this man that much more. All right then, you can hand it to my subordinate who will be here tomorrow. Snap! A red-haired man with a black mask appeared from outside the terrace window once Cal snapped his fingers. It was Choi Han who was disguised with magic. Human. I told Choi Han to just stand still and not try to act. I am smart, so I know Choi Han should not act. Dragons really were smart. Cal could see Plavin gulp while looking at Choi Han. Plavin got chills on his back after seeing the man in the black mask on the terrace. It was because, while it was natural for him to not notice the man, his trusted assassin subordinates had not noticed that man in the black mask at all either. Plavin felt both fear and greed fill his heart like wildfire after seeing that the man in the white mask had strong backing as well. Cal offered the greatest carrot to him at that moment. And 2 weeks later, I will make it so you can meet with the Margoru Empire's new light. Fire could be seen in Plavin's eyes. Yes, sir, do you really mean that? Yes, I can meet Saint Jack in 2 weeks. Plavin thought that he would be able to become the merchant guild leader of the greatest merchant guild now. But, as a merchant, you should know what I'm about to say, right? He knew the answer to the man in the white mask's question. Nothing in the world was free. I will prepare to show you my sincerity. Good. I look forward to it. Cal then started to walk toward the terrace window. Plavin was about to escort him out before stopping because Cal gestured for him to stop. Clang! The terrace window closed behind Cal. Cal and Choi Han in the black mask immediately stepped on the ledge and jumped down. Plavin blankly stared for a long time. Guild leader him. He slowly started to speak after hearing the assassin calling him. Check outside the terrace. The assassins immediately checked outside and confirmed that nobody was there. Plavin then placed his hand over his heart. Boom, boom. His heart was beating wildly. Plavin started to smile. He finally raised his voice and gave an order to his trusted subordinates. Gather up every magic stone you can find. We must gather 15 billion pounds worth of magic stones by tomorrow, no matter what. Actually, gather all the magic stones you can from other nations as well for the next 2 weeks. He debated for a moment before continuing to speak. And maintain the current relationship we have with the Southern Alchemist's Tower, but don't get any closer. He didn't need them now that he had this new rising power in the Church of the Sun God. Plavin sinked and started to laugh loudly. He could no longer see the food on the table nor the trusted subordinate's corpse. Wow, you're so amazing. Cal, who had returned to the Imperial Prince's palace, shrugged his shoulders at mercenary King Bud's comment. Bud, who had gone with Cal to see the Plavin Merchant Guild leader, continued to share his awe as he drank. Plavin Sinkt will happily gather as much money as possible and follow you with excitement without knowing that he is headed to his death in 2 weeks. You are really, really amazing. Rayan fluttered his wings next to Rayan and looked extremely proud. Hey, mercenary king, did you only just realize that we are amazing? I am the great and mighty Rayan Muro. Yes, you truly are amazing, Rayan Murunim. Ka, he. Cal didn't care about the alcoholic and the young dragon's conversation as he started to speak toward Choi Han, who was touching his still red hair with an odd expression on his face. Go with Bud around this time tomorrow to get the magic stones. Yes, Calnim. Cal nodded his head at Choi Han's response before motioning to Rayan. Click. The bedroom door opened, and Mary and Rosalind entered at that moment. There were many documents in Rosalind's hands. Rayan channeled his mana toward the video communication device on the table. Human, I'm connecting the call now. Ooh. The video communication device started to shine, and someone appeared on the screen. Finally, Bud was looking at this with anticipation. A white-haired man appeared on the screen. Clope Seca. I finally get to see the Northern Guardian Knight. Bud had met many famous people after coming to the Western continent with Cal, and was about to meet another one. Clope Seca. Unlike the people from the Roan Kingdom who rose to prominence this past year, the Northern Guardian Knight had been famous for a long time. Bud was wondering what would happen after seeing him in a wheelchair after losing against Cal in battle. And once Clope Seca made eye contact with Cal. Oh, Calnim. Bud's jaws slowly dropped. Clope Seca, the white-haired man, had his hands clasped together as he looked toward Cal with a bright smile. Calnim, I had heard the glorious legends of your deeds in the eastern continent. What the hell? Bud's mind became chaotic. Clope Seca. This definitely seemed to be him, but something seemed weird. Bud could see Cal opening his mouth at that moment. Ha! Cal let out a sigh. I knew it. He's still crazy. Rayan shouted with certainty. Bud's mind was still chaotic. On the other hand, Clope Seca was just smiling with a happy expression on his face. Chapter 392. The crazy one, the innocent one, and the laughing one too. Something seems weird. Bud could not understand Clope Seca's current demeanor at all. Wait, didn't Clope Seca become a captive after his defeat at the Henitus territory battle? But would his defeat and becoming a captive be the end? Bud could see the wheelchair Clope was sitting on. As expected, his condition is not good. According to the Mercenaries Guild's newest information on the Western continent, Clope Seca was currently staying in the Perun Kingdom, but not showing himself very often. People had been questioning his health, since the man who used to lead the Perun Kingdom's strongest knights brigade was not coming to the training grounds at all. Clope Seca, sitting in the wheelchair right, now seemed to prove those rumors. Then it is most likely that this happened to him when he became a captive. That was why Bud had expected Clope and Cal's relationship to be a political one, with both extremely hostile toward each other on the inside, even though they were on the same side during the Brek Kingdom's Gorge of Death battle. He had especially expected Clope Seca to have strong hostility toward Cal. But what the hell? Bud was shocked. Forget hostility, Clope was looking at Cal as if he was looking at a god. He even has his hands clasped together. Bud's mind was turning chaotic. Clope started to speak at that moment, and his voice echoed in the bedroom. I am filled with sorrow that I am unable to join you in that legend. Bud's expression turned even worse. He looked toward Cal with a baffled mind. You'll respond differently, right? Bud waited for Cal to speak with the smallest of hope that Cal would be able to calm his mind. Cal then started to speak as if to answer his question. Then why don't you join me this time? Will it be written down in history? Probably. It must be part of your legend. Ah, sure. Cal decided to just brush past Clope's craziness. Bud started to frown, but Cal didn't care even an ounce about Bud's reaction. Your influence in the north should have grown by now, right? Cal could see Clope start to smile at his question. The originally loyal smile instantly turned to show a snake's evil nature. It is quite large now. That was enough. The Indomitable Alliance. The alliance that had started the Western Continent's war early in the year was a combination of Arm and the Northern Three Kingdoms. But the Indomitable Alliance was defeated after the war, and the northern kingdoms of Perun, Norland, and Askasen fell under Clope's Perun Kingdom's control. Some black mages will soon pass through the north and into the Perun Kingdom. Cal did not say anything else and looked at Clope. You want me to observe the black mage's movements in the north? Clope understood him as Cal expected. Most people would have asked if Cal wanted them to capture the black mages. Why not capture them? If there was a need to capture them, I'm sure you would have already caught them, Calnim. But the fact that you are leaving them alone until they get to the north would mean that you have a plan to use them for something. Am I wrong? He truly was smart, but crazy. Maybe the fact that he was such a smart person who was quick to understand what was going on was the reason he was so subservient to Cal. Cal continued to speak to Clope, who was waiting for his orders. We found a document. Choi Gun, the first dragon slayer. There was a part he had written in Korean about the whale tribe's land. There were parts in the Eastern continent's common language that had discussed the whale tribe's land as well. The information in the two languages were completely different. Cal recalled the conversation he had with Choi Han. What kind of place is it? The land of the whale tribe. This had been Choi Han's response. A place with nothing. Choi Gun had said the same thing as Choi Han in Korean. There is a large chunk of ice at the northern tip of the western continent. Nobody lives there. I introduced the whales to that location. However, the information recorded above those words in the eastern continent's common language was slightly different. There is a mysterious land covered in ice. A strong power rests in that place. If you read the page in order, it started with the eastern continent's common language. There is a mysterious land covered in ice. A strong power rests in that place. And then after that, there is a large chunk of ice at the northern tip of the western continent. Nobody lives there. I introduced the whales to that location. That was the information written in Korean. In other words, the strong power that rests in the mysterious land covered in ice is talking about the whales that he introduced to live there. However, the White Star did not know how to read the parts Choi Gun had written in Korean. That is why the only thing he knew was that the land of the whale tribe was a mysterious land with a strong power residing there. So, it makes sense why he would make that mistake. Cal looked toward Choi Han. Choi Han smiled innocently once they made eye contact. Cal slowly started to speak. The document I found says that there is a precious treasure, a strong power within the North's ice lands. Choi Han, who Clope could not see from the video communication device, mouthed toward Cal. You are saying the opposite. He was right. Cal was saying the complete opposite of what Choi Han had told him. He had twisted the part Choi Gun had written in the Eastern continent's common language to his benefit. And that document was found in the Roan Kingdom. Choi Han's eyes clouded over. Cal did not hide the origin of the document, but instead lied by saying that it was found in the Roan Kingdom. Calnim. Cal looked toward Clope, who called his name. Clope had a calm smile on his face again as he continued to speak. If that truly was something important to you, then you would have procured it yourself without telling me about it. He really is a smartly crazy bastard. Cal held back a gasp of admiration at Clope's deduction. Black magic. I'm sure it is related to the White Star. In addition, that document found in the Roan Kingdom is probably related as well. Clope gently asked. In that case, what can I do for you, Calnim? Clope became full of anticipation after seeing Cal close his mouth for a moment after hearing his question. Once Arm disappeared from the north, It was quite easy for the Perun kingdom, who had no desire to expand to the south, to take control over the Norland kingdom and the Askasan kingdom that had suffered more casualties in the battle. There was the rumor that Clopé's body was not well, however. It was easy for him to gain the political dominance after he revealed that he had a close relationship with the Roan kingdom, Breck kingdom, and the Whipper kingdom. But it is not an overwhelming dominance. Clopé found this current dominance and his life to be important, but he needed something more than that. And he was finally able to chat with the person who could fill that void after a long while. The thing I need from you is simple. Cal always said everything was simple, but the things he had done until now were far from simple. Clopé's eyes were full of anticipation as he looked at Cal from across the screen. I plan to pass the ancient document found in the Roan kingdom to you within the week. Bud was giving Cal a "what document? Is there really such a thing?" type of gaze, but Cal just ignored it. Instead, he focused on his conversation with Clopé. After that, you just need to spread some rumors. It was not easy to trick the White Stars faction. He needed to lay a second and even a third layer in a trap to make it work. What do you need me to spread? Make people talk about how there is a terrible power that could even pierce the sky beyond the ocean of the north, and that you should not go near it unless you want to die. Also, say that the place that holds that power is like hell with nothing to gain. The corners of Clopé's lips started to go up in an odd way. Hadn't Cal just said that a precious treasure with strong power existed in the ice lands beyond the northern waters? However, the rumor was the complete opposite. In addition, I don't care if you use your family's soldiers or if you personally make a move, but guard the entrance to the northern waters and make it so that nobody can get past it. Clopé's body subconsciously leaned in toward the video communication device. Cal then added on in a low voice. At the same time, stealthily create a search team and make it look like they are trying to investigate the land of the whale tribe. Clopé's eyes clouded over. In the end, Cal was saying to spread the rumor about a scary power and prevent people from approaching while stealthily creating a search team to find that treasure described in the ancient document. But all of it was fake. Clopé started to think about the Black Mages and Arms forces. He looked toward Cal and started to speak. And that stealthy search team must unintentionally get noticed by the Black Mages heading to the land of the whale tribe. Cal started to smile. Exactly. It would also be great if that ancient document ends up being stolen by them. It sounds simple. Yes. Clopé's actions would give Arm and the White Star certainty that something was in the land of the whale tribe. Will the White Star's posse end up fighting against the whale tribe in the land of ice? Clope, who asked the question, looked at Cal's expression before nodding his head. I suppose I must speak to the whale tribe about that first. Of course. Cal nodded his head. He planned to make many more calls after this one. One of them was to Watira of the whale tribe. He was planning on telling her that the White Star was aiming for the land of the whale tribe and leave the decision about what to do about her territory to her. We can't be certain about the whale tribe's participation. So, wait until I chat with the whales and start the operation once I give you the signal to start. He had contacted Clopé first, since there was a lot for him to prepare. The northern soldiers, the search team, money and time to spread the rumor, all of this took a lot of manpower. And I suppose I can't make you do this without any compensation. Clopé's eyes started to sparkle. Isn't everything a deal? Clopé started to get excited after seeing Cal smiling brightly. What could it be? Following behind Cal would allow him to not just survive, but to potentially leave his name behind as a part of Cal's legend as well. Will I finally be able to become legendary? Boom. Boom. Cal casually commented once Clopé's anticipation reached its peak. The Wyvern Knights Brigade will appear once again during this time. Clopé's eyes turned wide. It will not be birds made of bones this time. They will be living, breathing wyverns. Guardian Knight Clopé Seca who could control the wyverns. That was the image of the true Guardian Knight. The ones to chase after the White Star's posse that heads to look for the treasure will be the Wyvern Knights Brigade. Clopé Seca, you will be the one to control those wyverns. I do not possess that power. Clopé did not sound weak even though his voice was quiet. In fact, his voice was slightly shaking with anticipation. Cal calmly added on, I know, but it will be like the Henitus territory battle. Clopé recalled the Henitus territory battle. He had tried to invade the Henitus territory while riding on wyverns at the time. If it is like that time, Clope, someone who can control the wyverns, will be by your side. Siram, the fake dragon slayer, one of the ancient powers in his possession, the power to control the wyverns. That power had allowed Clope to look as if he could control the wyverns. Yow'll be able to recreate that scene once again. Cal's low whisper sounded so sweet in Clope's ears. Cal's eyes then moved over to Choi Han. Siram, the fake dragon slayer. He currently possessed the power to control the wyverns, and he was still imprisoned in the Roan Kingdom's underground prison. Cal was planning on doing his best to help Choi Han, who wanted to become a dragon slayer. That was why he planned on letting Choi Han do whatever he wanted. Choi Han seemed to realize Cal's plan as he smiled innocently back at Cal with a look of gratitude. Cal looked back toward Clope. If you show that scene to the forces of the North, wouldn't you be able to show both the Clope Seca, who is a strong administrative force, as well as Guardian Knight Clope Seca, the strongest man in the North? Administration, diplomacy, and even power. Those would allow him to have overwhelming dominance over the other northern kingdoms. The corners of Clope's lips moved up even more. Keek, kekek. Clope started to laugh so loud that his shoulders were moving up and down. Human. That bastard is laughing weirdly. Right. Cal agreed with Rayan, who was speaking into his mind in shock. The way Clope was laughing like a lunatic really made him look like one. Kekek Calnim. Ah, yeah, what is it? Cal slowly looked around. Rosalind was looking at Clope with an extremely iffy expression while Bud looked out of it. Choi Han was smiling innocently. As expected, Choi Han was amazing in some aspects as well. He heard Clope's voice at that moment. The great battle for the northern treasure. How does that sound? Huh. Clope looked at Cal's blank expression and started to think about the title that he came up with. Won't it be recorded in history books with such a description? I will once again become the guardian knight who controls the wyverns. Clope could not stop smiling. I absolutely must follow behind Cal Henitus. Calnim, I hope my name can be recorded in a corner of the legend. This punk. Cal subconsciously slowly moved away from the video communication device. I will take care of all of the preparations. Calnim, I will let you know once I find the black mages. Ah, sure. Calnim, will you soon contact the whale tribe? Yes. I'm sure that will be beautiful. Ha, what is beautiful? Cal started to frown. The wyverns in the sky, humans on land, and the whales in the ocean. Ah. Clope let out a gasp of admiration before starting to smile. It truly sounds legendary. Cal was truly at a loss for words. Clope, who understood that as the end of their conversation, gently added on. Calnim, please hang up first. Ah, sure. Cal immediately hung up without any hesitation. He suddenly felt tired. He brushed his face with both hands before speaking to Rayan. Connect me to the whale tribe. I got it, human. But I suddenly feel so tired. I don't know why. Cal just shook his head side to side. He then noticed Bud standing there with a blank expression. He still seemed out of it as he asked with confusion. But what is that ancient document you found in the Roan Kingdom? I didn't know there was such a thing. Human. It is connected. Cal gave a short response to Bud's question while watching someone else appear on the screen. We need to create it. There is no need for a prop in a scam to be real, right? Huh, Bud asked back, but Cal just focused on the screen, and once all of the calls ended, Choi Han. Yes, Calnim. Go get the magic stones. You know what to do after that, right? Yes, Calnim. Cal looked toward Rosalind and Rayan. Shall we go? Sure, young Master Cal. Let's go. Human, let's go. The three of them headed for the Roan Kingdom. Why? Did you have to come to my bedroom? Cal happily greeted Crown Prince Albaru Crossman, who was frowning while putting his seal on a document at the desk in his bedroom. Your Highness, you are as bright as the sun even during the night time. This loyal subject is about to cry tears of admiration seeing you working so hard even in your bedroom. This is driving me nuts. Albaru just decided to ignore Cal. Chapter 393. The crazy one, the innocent one, and the laughing one. 3. Cal didn't care whether Albaru ignored him or not as he walked over and sat down on a chair. Please sit down. He then motioned for Rosalind to sit down on another chair. Hey, Crown Prince, I told them we were coming here. I came to the coordinates of the last call we had on the video communication device. I see Rayanim. Albaru just weakly nodded his head at Rayan's imposing shout. 30 minutes ago. Albaru was wondering what nonsense Cal was talking about when he suddenly got a call saying, Cal was going to come to his bedroom. However, he had no choice but to tell Cal to hurry over after hearing what it was about. The others will soon arrive. Nobody asked about who the others were. Your Highness, this cookie is delicious. Cal looked relaxed as he ate a cookie from a basket on top of the table. He looked right at home. Miss Rosalind, have some. It's very good. I'm okay, young Master Cal. Or would you like some tea? Rosalind peeked toward Alberu before nodding her head with an awkward expression. Tea sounds good. Please wait. Alberu sighed before getting up and heading to a cupboard on one side of the bedroom. There were simple magic cooking devices underneath it. Alberu enjoyed having some tea to survive while working late at night. There was quite a lot of tea in the cupboard, and Alberu looked experienced as he placed the pot on the fire to boil some water. You look like you do this often, Your Highness. Alberu nodded his head after hearing Rosalind sound as if the fact that the Crown Prince was personally brewing tea and had such devices in his bedroom was weird. I've enjoyed tea since I was young, so I've brewed quite a lot of it. Ah, Rosalind held back her gasp. Crown Prince Alberu Crossman. He actually had an unfortunate childhood. Alberu Crossman, who grew up alone in the palace after his mother's death, had nobody who could publicly be a strong shield for him. Of course, she now knew that Tasha and the Dark Elves had helped Alberu in the dark. But Crown Prince Alberu pretty much grew up alone in dealing with others. That is why I'm sure there were a lot of things he's had to do on his own since he was young. It was even possible that Alberu had suffered even more than Rosalind imagined as he grew up. He looked like someone who grew up without any suffering in his life, however. Rosalind knew that this was a result of her prejudice and casually commented instead. I'm already looking forward to the tea you personally brewed, Your Highness. Well, I'm just adequate at it. Alberu responded with an awkward smile before Cal and Rayan started to speak. Your Highness, a cup for me as well, please. Hey, Crown Prince, don't you have any juice? Egu. Alberu felt a headache coming. He pressed his temples with one hand while taking 2 more cups out with his other hand. He then took some apple juice out of a box enchanted with cool magic and poured it into one of the cups. Oh. Hey, Crown Prince, I knew you were a good Crown Prince. I like apples. Apple pies are the best. Should I give you some apple pie as well, Rayan? I have a lot of them. I will give you one. Alberu watched Rayan grab the cup of juice with his paws, fly over to Cal, sit down on the chair, and start to slurp the juice before turning back toward the teapot. Rayan used his magic to take a bunch of apple pies out and fill the cookie basket at that moment. Human, eat a lot of apple pies. Okay. Cal started to eat a piece of apple pie without giving it much thought. Rosalind just quietly observed Cal and Alberu. I'm sure his mind is a complicated mess right now. She could see Alberus' agony as she watched him look at the teapot. She then started to think about the Breck kingdom that she left behind. Her young brother ended up taking the position she had thrown away. Wouldn't her younger brother's back look similar to Alberus? The leaders of the Western Continent's kingdoms, who knew a bit about the current situation, were filled with concern and doubt. This was especially the case for the kingdoms that knew about the existence of the White Star. They were scared to know what the future held. That was what it meant to be responsible for a nation. I'm sure that's the case for young Master Cal as well. In Rosalind's opinion, Cal Henitus was probably the one who was suffering the most. She could not even fathom how complicated Cal's mind was right now. She pitifully looked at Cal, who was blankly eating apple pies in his short moment of rest. The person who was known as Trash for drinking too much barely drank anymore. He also did not have any hobbies or got to play around. He worked hard and just ate and slept when he had some free time. Rosalind pushed the cookie basket in front of Cal. Tap. A teacup was then placed in front of her. Thank you very much, Your Highness. It was nothing. Alberu motioned to Rosalind with his hand to say that it was nothing before placing the other teacup in front of Cal and sat at the head of the table between Cal and Rosalind. He then nonchalantly added on, You staring off into space? Yes, Your Highness. Cal gave a short response before taking a sip of tea. Oh, this is nice. Cal decided that he would always have a basket filled with cookies on the table, as well as take a bunch of these tea leaves from the Crown Prince and give them to Beacrox or Ron once he got to rest in the Super Rock Villa. It was at that moment. Knock, knock, knock. Some quiet knocks were coming from the bedroom door. Rayan slowly turned invisible and flew over to Alberus' bed. Plop. One side of the bed was pressed down, but it was not very visible. Come in. The bedroom door slowly opened. One of Alberus' trusted dark elf subordinates in his human form walked two people into the room. Long time no see, everyone. There's someone I'm not familiar with as well as some people I have not met in a while. Cage was greeting everyone with excitement. Although she was given the title of the crazy priestess in The Birth of a Hero, she just went by Cage now. She had been staying with her close friend Taylor after leaving the Sun Guard twins in the Mogaru Empire. Taylor Stan calmly greeted everyone from behind her. The firstborn of Marquis Stan's household who had hurt his legs. The trashed heir had healed his legs and had now become the central figure of the Roan Kingdom's northwest region's nobles. Young Master Calnim. Taylor Stan reached his hand out to shake Cal's hand. He was still speaking respectfully to Cal even though he was a Marquis now. It's been a while, Marquinim. Cal happily shook Taylor's hand. Cal had contacted many people in the Roan Kingdom after chatting with Watira. Albaru, Cage, and Taylor were some of those people. Everybody, take a seat. Albaru sat at the head of the table and the others sat down as well. Taylor Stan was the first to speak. I'm happy to see you after such a long time, but I never expected you to suddenly contact me like this. He was looking at Cal. There were many complicated emotions in his eyes. Shock, delight, joy, and respect. They were all quite positive emotions. It could not be helped. He had traveled to many places around the Roan Kingdom with Cage in an attempt to heal his legs. Everything had worked out for him from the moment he met Cal. Cal was a symbol of luck for him, as well as one of his role models. That was why Taylor happily traveled to the Crown Prince's bedroom today. You were shocked because of the sudden call. Taylor smiled at Cal's question. Cal's weak-looking but firm expression was still the same. Yes, I was a bit shocked. I especially did not expect you to contact me about ancient powers. Cal started to smile. Wind Island, where he got the golden tops whip. Once he looked at the Black Temple's ceiling art and heard the story about the ancient White Star. Cal had decided that he needed to find the most knowledgeable person about ancient powers and immediately thought about Taylor Stan. Taylor touched his knee. I did quite a lot of research on ancient powers and ancient times. I believe I know the most about ancient powers in the Roan Kingdom. You are correct. Do you remember telling me about the Guardian of Boulder in the past? I do. We traveled together to the capital at that time. Albaru had his chin in his hand as he quietly watched Cal and Taylor chat. It was a nice and gentle atmosphere. He saw the excommunicated priestess Cage start to pull something out of her baggy sleeves before putting it back just as he was about to be enchanted by this atmosphere. Wine glasses. He wondered if he had seen it correctly, but there was no time to think about that for a long time. It was because he heard Taylor's voice. You want me to create a fake ancient document? Cal started to smile. Is it not possible? It is illegal. Taylor looked toward Cal with a serious expression, but I will give it a go. Albaru started to chuckle. Look at these nobles talking about breaking the law inside the Crown Prince's bedroom. He then shrugged his shoulders as Cal and Taylor looked at him. Well, I'm not saying that I am against it. Cal turned back away from Albaru and continued to speak to Taylor. Marquis Stanham, you should know better than anybody else how ancient documents look like. The types of paper used in them, how old the papers are, and even the wording used inside them. Taylor was top-notch when it came to those things. He had researched those ancient documents day and night to be able to find an ancient power that could heal his legs. What do I need to put in that ancient document? Cal pulled a document out of his pocket after hearing that question. Taylor opened the document after receiving it from Cal. This is... He started to frown. He stared at the document for a long time before looking at Cal and asking a question. What language is this? There were about 20 pages of text. Each page was divided in half. Taylor pointed to the bottom of the pages. This is the Western continent's common language used since ancient times. His finger slowly moved up. But these letters on the top half of the pages are something I have never seen before. A thick smile appeared on Cal's face. This document was something that Cal and Choi Han had created together. Each page had Korean on the top half and the Western continent's common language on the bottom half. Taylor looked back at the document after seeing Cal smile without responding. The bottom half of the first page of the document, the words written in the Western continent's common language underneath the mysterious language were the following. This is I, Nellan Barrow's other record. I am leaving behind a record in the West, just as I did in the East. Those living underneath the light will never be able to find this. Nellen Barrow. Taylor mumbled that name. Young Master Cal, who is this person? I'm not sure. Cal did not respond this time either. He then leaned toward Taylor and started to whisper. What I can tell you is that it is fake to us, but it needs to be real to everyone else. Taylor did not care about the contents of the document anymore. Now that he knew what he needed to do, he carefully placed the document in his inner pocket. Only the people at this table will know the truth. Cal smiled with satisfaction after hearing Taylor's response. Do you need anything else? Cal did not hesitate to respond to Taylor's question. I need information about the ancient powers within the Rhone Kingdom. I don't need specific details, just short versions of the legends. Within the Rhone Kingdom. Pat, pat. Taylor patted his knee a few times before nodding his head and asking a question. Around when do you need it by? It would be best if it is completed in the next month or two. Then I will give it a go. Taylor quickly responded, and Cal smiled to show his gratitude before looking away. He could see Cage sitting there with a smile on her face and her hand in her sleeve. Miss Cage. Ahem, young Masternim. Aren't you craving alcohol? I am okay. Cage looked disappointed at Cal's quick response. Someone started to speak into her mind at that moment. Kay, lately, we have this guy named Bud who loves to drink. The great and mighty Rayan Muru will introduce you to him next time. Cage's expression quickly turned bright after hearing Rayan's voice in her mind as he was hiding from Taylor, who did not know about him. Cal felt iffy about how quickly Cage's expression changed, but he still started to speak. Miss Cage, if possible, what is it? Do you want me to come with you? Or do you want me to answer your questions if possible? Is it related to an oath of death? Excuse me? Ah, well, yes, that is the case. How did you know? Cage started to smile toward Cal, who was asking with a confused expression. Young Masternim, my dreams have been quite memorable for the last few days. The god of death had been visiting her quite often lately after being gone for a while. Cage, who was excommunicated but still cherished by the god of death who did not take her abilities away, was tormented by the god of death the last few days. He told me something in my dreams. He said that you would come to look for me. He said you would ask about an oath from 10 years ago. Cal's expression stiffened up. She was right. As she mentioned, Cal was curious about the oath that Lord Sherritt had made with the dragon slayer through the god of death. He was curious about the god of death putting a curse of reincarnation. And most importantly, he wanted to know if he could lift the curse since he could cast it in the first place. He told me in my dream. Cage put her hand into her sleeve. Alberu flinched again, but nobody noticed as everybody was focused on her hand coming back out of her sleeve. He said to give you this picture when I saw you again. A rolled-up paper was in Cage's hand. He also said to give you this book. The black book was in Cage's hand as well. This was the Guard of Death's divine item that Cal had found in the Margaru Empire. It was the book that only had one sentence written over and over when Priestess Cage read it. She quietly started to read. Are you curious about the method to kill death? She then looked toward Cal. That is what the book says. My dream told me to hand these two things to you. It also told me to not ask any questions. Don't ask any questions. Cal started to think while looking at the black book and the rolled-up paper in Cage's hand. Should I take those or not? However, he needed to take it. Cal received the two items that were in Cage's hand. Cage started to speak as she handed them over. To be honest with you, I can't tell whether what is written on the paper are words or images. She just copied what she saw in her dreams. However, he said that you need to look at it alone, young Masternim. He said not to show anybody else. The paper will burn and disappear as soon as you show it to someone else. What kind of? Rosalind was about to complain before stopping herself. Cal got up from his seat. I will go read it in that corner. He said to look at it alone, so I'll have to do that. What? Alberu started to frown. You don't even know what it is, but you're going to go open it in the corner. What's wrong with that? Cal made it sound as if it was nothing as he headed to a corner of the room. Nobody was around him. Human. There is no one around you. But I guess I can't come either. Fine, I will not go, but you have to tell me. Cal didn't respond to Rayan before heading to a corner and opening the paper. The paper was only the size of Cal's palm. He could see words written on there. They were not images. They were words. They were not written in a language from this world. It was not Korean either. It was words that neither Choi Han nor anybody else would be able to read. Cal didn't know it either. However, Cal could tell that these were words. He could somehow read it. Cal started to read these things that he could somehow read. He then started to scoff. Grade 1 ability user Kim Raksu. Damn it. Do you wish to return to your original world, or will you die in this world? Then the next sentence. Actually, the next part was not a sentence. It was time. It was going down 1 second at a time. It was in a language he didn't know, but he could somehow read that it was time. 1 second. It continued to decrease by 1 second at a time. The time was going down. You will need to decide when this countdown reaches 0. Cal closed his eyes for a moment before opening them back. More time had gone down on the paper. There were still more than a few weeks, no, more than a few months remaining. However, the time was continuing to go down. Choi Yung-gun, Choi Han, Choi Yung-soo. They were all born in different years but share the same birth dates. Choi Yung-soo and Choi Han's birthdays are the same. Cal's pupils started to shake. Choi Yung-soo and Kim Rak-soo. The two of them share the same birthdays. Two people died while saving Kim Rak-soo when he should have died. One of them was Choi Yung-soo. Cal had thought about this before. Could Choi Yung-gun, Choi Han, and Choi Yung-soo all be related? In that case, why was it him instead of Choi Yung-soo after Choi Yung-gun and Choi Han? Why was he the one to come to this world? Choi Yung-soo was not supposed to die at that time. The God of Death's words became etched in Cal's mind. Kim Rak-soo, you were the one who was supposed to die. Cal recalled the memories of the day his friends had died. No, the records in his mind were what Cal up. The records that he could not forget, even if he wanted to do so, overwhelmed his mind. Suddenly everything became dark. Chapter 394. The crazy one, the innocent one, and the laughing one 4. Cal then watched as many scenes passed by. Kim Rak-soo. He could hear Choi Yung-soo's voice. Choi Yung-soo was standing in front of him with his sword raised. Cal could also see a large monster coming out of the ground, making it seem as if the world was covered in darkness and fire. Numerous other monsters that seemed to be the large monster's subordinates were next to it. He watched as his work buddies charged toward those monsters. Fellow team members, his sunbees, and his friends, people who he had been working together, were all charging toward this death trap. Kim Rak-soo, hurry up and contact the government and Central HQ. Send an emergency signal to all guilds. Cal could hear his team leader, Lee Soo-hyuk's voice. This is what Kim Rak-soo, had said at that time. This is difficult. Team leader, this is too difficult. Kim Rak-soo, who oversaw the strategical planning in the rear support, calculated the numerous records in his mind ever since the monsters had appeared in the world, and concluded, we're all going to die if we try to fight that monster right now. This was how Lee Soo-hyuk had responded to him. But what else can we do? Kim Rak-soo could not forget team leader Lee Soo-hyuk's face as he asked that, as well as Choi Yung-soo's face as he held the sword in his hand again. He had not been able to respond to Lee Soo-hyuk's question. The large guild in charge of this area had run away. Because of that, there were no ability users nearby who could block the monsters that suddenly appeared. However, there was someone who had anticipated this sudden monster's appearance. Kim Rak-soo, it's not your fault. The voices of his only friend who had said that to him in a mischievous way hit Kim Rak-soo, Cal, like a tsunami. Hey, it would have been really bad if it wasn't for you. The Kim Rak-soo at the time had so many records and data that he could use his ability to foresee the appearance of the second strongest monster ever seen in the history of the Earth. 1 hour. It wasn't much time, but it had been enough for them to contact the guild responsible for that area to prepare and evacuate the citizens. However, while Kim Rak-soo could foresee the location the monster would arrive, but not its strength, that was why his teammates who had already come here knowing that they might die had to face an existence beyond their expectations. Cal could smell, see, hear, and feel the conversations from that day, the heat and burning smell in the air, as well as the black and red surroundings of that day. Kim Rak-soo, wipe your nosebleed. You should get some rest if you have overloaded. Kim Rak-soo used his sleeve to wipe his nose. He had continued to pay attention to Lee Soo-hyuk as he did that. Still, thanks to you and our efforts, most people evacuated on time. Well, although the guild in charge ran away as well. We just need to hold that monster back until reinforcements arrive. Cal felt his head getting hotter and hotter as if he was getting a fever. However, the records in Cal's mind did not stop. He recalled what team leader Lee Soo-hyuk had said after that. This isn't that hard. Actually, no. Team leader Lee Soo-hyuk had seemed calm even while looking at that scary monster. Hey, have you ever seen our team do easy work? We always have had to do everything in our powers to survive. Not even once. Kim Rok-soo had never fought a battle with an overwhelming advantage ever since joining the company and working under team leader Lee Soo-hyuk. They really never had it easy. This is just the same as usual. That is why we need to do what we need to do. Isn't that right? Kim Rok-soo had laughed at that comment back then. It was because Lee Soo-hyuk was right. Huh. You're laughing now, you little punk. Team leader Lee Soo-hyuk and Choi Young-soo had left the laughing Kim Rok-soo behind as they joined the other team members to fight. Cal felt his mind becoming a mess at that moment. And then, after that, he knew that he had a clear record of what had happened next. Those images quickly burst into Cal's mind. However, Cal was unable to read those records correctly. The strength of the destructive monster, his teammates fighting against it, all of them being put in danger. They started to run toward him. All of these images mixed together in his mind. He suddenly felt as if his hot head was cooling down fast. He felt as if he had fallen to the bottom of a deep lake covered in ice. He saw someone down there in the darkness. He sat down to see everything being destroyed by that large monster. He could also hear the siren behind him, signaling the fact that reinforcements had arrived. You and then. Yu Kim Rok-soo was standing there unable to speak properly, while Choi Young-soo was kneeling in front of him with his sword stabbed into the ground. What is it, you punk? Choi Young-soo, who had no blood left to cough up, was jokingly responding as he died. I leave it to you. He could also see team leader Lee Soo-hyuk close his eyes while leaving the rest to him. All of them. All of his teammates had died just like that. Mr. Kim Rok-soo. Mr. Rok-soo. Once Kim Rok-soo was the only one remaining, he had snapped out of it after someone from the reinforcements team grabbed his shoulder. And then Cal recalled how Kim Rok-soo had acted back then on the battlefield, where all of his team members were dying. He looked once toward team leader Lee Soo-hyuk, who had closed his eyes, and then once at Choi Young-soo, who had his head down. After that, here is the status report. He looked toward the government officials, guild members, and ability users who had come to fight against this monster, and calmly started to speak. His team leader and his friends had left the rest to him. I will explain the fighting patterns of that monster. He first explained about the battle. Then he asked the person next to him for something once he stepped back, and the reinforcements moved in to fight against the monster because he had no fighting power. Please collect their bodies. It was because Kim Rok-soo could not move at that time. He had explained about the monster's abilities with his remaining strength even as his nose continued to bleed. The reinforcements all focused on his explanation, but nobody said anything about wiping his bloody nose. Kim Rok-soo had felt as if the world was crashing down at that moment. It's too late. The reinforcements had been too late. Boom, boom. Cal's heart suddenly ran wild. The sense of responsibility, anger, and sorrow that had made Kim Rok-soo's heart boil had risen. The things that he had barely managed to suppress deep inside himself were running wild. It was at that moment. Human, Cal Henitus, pat pat. Cal could feel a small paw and a hand placed on his shoulders. He heard a voice behind him as well. Human, are you okay? I came over because I had a bad feeling. I didn't look at the paper. I just thought you seemed off. It was Rayan and Albaru Crossman. Cal blinked his eyes. The darkness disappeared, and he could see the Crown Prince's bedroom wall again. He quickly folded and put away the paper with the weird language the guard of death had left for him and turned around. He could see a concerned Albaru Crossman, but not the invisible Rayan. Cal looked at Albaru and started to speak. What is it, Your Highness? Cal thought that Albaru Crossman would scoff if he asked this way. However, he could see that Albaru, as well as the rest of the group at the table, were starting to look at him in a different way than he expected. All of them had serious expressions on their faces. Cal made eye contact with Albaru. Are you okay? Albaru could see Cal's pale white face and his lips that had turned blue. His forehead was full of cold sweats as well. He had seen Cal cough up blood or be in pain, but never like this before. He seemed like someone who was in shock after seeing something very scary. Albaru's gaze moved away from Cal's face to the paper in his hand. He had not seen what was written inside it. Just what did he see? He was concerned, but Albaru was blocked by Cal's hand. Human, are you really okay? Grandpa Ran told me to remember and tell him about it if you even come close to fainting. Cal could hear Rayan's voice. He then started to speak to Albaru, who could not come toward him because of his hand, as well as the invisible Rayan. I am okay, but let's talk in a bit. I haven't finished looking at it. Cal nodded his head to Cage, who had jumped up from her chair as well before slowly turning back around. All right then, I'll wait for you over there. I'll let it go for now as well. I'll go wait over there, you weak, stupid human. Cal opened the paper once again after feeling Albaru and Rayan moving away. 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes had passed since everything went dark in front of him. No, 5 minutes had decreased. Cal recalled Kim Rok-Soo's birthday. He looked at the paper the guard of death delivered to him via Cage. He looked at the decreasing time. The guard of death had said that it would be time for Cal to choose once that time hit 0. He thought about the day that the time would run out. That day was Choi Young-soo and Kim Rok-Soo's birthday. It should also be Choi Young-gun and Choi Han's birthday as well. Cal had to decide on that day. How cruel. He couldn't think of anything else to say. He finished reading what was written on the paper. Choi Young-soo was not supposed to die at that time. He was right. Choi Young-soo was not supposed to die at that time. Team leader Lee Soo-hyuk and the other team members should not have died then either. And then, Kim Rok-soo, you were the one who was supposed to die. I can't die either. Cal's eyes lit up. Those people should not have died that day. He could not die either. In addition, his people in this world could not die as well. He read the rest of the message from the guard of death. Yes, you were the one who was supposed to die. However, the world's laws and coincidences. Humans are one of the few existences who can destroy all of those things. The people who tried to save you broke the law that said that you were supposed to die. That is why I respect and admire humans. You learned many things from those people and put those lessons to use in your life. I'm curious to see what your decision will be. Cal folded the paper and put it in his inner pocket. He then turned around. Cage, Taylor, and Rosalind were still sitting at the table while Albaru was standing with his arms crossed nearby. Rayan was probably near Albaru as well. The fact that the corner of Albaru's shirt was scrunched probably meant that Rayan was there holding on to it. Cal could see Priestess Cage cautiously starting to speak. Young Master Nim, was it bad news? She had copied down the image the God of Death had shown her, but she could not read or comprehend it. She couldn't even tell if they were images or words. It was a message from the God of Death that was meant only for Cal. The others had either nervousness or concern on their faces as they looked toward Cal after hearing Cage's question. Cal answered without any hesitation. Let's just. The group could see that Cal's eyes were burning up contrary to his pale face. Decision. He wants me to decide when the white star is running wild. Who will be able to do something if I'm not involved? Avoid it. Run away. It was one thing if they all ran away together, but he would never run away on his own. Cal did not hide his anger as he continued to speak. Let's just ignore it. The original, the birth of a hero, didn't exist anymore. Cal planned to live however he wanted to live. You're going to ignore a message from a god. Yes, the god of death had told Cal to decide. He told me to live however I pleased. He chose to interpret it however he pleased. That is why I am going to do whatever I want. And what would that be? Cal responded to Albaru, who cautiously asked. A shoot show. What? Cal knew that he was selfish and bad, and that he cherished people who were important to him the most. I planned to use overwhelming strength to destroy everything. He liked fighting battles where he had an overwhelming advantage. That was when his people would not get hurt. Haven't you already been doing that? Cal smiled at Albarus' response. I plan to do it even more. What a disrespectful smile. Cal pretended not to hear Albarus' comment. The time was going down second by second even during that moment. Chapter 395. The crazy one, the innocent one, and the laughing one, 5. However, Cal did not care about the decreasing time. Albaru, who was looking at him, started to speak. You plan on defeating the White Star with overwhelming strength. Yes, Your Highness. Cal's face was completely pale. However, his eyes were more focused and alive than ever before. Then there was this short but confident response. Albaru nodded his head. Then that's great. Cal didn't pay much attention to that comment as he started to walk back to the chair he had been sitting on. Human, you seem okay, but hurry up and go eat one of the apple pies in the basket. You cannot faint. I'm going to tattle to Grandpa Ron, Goldie Gramps, Choi Han, Beacrux, and good girl Mary. He almost chuckled at Rayan's voice in his mind. He then heard Albarus' voice as well. So how do you plan on defeating the White Star with Ovha? However, Alberu could not finish his question. He reached out his hand. He could see Cal starting to stumble. Young Master Cal, young Master Nim. The people who had nervously been looking at him with concern all jumped up. Human. Rayan quickly charged toward Cal and used his head to support Cal's falling body. He also reached his two front paws out to help support Cal's upper body. Hey, you! The shocked Alberus hand grabbed the falling Cal's arm. Ooh-wong! Alberu could see red mana quickly surrounding Cal at the same time. It was Rosalind's mana. She had quickly cast her mana to support Cal. Ha! Damn it! Cal's mumbling made Taylor and Cage, who had quickly run toward him, and Alberu, who was holding him up, look at him with odd expressions. Cal looked shocked. Human, why do you have such an expression when you were about to faint? You really are a weak and stupid human. Rayan slowly moved his round head and chubby front paws away from supporting Cal after seeing Rosalind's red mana surround Cal and started to nag. Cal's upper body had curled forward as he was about to fall, so only Rayan had seen his shocked expression. What the? Cal was confused. What is going on with me? He could not understand why his body was stumbling like this. He had not used any of his ancient powers, nor his ability. He wasn't dizzy, and his body wasn't heating up with a severe fever. He didn't feel like he was going to vomit either. But why is there no strength in my body? Cal followed the gentle movement of the red mana as it slowly laid him down. The red mana then slowly moved him to the couch. Cal could finally see the others once the mana lifted his upper body back up. Alberu bluntly commented as they made eye contact, "I knew it would be like this. Your face was a mess." Tusk. All of them looked as if they had expected Cal to faint. He knew Rayan probably had a similar expression even though he couldn't see him. But I am fine. Alberu looked toward Rosalind after hearing Cal's comment, and Rosalind smiled as she responded, "You're driving me nuts." Cal flinched. Alberu didn't care and pointed to the bed. "Lay him down there. The couch is not very comfortable, as you wish, your highness." Rosalind moved her hand, and the red mana laid Cal down on the bed. Cal laid there and looked at the ceiling. "What's wrong with me?" He heard two voices at that moment. "Look at how pale you are. What scared the mighty Cal Henitus?" One of them was Alberu. "It looks like your body got shaken up for a moment from fear and horror." The other was the scary giant cobblestone. Cal became even more shocked after hearing their comments. "I'm afraid of something. Really?" I, of all people, reacted because of fear. He could not believe it. He'd accept it if it was because of anger, but he was not afraid. But Cal had no choice but to accept his current condition after raising his hand and putting it on his forehead. His hand was slightly shaking, while his forehead was covered with sweat. It was no wonder people were saying that he was scared. What am I scared about? Cal did not need to think long to recall the records of the past he saw when everything had turned black. "Ha!" Cal scoffed in disbelief. "Human, why are you laughing? Something is definitely weird. This is not the time to laugh. Human, you look like you are in critical condition. You are laughing when you are hurt. You can't go crazy too." Cal was at a loss for words after hearing Rayan's comments. This 6 years old black dragon was really good at putting him at a loss for words. However, this helped Cal calm down. His body then soon returned to normal. Cal heard someone cautiously calling out to him at that moment. "Excuse me." Cal turned his head to see an expression he had never seen on Cage's face before. She was hesitating unlike her usual self and cautiously asked, did it really not have anything serious written on it?" Cage was asking once again if the note had anything bad or serious written on it. That question made everybody look toward Cal. Cal contemplated for a moment, and Cage quickly added on, "Of course, you don't have to share because you were told to look at it alone. It is your personal problem, young Master Cal. I know you said that you were going to ignore the contents, but I was just curious if it said something serious on it." Priestess Cage's actions were so cautious that Cal decided to share his honest sentiments. "Not really." Kay hesitated for a moment before calmly asking once more, "Then can you tell us at least a little bit of that not-so-serious note?" Cal debated for a moment. "Well, the God of Death never said to keep it a secret. I guess I can tell them a portion without telling them the important parts. It did say that the paper would burn if he showed it to others, but that wasn't saying he couldn't tell them about it as long as he didn't show the paper to them." Cal looked toward the others. He could see the concerned expressions in the eyes of everyone surrounding him. They would probably worry even more if he hid everything. That was why Cal decided to be honest about at least a portion of it. First of all, I can't tell them about my relationship with Choi Young-gun, Choi Young-soo, and Choi Han. I can't talk about Kim Rok-soo either. I also can't tell them about how I will need to make a decision on that day. After taking out a couple of different shocking details, Cal casually commented on one of the few remaining pieces of information. He said I was supposed to die. Silence filled the room at that moment. Cal recalled a portion of what the God of Death had told him. Kim Rok-soo, you were the one who was supposed to die. Yeah, that's probably the least shocking thing to tell them. Cal had a satisfied expression on his face after telling his friends a portion of it, as he was still telling them the truth. Cal was planning on slowly sharing more of his honest thoughts and feelings with more than just Rayan and Choi Han now. Cal wanted to slowly change the records in his mind to happy records. Yes, I really want that to happen. Cal started to smile as he felt these odd emotions from his beating heart. His hand had stopped shaking and he was no longer sweating. He could feel himself being at peace. It was at that moment. You crazy bastard. Cal turned his head. He could see an extremely angry Albaru Crossman. Young Master Cal, you really are someone we cannot leave alone. He could also see the vicious look in the smiling Rosalind's face. Who can't they leave alone? Cal was confused at the two of their reactions. It didn't matter as he then heard Rayan's voice. I am the great and mighty Rayan Muro. I will not even leave the guards alone. I will defeat them all. What the heck is wrong with him now? Rayan was not sniffling. His voice sounded vicious, even more vicious than Rosalind's glare. He really sounded like he would go and defeat some guards. That rotten. Cal flinched at the voice that suddenly started to shout. How can there be such a backstabbing mother-ducking nonsensical situation like this? Cage was the one who was shouting. She looked visibly angry as the rough words continued to pour out. I knew it would be like this. So you're going to be like this even after everything I told you. Cage was shouting toward the sky. You just watch. I'm never going back to the temple. I am free, free. I'm going to drink all I want, play all I want, and live a completely free life. Pat, pat. Her close friend Taylor patted her shoulders and calmly started to speak. Cage, I'll cheer you on and hope you can achieve your dream. What the hell? Cal made eye contact with Albaru as his expression turned into one of shock. Albaru started to spit out comment after comment. And why the heck are you looking so lost like you have no idea what is going on? You're blinking your eyes like a cow when you were told that you were supposed to die. Ha, you got no damn sense at all. What the hell are you looking at? But I'm not dead. What? Cal flinched at the multiple vicious glares pointed at him but continued to speak. Well, you were supposed to die is past tense. It is not saying I will die now or in the future, right? I'm not going to die now. Egu, my head. Albaru sat down on the corner of the bed and grabbed his head. Rosalind patted his shoulder and Cal quickly added on, I'm going to live for a very long time. I will be a wealthy slacker. He immediately heard Rayan's voice. That's right. The human will live as a slacker with me. I will be a slacker as well. I will continue and continue to be a slacker next to the human. Yes, yes. Your future is something you decide for yourself. Cal respected Rayan's future goals. Anyway, I plan on living a very happy life with the children and the others, so there is no need to worry. Silence filled the room after he made those comments. Human, I will definitely live a happy life with you and the rest of our family members. I will destroy anybody, whether it be the guards or the White Star, if they get in our way. The silence was soon broken. It'd be one thing if you weren't so good with words. Albaru looked at Cal with an expression that seemed to be saying, what the hell am I going to do with this punk, before he started to think. Young Master Cal, make sure you remember those words. Rosalind slowly pulled the blanket up to Cal's neck as she warmly commented. Taylor and Cage nodded their heads, and their eyes were sparkling toward Cal. How did the atmosphere in the room change so much? Cal felt frustrated, but decided not to think about anything. He thought he could just brush it off since they seemed to understand his point. We don't have to do anything until tomorrow, so get some rest for now. Rosalind said that, and made Cage and Taylor move away from the bed. Albaru said that he was going to chat with Rosalind and closed the curtains around the bed and moved away as well. Squirm, squirm. Cal could feel something squirming toward him underneath the blanket. It was most likely the invisible Rayan crawling toward him. Cal moved his hand underneath the blanket, and the round head fell right into his palm. Human. Yes, yes. Cal felt Rayan's body heat as he curled up next to him and closed his eyes. It was probably a good idea to get some rest, as Rosalind mentioned. And once he woke back up, I'm going to ducking destroy him. He needed to start moving to destroy the White Star. Cal could hear Rosalind and Albaru talking to each other, but he could not understand what they were saying as he slowly fell asleep. Your Highness, for his health. A slacker, you're right, get some rest. Those were some of the things he heard as he fell asleep. Pat, pat. Cal opened his eyes to something patting his cheek. Human, you woke up. Rayan snickered as he rubbed his face on Cal's shoulder. Cal blinked his eyes a few times before sitting up. Chhhhhhh, he could see Albaru Crossman sleeping on the couch once he opened the curtains surrounding the bed. The others were not in the bedroom. They were probably all led to their own rooms. Cal woke up and walked over to Albaru. Rayan followed behind him. Human, they'll be here soon. Yeah, I know, you look fine now. Yes, I'm fine. Human, are you and I going to happily live together in the future? Why are you asking such an obvious question? He. The two of them were chatting like normal. That might have been what woke Albaru up. Cal looked at the crown prince who had his disguised appearance up even as he slept, and the two of them made eye contact. What are you doing? Crunch. Cal took a bite of a cookie. He was hungry. Human, eat some apple pie as well. The young dragon put a piece of apple pie in Cal's other hand. Albaru looked toward Cal, who was eating a cookie as soon as he woke up, while sitting there with bed hair with shock. Cal then started to speak to him. Your Highness, there's some drool on your face. Cal continued to speak as Albaru started to frown. Siram, where is that bastard? Albaru's expression stiffened up. Siram, the fake dragon slayer. He was currently imprisoned in the deepest and most dangerous underground prison in the Rhone Kingdom. He was someone who possessed 3 ancient powers. Furthermore, he had launched the most devastating attack on the Rhone Kingdom during the battle against the Indomitable Alliance, and had caused the most damage. Has his execution been determined? Cal casually asked, and Albaru casually responded. He's still alive. Then Albaru continued to speak in a very administrative tone. The nobles' meetings seem like they will determine a date soon. They kept pushing it back for many reasons. The majority believe that we need to thoroughly punish him since he was involved in both the battle at the Henitus territory and the northeastern shores. Cal didn't respond and just took another bite of the cookie. Crunch, crunch. He munched on the cookie for a while before starting to speak. I need to go see that bastard. I'll lead the way. He needed to go button the first button in his plan to destroy the White Star. Chapter 396. The crazy one, the innocent one, and the laughing one, 6. It is right here. They were at a tower with no windows, slightly away from the central palace. There were quite a lot of knights and soldiers surrounding the tower and guarding the only entrance inside. Crown Prince Albaru pointed at the door. The underground prison is located underneath this tower. Thank you for guiding me here. Nobody dared to openly look at Albaru and Cal, who were casually chatting. Human, they are all peeking at you. However, all of the soldiers, knights, and even the palace officials in the distance were focused on Cal and Albaru. It was because this was a meeting between two people who would be the Rhone Kingdom's pillars for a long time. Albaru casually commented at that moment as if it was nothing. Young Master Cal, I guess everybody was curious to see if you were still alive. They keep peeking at you. The knight standing right outside the tower entrance flinched. There had been rumors about how he was in a coma or dead since Cal's battle at the jungle, such that many people in the Rhone Kingdom were still talking about him. So, it was obvious that they would all focus on him today, especially because he came to the underground prison with Albaru. Albaru leisurely continued to speak. Not everybody working in the palace are my people, so I'm sure that many nobles will know about your conditions soon enough. Cal had a stoic expression as Albaru laughed, but the knights and soldiers nearby could not be at peace listening to this statement. Albaru was saying that there were people in the palace who were providing information to other nobles. The crown prince looked around at the knights nearby before casually commenting once again. Well, I'm sure you will all do what you have to do. Isn't that right? Albaru looked at Cal and smiled brightly. Cal held back his sigh after seeing the crown prince's public smile. How wicked. Cal had to hold himself back from shaking his head at Albaru's actions. Albaru Crossman currently had the Rhone Kingdom's greatest mage brigade under his command. Furthermore, although he had no backing behind him as the first prince, He was well respected by the knights as a high-grade swordsman. The fact that someone like that was acting like this right now meant that some of the knights here were providing information to one of the more powerful nobles in the kingdom. He really is good at his work. Cal knew Alberu would run a tight ship as king since Alberu didn't show even the smallest of openings as he was leading Cal around. However, Cal just smiled modestly and responded, "Of course. How can everybody not do their jobs well when we are around you, our future son, your highness? Haha, I knew we understood each other well. Ha 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 ha. Thank you for feeling that way, your highness. Ha ha ha." Cal and Alberu both laughed out loud. Both of you are laughing so weirdly. Of course, Cal was just playing along with Alberus' act. Open the door. Yes, your highness. The still laughing Alberu gave the order, and two knights quickly opened the door to the tower leading down to the underground prison. Be safe down there. I must go take care of business. Thank you very much, your highness. Cal slightly bowed toward Alberu and walked into the underground prison. I'm coming too. The invisible Rayan was naturally with him. Crackle. Cal could see burning torches as soon as he entered the tower. Screech, boom. The door closed. Cal did not look up, but down at the bottom of the tower. He could see a staircase going down that never seemed to end. There were knights and soldiers located at set intervals all the way down. They were the ones who guarded the underground prison. Cal received silent greetings from them as he slowly headed down the stairs. He recalled Alberus' explanation. The lowest level of the underground prison. There are 5 cells there, and 3 of those cells each have one person in them right now. The 3 people imprisoned on the lowest floor of the underground prison. These were Arm's Red Stars who were captured during the Rhone Kingdom's battle against the Indomitable Alliance. They had all been caught in the northeastern shores. One of these 3 people was Siram, the fake dragon slayer. Tap, tap. Cal's footsteps were the only sounds in the area. Cal continued to walk down this deep and endless staircase underground. Siram, the fake dragon slayer. His whole body was chained down right now. His eyes were covered, and magic was cast on his mouth so that he could not even commit suicide. The only things that were left open were his ears. Duck, duck. The only thing Siram had been thinking about lately were curse words. It could not be helped. It was the beginning of this year. He had started with the invasion of the Henetus territory, and then the Rhone Kingdom's northeastern shores before he was captured by Cal Henetus. Siram had just been waiting for the day he died since then. Honestly speaking, he had lost his will to live. Why haven't they killed me yet? However, he was still not dead. He had no way of knowing what was going on outside. Unfortunately, he had a pretty good idea that the Rhone Kingdom had won the war as someone continued to bring him his meals every single day. Siram thought that he would die. But why had they still not killed him? He had no way of knowing when it was day or night in this underground prison. He had no way of knowing how much time had passed. It was more terrifying for Siram that he was imprisoned in such a place waiting for his death than to actually die. Of course, he had thought that he might be able to live because nothing had happened to him for a long time. He had the tiniest of hope of making it out alive. Even if the White Star did not come to save him, he still had that glimmer of hope of surviving. But he had soon let go of even that hope. It happened who knows how long ago now. He had heard someone walking down this silent underground prison alone. Siram had heard the cell door screeching open before the person came and took off his blindfold. That person had looked at Siram and asked a question. How can you have any hope of living? That person was Alberu Crossman. It was the future king of the Rhone Kingdom. Siram could not forget how Alberu had asked that question with a stoic expression without even mocking him. Do you really think there is a chance of you surviving? Siram had given up hope after hearing that. He had been left alone since then. I guess it makes no sense for me to think that I could survive. Which kingdom would let someone who tried to get rid of them live, especially when it was someone who held no value as a prisoner? The citizens of the kingdom would revolt if they let him live. So they should just quickly kill me. It was at that moment. Tap, tap. Siram could hear the sound of footsteps coming from down the corridor. Tap, tap. Siram became anxious. It was just one person. It was like when the crown prince had come down last time. Tap, tap. He heard only one set of footsteps. What could be going on? Who could it be? All sorts of thoughts filled Siram's mind. Is the crown prince coming down to tell me that I'm finally going to die? Siram scoffed at himself for thinking that something like that would ever happen. He wasn't worth anything for someone at the level of the Crown Prince to personally come to tell him about his execution date. But it was not a warden. There were usually two wardens and at least one guard who came together to Siram's cell. Then who could it be? Siram could not fathom who it might be. At the same time, he recalled a person from deep down in his memories. I'm the one who will decide whether you speak or not. Cal Henitus had said that as he took out the white crown. Siram shook his head after recalling that conversation. Tap, tap, the footsteps slowly got closer. Let's forget about it. He would rather forget about Cal Henitus. Screech. Siram could hear the iron cell door starting to open. Tap, tap, the footsteps became even closer. Click, those footsteps stopped right in front of Siram. Siram got goosebumps at this sudden, unknown, odd sensation. It was at that moment. SHHH. The blindfolds over Siram's eyes were slowly and gently removed. Siram remained still even after the blindfold was removed. However, he slowly started to open his eyes after not hearing the person speak nor move. The torchlight was a bit blinding as he was in a dark underground prison, but he could soon look around. However, Siram could not look around. There was a white mask. He could see a man in a white mask in front of him. He could also see red hair and brown eyes. My liege. He quickly called out for the white star. The only person he knew with a white mask, red hair, and brown eyes was the white star. The man in the white mask started to smile. Siram felt his heart sink at that moment. They were too dark. The brown eyes were not the white star's bright brown eyes, but a darker shade of brown. In that case, there was someone else with red hair and brown eyes in Siram's memories. However, that person did not wear a white mask, but he was wearing a white mask this time as he stood in front of Siram. Long time no see. Cal Henitus. Siram's face looked as if something had broken down as soon as he heard Cal's voice. Siram took in a deep breath. He could soon see the dragon's eyes looking at him from behind Cal Henitus's shoulder. It was the same dragon that had glared at him when he was fighting in the Henitus territory. Push. Cal's hand moved Siram's head. It forced Siram to look away from the dragon and look at Cal. Cal slowly started to speak. You are finally needed. Cal could see Siram slowly lower his head after hearing that statement. Siram, the fake dragon slayer. He was going to die anyway. Even if Cal became weak at heart and decided not to kill him, the Roan Kingdom's nobles meeting would decide to kill him. The nobles, who could not do much during the war, would try to at least do this to show their existence. Siram will probably not have a peaceful death. The chances of that were very high. The nobles would do their best to show their existence by getting rid of the seed of war and make themselves known as the ones who completely ended the war. Cal made eye contact with Siram, who could not speak because of a spell. The Roan Kingdom's nobles meeting will soon decide on the date of your death. It will probably not be pretty. Siram's pupils started to shake. Cal continued to speak to him. However, I have the power to at least give you as peaceful of an end as possible. The shaking pupils focused once again and looked toward Cal. Cal started to speak again. My Cal stopped for a moment and contemplated what word to use before continuing to speak. My friend is looking for you. Choi Han had smiled innocently at Cal as he made a request. It was when Cal, Rayon, and Choi Han had left the Dragon Slayer village and were heading back to Sherit's castle. Kalnim, the fake dragon slayer Siram. I will take his ancient powers. Siram, the fake dragon slayer. The ancient powers he possessed were the fake dragon slayer powers that the White Star had created. It would not be able to defeat the real dragon slayer powers that the White Star possessed. However, Choi Han had shared his desires with a look of certainty that Cal had never seen before. And I will become a new dragon slayer with my own powers, with my own hands. Dragon slayer. There was no need for there to only be one of them. Didn't they say that the strongest human received the title of Dragon Slayer? I can do it. Cal knew that Choi Han would be able to do it. Kalnim, I will slash the sky in half. Cal decided to fully support Choi Han this time. It was because Choi Han wanted it. He needed to support people who wanted to achieve something with their own hands. Cal moved away from Siram and continued to speak. The sword will soon arrive. It was the sword that would become the best in the world. It was at that moment. Tap, tap. There were footsteps coming down the corridor. Cal turned around once the footsteps stopped. You're here. Yes, Kalnim. Choi Han had his usual innocent smile while standing outside the cell. Chapter 397. The crazy one, the innocent one, and the laughing one. 7. Screech. The slightly open iron door opened more, and Choi Han walked into the cell. Cal Nim, here you go. Cal took the spatial pocket bag that Choi Han handed him. This should be what he received from the Sington Merchant Guild leader, Plavin. I already gave Rosalind her share. Okay. Cal put the bag away before approaching Siram. Siram was looking at him with a more focused gaze than before. Cal started to smile as he asked, "You remember his face, right?" Only Siram's eyes headed toward Choi Han, and then back to Cal, as he could not speak. Siram had fought against Choi Han while wearing a black helmet in the Henitus territory battle. The three ancient powers in your possession will now become his. Siram's eyes headed back to Choi Han after hearing Cal's comment. His gaze had both resignation for death, but also a sense of peace. Cal continued to speak. Ancient powers reside in special items or locations once the person possessing it dies. That was why people needed to use similar methods to what Cal had used to earn ancient powers. This was the reason why you needed heavenly luck to get one. And they gather their strength in that item or location. Of course, that is not the only method. Some did not follow normal procedure. There must be a way that the White Star passed the ancient powers over to you. The White Star had created fake ancient powers with half the strength to pass to Siram. And although he had no idea why, the half-strength dominating aura that Cal had was created and then buried in the black swamp in the forest of darkness. The White Star was someone who reincarnated, but he had done all these things while he was still alive. In other words, the White Star was able to pass on the half-strength ancient powers to Siram without dying. Either that, or the Dragon Slayers must have a method they used for generations. There was also the method the Dragon Slayers used to pass on the ancient power to the next generation's Dragon Slayer. Although it was not widely known, this meant that there was a way to pass on ancient powers without them returning to an item nor location. You are only a fake Dragon Slayer, but you should still know how they passed on the power right. You should also know what the White Star did to pass the power on to you. Siram looked toward Choi Han with a gaze that seemed to be saying that he had a lot to say. He looks like he found hope. Cal quickly determined the meaning behind Siram's gaze. The three ancient powers for a peaceful death. Siram would do his best to make as advantageous of a deal as possible for himself. Anybody would do the same in his position. That was why Cal needed to determine the value of Siram's three ancient powers here today. This made him stop by the prison first even though he was busy. Cal slowly started to speak. However, before he could say anything, pat, a hand was placed on Cal's shoulder. Cal Nim. Choi Han stepped forward. Is it okay if I take care of this? Cal looked at Choi Han as if he was slightly surprised. Choi Han, who was asking if he could take care of it, was asking for Cal to step out for a moment and to take his hands off of it. I'm enough to discuss these non-essential powers. Cal started to smile at what Choi Han said next. It's not like we need these powers for our plan to work. Cal could see Siram's hopes slowly disappear after hearing Choi Han's comment. Choi Han's words and gestures told him that his three ancient powers were not worth much. Oh, would you look at this? Choi Han had a side like this to him. Choi Han's usual innocent smile that he still had on his face right now looked extremely sly for once. I guess Choi Han isn't just innocent if you think about it. It had been the case when he read The Birth of a Hero and as they experienced things together. Choi Han was too smart and took care of himself too well to just be called innocent. Of course, Cal didn't expect him to be so smart when it came to making a deal as well. It's fine to be sly and devious in front of your enemies. Siram was the enemy. Cal took a step back. Sure, I don't need to handle small things like this. Choi Han, you take care of it. Yes, Cal Nim, I'm sure this underground prison is suffocating, so if you head back up first, I will soon follow behind you. Cal nodded his head and headed toward the cell door. There was no need for him to disturb Choi Han when Choi Han was going to handle it from an advantageous position. And Choi Han is fine to trust to do a good job. Choi Han was not someone who would make a disadvantageous deal nor show any compassion to the enemy. Cal and Choi Han. Even if you took Rayan out because he is young, the two people who knew about Choi Young-gun's Korean records had to give their all in everything they did now. Screech, Cal opened the door and walked out. Rayan turned invisible and followed behind him. Screech Choi Han slowly closed the cell door once Cal left. Cal turned around and made eye contact with Choi Han, who started to speak. Rosalind told me about last night. Last night. Cal recalled how he had stumbled and had to be laid down on the bed. I will see you soon, Calnim. Why did Choi Han, who was smiling innocently and saying, see you soon, look as cold as Rosalind looked yesterday? Cal felt iffy as he turned around and started to walk away from the prison. Clang. Cal heard the cell door closing behind him. He didn't hear Choi Han's voice after that. He was probably chatting with Siram in a quiet voice. Cal reached the stairs, heading back up to surface. Human, let's go eat more cookies in the Crown Prince's room. They were good. As Rayan was rambling on in excitement. Barang. They heard a loud noise. Human, I am great and mighty, but that shocked me. Wow, what the hell? Cal embraced his shoulders that had curled up in shock and looked back. Torches were lighting up the corridor, but it was still a dark and eerie underground prison. That noise was probably Choi Han's doing. Choi Han was the only one here who could do that. Cal was slightly curious as to what and why that noise was made, but soon shook his head and got rid of that thought from his mind. Hell take care of it, hell take care of it. Cal decided to trust Choi Han and quickly climbed up the stairs. Human, did Choi Han break something? Choi Han really is energetic. Choi Han really was a vicious person. Crunch, crunch. Albaru turned his head after hearing a sound. Why are you eating a cookie as if you are nervous about something? Crunch, crunch. Cal slightly lowered his head at Albaru's comment and continued to munch. Oh, my goodness. Albaru shook his head side to side. He was currently in his office. Albaru glared at Cal, who was sitting at his meeting table eating cookies as he organized the documents on his desk. Crunch, crunch. Rayan was sitting next to Cal eating cookies while snickering. Albaru felt a headache coming. Knock, knock, knock. He heard someone knock on the door. May I come in? It was Choi Han's voice. Come in. Albaru gave permission, and the door soon opened before quickly closing. He could see Cal looking at the opening door, and Rayan, who quickly turned invisible before quickly turning visible again once the door closed, and was looking at Choi Han with sparkling eyes. Cal's gaze especially looked oddly anxious. Why is he like this? Choi Han entered and bowed toward the Crown Prince as Albaru started to frown. Albaru heard Cal and Rayan's voices as he accepted Choi Han's greeting. It doesn't look like you destroyed a person. Human, I told you he destroyed the prison. He broke what? Albaru frowned and looked toward Choi Han, who smiled innocently at him. He felt oddly nervous at that moment. Your Highness, there is a small hole on the prison wall. Choi Han, did you do that? It was an accident. I was just lightly stretching my arms and then... Ow, my head. Albaru was getting a major headache. He should really keep Cal Henitus and the others away, and only see them every so often through a video communication device. All they do is eat or destroy things. Your Highness, in addition, the situation with Siram, the fake dragon slayer, has been taken care of properly. You guys said you needed that Siram bastard's ancient powers, right? Yes, Your Highness, please let us know when the nobles' meeting determines an execution date. Albaru could see Choi Han smiling slightly different than usual. Choi Han respectfully continued to speak. Siram said that he will pass on the powers at that time. Really? Yes, Your Highness. He happily told me he would give them all to me and that I could take them. Clap, clap, clap. They could hear someone clapping. Albaru looked up to see Rayan clapping. Cal was shaking his head side to side with an oddly iffy expression. Albaru had a similar expression as he responded to Choi Han. All right, good work. Thank you, Your Highness. Screech. A chair pushed back at that moment and Cal stood up. Then we will be back later, Your Highness. Rayan and Choi Han moved next to Cal. The three of them were getting ready to leave. Okay, go. Hurry up and leave. Albaru waved his hand to tell them to quickly leave, and Rayan's magic surrounded the three of them. It was a teleportation magic circle. Cal spoke to Albaru as they left. Miss Rosalind will inform you if there are any changes. All right. Oh, and it looks like a dragon's lair will be created in the Forest of Darkness. All right. Wait, what? Albaru's gaze quickly turned toward Cal. Cal showed a very sincere and formal pose of respect that people used toward the royal family. His body then disappeared with the teleportation magic as he left one last statement. Your Highness, that is a secret, so I thank you for taking care of things if people start talking. Uwang, part. Albaru looked at the spot Cal, Choi Han, and Rayan had just been at before closing his eyes and then reopening them. This is driving me nuts. Albaru's head was hurting. Pat. A bright light filled Cal's view before disappearing. His eyes slowly focused again, and he could see people looking at him. You're here. The ancient dragon, Iruhaben. He was greeting Cal with an oddly nervous expression. Lord Sherrit, On, Hung, Ran, and Beacrox were there as well. The people who were at the White Castle located in the Castle of Light, one of the three restricted areas of the Eastern continent, warmly welcomed the three who returned. You were fast. Of course. Cal casually responded to Iruhaben. I still have to see the dragon half-blood, though. Originally, he was planning on meeting with the dragon half-blood to ask about the secrets regarding the red egg that was Sherritt's other child and Rayan's sibling. Most importantly, he wanted to ask how Rayan was born and ended up in the cave. Although it was the worst condition, at least Rayan got to live. But we need to quickly take care of things right now. There was less than 2 weeks left until the Margaru Empire's Alchemist's Towers battles, and he needed to scam the White Star up north. I'll have to ask him later when we go to destroy ARM's headquarters. He was planning on taking the dragon half-blood to destroy ARM's headquarters before the dragon half-blood's life came to an end. It wouldn't be too late to get his questions answered then. That was why Kel got rid of any other thoughts and handed a small magic bag to Iruhaben. There are 10 billion pounds worth of magic stones in there. Iruhaben started to smile at Cal's comment. Cal could see a white gold aura surrounding the ancient dragon. Wuang, he was not the only one. Lord Sherrit. White mana was coming out of her. Iruhaben put his hand into the bag and took it back out. There was a highest-grade magic stone in his hand. Can we get started right away? He looked toward Rayan and Cal as he asked, and Rayan then looked toward Cal. Cal nodded his head. That sounds great. I've already informed the territory. There was another place that he had contacted while he was in the Empire aside from the Crown Prince, the Whale Tribe, Taylor, and Cage. That place was the Henitus territory. Cal had chatted with Count Deruth for the first time in a long while. We will go there right away. As soon as Cal gave the approval, I'm so excited. Rayan opened up his arms. Ooh, a large amount of black mana started to pour out of the small dragon's body. Chhhhhhhhhh. The ancient dragon then flipped the bag over and poured the magic stones out. All of the magic stones poured out of the bag. Woong, ooh, woong, ooh, woong, but the magic stones did not fall to the floor. They all floated into the air and dispersed into the black mana, white gold mana, and the white mana. Cal lowered his head. There was an intricate magic circle drawn on the floor. That was not the only one. Magic circles were drawn all around the inside of the castle and the castle walls. Iruhaben looked toward Rayan and started to speak. Little kid, shouldn't you tell this castle that you are the owner? The corners of the black dragon's lips slowly went up. Rayan's dark blue eyes slowly turned toward the white dragon Sherrit, who nodded her head. Rayan shouted with an extremely happy heart, I'm the owner of this castle. Ooh, black mana instantly covered the white castle. The castle started to rumble. Cal could see the white castle slowly being dyed black. White gold mana and white mana shot out from in between the black mana like fireworks, welcoming the castle turning black. Lord Sherrit then started to speak. Start. Rayan, Sherrit, and Iruhaben. Large amounts of mana started to pour out of the three dragons' bodies and commenced gobbling up the magic stones in the air. Crack, crack. The magic stones started to crack. Black light, white gold light, and white light mixed together and started to shine brightly. Boom! The entire castle started to rumble even more. Once the castle was finally about to start moving. How grandiose. Cal said that and crouched down in a corner of the castle. He thought he would die if he got swept up by that light. You guys come over here too. Mio, Mio. On and Hung stuck right up against Cal. Cal could then see the magic circles surrounding the now black castle starting to shine in a black light. It was the moment Rayan was accepted as the owner of the castle. We have a house now. Cal chuckled at the excited Rayan's comment. They had a very expensive house now. He was quite happy. Chapter 398. The crazy one, the innocent one, and the laughing one ate. Ooh, on the entire black castle was shaking. Young Master Nim. Ran, you come here and stick to the wall too. Ran smiled at Cal, but did not crouch down against the wall. Beacrox, you too, I'm fine. Young Master Nim. Beacrox was not going to crouch down like Cal either. Cal didn't care as he caressed On and Hung, who were on either side of him, and looked forward. Swoosh! The air was starting to roar, but it was not because of a natural wind. The white gold mana and white mana mixed with the black mana at the center to create a large fluctuation of mana that created the wind around the castle. Young Master Nim. Yeah, You know about how this process works, right? Yeah, Iruhaben Nim told me last time. Cal responded to Ran with an odd smile on his face. It looks like you are smiling because you are happy that we are getting a house. He's laughing because it is free. He ignored On and Hung's comments. Choi Han. Choi Han had moved to stand next to Cal at some point. The combination of 3 dragons' powers and 10 billion pounds worth of magic stones is no joke. Don't you agree? I think it will help us defeat the White Star. Cal's smile became even wider. Right. You really know my thoughts well. In that case, the rest of the group other than the 3 dragons could see Cal reaching his hand toward the mana storm. Cal's voice was slightly muffled by the rumbling of the Black Castle, but everybody still heard it. What would happen if we added Miss Rosalind and another 10 billion pounds worth of magic stones to this? Ran, Beacrox, and Choi Han. The 3 of them each had very different expressions on their faces. Dragons have always been strong, but the reason they are able to bring forth this much power is because of the 10 billion pounds worth of magic stones. There is something I realized as I watched this. Cal had a thought when he had decided to ignore the words of the Guard of Death and destroy the White Star. Why? Why did we try to fight against the White Star with only our strength? Cal recalled the mistaken thought that had been on his mind. He probably thought he had become a hero, even though he didn't want to, because the world considered him a hero. No matter how many people cried tears of admiration for someone's sacrifice, there was no such thing as a beautiful war. He casually commented as if he was confirming the information for himself. Time to show off my wealth. If he was going to show off his wealth, then he was going to do it right. That was Cal's style. What did it mean to do something with overwhelming strength? Strength did not only mean physical strength. No, not at all. Strength, money, and the atmosphere of the world. It was using all of those things to your advantage to fight. Hee hee. On and Hung flinched after hearing Cal's laugh. The 2 of them thought about what Rayan would usually say in such a situation. Human, you're laughing weirdly again. Cal's laugh sounded very weird to On and Hung, who recalled Rayan's usual comment. Cal didn't care and started to mumble to himself. The world, make the world, make the world be on his side. The White Star had Arm, the Lion tribe, the Cat tribe, and the Bear tribe. There might even be enemies that Cal does not know about. But so what? It was fine as long as the world was on his side. The White Star alone was difficult enough, so Cal and his group had no reason to fight against Arm, the Lion tribe, the Cat tribe, the Bear tribe, and anybody else as well. No, those damn Fog Cat tribe bastards, I need to personally duck them up. He needed to keep the promise he made with the children. But why did they need to take on the burden of dealing with everyone else? Everybody else lives in the world with them as well. They needed to do it together. Cal was about to start laughing again. Hee hee. But someone else was laughing first. Cal looked toward the center of the Black Castle and the magic circle. We're all going to live together now. Heh. The 6-year-old dragon's eyes were sparkling with excitement. Black mana was roaring like a storm around Rayan. Crack, crack. Many magic stones were being gobbled up by Rayan's black mana. Ah, isn't he too excited? Cal started to get worried about Rayan's condition. It was fine to be excited, but he seemed too excited. But Rayan had no choice but to be more excited than ever before. His 2 small front paws headed toward the magic circle. Swoosh. Uung Mana led the wind and moved toward the magic circle that was glowing black. The magic circle started to rumble and suck in the black mana. The rumbling was so fast that the large amount of black mana quickly got sucked inside the magic circle. Cal. The ancient dragon with white gold hair cut through the mana storm and approached Cal. Let's go. White gold mana surrounded Cal's body as he stood up and headed next to Iruhaben. The Lord will guide the little kid with the rest. Cal nodded his head while looking at a magic circle surround him and Iruhaben. Yes, Iruhaben Nim, let's go. Iruhaben and Cal. There was something the 2 of them needed to do while the others focused on the magic circle inside the Black Castle. Cal's gaze headed to Rayan for a moment, but he could see Lord Sherritt completely focused on Rayan. Swoosh, the white gold mana, and white mana that Iruhaben and Lord Sherritt cast out was already mixed in with the black mana. The magic circle was properly drawn, and the little kid became the owner of the castle. So the only thing left is the mana that is the fuel to move the castle. I am aware of it. Iruhaben waved his hand at Cal's answer and responded, then let's go first. Pat. White gold mana covered Cal's sight. Cal felt his body being sucked in and opened his eyes after a moment. It's been a while. Cal looked down under his feet. He could see the vibrant summer green trees of the forest of darkness under him as they floated in the air. This seemed like a great place for it to move. Iruhaben looked toward the northern part of the forest of darkness with a satisfied expression. The forest of darkness was divided into the interior and the exterior. The monsters got stronger as you went farther into the interior. The northern border of the interior was where the cave heading to the Super Rock Villa was located. Cal recalled his call to the Henitus territory. Count Deruth, who had warmly greeted him even though he had not called home in a while, happily approved of Cal's request. Cal, do whatever you want. It's perfectly fine. That was why Cal decided to really do whatever he wanted to do. Let's take care of it, Iruhaben Nim. Cal said that and pulled something out of his pocket. It was the golden top's whip. Cal and Iruhaben descended at that moment. However, they were not just heading down. Ooh-ooh-ong white gold dust started to appear around Iruhaben. Cal felt his skin tingle. What Iruhaben cast right now was not mana, dragon fear. It was a power that only dragons could use, and a power that made other living beings fear dragons. Screech, cra. Cal could see flying monsters running away from them as they descended. They were not the only ones. Rah! Screech, he could hear the cries of monsters coming from around them. Boom, boom, boom. The ground started to shake. Monsters both large and small that used to live around the northern part of the forest of darkness started to run away toward the other directions. Iruhaben's dragon fear was not the only reason for it. Iruhaben peeked toward Cal. He then touched the back of his hand. It was covered in goosebumps. This punk has definitely gotten stronger. Iruhaben could feel the aura coming out from Cal. Cal was using the dominating aura at max power. The ancient dragon started to smile at Cal's strength that was slowly getting stronger after finding a balance in his body and fortifying the ancient powers. It is an aura that will not lose to dragon fear. Cal started to speak as Iruhaben was thinking about this punk getting stronger. I'll get started first. I'll follow behind you. Cal immediately called forth the wind after hearing the ancient dragon's response. Swoosh, two small gusts of wind appeared around his ankles, and Cal's body quickly started to move through the forest of darkness. And once the golden top's whip in his hand started to glow, I leave it to you. The wind elementals focused on Cal's comments. Guide the monsters nearby to other areas. Evacuate the animals as well. Oh, also see if there is anybody watching us. Oh, it's a human who can hear us. How amazing. I got it. So easy. Hee hee. I'll take a look and let you know. Swoosh, 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 numerous small gusts of wind appeared around Cal. They then shot out toward the north, south, east, and west like arrows. Screech, beep, beep. He could hear the sounds of monsters and animals running away. The wind elementals were pushing away the nearby living beings. He then heard Iruhaben's voice behind him. Disappear. That one word was enough. Cal looked behind him. The white gold mana coming out of Iruhaben formed a large circle with a set distance. PSSSSSSSSSS, the large trees and boulders that touched the mana disappeared into dust. A large open area with nothing was created. It was done. The preparations were complete. Cal raised his head. Ooh, the sky seemed to distort. No, something started to appear in the air. Cal could see Iruhaben approaching him. They're here. Before Cal could even respond to Iruhaben's comment, a large rumbling shook the ground under him. Boom! Once a single loud boom reverberated through the forest of darkness. Cal started to smile. He looked toward the open area they had just created. He could see something black on top of that location. How wonderful! A large and sharp black castle started to appear. The black castle was more beautiful than any castles he had seen in this world. Screech, roo-oo-ah. He could see the flying monsters flapping their wings even faster to escape after seeing the castle. The completely black castle and its surroundings fit quite well. It looks like a villain's base. Cal responded to Iruhaben's comment. That is why I like it. The black castle in the forest of darkness. A castle where the monsters that were said to be the most vicious on the western continent stayed away from. Cal lifted his head up. He could see a black dragon above the highest spire on the black castle. Once that dragon moved his two front paws like a conductor who had finished a song. Boo-woom. The black castle finished teleporting to the forest of darkness. Hoo-oo-yoo-mar-ar-ar-an. Rayan, who had seemed like a black dot in the sky, quickly flew over to Cal as he shouted for him. His cheeks were flushed, and he seemed a bit tired, but he was excited. Screech. Cal could see the castle gates start to open. It's been a while since we've been home. We have 2 homes now. On and Hung were wagging their tails as they leisurely stepped into the forest of darkness. Choi Han, Ran, and Beecrox followed behind them. He could also see Lord Sherritt behind them, looking at the forest of darkness with a complicated gaze but a bright smile. Human, yes, it's our house. Yes. Cal patted Rayan's head. This castle is on the surface, and the super rock villa is underground. Human, our house is so great. It is great and mighty. Yes. Human, what are we going to do now? Everybody quietly looked toward Cal after hearing Rayan's question. It was at that moment. Yep. Rayan took out the video communication device from his spatial dimension. Human, it's Mary. Good girl Mary is calling. Connected. Mary was calling from the Empire. The call soon connected. Hey, but Mary was not the only one who appeared on the screen. Bud looked at Cal and spoke with urgency. We got a call from Merchant Guild leader Plavin. Bud was left to be the connection to the Synced Merchant Guild while Cal and Choi Han were gone. Of course, Synced Merchant Guild's Plavin did not know about Bud's identity. He just left any urgent messages in a secret location Cal had told him about, and Bud went there once a day to check for any messages. Bud sounded shocked and nervous. He thinks the 4 Alchemists' Towers are going to strike the capital all at once. Choi Han, Iruhaben, and the others stiffened up. The 4 Alchemists' Towers that had been wary of each other were going to strike the capital together. Even though they knew how many soldiers were at the capital, this sudden change did not make any sense. Bud continued to speak. A sudden mage's forces appeared at an alchemist's tower and said that they would help them. They are supposedly people who want to create a magic tower on the eastern continent. Cal's eyebrows twitched for a moment. Bud seemed to be responding to that small response as he continued to speak. But you know that's weird. The eastern continent does not have a magic tower nor a faction like that. Plus, who would help the alchemist's towers right now? They are people who use black magic. It's that bastard, the mage bastard who was with the White Star at the Castle of Light. I'm sure it is his faction. The mage who had shown skills at the level of a dragon at the Castle of Light. He was certainly the one who had brought his forces to the alchemist's towers. In that case, the alchemist's towers, aka the black magic forces and the power players of the Empire, would find it worthwhile to try. They might have decided that rather than being at a stalemate like this, they could use this moment to push Sir Rex's forces out. However, this was Bud's opinion, and they had no way of knowing if this was the truth. There was only one thing they were certain about. The White Star has not let go of his ambitions to take control of the Empire. The White Star still wanted the Empire. Cal could imagine the reason why. The current White Star needed dead mana like the ancient White Star, and the Black Magic faction were the ones who would be best at providing it for him. Cal, it looks like you need to quickly come to the Empire if you don't how wonderful. Ha! Bud was at a loss for words after hearing Cal's short response. However, he soon snapped out of it. Screech roo-woo-wah. Bud finally took a look at the area behind Cal after hearing the sudden roars of monsters. There were flying monsters running away and a black castle. Then there was the red-haired Cal standing in front of it while wearing a black uniform. Cal truly looked like a villain to Bud right now. Cal started to speak. How wonderful. It was going to be annoying destroying them one by one. We can now destroy them all at once. Ha! Black magic and magic. The Margoru Empire's 4 alchemists' towers. Dead mana that the White Star needed. Black magic and magic. All of those keywords filled Cal's mind, and Cal quickly sorted it out. Magic. We are overwhelming in that aspect. Chapter 399. All right, this is the beginning one. Overwhelming. Bud asked back as he continued to stare at the flying monsters running away with urgency. He heard Cal's response at that moment. Yes, our side is the best when it comes to magic. There's no need to think much about it. Bud could see Iruhaben, Lord Sherritt, and Rayan through the screen. He also thought about Rosalind, who was currently in the Rhone Kingdom, and his friend, Glenn Pofe. He then thought about the 4 Alchemists' Towers and the mage on the White Star's side. The Alchemists' Towers were actually black magic organizations, and the White Star was putting together the Empire's black magic and regular magic forces to start this fight. Even though that was the case, It would be weird if we were pushed back. Magic, looking just at that one aspect. It would be weird if we were pushed back. However, wouldn't the White Star know that as well? The White Star should know this fact as well, which was why there was a good chance that they had prepared something else to take over the Empire. For now, Cal started to speak. The White Star should find it difficult to get involved in the Alchemist's Tower's business. Difficult. Ah, wrong choice of words. It's not difficult, but he has something more important to do. Cal looked toward Choi Han. Rosalind was at the Roan Kingdom's capital waiting for Marquis Taylor Stan to finish the fake ancient text and preparing to trick the White Star up north. Rosalind was the one Cal trusted the most when it came to intellectual stuff. The White Star ran away while fighting against at the Castle of Light. It was completely different than when he ran away from the Marguru Empire. The White Star had been relaxed when he ran away from the Marguru Empire, but that was not the case this time. The White Star would think that it is most important to find the balance within his body right now. Isn't that why you were going to lay out the bait and scam him a month later? Cal gave a short answer to Bud, who seemed focused and not drinking for the first time in a while. We were planning on hitting the 4 Alchemists' Towers in 2 weeks as well. Bud's eyes clouded over. The original plan for Cal's side was to hit all 4 Alchemists' Towers 2 weeks later. But that plan had to change. The enemy forced them to change it. There's no reason we need to play along with the White Star's plan. We could chill because we had a lot of time, but things have changed. Cal smiled at Bud's comment. He was right. Cal had planned things so that they didn't have to rush, but Cal did not have much time anymore. Why? The time between fall and winter. The time when the world feels like it has gotten a bit colder. That was when Kim Rok-Soo was born. The god of death had said that he would need to decide on that day. Why does he get to pick the time as he pleases? He didn't care that the G4 art of death was a god. He didn't care what decision he would need to make. Cal was not planning on accepting this situation he didn't want at all. He did not want a moment to decide. Doesn't that say everything? Cal casually commented while looking at how the others were observing him. I'm just annoyed. He was annoyed. Why the hell do I have to suffer so much because of that White Star bastard? Am I the only one suffering? No, all of us are suffering. Why do we have to do that? My goal is to be a slacker. I just want to be a rich slacker who can sit around doing nothing. Cal changed his fundamental thought process. His original thought was that the White Star was strong, but he was an enemy they needed to defeat. Now it changed to a bastard he needed to quickly take care of to get his slacker life. Yes, that is more Kim Rok-Soo's style. He felt as if he could hear team leader Lee Soo-hyuk and Choi Young-soo's voices from somewhere. It was at that moment. That's right. The human said something I like for the first time in a long while. The White Star is annoying. Let's destroy them all. He could hear Rayan's voice. Cal started to smile while looking at the others who were nodding their heads at Rayan. Absolutely. We need to destroy them all. Oh, Bud could only laugh. He felt odd seeing Cal, whom he thought was debating how to defeat such a strong enemy, suddenly become so confident. But it was a positive feeling. Why? Cal was not someone who would speak nonsense. What do you need me to do? Bud asked what he needed to do. Cal immediately responded. When are the Alchemists' Towers and the mages planning on striking the capital? The exact date was not in the Sington Merchant Guild leader's information, but it seems it will happen before our planned 2 weeks. He seemed to be in a rush when he left the message. Go look into the exact date. You should be able to drag it out of the Sington Merchant Guild leader, or you can have someone on our side look into it as well. Cal stopped talking and shook his head. No, I'll go find out. Then, Bud, you contact Miss Rosalind and Clope and tell them to hurry. And then, Cal looked around before responding to Bud's question. Ran, Beakrax, Choi Han, 3 dragons on and hung, one at a time. What they needed to do from here was simple. We will cut them out one by one. We will cut out the White Star's subordinates one by one. The Alchemist's Towers, the Mage, Arm, the Bear Tribe, etc. The White Star will end up alone if they start to take care of these groups one by one. I will head over tomorrow. Tomorrow, not right away. Cal looked toward On, Hung, and Rayan. His gaze rested on Rayan and Lord Sherritt the longest. Yes, I need to go tomorrow. Fighting and work were both important. However, some things were more important. There are children waiting for me. Children, what do you mean anyway? See you tomorrow. I'm hanging up. What? If you hang up now, is there anything else you need to tell me? No. There's nothing I need to tell you right now, but still call me back if anything urgent comes up. Cal looked back to Rayan, who ended the call. Hey, you affectionless. Bud could not finish his sentence. It was because the call ended. Cal looked toward the children, averaging 9 years old, who were looking at him with eyes full of anticipation. Let's go home first. No matter how busy he was, he could not just leave without stopping at home after such a long time. There were also children Cal needed to see. Cal Nim. He nodded his head at Choi Han and Beacrox, who were approaching him. The super rock villa had been emptying since Cal's group left. Cal's gaze headed past the Forest of Darkness to the wall, dividing the Forest of Darkness and Harris Village. Long time no see. Young Master Nim. Cal took only Choi Han and Beacrox with him to Harris Village, while the others stayed in the Forest of Darkness, and the first person he saw was the wolf Lark, who had grown quite a bit to be called a young boy. Lark had not been with Cal since the battle at the Gorge of Death. It was the same for Mies and the other wolf children as well. Looks like all of you grew quite a bit. The blue wolf children had all grown a lot, while Cal had not seen them. That was how it was with children. The children, who had grown much taller, awkwardly but warmly welcomed Cal. Cal asked Lark, who looked much more mature to be called a child, a question. It looks like you have been training hard. Somebody else answered that question for Lark. He wanted to get stronger. Cal turned his head. He could see the white-haired Gashan, who was wearing a baggy martial arts uniform. His eyes, that were completely white as usual, were looking at Cal. Harris Village. This was where the tiger tribe and the wolf children were staying. Gashan peeked at Lark before continuing to speak to Cal. I think he was frustrated being here alone. No, that's not. Lark, who started to speak in shock, could not finish talking after seeing Cal's gaze. The Gorge of Death. Lark had achieved a new berserk transformation, different than normal at that time. Rather than his usual shabby grey color, silver fur with a hint of blue had surrounded Lark. However, Lark had not had any time to be with Cal since then. He was not complaining about that, but there was a sense of disappointment that On, Hang, and Rayan seemed to be doing a lot while he did nothing. He was happy being around Mies and his other siblings, but there was this unknown sense of sadness and disappointment. The Wolf King's diary that Cal gave him was still on Lark's desk. Lark read it over and over every chance he got. However, it was difficult for Lark to share his thoughts and emotions after seeing Cal again. He was slightly worried that Cal would say he did not grow at all, but most importantly, he didn't know what to say once he saw Cal, Choi Han, and Beacrox. It was at that moment. Children are not supposed to fight. Lark and Cal made eye contact. Lark subconsciously blurted out at that moment, "I am not a child." He wondered if he should not have said that. "No, I guess I am still a bit young." An anxious Lark quickly added that qualifier. He could see Choi Han smiling behind Cal. Beacrox was already surrounded by Mies and the other children and was slowly handing out presents. That, you see. Pat. Cal placed his hand on Lark's shoulder as he mumbled, "It's late, but—" Lark, who looked at that hand for a moment, heard Cal's voice and turned back toward Cal. "Thanks for protecting Rayan and me last time at the Gorge of Death." Ah! Lark recalled how he had tried to protect Cal and Rayan from the dragon half-blood's attack. He felt as if his heart was beating oddly. Squeeze. However, he could not think about anything else as Cal squeezed his shoulder hard. Lark could see Cal looking around. The tiger shaman Gashan and the other important tigers had arrived at some point. The other tigers were watching from a distance. Lark could see Cal looking around at them before starting to speak. "We have confirmed that the Lion tribe, Bear tribe, and the Fog Cat tribe are with Arm." Cal then nonchalantly added on, "I don't need to say anything else, right?" Lark could then see Gashan and the other tiger warriors start to smile. Gashan started to speak. "Then we just need to fight against those bastards. Squeeze." Lark felt Cal squeeze his shoulder one more time and looked to see that Cal's gaze had moved from the tigers to him. The two of them made eye contact. "Yes, I need all of your help." Lark didn't know why he was smiling, and the rumbling in his heart became even stronger. He heard Cal's stoic voice at that moment. The tiger tribe had to leave their home in the eastern continent because of Arm. It looks like Arm called the Fog Cat tribe over to the western continent. What was the most annoying existence in battle? Or maybe the scariest existence? Cal thought the answer was assassins. They were annoying and scary existences who could appear at any moment to kill you. That was why you needed to take care of the enemy assassins first. Well, it's mainly because I promised On and Hang. He really wanted to take care of those trash bastards. However, Cal was not planning on just doing as he pleased because it involved the lives of his friends. He would do it properly in a way that would benefit them. I plan on attacking the cat tribe. They are stealthy and have no problem using cowardly methods. What do you think? Gashan, who was quietly listening to Cal, seemed extremely relaxed. This was weird because he should have anger toward the lion tribe, bear tribe, and the cat tribe after being chased out by them. But he was relaxed. There was a simple reason for it. We will wait until you call us, Calnim. They just needed to take it back. The tigers who had lived alone on their respective mountains were different than the tigers who had gathered around Gashan and faced many battles and endless hours of training. Lark. Yes, young Master Nim. What do you think? Lark could see Cal asking him the question, but looking toward Mies and his other siblings with a gaze that seemed to be saying, not them. That was why Lark could answer in a relaxed manner. Is the Fog Cat tribe the one on and Hung ran away from? I think I heard about it from them before. That's right. It is them. Then I need to help. Lark could see Cal finally taking his hand off of his shoulder. Cal looked at the tiger warriors, Lark and Gashan, who were fired up, and pointed with his hand. He was pointing at the tall stone wall. It was the wall that divided Harris Village and the Forest of Darkness. Then let's climb over the wall. You want us to do it right now? Gashan looked confused. Cal smiled gently toward all of them, in order for his side to not get hurt and fight with overwhelming strength. We have a new castle in the Forest of Darkness. They just needed to get overwhelmingly strong. That was the safest method. There is a very wise individual there who can help with your training. Cal had already received permission before coming here. Gashan cautiously asked, "Who is it?" Rayan's mother. "Excuse me," Gashan asked with a blank expression, but Cal just shrugged his shoulders. He then started to speak to Lark. "What do you plan on taking on when we fight against the cat tribe?" "Young Master Nim. There will be poison and hidden weapons attacking from all directions in the battle against the cat tribe. There is a limit to parrying them with a sword or magic, and even evading them." Lark started to get nervous. He was still weaker than the tigers. For some reason, it was difficult for him to use a lot of strength when entering his berserk transformation as well. "You have a lot of potential, so keep it up." Gashan had consoled him, but it was frustrating for Lark, who had heard about Choi Han, Mary, Rosalind, and Rayan's achievements. He heard a calm voice at that moment. "What about shield arts?" "Shield arts." Lark became anxious at the sudden suggestion. "I can give you the greatest shield arts master to help you if you want." Cal looked at Lark, who was looking at him with wide eyes, and thought about Lord Sherritt. Although they had moved the castle to the western continent, Sherritt was still tied down to the castle. She wanted to do something to help, and Cal was happy to receive her assistance. That was why he offered Sherritt's shield arts to Lark, who still did not have a weapon of choice. Cal would not put Lark in dangerous situations, but Lark still had Mies and the other children he needed to protect. Beecrox. Yes, young Master Nim. Beecrox, who was surrounded by the other wolf children, immediately stood up straight and looked toward Cal. The destructive strength of greatswords is amazing, but they are slow and leave a lot of openings. Cal commented, and Beecrox admitted the issues. It left a lot of openings. Lark subconsciously thought about a shield as soon as Beecrox said that. He would be able to protect the others who show any openings from enemy attacks if he had a shield. He thought about that moment when he protected something in the past. Of course, if you don't want to do that, Cal could not finish his sentence. It was because Lark started to shout. "Not at all. I will definitely learn shield arts to use a shield like yours, young Masternim." "Huh!" Cal flinched. Lark was suddenly filled with desire. Cal had thought it would be great for Lark to learn shield arts, but "I want to become a shield like the greatest shield I've seen." "No, there is no need for you to be like my shield. It's not even that great." Cal's expression continued to turn odd. "A person who is going to teach you probably has an even greater shield." Yes, yes, indeed. Lord Sherritt could be called the best when it came to handling a shield. "Your shield is the greatest in the world as well to me, young Master Nim." "But it's not." Cal could not say that out loud to Lark, who was saying that with such a pure expression on his face. That was why he just brushed it aside. "Sure. Let's talk about it again after we destroy the alchemist's towers." "Yes, sir. Please come back soon. I'll be waiting for you." "Sure. I guess it is good to be energetic." Cal decided it was a good thing and smiled back at Lark. The next day, "I can't tell whether you want to live or die." Cal was smiling as he looked at Sinkton Merchant Guild leader Plavin Sinkt. Chapter 400. All right, this is the beginning, too. Plavin Sinkt gulped while looking at the masked man who was asking if he wanted to live or die. How did it? He then started to think about how he ended up receiving a threat like this. A few days ago, no, it wasn't that long ago. It happened about 2 days ago, after he handed the bag, filled with magic stones, to the man who seemed to be the masked man's subordinate. That subordinate told him about a secret location to use for any emergency messages. For some reason, something came up that made it necessary for him to use that emergency contact almost right away. Should I not have told him about the Alchemist's Towers and the Magic Faction's plans? The Southern Alchemist's Tower that Plavin was connected with had told him that the four Alchemist's Towers would work together to attack the capital, as well as the fact that there was a mysterious mage faction working with them. Furthermore, the Southern Alchemist's Tower had asked Plavin for materials and magic stones to use in this battle. Plavin had debated what to do before providing this information to the man who seemed close to the Church of the Sun God. And tonight, that man had come to Plavin's secret residence once again. And who the heck are they? The red-haired man with the black mask from last time was not here today. Instead, there were two masked men standing behind the man in the white mask. Why are your eyes moving around so much? Flinch. Plavin quickly moved his gaze from the two men to the ground. Cal watched him and started to chuckle, his gaze headed behind Plavin. Plavin's trusted assassin subordinates were quietly standing behind him. Human, I want to remove my invisibility. I want to stand next to Grandpa Ron and the tasty food providing Beacrox. I want to wear a mask too. Cal pretended not to hear Rayan. The black dragon was excited for some reason. Choi Han and Bud were not here right now. Beacrox and Ron were with him instead. Choi Han. Cal had given a different order to Choi Han, who tried to follow him to the Empire. You go and quickly take care of the serum issue before coming over. Come with Miss Rosalind. Choi Han had flinched before shaking his head after hearing Cal's comment. What is it? Do you need me to come with you? No, Calnim. I can take care of the serum situation on my own. I'll be waiting for you. Yes, Calnim. Choi Han had headed to the Roan Kingdom's capital instead. Of course, Cal did not send him alone. Iruhaben was moving with Choi Han while Cal brought the rest of the group to the Empire. Cough, cough. Cal looked back at Plavin Sinkton after hearing some coughs. I apologize. Something seems to have gone down my windpipe. Cough, ahem, hem. Cal gently started to speak to Plavin as he had done to his guild subordinates when he was Kim Raksu. Oh, you were just choking. I thought you were poisoned or something. The tips of Plavin's fingers were shaking. His gaze headed toward the red fog that was eerily visible outside the open terrace window. That poisonous fog should not come into the terrace. You would die instantly if you were hit by that poison. That was why I was worried when you started to cough, Guild Leader Plavin. Ha, 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 thankfully it was not poison. Ha ha, damn it. Plavin was laughing externally, but his mind was turning into a mess. Why is he acting like this? He had told the Church of the Sun God about the four Alchemists' Towers plans. So why was the man asking if he wanted to live or die instead of giving him a reward that matched his contribution? Should I not have told them? Plavin's mind was getting complicated when he heard a voice. Why is the Sinkton Merchant Guild gathering materials? It looks like the materials soldiers need during war. Plavin felt his heart instantly sink. He had been stealthily gathering war materials as the Southern Alchemist's Tower had asked. Of course, he had left this part out when he told this man from the Church of the Sun God about the Alchemist's Tower's plans. He was doing what he needed to do to keep his connection with both the Southern Alchemist's Tower and the Church of the Sun God. He was confident that he would not get caught. That was why he had been stealthily gathering the materials. How did you? So how did this man find out about it? Plavin could see a warm smile and a cold gaze directed at him. It looks like your mind and your body are busy trying to maintain your connections everywhere. Those are the kind of people who die first. Plavin suddenly felt suffocated. Plavin's eyes looked back down on their own after seeing the man's gaze that seemed to be saying he knew about everything. Cal looked toward Plavin with an even colder gaze. Our side discovered your merchant guild gathering war materials. Fear appeared on Plavin's face. However, the man continued to speak in a gentle voice as if he understood Plavin's situation. I understand. I'm sure you don't want to let go of our side, but you don't want to let go of the alchemist's tower's side either. You have no way of knowing who is going to win. However, Plavin had to jerk his head up after hearing the next question. But why are you looking for slaves? Did they say they need dead mana? All emotions disappeared from Plavin's face. The fear and anxiety disappeared and turned emotionless while his pupils started to shake uncontrollably. He saw that as well. The alchemist's tower had not just asked Plavin for materials and funds. Slaves. They asked him to quickly procure slaves to create dead mana once again. However, doing this would mean he was completely going against the Church of the Sun God. Even the corrupt Church of the Sun God would still keep their foundational beliefs. Furthermore, black magic was the reason the Church of the Sun God was able to take control in the Magaru Empire once again. That makes it seem like you are eager to die. Yes, that is how it must seem to the Church of the Sun God. It was one thing if he didn't get caught, but he would be dead if he did. Duck. Plavin started to wonder how things had turned out like this. Just how did he know about the war materials and slaves he was gathering in secret? Of course, Cal had his methods of finding things out. Some beings had welcomed him as soon as he arrived at the Margoru Empire's Imperial Prince Palace. They had come to talk to him once he held the Tarp's whip in his hand. Hey Cal, the people from the merchant guild you visited were kidnapping people. They said they'll turn them into slaves. That's right. They said they needed dead mana. Forget a munchkin, he had a cheat key in his hands now. Cal had started to think after hearing the information from the wind elementals. The wind elementals would bring him information even if he stood still. Of course, this didn't make him omnipotent. Wind elementals did not know how to use teleportation magic. They could move more freely and faster than others, but there was still a limit to it, such that Cal, who was in the Roan Kingdom, could not hear the voices of the wind elementals in the Margoru Empire's capital. However, that meant that as soon as Cal arrived in the Margoru Empire's capital, the wind elementals he had connected with at the capital would bring him information. Synced Merchant Guild leader Plavin. Plavin's face was emotionless without signs of fear or anxiety. On the other hand, his eyes were filled with chaos and despair. But we decided to watch what you did. Plavin's eyes opened wide. His gaze headed toward the masked Cal. We have just been watching to see how far the four alchemists' towers would go. Ah, Plavin let out a gasp. They had been watching. They had been watching without doing anything. He became at a loss for words after hearing that, but it looks like we need to take those towers down now. He then held back another gasp after hearing what came next. Are you going to head over to the Southern Alchemist's Tower? Plavin hesitated for a moment. He wondered why the man was asking this question. It was a different topic than what they were discussing, but Plavin cautiously answered. The original plan was for me to go. I needed to go at least once. I'm going with you. Excuse me. Plavin looked at the masked man in shock. He's going there. Does he mean he's going there for war? That doesn't seem to be the case. The man calmly and leisurely started to speak to the chaotic Plavin. His slightly smiling lips looked beautiful and warm. The new light wishes to meet with you. Plavin had no choice but to shut up again after hearing that. However, it was different than before. The 2 weeks I discussed last time. I guess now it is about 12 days. At that time, the new light, the Pope of the Sun God, he wishes to meet with Plavin. The original plan was to meet in 2 weeks. Let's take care of things by then and meet with relaxed hearts at that time. Take care of things. Plavin, who understood the meaning of those words, felt his heart beating wildly as he started to speak. Is that possible? Was it possible to take care of the alchemists' towers factions within 2 weeks? Plavin asked, and the man responded back immediately. Plavin, we know the enemy. But do you think the enemy knows us? They don't even know someone like me exists. Plavin felt as if someone had smacked him on the back of the head with a large hammer. The man was right. The man in front of him knew about the alchemists' towers' plans and their approximate strength. However, the alchemist's towers did not even know about the existence of this masked man in front of him. The man who knew the enemy's plans was saying that they should quickly take care of things. Was that arrogance? No, he's not that type of person. The Church of the Sun God in the Empire had fallen. This man was someone who would still stealthily approach him in the Caro Kingdom to make a deal rather than focus on lifting the Church of the Sun God back up. He was not someone who would act without confidence. I think you are smart enough to know. May I really meet with the person who will be the new light once everything is over? Plavin could see the masked man hand him a small plaque. This is Plavin knew about this plaque. This plaque was what the previous pope had used to order him to get to work, which meant to bring him bribes. This plaque was said to be something that could not be faked or created by anyone other than the Church of the Sun God. He could tell that this was real because he had seen it once before. Plavin instantly reached toward the plaque. No, not yet. However, the masked man put the plaque back in his pocket. Is it mine once everything is over? Who else would I give it to? It's enough for me to show you proof, right? Cal could see Plavin's eyes fill with greed, as if they had never been full of despair just moments ago. Plavin had no way of knowing he would walk into a pit of fire on his own volition. This plaque was something St. Jack had given at Cal's request. Of course, St. Jack had said something as he handed it over. Young Master Calnim, I can make as many of these plaques as possible if they are being used to catch such evildoers. Plavin Sington will be sent to prison once everything was over. Plavin Sington, does the other side know that your subordinates are assassins? The other side was naturally talking about the Southern Alchemist's Tower. Yes, sir, they do. I had to inform them of everyone on my side to enter. Secrecy was more important to the Alchemist's Towers than ever right now. They needed to thoroughly determine who was on their side and who wasn't, thoroughly investigating anybody who gave them even the slightest of suspicions. They will become suspicious of me if I hid my subordinates. They will think I was hiding something from them. Then I just need to become your subordinate. Isn't that right? Plavin did his best to put on a smile as he nodded his head. Yes, sir, that is the case. I will work very hard. You really do seem like someone who is well versed in finding ways to live. Plavin could not respond. This person was saying he was going to go to the Southern Alchemist's Tower while pretending to be his subordinate. Plavin clenched his fists. He would have no choice but to be on the same side as this man soon as they went to the Southern Alchemist's Tower together. There was no way the Alchemist's Towers would let a traitor who brought someone from the Church of the Sun God continue to live. Cal started to smile toward the assassins who were standing behind Plavin with masks on their faces. They avoided Cal's gaze, and Cal looked back toward Plavin as he continued to speak. Oh, right. The two behind me are going with us as well. I will get everything prepared, sir. That was the end of Plavin and Cal's conversation. The next day, Cal opened his eyes. His sight that had gone blurry from teleportation magic started to return. Pat, a lush forest appeared in front of him once the bright light disappeared. It has been a while, Merchant Guild leader Nim. Yes. Nice to meet you. Plavin Singh, who was in front of Cal, stepped off the teleportation magic circle and gave a short response to the person wearing an alchemist robe. The people behind you, my subordinates, you know about them. 3 people wearing black masks and assassin outfits were behind Plavin. Yes, sir, we do. But it looks like their physiques have changed a bit. The smiling alchemist's eyes were sharp with suspicion. Cal was amazed that they were even checking the physiques of Sington Merchant Guild leader's subordinates. However, the Sington Merchant Guild leader was smart and good at acting. Plavin Sington calmly responded back. You need to change people who know many secrets every so often. Don't you agree? The alchemist put on a real smile this time. As expected. This is why I respect you so much, Sington Merchant Guild leader Nim. This is nothing. It is just necessary for my trade. Then I will lead the way. The alchemist pointed to a direction. Cal could see a tall tower past the forest. That was the Southern Alchemist's Tower. Human, I'm here as well. Rayan, Ran, and Beacrox were with him. Bud. Cal had told Bud, who was responsible for communicating with everyone before he came here. This battle is a battle involving 2 things. What 2 things? In order to fight with overwhelming strength, money, and magic. He recalled the orders he gave Bud. Strike as soon as I give the signal. We will strike the enemy first. Cal could hear the alchemist's voice. Please follow me. Sure. Plavin took the lead and Cal moved behind him as if he was protecting Plavin, the Southern Alchemist's Tower. They were heading toward the first place that they would loot dry.